Chapter 4900. What are you doing? You. The man called Old Joe gritted his teeth and shouted. When he saw Mo Yin's cold face, he swallowed the rest of his words. Although the middle-aged man in front of him looked ordinary, his pair of phoenix eyes were especially frightening. It was so cold that it made people fearful. Quick, look, it's a sacred weapon, a sacred weapon. Someone shouted. Everyone's gaze was attracted to him. A ball of light appeared at the bottom of the pit. It was so bright that people couldn't help but reach out to block their eyes. If they continued to stare at the ball of light, they would immediately go blind. Yu Chun swung his hand and used a vine whip to whip it, but it failed to whip away the ball of light. Instead, it allowed the ball of light to roll a few feet along the vine and hang in the middle of the pit. It was like a radiation source, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. This light is too dazzling. Yeah, what is this sacred weapon? For so many years, we have been trying to figure out what it is, but we haven't been able to see it clearly. Old Joe sighed and said, It seems that I have no fate to see its true appearance in this lifetime. That's not necessarily true. Another person stammered. With those sirs here, I think that we might really see the true appearance of the sacred weapon today. But this sacred weapon probably had no fate with them. With so many experts here, it was impossible for them to snatch the sacred weapon. The sacred weapon had already formed a sacred spirit and had its own consciousness. Among these people, the only ones who could catch the sacred weapons were definitely not ordinary cultivators like them. Sigh, what a pity. Old Joe and the others cursed in their hearts. Mo Yin raised her hand and pointed. A cluster of burning, sacred fire suddenly fell into the pit. It circled around the ball of light and rolled out black hot flames. Great feudal Lord GC, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, couldn't help but widen her eyes. She shouted in her heart, Black fire. It's actually a black sacred fire? Damn, who the hell is this person? Why did he come to the bottom of the sacrificial sea abyss? The sacred fire burned the ball of light and peeled it off, revealing the true form of the sacred weapon inside. This is... Old Joe and the others widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the original form of the saint artifact that had been peeled off. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. Actually, it's a mirror? It's a mirror? Everyone shouted. What mirror is this? It looks very ordinary. It was indeed very ordinary. Right now, in front of everyone, suspended high in the air, was a small handheld mirror. The edges of the ink-colored mirror were engraved with fine markings. It was a small mirror that seemed a little too small to hold in one's hand. It was actually an ancient saint weapon that could form a saint spirit. This type of saint artifact was not a man-made weapon. Instead, it was a natural artifact that had been exposed to the light of time. How dare you? Lord Guangguang, who was in Ji Qin's arms, opened and closed his small mouth as he angrily rebuked ignorant humans. What kind of expression is that? He actually dared to look at Master Guangguang with a suspicious gaze. He must be tired of living. Ma Yingqian sneered. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw the air fluctuate slightly. Jojo's small face suddenly appeared among the ripple-like phantoms. What are you doing? Arbor roared at the floating phantoms in front of him. It's been so long, and you still haven't come back. What are you waiting for? Chapter 4901. The venerable peach blossom immortal touched his ordinary youthful face, his eyes full of surprise. I've already become like this, yet you can still recognize me? Jojo. Mo Yin pushed him away with one hand, a trace of joy flashing across his phoenix eyes. Jojo, why did you suddenly appear? He raised a slender finger and touched the ripple-like illusion in front of him. Arbor's eyes lit up. She pulled ancient Mo Yin over with one hand and raised her hand to pinch his face. Ancient Mo Yin started to cry pitifully. Mo Yin. Why was this strange feeling of looking at oneself in the mirror and seeing one's own face cry so strange? Ma Shichin stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. What the fuck? What the fuck? Mo Yin was actually crying in front of him. He was crying, ha ha ha. It was Mo Yin it was that high-spirited and insufferably arrogant bastard. He was actually crying. Arbor poked ancient Emollien's face and said crisply, "Hubby, did you know? The ancient Emollien seal in your body is incomplete. I found half of ancient Emollien's soul in the pond Lotus Sacred Land. That's how I was able to connect him to the half of your soul in your body. Look, doesn't he look exactly like you?" Arbor felt that the ancient Emollien in front of her was like a large wooden doll being manipulated by others. It was very comical. Emollien looked at his wife speechlessly, then looked at her with a pitiful expression. Jojo, the way his wife had pinched ancient Emollien just now, it was as if she was pinching an idiot. It was extremely infuriating. Why was his wife so mean? She must have purposely squeezed the ancient black lotus until it cried why. Emollien's head was filled with questions. His wife was really scary. His wife had actually been secretly harboring bad intentions. She wanted him to cry and scream. What a bad person. On the side, Jichin was laughing uncontrollably. He glanced at Emollien and remarked, "I didn't expect that the crown prince Emo, who has always been wise and mighty, actually didn't even know that the ancient black lotus seal was incomplete. We're retard." Ha ha ha, Emollien turned her head and glared fiercely at him. Don't think that just because he didn't finish his sentence, he didn't know that this guy was secretly mocking him. Ma Ingchun tried to hold back her laughter, but she couldn't. She laughed out loud cheerfully. "Do you need help?" "Help your ancestors." Emollien glared at him again before turning her head to look at Arbor, which was faintly discernible in the water ripples. "Jojo, why did you go to the pond Lotus Sacred Realm?" Arbor stopped joking and stared at her husband. After a long pause, just when Emollien thought that his wife was finally going to talk about serious matters with him, his wife deliberated before saying, "It's a long story. Yuan Shurchun. Emollien, it's me who shouldn't have had such high expectations for my wife. She wasn't cut out for telling stories." The little stoic looked at Rotten Peach Blossom with a taut face before looking at Jojo's lotus. She harumphed and said, "You guys actually had so much fun in the undersea abyss that you forgot home." "Of course not." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal hastily waved his hand. "We missed you so much, Jojo. Emollien missed you every day and was constantly worried about whether you ate your fill." Arbor's eyes brightened. "I ate quite well. Everyone." She suddenly thought of something and said joyfully, "Jojo's lotus, let me tell you." Chapter 4902. How dare you? Right at this moment, Lord Guangguang, who had been ignored for a long time, suddenly let out a loud shout. It was a pity that he was small and weak, and his voice was also childish, which really did not have any majesty. Arbor's gaze finally fell on the child, and he Chin's arms through the water ripples illusion. "Who is this little brat? Who are you? How can you open up this space-time passage and appear here in the form of an illusion?" The girl in this illusion was too strange. This place was extremely deep in the sea abyss, with its light congealing mirror as the heart of the array, an isolation array set up by the heavenly Tao. Logically speaking, no matter who it was impossible to come here in the form of a soul and would definitely be isolated outside. But why did she? How dare you, female thief? Who are you to the heavenly Tao? Arbor stared at the little brat with a stupefied expression, staring at him through the screen. If this little brat was in front of her at this moment, she would definitely pull him over and give him a good beating. "Do you know how to speak human language? Who is a female thief? Who is a female thief? Your whole family is female thieves. Speak. You are the heavenly Tao, huh?" Lord Guangguang raised his hand to cover his bald head, turning his little face to stare at He-chun with grief and indignation. "How dare you, a junior, be so rude to Lord Guangguang? Ridiculous, despicable, extremely rude." He-chun raised his hand to pat his smooth head. "Shut up, you. So long-winded. Didn't he see that his Lord Jojo's pair of watery eyes were already starting to emit fire? You dare to tell Lord Guangguang to shut up?" Lord Guangguang said with a face full of anger. He-chun looked at him speechlessly. This fellow actually dared to call himself Lord in front of Lord Jojo. Was he looking for a beating? Who is this little brat. Jojo, he is the holy spirit of the sacred weapon, light congealing mirror. Yin raised his hand and held the child in his hand. What do you think? Arbor blinked and subconsciously raised her hand to touch her belly. She did not know if it was her misconception, but when her husband brought the light congealing mirror, Holy Spirit over, her little belly seemed to inexplicably warm. Could it be that my baby is interested in this light congealing mirror? A strange light flashed through Arbor's mind. He immediately nodded expressionlessly and said, "It's pretty good. Let's keep it first." Everyone was speechless. You're talking about a saint spirit as if it's nothing. Keep it? Do you think I'm collecting trash? Master Guangguang immediately understood Arbor's words. Luan Yuan's eyes were filled with anger as she said, "Audacious woman, don't think that I'll contract with you just because you're pretty. My contract also depends on fate. You and me, they were not meant to be. Don't force it." The corners of Ma Shurchen's mouth twitched, and he quickly suppressed the urge to burst into laughter. I can't take it anymore. It's so fucking painful. Why did he feel like this condensing mirror Holy Spirit was a retard? Could he be any more childish and shameless? Arbor looked at the Holy Spirit of the light, congealing mirror in astonishment. He thought to himself, this Holy Spirit actually doesn't like Lord Jojo? Little guy, you're pretty good. Arbor suddenly raised her hand and placed it on her belly. This time, she really felt a wave of heat drifting over. It wasn't her imagination. Lord Jojo's eyes brightened. He rubbed his belly and lowered his head to mutter, "Don't worry, baby. Your father is keeping this light, congealing mirror. I'll give it to you later." Could it be that her baby had formed a vague self-awareness at this time? Wasn't this perception a little frightening? Yin, who was looking at Jojo through the water ripples, only saw his wife mutter to herself. Chapter 4903. Because of the water ripples, he could only see Lord Jojo's upper body and did not see her rubbing her stomach. Arbor raised her head and looked at her husband. She said happily, "Jojo's lotus, keep this light congealing mirror and give it to me later." Yin quickly nodded. "Chow Chow, I also found a large batch of multicolored underwater gemstones for you. Do you like them?" Multicolored? Underwater gems. Arbor's eyes lit up again. She was overjoyed. She loved shiny things the most. Her husband was indeed the best to Jojo. Hastily nodding her small head, Xiao Mu hastily asked, "Hubby, when are you coming back? We'll be out soon after we break this isolation array. Jojo, wait for me at the River of Forgetfulness. Don't run too far." "Okay, I'll wait for you at the River of Forgetfulness." Arbor added in her heart, "I'll wait for you at the entrance of the sacrificial sea abyss where you disappeared. I won't run too far." The scene in front of her suddenly blurred. Arbor grabbed Yin, who was beside her. "What's going on? Why did the image suddenly become so blurry?" Logically speaking, half of ancient Yin's soul was with her, and the other half was in Yin's consciousness. As long as they wanted to, they could communicate with each other without any hindrance. As long as Yin's consciousness was strong enough, it was impossible to break the connection. As far as she knew, Yin's consciousness should be about the same as hers. She should have at least reached the 12th level of consciousness. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for such a sudden interruption of divine sense to occur, unless something happened on his side. "Husband, what's going on over there?" Arbor wished she could pounce on the water ripples and use her hands to smooth out the floating creases and see the situation inside the water ripples. But the water ripples were shaking so violently that she could not tell what was going on over there. Her heart was in her throat when she did not know the situation. The relaxed and carefree atmosphere was destroyed in an instant. At the same time, Ma Shurchen deftly shoved Yin, causing him to stagger. He then turned around and hacked down with his sword, blocking a glowing red claw. Clang! The claw shook his wrist and made it slightly numb. GC, who was rolling and crawling on the ground, raised her eyes slightly and saw that the ordinary-looking young man's appearance had suddenly changed under the roasting of a ball of fire. Her facial features, which were originally not very outstanding, seemed to have transformed into a butterfly. Little by little, They were reorganized and restored to their original beautiful appearance. GC's eyes were wide open. She opened her mouth and quickly turned to look at the ruthless middle-aged man. At this moment, there was no sign of the middle-aged man. The young man, who was holding a slender black sword, smirked. His eyes were sharp as he leaped to the side of the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal. "Why did you roll over here?" The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal pushed him without thinking. "Hurry up and scram. Don't get in the way here. You have estimated wrongly." Mo Yin's voice was cold, but her eyes were gloomy. The ancient suppression array, created by the heavenly axiom, is not to suppress the light congealing mirror, but the ferocious beast sealed in the light congealing mirror. Roar. A violent roar came from the light congealing mirror. The light congealing mirror Holy Spirit lay on Ma Ancient's back, trembling. Her small hand grabbed his hair, and she said with a pale face, "Hurry, hurry. Hurry up and suppress it." Chapter 4904. "You cheater, you still have the nerve to yell here." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal slapped his bald head. "Why didn't you say that the formation was suppressing this ferocious beast? If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have touched the array at all. Finding another way was much more reliable than fighting a 10,000-year-old ferocious beast. I just want to get rid of this formation. I didn't expect that chaos. You actually took the opportunity to escape." This retarded light congealing mirror really killed him. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was furious. The light congealing mirror Holy Spirit's two small hands were still tightly wrapped around his neck as it stuttered, Quick, protect Master Guangguang. Primal chaos is coming out." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal felt as if 10,000 horses were galloping through his heart. "Hundun." Mo Yin frowned. Could it be the ancient ferocious beast Hundun? Roar. The only response he got was half of a huge body peeking out from the small mirror. It had 6 legs and 4 wings, and it was as red as fire. It was the ferocious beast chaos that was recorded in the records of mountains and rivers. For a moment, the small black mirror with fine lines hanging high in the air was surrounded and burning by a ball of raging flames. The chaos ferocious beast walked out from the center of the mirror. It reached out with its crimson claws and slapped toward He Shurchen again. He Chun dodged backwards and hurriedly pushed Mo Yin, who was beside her. The primordial chaos has removed the suppression array from the inside. Hurry, find a chance to leave immediately. Take good care of Jojo, Yuan Shurchen instructed. Scram. Mo Yin held Raven Moon in his hand and glanced at him with a straight face. Go out and tell her yourself. Roar. The primordial chaos spread its 4 wings and covered the sky. Its roar shook the earth and mountains. The Cars cave in front of them collapsed due to the tremors. Gravel rolled down, and smoke and dust filled the air. Shen Wu tightly gripped his sword with both hands. He turned his head to take a look, his expression as if he had been struck by lightning. Seniors will unmount you. What are you doing? The man in the snake shrank back and did not move forward. Now, he had returned to his human face and snake body form. His entire snake body was coiled tightly around the trunk of a nearby tree, pretending to be dead and motionless. Both of them were saint beasts. Why are you so far behind him? The difference was like heaven and earth. Look at the other beasts of chaos, then look at yourself. Don't you feel ashamed? Shen Wu's gaze did not provoke the human snake. He was still lying on the tree trunk, pretending to be dead and motionless. He didn't show any intention of moving. If it was possible, he would grow on this tree forever, never to move an inch ever again. Roar, roar, roar. The chaos beast roared at Mo Yin and the others. He suddenly sucked in a breath. All of a sudden, a strong wind blew and sucked everyone forward. The natives of the Sin Kingdom were so scared that their faces turned ashen. He felt as if he was being sucked in by this fierce gust of wind, and he couldn't help but roll and crawl in that direction. Ah! Shouts could be heard one after another. Great feudal Lord GC's face was pale as she grabbed the long grass on the ground, trying to stabilize herself. However, the strong wind blew, and she couldn't control her body at all. With a cry of surprise, she was already lifted up by the wind. She somersaulted 3 times and was sucked in. Go! Yuan Shurchin didn't hesitate and slapped Mo Lien. Chapter 4905. GC's eyes were red with anger. She tried her best to grab onto something to control her body, but she couldn't resist the suction force of the strong wind at all. In the end, she screamed and flew out of her hands. Following the strong suction force, she rolled forward. Jichin sent Mo Lien out with a palm, but she fell back and was sucked in by the Chaos Beast at an even faster speed. The Chaos Beast's red body emitted a red glow. It squatted there and opened its mouth to reveal its fangs, waiting for its prey to come to its door. When the 2 Sin Kingdom cultivators were pulled to its mouth by the suction force, their eyes were wide open in fear. The primal Chaos Beast lazily moved its mouth and snapped the 2 cultivators from the Kingdom of Sin into 2 halves. GC let out a shrill scream, as if she was struggling for her life. Her face turned as red as a pig's liver, and it was so twisted that it was impossible to look at her directly. A beam of cold light flashed across the mouth of the Chaos Ferocious Beast and collided with its sharp teeth, making a loud noise. The Chaos Beast opened its mouth and roared. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's slender body slid past Great Feudal Lord GC and was sucked into the beast's esophagus at the speed of light. The light congealing mirror Holy Spirit in his arms could not help but scream, "Ah, Lord Guangguang is dead because of you." Great Feudal Lord GC felt that her body was out of control. She followed the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal into the beast's mouth. When the 2 rows of teeth closed, she passed through and slid down the Chaos Beast's esophagus. Great Feudal Lord GC's face was ashen. She thought to herself, "My life is over." At the same time, Mo Lien flew far away after being slapped by Jichin. She stabilized herself with great difficulty. When she turned to look, she saw that the Chaos Beast had sucked in a large group of people. It did not care about the others and turned to walk into a large karst cave. Rotten Peach Blossom. Mo Lien chased after it and was suddenly stopped by a figure. This coward with a human face and a snake body was finally not hanging on the tree trunk as a specimen. Mo Lien pushed him away without hesitation. "Go away. Don't get in my way. You brat, don't be ungrateful." The snake man curled his lips and shouted, "Didn't I stop you for the sake of your little life? That's a 10,000-year ancient sacred beast. None of us are its match. If they rushed over to their deaths, they wouldn't even be enough to be swallowed whole. Don't you see how big its appetite is?" Mo Lien turned her head and stared at him. Suddenly, a black lotus appeared in her hand. In a split second, the fragments of the flowers and leaves turned into numerous shadows, flying toward the snake man. "Hey, you! Why can't you recognize the good intentions of others? You even attacked me? Hey, don't hit me, don't hit me." Zhualanshan looked at Mo Lien, who suddenly attacked him, with a dumbfounded expression. His face was full of disbelief. Didn't she see that there were only the 2 of them here? What good would it do for them to fight each other? Mo Lien was too lazy to talk nonsense with this snake man. She slapped him. The Raven Moon sword flashed continuously, forcing the snake man to take a few steps back. Bang, bang, bang. Upon receiving Mo Lien's command, the several dumb golems that were originally wandering back and forth on the side simultaneously surrounded them. The golems pushed him to the ground and pinned him down. Mo Lien's fists rained down on Zhualanshan's face. Chapter 4906. Zhualanshan was furious and wanted to fight back, but he found that his hands and snake tail were pressed to the ground by a few mechanical men. He couldn't move at all. "What are you doing, Mo Lien? I'm warning you. Don't mess around, ah." Zhualanshan screamed bitterly, almost breaking through the clouds. "Don't hit me. Don't hit my face. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. What are you trying to do? I know. I'll go with you to save people. Okay?" Zhualanshan was extremely depressed. He looked at Mo Lien with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His perfect expression completely cracked. "Oh, where did this bastard with such a bad personality come from? Who exactly did he learn the method of beating someone up until they were convinced by his words? Mo Yin pulled Zhualanshan up from the ground with a cold expression. Let's go. There was no time to lose. They had to leave immediately. The more they delayed, the more danger they would be in. Since the two of them came, they naturally had to go back together. Neither of them could go missing. Jojo's lotus, Jojo's lotus. Arbor reached out to touch the illusion, wanting to see what was happening. However, in the blink of an eye, the water ripples dissipated in the air. It was so fast that no one had time to react. Lotus! Arbor's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly turned to look at ancient Emolian. She saw that guy's body was faintly discernible. He looked at her with a confused expression in his pure eyes. I feel so tired, so tired. I don't think I can take it anymore. Sorry, I think I need to go into seclusion to rest. How are you? What's wrong with you? How can I help you? Arbor rushed over to support him. She stared at him anxiously and asked anxiously. I'm fine. I just feel a little tired. I feel like before ancient Emolian could finish her sentence, she turned into a ray of light and shrunk to the size of a soul orb. She floated to Arbor's fingertip. Arbor was startled. He hurriedly reached out to grab it and put it into a brocade pouch. She was just a little flustered. The more confused she was, the more nervous she became. His mind was in a mess. How did Mo Yin's spirit turn into a soul bead? Was it because he was very weak? What exactly happened on his side? Was he and Rotten Peach Blossom in danger? Don't tell me Arbor didn't dare to continue thinking about it, because she felt that the more restless she was, the more flustered she was, and the more she couldn't think of a reason. She had to calm herself down, but that kind of irritable and flustered feeling was uncontrollable. Her eyes felt sour and astringent, as if something was about to come out. No, how could she be so weak? They would definitely be fine. She mustn't scare herself. Arbor took a deep breath and turned her head to look at Mo, who was standing beside her in a daze. Mo, let's go out first. Xiao Mu stored the strand of soul that had been meditating on the lotus flower without opening its eyes from beginning to end into her storage talisman. She turned and pulled Mo's sleeve. Let's go. But these lotus flowers, and Mo reluctantly turned back to look at them. Arbor slapped her forehead. Right? She had almost forgotten about such an important matter. No matter what, she had to refine the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm first. This way, she could leave the secret realm ahead of time. Chapter 4907. On the other side, there was a very narrow mountain path amidst the mountain fog. Duo Shanmei and her people were fighting a bloody battle with the corpses of the fishermen. However, the more corpses they killed, the more corpses appeared from the end of the mountain path. Everyone was held back here and had to carry out a thorough purge of the corpses. Why do I feel like there's no end to these things? A few Duo clansmen couldn't help but shout in panic. The more corpses they killed, the more corpses there were, but they had already used up more than half of their spiritual power. They couldn't continue fighting like this for a long time. Duo Shanmei raised her sword and chopped off the head of a corpse puppet. She glanced at the mountain path. Don't just stand here. We have to retreat as we kill. Once we enter the mountain, there will be something to cover us, she panted as she chopped down another corpse puppet. Then, she took a deep breath and said, cover us for a while, and we can recover our strength. Let's go. Murong Fei made a prompt decision and retreated into the mountain fog with her two brothers. The 20 or so practitioners of the Mu family hurriedly followed the Murong family and retreated into the mountain. These damned corpse puppets, however, continued to surround and attack everyone in a frenzy. Doshima was already regretting it. She didn't expect that the fishermen she saved in Haiban village had already been infected with the corpse poison, and now they had all mutated. If she knew they were so useless, she wouldn't have helped them come to Wangchuan. What a waste of her kindness. Everyone be careful. Don't get bitten by the corpse puppets. Eldest young master Do, second young master, please help treat the injured. All disciples listen up. Follow the Murong family. We're going into the mountain. Yin Yunji looked at the mountain with a melancholy face. Little Shimmy said she would be back in 4 hours. How long has it been? I don't know if something happened to her. Murong Fei was also very worried. But she knew it was useless to worry now. Since these corpse puppets were endless, the best way was to take the initiative to avoid them. Go! Up the mountain. Everyone follow, don't fall behind. The group of people fought and retreating into the mountain fog. At this moment, everyone felt the ground under their feet shake. In an instant, it seemed like the whole ground was shaking. What's going on? Why do I feel like the scenery in front of me keeps swaying? Don't you feel the same way? The tree in front of me is really swaying. It's not the tree that's shaking, it's your entire body. Everyone looked at each other. Sure enough, they found that the other party was swaying uncontrollably, unable to control themselves at all. Duo Shanmei tried her best to stabilize herself. What's going on? Why was the earth shaking? Could it be that another ferocious beast is coming out? Shut up. The others all rolled their eyes at her. The ichthyosaur from before had already caused all of them to be on the brink of death. If something like a holy beast were to appear now, they would really be powerless to reverse the situation. Miss Moreau, why aren't you nervous at all? What do I have to be nervous about? Anyway, it's not like I'm the only one swaying. Everyone is swaying. Everyone was speechless. What he said seemed to make sense. Are we still going up the mountain in this situation? A member of the Duo clan could not help but ask. Why are we still going up the mountain? Haven't you noticed that the scenery in front of you is slowly fading away? Chapter 4908. Is that so? The mystic realm is about to collapse. Someone suddenly shouted. Most people hadn't considered this before. Now that they heard this, realization dawned on them. Duo Shanmei's expression tightened. The mystic realm is about to collapse? Then what should we do? Will we be spat out by the mystic realm or be killed? We won't be killed, right? Someone muttered stutteringly before quickly shaking his head. We won't. Eldest young Sir Chin curled his lips. Why are you panicking? You're all like headless flies when you encounter such a small matter. Don't worry, it should be fine. We should be able to get out very soon. Eldest young sir, is what you say true? Several Duo clan members stole a glance at him in disbelief. Seeing this young sir's calm expression and relaxed expression, they couldn't help but feel more at ease. Murong Fei raised her brows. Why the heck did she not know? She actually had a strange premonition that the collapse of this mystic realm seemed to have a lot to do with her little junior sister. After all, her little junior sister had been missing for so long. Who knew what she was doing in secret? It seems to have stopped. Do Tungchi heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Fortunately, it seems to be a false alarm. Just as he finished speaking, his entire body suddenly fell down. As a result, he was completely defenseless. He instinctively let out a cry of surprise before disappearing from everyone's sight. Duo Shanmei and the rest widened their eyes in horror, as if 10,000 horses were galloping through the depths of their hearts. They hadn't even freaking finished speaking, and he was already gone. The scenery before them was like layers of fine silk, twisting and turning. Everyone couldn't help but sway uncontrollably as they cried out in alarm. Eldest young Sir Chin's expression remained calm as he waved the folding fan in his hand. He said with a grin, "No need to panic. We're just going out a little earlier. Take care to protect yourselves. Just don't get warped by the space here." What do you mean? Could it be that the space would warp when they went out? Would they die if they were careless? Damn it, who on earth made this happen? How could a mystic realm collapse all of a sudden? Elder brother, be careful. Murong Fei took a deep breath. She felt her body move and was pulled out uncontrollably. The scenery in front of her eyes changed, and she once again stepped onto the beach of Lotus Pond Island that was covered with fine gauze. Layers of waves approached from afar, slapping against the nearby reefs, making gurgling sounds. After the two Duo clan members were teleported out, they stood there in a daze. When they heard the sound of heavy breathing from behind them, they turned around and saw two zombies with rotting flesh hanging from their faces. They were rapidly charging towards them from behind. The two Xiozha raised their swords and chopped off the head of the corpse puppet. They exhaled deeply. The two of them gripped their swords and raised their heads to look ahead. They saw the little stoic standing in midair, and they didn't know when she had appeared in that place. Floating in front of her was a sparkling and translucent orb. Under its transparent luster, one could see something flowing slowly within the orb. Lotus. It was a lotus. There's so many lotuses. The duo clan member pointed at the orb in front of Arbor, unable to hide his surprise. Do Xianwu sucked in a breath of cold air and tugged at her brother's sleeve. It was the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm. This damn girl refined the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm. What ability did he have to actually refine the entire Mystic Realm? Chapter 4909. When Do Tingqi fell out of the Mystic Realm just now, he was fiercely frightened, and his expression was still somewhat absent-minded. He only regained his senses after his sister tugged at him a few times. May, your throat hasn't recovered yet. Please stop. Do Tongqi stuttered out a few words, but was immediately pushed away by Do Xianwu. How could her eldest brother's personality be so soft? How could he be qualified for the position of the Do family's patriarch in the future if he didn't fight for anything? He wouldn't really be willing to give the position of patriarch to those two things from the lower star domain, right? Despicable. Do Xinwu saw that she couldn't get her eldest brother to budge and hastily walked forward. She stared icily at Arbor and involuntarily clenched her fists. Arbor floated in front of her with his eyes closed and that lustrous pond lotus heart floating in front of him. The more Do Xinwu looked, the harder it was to restrain her excitement. The more she looked, the more she felt that if she didn't make a move now, when would she? The treasure had no owner, so it belonged to whoever snatched it. When she thought of this, her body suddenly moved. At the same time, she stretched out her right hand and spread her fingers, reaching for that orb that was extremely attractive to her. This was the refined mystic realm if she, Do Xinwu, could obtain such a heavenly abode, not to mention how much her strength would increase. Just the 4 words portable divine realm would make people's hearts tremble and their blood vessels expand. If she could obtain this natural divine realm, she would naturally flourish in the Do family in the future. She might even be able to change precedent and become the first female patriarch in the history of the Do family. Do Xinwu, whose heart was burning with passion, didn't notice that the little stoic's eyes were slowly opening. Do Xinwu's fingers grabbed at the pond lotus heart and was about to grab this condensed heart of the mystic realm into her hands. Unexpectedly, that orb flew out with a whoosh and shot out of her reach like a catapult. Pond Lotus Sage Realm. Do Xinwu took a deep breath and stared at the orb. She didn't care about anything else. Just as she was rushing forward, everyone couldn't help but look at her as if they were looking at a weirdo. The Xiuzha below were doing their best to kill the corpse puppets, but this girl was like an idiot suddenly attacking Qi Lian Xian. Did she think that they were all blind? That none of them could see the pond lotus heart hanging in the air? The reason why he didn't make a move was naturally because it was obvious that since the pond lotus sacred land had been refined by someone, it naturally belonged to the person who refined it. Could it be that he could change to another person midway and take you as his master? It's not like you're prettier than others. This method of highway robbery was too low-end, wasn't it? Do Xianwu twisted her body in midair and flipped a few times. Her eyes were wide open as she raised her hand to catch the lotus pond core that was flying everywhere. This round bead seemed to be within reach, but every time she reached out to grab it, it would quickly slip away. It was so fast that she had no time to react. Do Xianwu's eyes turned red, and a trace of anxiety flashed in her eyes. Everyone was fighting with the corpse puppets, and they only needed to raise their heads slightly to see that girl chasing after the pond lotus heart like a retard. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that the sentient heart of the mystic realm was teasing this girl. However, Do Xinwu didn't notice it at all and continued to chase after the heart of the mystic realm, running back and forth in all directions. Chapter 4910. Arbor opened his eyes. His eyes were like ice as he stared at Do Xinwu, who was running all over the place. A sinister black light flickered in the depths of his eyes. When Do Xinwu once again chased after the heart of the secret realm and arrived in front of her, Arbor decisively pointed at her. Do Xinwu instantly felt a vast and mighty divine power cleave towards her. Without thinking, she hastily dodged to the side and leaped backwards. In the blink of an eye, the lustrous orb flew past her with a whoosh and abruptly landed in Arbor's hand. Do Xinwu abruptly raised her head and glared at Arbor, her eyes practically spitting out raging flames. Unable to speak, Do Xinwu could only stomp her feet as if venting her anger. She then pointed at Arbor and gestured with her hands and feet. Arbor didn't bother to look at her and directly put the heart of the secret realm back into his sleeve before turning to look at those zombies. Do Xinwu was so angry that her face turned ghastly white, and a sharp, murderous aura surfaced on her face. From the beginning until now, she had continuously suffered at Arbor's hands and been unlucky. She couldn't endure this kind of rage anymore after accumulating until now. Younger sister. Do Tengqi saw that the situation wasn't good and hastily rushed forward, grabbing his younger sister's arm. He glanced nervously at Do Xinwu and advised softly, "Younger sister, don't get into a conflict with the Grand Crown Princess." When Do Xinwu saw her older brother's submissive appearance, she couldn't help but get angry. Other older brothers would help their younger sister, but her older brother couldn't help her at all. Instead, he liked to drag her down. She, Do Xinwu, had endured until now. Did she still need to endure? Miss, you can't be thinking of fighting with the little stoic, right? Ling floated over with a grin and glanced at Do Xinwu curiously. Let me give you a word of advice. You definitely aren't her match. It's important to know one's limits. When this little stoic became ruthless, even he felt a bit flustered inside, let alone this young lady who was merely a great spiritual master. Even if she rushed up, she wouldn't even last a single slap from the little stoic. Do Xinwu gasped for breath and suddenly threw herself forward. She opened her mouth and called out 4 words. "My treasure pearl." Arbor didn't even look at her. He felt a gust of wind coming at him. He covered his Vajra talisman with one hand and brushed it away mercilessly. "What do you mean by yours? What do you have here? What a joke." They all belonged to Jojo. Do Xinwu only felt a gust of wind blowing against her face, so much so that she couldn't even open her eyes. She suddenly felt a sharp pain on her left cheek as she was slapped so hard that she was sent flying. Ling's face was full of smiles as he hurriedly stepped to the side. He turned back to look at Miss Do, who had been sent flying, and shook his head speechlessly. See, he had already warned this Miss Do not to go up and ask for trouble, not to go up and ask for a snub. Yet, he refused to listen to the advice of his elders. He was really at a disadvantage. Ling chuckled as he turned his head, only to see the little stoic's figure rapidly descending. She held a club horizontally in her hand and smashed it towards the zombie horde without any explanation. Bang! The zombie horde was instantly torn to pieces by the little stoic's attack. Arbor's small face was cold and stern as he kicked 2 zombies towards Elder Steward Luo in passing. The zombies were dizzy and disoriented as they tripped and stumbled to their feet. Just as they were about to pounce at Elder Steward Luo, they hastily retreated a few steps and fled with their tails between their legs. Chapter 49:11. Arbor's gaze became incomparably ferocious in a split second, and without another word, he abruptly shot a handful of penetrating bone nails at old Manager Luo. At the same time, the sharp weapon in his hand flashed. "Get out of the way!" Young Master Omega Katoku had been paying attention to the little girl's movements the entire time, and he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw her actions. Bang! A huge tremor reverberated in this small part of Lotus Pond Island. Old Manager Luo's complexion darkened as he stared at the huge crater 3 meters away that was blasted open by the divine power bead. This was really an unreasonable little lunatic. She would throw the god power bead at any random crowd without giving them any chance to explain. Could it be that she didn't know that divine power beads couldn't be thrown around carelessly? If he was really hit by the divine power bead, even with his cultivation, he would probably be in deep trouble. The 5th young master's beautiful face was a bit pale. She turned to look at old Manager Luo's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, and then turned to look at Arbor, who was similarly frosty and silent with pursed lips. She couldn't help but be bewildered. Why was Jojo so emotional? They hadn't seen each other for several hours, so why did he attack the Qin estate's people as soon as he saw them? Aya, you scared me to death. Feather patted his chest and cried out pitifully. Stoic, what are you doing? If you want to throw a corpse puppet, then throw one. Don't throw it at a crowd. This divine power bead can kill people. Young Master Dugu, I think there's something wrong with your eyesight. Old manager Luo couldn't put on that Buddha-like face anymore, and he angrily said with a darkened face, just now, the crown princess attacked our Qin estate. She threw the divine power bead at our Qin estate's people. She wants us to die. Yes. Arbor coldly answered with a single word. A severe light flashed in her hand, and a thunderclap, sword that could cut through iron like mud, and sever hair appeared in her hand. Not only do I want you to die, I also want you to die without a proper burial ground. The pupils of young Master Omega Kitoku and the others contracted slightly, and they immediately saw the little stoic swatting down with a sudden thunder. The sword light was mixed with wisps of lightning as it charged towards the crowd. The rest of the people couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, "Oh my God!" This facial paralysis was too frightening. How could he turn hostile just like flipping the pages of a book? He simply caught people off guard and had no time to react. Boom! A deep crack appeared on the ground. Arbor held his sword in his hand, and the light of thunder climbed along the blade, making a sizzling sound. What happened? Eldest young Sir Qin lowered his head to look at the large fissure in front of the Qin estate, and his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Do you still want to continue pretending? Arbor looked at him coldly. The harpies have already gathered outside the island, haven't they? Let them come. The little crown princess shouted. She raised her sword slightly and pointed it at the people from the Qin estate. Shouldn't we get to know each other again? Young Master, Qin Xian, manager of Heavenly Fate. The disciples from the Mu clan, Murong clan, and other patrician families all looked at the people from the Qin estate in astonishment. What was the little stoic saying? What manager of Heavenly Fate? Could it be that the little lady suddenly flared up at others not because of some other reason, but because these people from the Qin estate standing in front of them were all from Heavenly Fate? Do Tanshi trembled from head to toe, and he stammered, "Why your crown princess? Why could it be that why you're mistaken?" Chapter 49:12. This is the Qin estate, the #1 aristocratic family in our divine continent. Yes, that's right. How could the Qin estate have anything to do with heavenly fortune? At the very least, even if someone in the Qin estate had sought refuge with heavenly fortune, it definitely wouldn't be that smiling and elegant eldest young master. That's right. The Qin estate. How could the Qin estate be heavenly fortune? Arbor ignored the noisy chatter around him and merely stared coldly at eldest young Master Qin before shifting his gaze to old Steward Luo. Aren't you going to reveal your identity? Things have already come to this point. There's no need to hide anymore. Ha! Old Steward Luo sneered. Old Steward Luo. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by eldest young Master Qin. Young Master. Old Steward Luo bowed in greeting. Since she has already seen through our identities, there's indeed no need to hide anymore, right? Luo Qizhong, you speak too much nonsense. Second young Master Qin glanced at him coldly, and his 5 fingers swiftly condensed into a long whip of lightning. Without allowing for an explanation, he whipped it at old Steward Luo's chubby old face. Didn't you hear eldest brother tell you to shut up? Second young master. Old Steward Luo endured the pain and bowed. Even if you and eldest young master are extremely unwilling, there's really no need to continue concealing this matter now that things have come to this. Murong Fei and the others were already stupefied. They glanced dumbly at eldest young Master Qin and the others. This was too horrifying. The Qin estate actually joined Heavenly Fortune? What did Jojo mean just now? The Qin estate's eldest young master was the head of Heavenly Fortune. Therefore, the Qin estate didn't join Heavenly Fortune at a later stage, and this eldest young master of the Qin estate had always been the head of Heavenly Fortune from start to finish. No, that couldn't be. Everyone cast bewildered glances in the direction of the Qin estate, sizing them up. Looking at Grand Duke Qin and Ziqin's second young masters, they truly looked like elegant young masters in a chaotic world. It was truly hard to associate them with those filthy zombies. Looking at those zombies and then looking at these young masters, it was truly too difficult. Jojo, eldest young master Qin, suddenly chuckled softly and winked at her. Why are you so smart? You won't grow up. Xiao Mu expressionlessly looked at him. Although her expression was calm, she was heavily guarded on the inside. You can't catch me, she said coldly. Why do you say that? Master, old steward Luo, young master's help, old steward Luo's young master. The old ghost's face was struck by a lightning whip, leaving a shallow scar from his left cheek to his chin. However, his expression didn't change, and his heart didn't skip a beat, as though the whip that the second young master had bestowed didn't land on his face at all. I'll do it myself, eldest young master Qin said faintly, and his figure suddenly flashed in front of Arbor like lightning. Arbor had long been on guard against him. Seeing him flash in front of her, she pursed her lips and didn't speak, smashing a fist over. Boom! Eldest young master Qin flicked his sleeves to block it. His small fist was like a diamond drill, and the power of his strike was abnormally fierce. You refined the Pawn Lotus Sage realm just now, and now you're about to advance. Right, what a coincidence. My Jojo, you can die now. Arbor swept her sword across. Chapter 49:13. Accompanied by the sound of wind, a lightning strike landed on eldest young Sir Qin's sleeve with a whoosh. The little stoic took a quick step and flipped in midair. At the same time, she flashed backward with a flying kick. Eldest young Sir Qin curled his lips and drawled, Jojo, if you run away, none of these people here will survive. Duo Shanmei and the others, who were fighting with the zombies, stiffened their weapons in their hands. They were well aware that this eldest young sir of the Qin estate wasn't joking. Since everyone present already knew their true identities, then today's battle was unavoidable. The icy words spat out by this eldest young sir of the Qin estate made people's hearts tremble uncontrollably. Duo Shanmei clenched her sword and hacked apart a zombie. Just as she turned around to speak, she heard several clansmen anxiously shout, "Oh no! Eldest young miss, many harpies are flying in from outside the island." The little crown princess was right. Duo Shanmei and the others' expressions turned extremely unsightly in a split second. It looked like the Qin estate's eldest young sir and his party were planning on keeping all of them here. It made sense when they thought about it. They definitely wouldn't allow anyone present to go out and spread the news recklessly. Jojo, why are you so disobedient? Eldest young Sir Qin sighed softly. Can't you be obedient? Arbor couldn't be bothered to waste words with this person. He used 1,000 lightning phantoms and tens of thousands of lightning bolts scattered across the sky, directly blasting several enormous holes in the ground. Go! The little stoic shouted coldly. Murong Fei, Mu Jiadeng, and the others reacted extremely swiftly and directly activated a teleportation talisman matrix. With a whoosh, they swiftly disappeared from the scene in a flash of light. Ignorant and naive people. Luo Qizhong sneered. Our people control everything within a radius of 1,000 feet. Do you think you can teleport out? Jojo, eldest young Sir Qin sighed. In your current situation, it's not suitable for you to fight with all your strength. How about we both stop at the same time? Fine, Sir Jojo harumphed. I'll believe you for the time being. I'll count to 3, and you and I will stop. Eldest young Sir Qin wanted to laugh and nodded with an impatient. Okay, I'll listen to you. 1, 2, 3, after Arbor shouted 1, 2, 3, and saw that eldest young Master Qin had indeed stopped. He sent out the third move of the 9 Heavens Thunderclap spell, 10,000 swords returning to origin with a swish. Everyone saw thousands of sword shadows converge into a large sword, which slashed towards eldest young Master Qin's chest. The swift and fierce sword was merciless. Junior, how dare you? Elder Luo exclaimed and hastily took a few steps forward. Jojo, you little liar, you're lying to me again. Eldest young Master Qin sighed. and a suit of holy armor swiftly covered his entire body. He stretched out his left hand, and a blood-red longsword suddenly appeared in his hand. Then he instantly slashed out 100,000 meters of waterlight. In a split second, the huge sword phantom that Sir Jojo had swung out, which was rushing toward his chest, was completely destroyed. Arbor was stunned. It was rare to see this eldest young master make a move. Who would have thought that when he made a move, his cultivation level would be at the saint realm? Humph! This person who pretended to be a little white flower all day long and only knew how to ask Jojo to save his life when someone came knocking on his door was actually a transcendent god expert. Strike him to death. Strike him to death. Strike him to death. Arbor's small hand shook, and hundreds of Thunder Spirit talismans shot out. Although this wasn't enough to kill a transcendent god expert, it still caused everyone present to be flustered for a while. Damn it, the Thunder Spirit talismans suddenly exploded. Chapter 49:14. Luo Qizhong and the others instantly descended into chaos. They would be fools if they didn't dodge the lightning bolts descending from the sky one after another. Arbor took advantage of this chaos to turn around and glance coldly at eldest young Sir Qin. She suddenly flew up and leaped into the earth fissure. Chow! Eldest young Sir Qin was startled. He didn't expect the little stoic to make such an unexpected move. Under the earth fissure, she's going into the sea. Luo Qizhong hastily pushed aside the lightning bolts and shouted angrily, "Hurry and stop her! Get out of my way!" Young Sir Omega Kitoku kicked aside the people swarming to his side and then leaped down into the earth fissure. This little lady was too infuriating. Her brain turned quickly, and her thoughts were nimble and ever-changing. She was abominably wicked. No wonder she repeatedly destroyed the island during the battle earlier and created deep pits and fissures. As it turned out, she wanted to escape. She ran when she couldn't win and even chose to escape into the sea. If she was allowed to enter the sea, she would be like a fish in water. They probably wouldn't be able to catch up to her. Arbor jumped into the earth fissure. As she fell, she could faintly hear the sound of flowing water. Her judgment wasn't wrong. This place was indeed connected to an underground water vein. Very soon, she would be able to when she heard the sound of the wind. Arbor looked up, and her expression changed slightly. She saw a black figure rushing toward her at extreme speed. "Go to hell, you damn swindler who just won't leave." Arbor shook out the last 3 god power beads from her storage talisman and tossed them all at him. Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises reverberated in the narrow earth fissure. The stone fissure on both sides collapsed toward the middle and closed up, barely blocking Qin Xian's path. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Mu accelerated downwards at a speed comparable to light. Bam! Qin Xian's face was filled with cold fury. She slapped away the stone wall in front of her and swiftly tore down the obstacles in front of her before swiftly chasing down the earth fissure. Soon, Sir Jojo would be able to enter the sea soon. Whoosh! A black figure flashed by and grabbed Arbor's arm as she jumped into the water. The little stoic only felt a burst of pain on her arm, and her entire body was pulled around by Sir Omega Kitoku in an irresistible position. Boom! The passageway below was shaken by the second young master's palm strike, causing rocks to roll and collapse. Meeting his pair of eyes that were as black as a serene pool and brimming with severity, Xiao Mu tightly pursed her lips and glared angrily. "Get lost! Am I indulging you too much?" Omega Kitoku grabbed her arm and said angrily, "Aren't you worried that you'll get hurt if you act so recklessly? Who's fooling around? Your whole family is fooling around." Arbor angrily tried to pull his arm back. "It's none of your business whether I'm injured or not. Don't you think you've gone too far? What was this person trying to do by haunting them all the time? Back at the Royal Academy, your father didn't send people to kill me entirely because I killed one of your doppelgangers. He wanted me dead. He wanted me dead more than once. It was because I hindered the heavenly fortune and blocked your path, right? Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I never thought of harming you from beginning to end." Qin Xian stared at her with her dark eyes and said each word clearly. "Jojo, why aren't you willing to believe me just this once? Believe you? Arbor's watery eyes were filled with boundless fury. Chapter 49:15. If I believe you, I'll die without a burial ground again. She angrily flung her hand away. Let go. Omega Kitoku naturally wouldn't let go of her. He took a step forward and tightly gripped her arm. Jojo. Starlight seemed to scatter in that pair of pitch-black eyes. Xiao Xiao. He called out to her in a low voice, as if he had called out to her in such a gentle manner many years ago. Aren't you just a little trash, a little slave? Arbor's gaze contained a hint of provocation as he coldly looked at him, his lips curled up in a mocking smile. That pair of beautiful eyes was really too cold. It was so cold that Omega Kitoku couldn't help but shiver slightly, a hint of fear rising in his heart. No, she wasn't a little trash, nor a little slave. She was his Jojo. He had never thought of her this way in his heart. Never, not even once. This is Lotus Pond Island. Big Brother has already set up an inescapable net. You won't be able to escape. You guys are really capable. Arbor coldly laughed as he fiercely shook off his hand and glanced down. He saw that the passageway that led to the underground water had already been destroyed by Omega Kitoku's palm. It was temporarily impassable. I want to find a place to go into seclusion. All right, as long as you don't plan to escape and leave my side, you can do whatever you want. Omega Kitoku thought to himself. Young Master. The collapsed rocks above were moved away by a group of people in a flurry. The fifth young master's slightly pale face appeared amidst the layers of light and shadow, and his fawn-like eyes stared unblinkingly at Xiaomu. Arbor couldn't be bothered with anyone else and directly jumped up. He heard Dugu Ling laugh as he said, Aya Jojo, are you hurt? Are you all right? Arbor's face was cold as ice. He didn't say a word as he turned around and walked a few steps. Just as old steward Luo was about to draw his saber, he was glared at by the second young master. Damn it! Were they going to let this troublemaker continue to stay on their ship? Old steward Luo put away his saber and glanced at Arbor. He quickly put on the smiling Mithraea face and asked, Second young master, do you have any orders? Omega Kitoku refused to speak to him at all. He ordered, take everyone back to the ship first. Duo Shanmei and the others also wanted to fight them to the end, but unfortunately, the other party had mobilized tens of thousands of harpies. When they saw the formation, they knew that they had no chance of winning and could only surrender. The disciples of the aristocratic families trembled as they were escorted onto the ship. They stood on the deck and looked at each other. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Let's go. A few low reprimands could be heard. The whip swung down heavily. Mu Jiating raised his hand to block it for Mu Wuzi, leaving a bloody mark on the back of his hand. Arbor was walking to the cabin door on the second floor. When he turned around and saw this scene, fury ignited in his eyes. Isn't it enough that you've captured them? Family head. When the Mu family disciples heard Arbor's voice, they hastily looked up. They saw their young family head leaning over the railing and looking at them. It turned out that their family head also couldn't escape. The hearts of the Mu family disciples sank slightly. Who told you to attack? Omega Kitoku still wanted to reconcile with the little stoic, so he naturally didn't want anyone to offend her. These insensible things just had to attack people from the Mu family of all people. Chapter 49:16. No matter how useless the Mu clan was, they couldn't do anything in front of the little girl. Only the little girl could do anything to them. No one else could. Under the second young master's sharp gaze, Dugu Ling blinked his eyes and flew forward with a smile on his face. With a smile, he stretched out his hand and slit the throat of the Heavenly Fate sect disciple, throwing him into the sea. The group of aristocratic children standing on the deck were all startled and subconsciously shrank a little towards the center. Attacking just like that was too scary. If he was so cold-blooded to his own people, then what about these disciples? In the eyes of the young master Omega Kitoku, killing them was no different from killing a chicken or a duck, right? Arbor turned and entered the room. She needed to go into seclusion right now. Eldest Chin was right. She had just finished refining the pond Lotus Sage realm and had too much divine power in her body. She needed to digest and absorb it one by one. It was best not to be disturbed again. Arbor closed the cabin door and threw out a shielding array around herself before sinking into cultivation. After sorting out the divine power in her body, she slowly guided it into her Dantian star field. Her star field still looked dim and dark. Clearly, she still couldn't enter. Arbor knew that she couldn't be anxious. As long as her divine sense recovered a little every day, it would be better. 3 days later. Boom! The sound of a kick came from the cabin door. Arbor had already retracted all the divine power back into her body. Her cultivation had also steadily increased to the beginning of the 7th level of God tier. At this moment, when he heard the sound of kicking outside the cabin door, he only moved his eyebrows slightly and slowly opened his eyes. 7th brother, what do you want now? 5th young master's gentle and somewhat distant voice came from outside the door. Ah, so it's 5th brother. What? I'm looking for trouble with that woman. Do you think you can stop me? I just want to remind you. Big brother already said not to disturb Miss Xiao for the next few days. Qin Chang's handsome face twisted slightly. Then he said with a smile that wasn't a smile, What? You want to use Big Brother to pressure me again? If you continue to be so reckless, I can only report to Big Brother. Huh? Qin Chang pointed at the cold-faced 5th young master, kicked the cabin door hard, and shouted, I'm just passing by. They always used Big Brother and 2nd brother to pressure him. How could a trifling good-for-nothing actually have a higher status than him? 7th young master Qin. In the clan, Big Brother actually trusted him more than himself. How hateful. He would let this brat be proud for 2 more days. He remembered that Big Brother and 2nd brother would be making a trip to the Forgotten River clan in 2 days. At that time, Humph. The 5th young master looked back at the 7th young master worriedly and frowned slightly. Should he inform Big Brother about this matter? She felt that 7th brother was looking for trouble again. The cabin door was suddenly pulled open. Hearing the sound of the door opening, 5th young master hurriedly turned around and happened to meet the young lady's cold eyes. Chow, chow, chow. The 5th young master stammered. Are you hungry? According to his understanding of the little girl over the past few days, the reason why she was willing to go out was to eat. Arbor cast him a glance and originally didn't want to give him a good look. Thinking back, this pitiful 5th Qin didn't seem to have offended her from beginning to end, so his expression couldn't help but soften. 5th young master Qin had been cautiously observing her expression all along. Chapter 49:17. When he saw that the little stoic's expression had eased up a bit, his heart involuntarily relaxed, and he hastily smiled fawningly at her. Jojo, dinner and snacks are ready. I'll have someone bring them over, okay? Arbor harumphed. She originally wanted to roar at him. Do you think I'll still eat your Qin family's food? But on second thought, it would be a waste not to eat. Why would she make life difficult for her stomach? She really was a fool. Hence, she nodded her small head reluctantly and said with a cold expression, Quickly bring it over. The 5th young master swiftly turned around to instruct the servants, not feeling that there was a problem at all. Little 5th Qin was already used to the little lady's emperor-like tone when she gave orders. As long as the little lady gave an order, he would do it. The little stoic was sitting in the cabin, flipping through a thin book of plants when she heard a light sound coming from the door. The 5th young master ordered several servants to bring in a sumptuous dinner. Afterward, eldest young master Qin also followed in with a grin, still wearing a familiar expression as he greeted Sir Jojo. Jojo, did your advancement go smoothly? Arbor rolled her eyes at him. Don't you know how to see for yourself if you have eyes? Eldest young master sat down in front of her with a grin and muttered to himself. It looks like it went very smoothly. Arbor picked up her bowl of rice and couldn't be bothered with him, minding her own business as she ate. She could only find an opportunity to escape after eating her fill. In any case, her realm had stabilized now, so she could escape at any time. But before that, she still had to find that bunch of weaklings from the Mu family. Murong Fei, Murong Yin, Yun Yunji, and the others were also in their hands. She had to rescue these convenient senior brothers and sisters and take them away as well. When did you start suspecting me? Jojo. Eldest young master Qin asked with a grin, as if he was only asking some trivial questions related to daily life. Arbor's hand, that was picking up food, paused, and she unhurriedly put a piece of red braised pork in her mouth. "Jojo, I'm very curious." Arbor put down his bowl and chopsticks and straightened his expression. He looked up at the handsome young man sitting in front of him with a smile on his face. She asked very seriously, "Are Seven Flowers and Gong Song Fong your people, or Omega Katoka's people?" "My people," eldest young master admitted without hesitation. Arbor nodded. Some of the questions he had in the past could now be connected. That's why the matter of the Red River Canyon. At that time, Gong Song Fong, who was still the Ghostface Hall master, sent you a message through the communication jade amulet when he used the spirit stone cannon to bombard us. Right? That's right, Jojo. I've never thought of harming you. The eldest prince sighed. You even noticed such a small detail? It was your father who wanted to kill me. At that time, the internal strife within Tianyun was because your father's subordinates were very dissatisfied with Gong Songfeng's attitude. They believed that Hall Master Gong of the Underground Hall deliberately let us go. However, Hall Master Gong had actually received your order. MHM. The eldest young master nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking rice. I was the one who ordered them not to harm you. Arbor didn't appreciate it at all and glanced at him coldly. You're really good at pretending. Even I was kept in the dark by you all this time. I only saw through your identity recently. Of course, perhaps it's because there's a worrisome manager Luo by your side, and he deliberately let me see through your identities. Chapter 49:18. Eldest young sir raised his brow with a smile. The little stoic ladled a bowl of soup for herself, and only put it down after finishing it. She glanced coldly at eldest young sir and said, "Don't you think it's a coincidence? You and second young sir would always show up on time every time zombies appeared. Did you want to see with your own eyes how big the scene your organization created was? When we were cleaning up Jiaozhong base, you came along. You killed the corpse puppets and chopped down the nightingale birds. Who would have thought that this young master, who worked hard to kill evil creatures, was the true master of the Heavenly Fate Underground Hall?" Arbor sneered. "Actually, you just wanted to inspect the situation that time and see how things were progressing, right? When the water source was contaminated, you even discussed it with us. Actually, you were well aware that you were the one who ordered the contamination of the water source, right?" MHM. Eldest young Sir Chin hastily shook his head. "That's not it. You've wronged me in this matter. Second younger brother sent people to do it. The inspection wasn't false. I wanted to see how second younger brother subordinates were doing." Arbor sneered. "When we were heading to the Sun Moon Secret Realm, you sent people to ambush us in the crevice of the Red River Canyon. Now that I think about it, you disappeared for a long time back then. When you reappeared, you were injured, so Qin Jiu brought you here for treatment. This was all part of your plan." MHM. Jojo is so smart. Arbor glanced at him. Later, when we entered Phoenix Forest for practical experience in the Heavenly Fate ranking preliminaries, we encountered tens of thousands of man-eating bees. It was actually your Heavenly Fate Underground Hall that attracted them, right? However, you and Omega Katoku were both in our team at that time. So why did you help us? Was it also to conceal your identity? Of course not. Eldest young Sir Chin looked at him with a grin and said matter-of-factly, "It was because of you. Jojo wanted to protect those students from the Imperial Academy. So how could we disappoint you?" Arbor couldn't be bothered with this guy's frivolous banter. "For me?" After that, a large group of harpies came to attack us under Gong Songfeng's lead. You weren't there at that time. You guys were late until the matter was over. At that time, I really didn't suspect you. Duan Yu seems to have gone on his way before I did. I remember that Duan Yu even said to you, 'It's too much of a coincidence. You guys came right after the matter ended.' Now that I think about it, I'm still not sharp enough. I'm not good at connecting the causes and effects of these events." Eldest young Sir Chin hastily shook his head and praised, "Jojo is already very impressive. When we met again this time, he was constantly on guard against me." Eldest young Master Chin sighed. If Jojo hadn't buried so many Thunderfire bombs on the original pleasure boat, I wouldn't have had to risk 100,000 gold coins to summon the carcass sharks and destroy the original boat with the help of the storm so that everyone could change boats. Wouldn't Jojo be even more suspicious of me now that we've changed the boat? Xiaomu gazed at her coldly. I trusted my own judgment too much. I do suspect you, but that's all. At that time, she didn't know whether it was a coincidence that eldest young Sir and the rest saved her while she was drifting in the river of forgetfulness, or whether it was this eldest young Sir's meticulous plan. After that, they kept finding all kinds of reasons to keep her on the boat, so she became increasingly suspicious. But if this suspicion was confirmed, she would have detonated the Thunderfire bombs long ago. Chapter 49:19. Who manages Flying Paradise? You? Arbor suddenly asked coldly. Flying Paradise's Hall Master Mu and Star Plucking Hall's Dugaling are both under second younger brother. Eldest young Sir Chin winked at Arbor in amusement. Of course, he wouldn't tell her too much. Flying Paradise was originally under father's control, and it was only in recent years that he successively transferred some of its power to second younger brother. Arbor's fingertips curled up slightly, but his expression didn't change at all. So in her previous life, the reason why young Sir Omega Katoku would appear in that ghastly hell and carry her out of the confined little laboratory was because it wasn't a coincidence at all. Fan Xiuhe was Mu Qingya's subordinate, and Mu Qingya was this second young Sir's subordinate. Young Sir Omega Katoku was originally the mastermind behind Flying Paradise, so it was very normal for him to be able to freely enter and leave the dungeon. To think that she was so grateful to him, worshipping him, and revering him like an idiot back then. Sure enough, everything was a huge scam. Jojo, do you have any other questions? Eldest young Sir sat across from her, like an obedient child, quietly waiting for the little girl to continue asking questions. It was as though he would definitely tell her everything he knew without holding back anything as long as the little stoic wanted to know. Even now, this person was still putting on airs in front of her. Arbor stared fixedly at him like this, attentively observing this hypocrite who was putting on a sanctimonious front. Just as she was about to speak, she heard him sigh and say, "Regardless of whether you believe me or not, Jojo, but I really never thought of harming you in the slightest." Then what about Joe City? During the finals of the Heavenly Prime ranking, which by his Hidden Moon Hall's Old Seven subordinate. When he jumped onto the stage, Old Second and I were extremely surprised, said eldest young Sir Chin. Eldest young Master Chin said, "Do you still remember how you broke Old Seven's arm in front of everyone in Phoenix Grove? Old Seven harbored a grudge and sent by to deal with you. We only found out about this when it happened." "I want to see Omega Katoku," Arbor said coldly. Eldest young master gazed deeply at her and nodded. "All right, then eat some more. I'll call him over." How could Arbor continue eating? After the little stoic icily watched eldest young Sir Chin leave, she flicked her sleeve and swept all the cups, plates on the table to the floor. The more he knew the truth, the more depressed he felt. Fan Xiuhe, Lu Yizhi, Geng Pengcheng, and Mu Qingya, these people who had made her suffer in her previous life, were all second young master's people. This second young master actually had the face to tell her that he had never thought of harming her? What a joke. The Omega Katoku walked over, stepping on the debris on the floor. He looked down at the mess of cups and plates and said coldly, "Are they all dead? The floor is so dirty. Don't you know how to clean it up?" The two maidservants guarding outside the door crawled in, trembling, and quickly cleaned up the messy floor. "Don't you have anything to say to me? What do you want to know? As long as you ask, I'll tell you." Second young master gazed at her darkly. "You said that you had never thought of harming me, but in reality, you caused me so much pain." Arbor abruptly stood up, her severe eyes coldly watching Omega Katoku. "You have memories of your previous life, right?" Second young master's breathing tightened. "I don't know why you have this memory, but I advise you to quickly forget it." Chapter 49:20. Don't have any illusions about me. Arbor gazed at him coldly and enunciated each word clearly. "We've long been finished." "Xiao Qiao, don't call me that." Arbor shouted at him sternly. He hid one hand behind his back and stealthily condensed water into ice, forming a sharp icicle. Your hypocritical appearance is truly disgusting to the extreme. Arbor revealed a mocking smile at him. When you had that bitch Lu Iji lead people to attack my holy water sect, did you ever think that your words wouldn't harm me in the slightest? Your so-called not harm me in the slightest is treating me like this. That's not it. Young Master Omega Kitoku anxiously stepped forward and defended himself with bloodshot eyes. You clearly know that I didn't instigate it, yet you insist on pinning all of this on me? You clearly know the reason in your heart. I don't know, Arbor shouted furiously in an agitated manner. You know. Young Master Omega Kitoku anxiously shouted. It was Lu Iji himself who acted out of selfishness to obtain the sacred water and joined forces with the 6 prefectures to encircle and annihilate your holy water sect. Did you know that I was also very shocked when I received the news? Even if I wanted to move against the 3 sects and 5 factions at that time, I wouldn't have disregarded your feelings. The second young master grabbed her wrist and forcefully shook her hand. Otherwise, why do you think I didn't interfere when that fellow Mo Lien wantonly encircled and captured the Shuntian Prefecture's people on Seacombe Planet? Because this Lu Iji was dishonest. He slaughtered the holy water sect out of selfishness. He deserved to die. At that time, the second young master hid in the shadows and coldly watched as this Mr. Lu was chased and beaten like a dog by Mo Lien. He also watched as he was ultimately refined into a mechanical puppet by Mo Lien. It was a tragic sight beyond compare. That was all because Lu Iji, brought it upon himself. Did he think that he wouldn't be subject to military orders because he was overseas? Did he think that he could disobey orders and do whatever he wanted because he went to the lower star domain? Facts had proven that those who did not obey the organization would sooner or later be killed by their enemies outside the organization. At that time, Omega Kitoku's forces in the lower star domain had also suffered a great blow because of Lu Iji. If it weren't for the Rakshasa Ghost sect, he might have even lacked manpower to handle matters. Shut up. Arbor shook off his hand and took a step back. He grabbed the small round table behind him with his right hand and tried to calm himself down. With Lu Iji's status, he couldn't have come into contact with me at that time. Lu Iji only interacted with my foster father in the lower star domain because he coveted the pills my foster father gave him. Lu Iji wants the sacred water. Even if he obtains it, given his selfishness, it's impossible for him to tell me. The person he sent was one of my foster father's men. That's why you picked up an iron plate from the Qin estate. No matter what you say, you can't deny one fact. Lu Iji is your man. It's you. It's always been you. You made me suffer so much. Arbor raised his hand to his chest and lowered his head slightly. Do you know who captured and locked me up in my previous life? Who ordered them to study my inner world and my dantian? It's you. It's your subordinate Mu Qingya and your subordinate Fan Xiuha. It's you, it's all you. Xiao Qiao. Young Master Omega Kitoku panicked and rushed forward with a big stride. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Mu raised her right hand, and a sharp icicle that had formed abruptly stabbed into the second young master's chest with the speed of lightning and rolling thunder. Chapter 49:21. Young Master. Several hidden guards abruptly jumped in from outside, each of them furiously unsheathing the swords at their waists. Withdraw. Young Master Omega Kitoku berated them, and he couldn't stop a mouthful of blood from flowing out his mouth. He tightly gripped her right hand that was covered in blood. When he met the little stoic's cold and heartless beautiful eyes, his heart trembled slightly. Whether you believe it or not, I never thought of harming you. I've already heard enough of this. Arbor gazed at him coldly, his gaze revealing a ruthless contempt for the heavens. The little stoic continued expressionlessly as she twirled the icicle in her hand. If I told you to die, would you be willing to die? Bam! The Rakshasa princess kicked the door open and immediately let out a wolf's howl. You're all dead people. Why aren't you saving Master? The hidden guards all felt extremely aggrieved. They wanted to go forward, but their master's sharp gaze stopped all of them from going forward. Scram! Young Master Omega Kitoku berated in a low voice, his hand tightly gripping the little stoic's dripping blood. The young lady following behind the Raksha princess paled slightly, and she quickly walked up to salute. Young master, your injuries are so serious. If you don't treat him, scram. Young master Omega Kitoku shouted and swept his sleeve, sending that young lady and the Raksha princess flying out together. Bam! Subsequently, the cabin door was slammed shut. The Raksha princess and that young lady, as well as the hidden guards, were all blocked outside. The Raksha princess sighed. When she turned around and saw that young lady's teary eyes, she sighed and said, Xiao Ran, ah. She patted Zhao Qiran's shoulder. I can understand your feelings. Sigh. This is the heart of begging but not being able to obtain. The Raksha princess sighed ruefully. That little foe of mine. When the Raksha princess thought of the person she begged but couldn't obtain, she couldn't help but sigh again. The hidden guards couldn't help but shudder in unison. Princess Luosha, how can you be compared to the 20-year-old Miss Ran? When you were chasing after that young and handsome cult master Ding, we only felt that it was an eyesore. When it comes to love, not everything will go according to one's wishes. Princess Luosha comforted Zhao Qiran with the tone of an experienced person. She patted her shoulder and said, All right, go invite Alchemist Ouyang over. It seems like our young master needs emergency treatment. Pa Pipa, all the disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect looked down with cold sweat on their foreheads. None of them dared to look directly at the fat man who was being whipped while tied to the mast. With every lash, the fat on the fatty's body couldn't help but tremble a little. At this moment, the benevolent smile on his large face was no longer present. Instead, it was twisted and filled with resentment. Eldest young Serchin was sitting across from him, his long legs folded as he leisurely sipped from a cup of hot tea. His gaze inadvertently swept over the fat man, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a mocking smile. Do you still think you're in the right? Everything this subordinate has done is all for you, young sir. Pa! The heavy lash caused his voice to abruptly stop. It was so painful that his face couldn't help but twitch violently. Qin Xian threw the teacup heavily at the old steward's feet and scoffed. For this young sir? Did this young sir tell you to use the people in the camp as experimental subjects? Chapter 49:22. Did this young master tell you to give the Fong siblings the mutated medicinal fluid? Not being disciplined and acting on his own accord, he must have done this under his father Qin Hong's orders. The little stoic's guess was correct. Luo Qizhong did it on purpose. He purposely experimented in the camp and left behind clues that others could see through. He purposely exposed his and second brother's true identities in front of the little stoic. This person was disloyal to him, so it looked like he couldn't be left alive. Old steward Luo shuddered, sensing that the eldest young master wanted to kill him. He hastily cried out, Eldest young master, this subordinate didn't betray you. This subordinate truly did this for you, young master. Young master, didn't you notice? You and second young master have repeatedly made exceptions for this stoic. If this continues, this stoic will definitely spoil my heavenly fortune. Besides, she formed the allied army of the 3 provinces to deal with us. How can this subordinate tolerate this kind of person continuing to exist? He could only hate that the Fong siblings were truly useless. None of them could deal with the stoic. On the night that the Fong family's little brother mutated, you were the one who hid outside Xiao Qiao's tent and ambushed her with poison. Eldest young Master Qin asked faintly as he looked at him icily. Luo Qizhong stiffened his neck and nodded stiffly. Precisely. He hated that stoic. She was so guarded and didn't follow the rules at all. If she had discovered the cup was poisoned that night and chased after him, he would have had a way to secretly deal with this damn girl. Unfortunately, she hid in the camp and used formations and concealed weapons to deal with him. As a result, she alarmed the 2 young masters. You poisoned her? Eldest young Master Qin sneered. Don't you know that she's a great pill alchemist? This was a little oddball who could challenge those above her level and kill a god-rank pill alchemist. The ignorant are fearless, and the ignorant are ill-informed. The eldest young master glanced coldly at Luo Qizhong. A hidden guard immediately leaped forward and raised his hand to slit old Steward Luo's neck. "Stop!" A shout cut through the air. An air transportation spirit tool's cabin opened, and the Qin Estate's patriarch, Qin Hong, led several dozen subordinates and jumped down from the cabin and landed on the ship's deck. "Qin Xian, you're really becoming more and more outrageous," Qin Yi coldly reprimanded. "For that woman, you actually dared to kill your old steward who had followed you for more than 10 years. Eldest young, Sir Qin gazed coldly at his father. "Since father has taken a liking to this person, then bring him back. There's no need for him to continue to be a spy by my side and ruin the relationship between you and me. I don't need anyone who isn't loyal to me." "Eldest young master." Disappointment appeared on Luo Qizhong's chubby face. The eldest young master was still too soft-hearted and too lenient towards that damn little stoic. No wonder the patriarch was extremely vigilant towards that stoic face and secretly ordered him to find an opportunity to kill that stoic face. Now, it seemed that this stoic face's influence on the two young masters was too great, and the family head couldn't afford to be vigilant. Qin Hong stared at Qin Xian for a long time, his eyes flashing slightly. He pretended to sigh helplessly and said, "You and Exa have grown up. All these years, father has not been able to teach you well. Forget it. You can do whatever you want, but you mustn't ruin ancestors' grand plans. Otherwise, even father won't be able to save you too." Chapter 49-23. Old Luo, since eldest young master doesn't need you here anymore, you can stay by my side for the time being, family head Qin said indifferently. It just so happened that his right-hand man, a Gue, had been killed in Yin City by that ruthless little emperor of Tsang province. He truly lacked capable people by his side, so he could trust old Luo's ability. Luo Qizhong had escaped death, so he naturally wouldn't have any objections to family head Qin. After he was untied, he hastily knelt down and kowtowed to eldest young master before silently retreating to stand behind family head Qin. He lowered his head and looked submissive. Qin Xian didn't say anything, but his gaze swept coldly over Luo Qizhong. Eldest young master was helpless when his father insisted on protecting Steward Luo. At present, it wasn't to the extent of falling out with his father over such a trivial matter. "Where's Exa?" Qin Hong looked around and asked with a smile, "I heard that you captured many elite disciples from various patrician families this time. Well done." Qin Xian stood with his hand behind his back and glanced at the unmoving eldest young master Qin. "Father will go with you to Wangchuan clan's territory on this trip." Eldest young master Qin glanced at him indifferently. "Father can resolve the matter of Wangchuan however you want, but please don't interfere with my matters in the future." Hearing his eldest son's insinuations, Qin Hong's eyes flared with anger, and he suddenly raised his voice. "Speak clearly. For example, sending people to deal with facial paralysis by every possible means. You've assassinated and poisoned them. Father, please stop." Qin Hong flew into a rage and pointed at his son. "That's right. It was father who ordered Steward Luo to eliminate that Xiao woman. Her existence will only cause you brothers' minds to wander. This woman can't accomplish anything but spoils everything. She absolutely can't be left alive." Qin Xian sneered. "Then why don't you try, father? Will the people you sent die first, or will father be the unlucky one?" Qin Xian was so angry that his face flushed red. He pointed at his eldest son and couldn't say a word for a while. "Since father has already handed over most of your matters to second younger brother, then you should enjoy your remaining years. Don't spend all your time doing these nonsensical and messy things. That's all I have to say. Father, please go ahead." After Qin Xian finished speaking, he swaggered off with his men, leaving his old father on the deck to stomp his feet, his face livid with anger. Unfilial son. Unfilial son. Qin Hong's eyes were filled with anger. It was as if their father wanted to harm them. Wasn't he doing this for their own good? What good could come out of leaving that stoic face here? This damned stoic face was truly the reincarnation of a star of misfortune. Every day, she would harm his two outstanding sons. She deserved to die. When family head Qin thought of this, A trace of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. Second young master, don't come into contact with water for the next few days. The wound is still quite deep. As Ouyang-su bandaged second young Master Qin's wounds, she secretly peeked at the expressionless Lord Xiao Qiao sitting on the side. Dugaling's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, this little girl's bad habit of hitting people the moment she gets angry is really because she's been spoiled. Look at how he stabbed their family's second young master. The heavens took pity on him. Knock, knock, knock. Princess Luosha submissively pushed open the door and walked in. She bowed and said, Second young master, family head has arrived. He invites you over. Isn't eldest brother here? Second young master said impatiently. Chapter 49-24. A faint sorrow rippled in the Raksha princess's heart, and she hastily covered her small face with a silk handkerchief. She sobbed. Eldest young sir seemed to have directly contradicted family head again and parted on bad terms with family head. Second young sir, you should hurry over and take a look. The Omega Kitoku young sir was stunned by the Raksha princess's pretentious behavior. He couldn't bear to look at her and stood up, flinging his sleeves as he walked outside. Second young sir. Zhao Qiran stood outside the door and hastily called out when she saw the second young sir come out. Her beautiful eyes contained some worry as she looked at the second young sir's clothes. The second young sir had changed his clothes, but the way the blood vessels were surging just now, it was evident that his injuries weren't light. You're not allowed to mention this young sir's injuries to outsiders. Yes. Everyone in the room nodded in agreement. The Raksha princess also cupped her hands in salute. The Omega Kitoku young sir coldly said, especially, don't talk nonsense in front of father. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. The second young sir's implied warning couldn't be any more obvious. That was, they weren't allowed to reveal that the little stoic had stabbed him today. The Raksha princess pursed her lips and turned to glance at the stoic young lady sitting at the table like a jade sculpture. Don't you have anything to say? The Raksha princess rolled up her sleeves and glared at Arbor while blowing her eyebrows. She threatened, don't think we can let you off just like this. You injured second young sir. Even if second young sir doesn't pursue the matter, we have plenty of people who will. Be careful. The Raksha princess warned viciously as she glared at Arbor with her red eyebrows and green eyes. A sharp glint was concealed in her eyes. Arbor glanced at this woman with exquisite makeup that exposed half of her fragrant shoulders. He only felt that her revealing clothes could only be described as coquettish. When she stared at Jojo, it made Jojo feel very uncomfortable. Also, the name Raksha Princess sounded especially familiar, but he just couldn't recall where he had seen it before. What are you doing? Looking at her expressionless face, the Raksha Princess couldn't help but be infuriated. Are you trying to say that you don't remember me? When we were in the Mystic Beast Forest, I didn't provoke you at all. But in order to save Sikong Fulling, that slut, you ruthlessly beat me up. Yes, I did capture you for revenge, but that was because you made the first move. What Mystic Beast Forest? Xiao Mu's pitch-black eyes contained a cold, lightning glint as she stared deeply at her. Speak clearly. Ding Yin said that he had met her in the Mystic Beast Forest. Sikong Fulling also said that she would meet her in the Mystic Beast Forest. Now, this Raksha princess actually said that she had saved Sikong Fulling in the Mystic Beast Forest? What the hell was this? Stop pretending. You were blind at the time, but at least your brain was still working and your memory was still there, right? Arbor expressionlessly looked at the Raksha princess, who was spouting nonsense in front of him. Suddenly, he swung his hand and heavily slapped the Raksha princess's face. This slap sent this old woman flying. She crashed into the opposite cabinet with a loud crash and fell to the ground with a flop. Dugu Ling, who had been watching the show from the side, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw this scene. He was just about to remind the Raksha princess that this fierce lady's temper wasn't very good. She was like a firecracker that could explode at any time. You need to be careful with your words. Who knew? Chapter 49-25. She hadn't even spoken 3 sentences yet. I remember now. Arbor's eyes were like cold lightning as he faintly watched the Raksha princess, who was rolling on the ground and vomiting half a mouthful of blood. Before the Rakshasa princess could finish muttering "fuck, fuck" in her mind, she met the little stoic's chilly eyes brimming with boundless killing intent. Her entire body abruptly turned cold, and she couldn't resist shuddering. This fellow recalled how she captured her in the mystic beast forest and wanted to kill her. But didn't her ding-lang run over at that time? In order to save this fierce miss, he even beat and scolded her as if his heart had been gouged out. Ouyang Su hastily stood up with his medicine chest, straightened out his clothes, and retreated to Dugu Ling's side. This alchemist, Ouyang, hugged his medicine chest and looked at the fierce miss with a murderous expression. Then at the Rakshasa princess, sprawled on the ground with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. He was conflicted on whether he should treat his colleague. First, the Rakshasa princess looked a bit wretched right now, so it was very difficult for him to pretend not to see her. Arbor pulled out a jade green vine whip and coldly gazed at the Rakshasa princess. "You're that sister of Coitus Sect's granny, which on Seacone planet, who has the same hobby. The sect master of Rakshasa ghost sect who likes to search for men everywhere and use them as vessels to suck their essence and mystic energy." Dugu Ling's mouth twitched. He looked at the Rakshasa princess's dumbfounded expression and felt that this matter should be rather hilarious. The matter the little stoic remembered definitely wasn't the same as the mystic beast forest matter the Rakshasa princess was talking about. It's not. The Rakshasa princess looked at Arbor in bewilderment. I'm not talking to you. Why are you talking about Coitus Sect? Who's sisters with that old hag from Coitus Sect? The Rakshasa princess couldn't help but panic. What kind of freaking sisterly relationship could she have with that ugly old hag from Coitus Sect? Not only was this stoic face blind, she was also an idiot. Why was she spouting nonsense here? She really wanted to slap this stoic face to death. I'm talking to you about the mystic beast force matter right now. The Rakshasa princess raised her voice an octave as she shouted harshly. Arbor couldn't be bothered with the Rakshasa princess and continued. No wonder I felt that your name was so familiar. So it's you. Balon City. You sent people to capture Jojo's lotus. Do you still want to force her to marry you? The Rakshasa princess stared at the young crowned princess in confusion. What the hell? Who wants to marry Jojo's lotus? The Rakshasa princess knew that she had walked through thousands of bushes without a single leaf touching her body. But at least she was a person with moral integrity. She wouldn't do anything like forcing someone to marry her. When the little stoic said this, her expression didn't change at all, other than her small mouth smacking as she spoke. Her other eyes and eyebrows didn't move at all. No, what do you mean? You still want to deny it? Arbor suddenly stretched out his little hand and showed her one of the rings. Do you recognize it? Defensive Thunder Barrier. Princess Luasha's broken string was reconnected. You remember now, don't you? Arbor looked at her expressionlessly with a cold face. The Rakshasa princess almost vomited blood in anger. I say, can you not talk to yourself like that? I'm talking to you about the mystic beast forest matter. So why are you freaking talking to me about Balon City? The Rakshasa princess clapped her hands in anger. How freaking long ago was Balon City? Can you freaking not talk nonsense like this? Why did she feel that talking to this stoic face was so tiring? Chapter 49:26. However, the little stoic's expression was serious. How long has it been since this matter was exposed? You sensual old thing. You want to forcefully seize Jojo's lotus to use as a vessel. Go to hell. The green vine in the little fellow's hand faintly emitted a flickering light. The Rakshasa princess felt like she was going to explode from anger. What is wrong with this guy? Could he still speak properly with her? It turns out that the idiot I sent to Balon City that time was killed by you. You freaking originally, she simply wasn't aware of this matter. When she lost a top-notch spiritual weapon like the defensive Thunder Barrier, she was so angry that her chest felt stifled and she couldn't eat. Later, she sent the Snake Beauty, that unreliable fellow, to Balon City to search for the spiritual weapon. But she never said anything after that she didn't expect it. She really didn't expect it. She didn't expect this spiritual weapon to be taken away by this bandit lady in front of her. And now, She actually wanted to settle accounts with her because of this Baelon City lousy matter. If she could curse at this moment, the Raksha princess could curse all 18 generations of Jojo's ancestors as retarded fools. How did they give birth to such an oddball? Without another word, Arbor swung his vine whip at her face. Duguling speechlessly shifted his position. Jojo, I feel that the Raksha princess doesn't want to talk to you about this matter. Can't you just let her finish her sentence? As a spectator, he felt anxious for the Raksha princess. She clearly didn't want to talk to the Stoic about Baelon City's matter, but she ended up being scolded by the Stoic and inexplicably fell into a ditch. The Raksha princess rolled back and forth on the ground, dodging Arbor's fierce vine whip attacks. At this moment, she didn't know whether she should say 10,000 fuck s in her mind. What are you doing? An angry shout came from outside the door. The Raksha princess was disheveled and filthy, and her hair was disheveled as she scrambled towards the person outside the door. Family head, save me. Seeing her sorry figure, Qin Hong couldn't help but be infuriated, and he kicked her out. Useless thing, you were actually beaten to this state by a criminal. His sharp old eyes stared at Dugu Ling, who was leisurely leaning on the side with his arms crossed. He scolded angrily. Home Master Dugu, what is the meaning of this? If a criminal refuses to be disciplined, doesn't your star-plucking hall know how to tie him up and put special shackles on him? Dugu Ling smiled and said, Family head, second young master didn't give the order, and Ling doesn't dare to go against master's wishes. Bastard! Qin Hong roared with a cold face. His sharp eyes stared at Arbor, as if a fire dragon was about to emerge from his eyes. Arbor, you're too presumptuous. How dare you act so presumptuously after boarding our Tianyan ship? Do you really think we can't do anything to you? Arbor glanced at Qin Hong coldly. Why don't you try? Qin Hong didn't expect her to be so arrogant and daring to contradict him in front of so many subordinates. Slapping his face in public? His old face immediately contorted in anger, and he waved his hand and shouted angrily, Tie her up! Dugu Ling's eyes flickered, and he spun around to block Arbor with a grin. He flicked his sleeves and said, Family head, this person was left behind by our star-plucking hall. Second young master hasn't given the order, so family head shouldn't casually comment. Qin raised her hand, and a powerful airflow pressed against Dugu Ling. Dugu Ling's body swayed from the impact, and he pulled the little Stoic back several steps. Qin wanted to attack again in her fury, but second young master suddenly appeared and called coldly, Father. Chapter 49:27. Qin Hong was furious. He turned to glare at the young master of Omega Kitoku. What? You still want to stop your father at a time like this? Did you not see the true face of this woman? Audacious, arrogant, and hateful. Father, are you trying to test where your son's bottom line is? Qin Hong's old face couldn't help but twitch. He was so angry that his mouth was crooked. Who the hell wants to test your bottom line? He really understood this kid's temper. If he really wanted to make things difficult for Arbor here today, this kid would definitely disregard the father-son relationship and embarrass his old father in front of everyone. If he couldn't even get out of this embarrassing situation, it would be even more unsightly. 1, 2, 3, all of them were unfilial sons. Qin Hong tried hard to suppress his bellyful of anger. Fine. Xiner, you've grown up. You won't listen to your father anymore. But one day, you'll understand that everything your father does is for your own good. Qin Xn coldly glanced at her father and watched him leave in a huff. Only then did she turn to look at the expressionless Sir Jojo. In the end, she didn't say a word and led people to carry the bruised and swollen princess Luo Sha out. Sir Jojo angrily slammed the table and scolded, preposterous. She wanted to teach the princess Luo Sha a lesson, but so many people inexplicably rushed in. That old man Qin Hong treated her with disdain. She didn't know what was wrong with that old thing. Father. Duke Qin Shigong closed the door and quietly walked in. He respectfully bowed to Qin Hong. What do you think about the facial paralysis? Qin Shang lowered his head slightly and rolled his eyes. I think the crown princess can't be left alive. But big brother and second brother seem to these two good-for-nothings. Qin Hong scolded angrily and said coldly, "Tomorrow, I will transfer the two of them away. You know what to do." Qin Chang's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness, but he didn't show it on his face. He raised his head to look at family head Qin, his eyes carrying traces of hesitation and hesitation. "What other difficulties do you have? Wouldn't that be too obvious?" Qin Chang put on a fearful expression. "If big brother and second brother come back and find out about this, then what are you afraid of?" Family head Qin shouted coldly. "You're their younger brother. Could it be that those two unfilial sons would dare to make an example out of you?" Qin Chang curled his lips and thought disdainfully in his heart. "That's not necessarily true. Do you think they're good people? Tomorrow, I will bring them to the Forgotten River clan to meet that young and talented clan head Ding." Clan head Qin sneered and said, "Make good use of this opportunity. As long as you can get rid of this facial paralysis for our Tianyin, we'll give you a special merit." But family head Qin said impatiently, "What other concerns do you have? Tell me everything. You can't achieve great things if you're too wishy-washy." This child, old seventh, was far from being as bold and decisive as old first and second. "Why don't father send Duge Ling and the others away as well?" Family head Qin hurriedly shook his head. "That would be too obvious. No way. It's just Duge Ling. Can't you deal with him?" Qin Chang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Father, Duge Ling has already reached the peak of the venerated immortal realm. I have no chance of winning against him." Family head Qin cursed inwardly for being useless and said coldly, "Enough." Chapter 49:28. Father will think of a way to transfer him away as well. In short, we can only succeed in this matter. Failure is not an option. Yes. Qin Chang lowered his head, a smug glint flashing through his eyes. "This damned stoic face. I'll teach you a lesson this time." "Father, you're not plotting something against Xiao Qiao, are you?" After hearing family head Qin's words, the second young master stared coldly at Qin Hong, not giving his father any face at all. Qin Shui was fuming with rage. She gritted her teeth and said, "Why must I do this? I have plenty of ways to deal with that stoic face. Why must I do it so obviously in front of you?" Qin Xian glanced at her father in confusion, thinking that her father's words made sense. Qin Hong eased his breath and continued persuading, "I'm bringing you along this time, mainly to meet that family head Ding. After all, he just took over the entire Wangchuan clan and has many troubles. Since we've already discussed cooperation, shouldn't we go and express our sincerity this way? We can also strengthen our alliance." Since father is so sincere, Qin Xian nodded and said, "All right then, I'll go with father and let eldest brother stay here." Qin Hong felt a breath stuck in his throat, unable to move up or down. This was his good son, guarded against like guarding against a thief. Eldest young Master Qin didn't say anything. He waved the folding fan in his hand and revealed a faint, carefree smile. "All right." Qin Shui's face twitched with a fake smile. "Then we'll leave in the afternoon." Young Master Omega Katoku didn't have any objections. Indeed, he really wanted to go to the Wangchuan clan to see that vicious and merciless young Master Ding. After all, some cooperation matters were better discussed face to face. On the other side, Qin Chang looked at his father in bewilderment. What did his unreliable father mean by giving him a look that said, "Do as you see fit," before he left? Didn't they agree to transfer eldest brother and second brother away? What was going on now? He transferred second brother and Duge Ling away and left eldest brother behind. Did he want him to court his own death or court his own death? Was there anyone who did things like that? They agreed to lure the tiger away from the mountain, but in the end, they lured a tiger away. The afternoon sun was just right. Eldest young master yawned and muttered, "I'm going to take a nap on the deck." Little 5. Eldest brother. Fifth young Master Qin hastily walked to his side, looking like he was all ears. "Pay attention to the little stoic situation." "Okay, big brother." Seventh young Master Qin gnashed his teeth in anger. "Boss clearly doesn't trust me." His old father was really unreliable. He clearly knew that his boss was not someone to be trifled with. Yet he still left him here and gave him a motherfucking look telling him to act according to the situation. See his sister's machine, do his father's business. Qin Chong couldn't help but curse secretly. He lowered his head and looked at the medicine bag hidden in his palm. A trace of viciousness flashed through his eyes. A moment later, he sneaked to the outside of the little stoic's cabin and hung upside down by the window. He took out a tiny bamboo tube from his sleeve. Before he could even blow a mouthful of poisonous smoke into his mouth, he felt a heavy hammer smashing into his face, landing heavily on the bridge of his nose. He could even hear his nose break with a crack, and his entire body slid down from the window, landing in the sea with a splash. Eldest young Master Qin had ordered people to bring over a brocade couch, and he was currently lying leisurely on the deck. Chapter 49-29. Suddenly, he heard the sound of water splashing. Startled, he hurriedly sat up and asked, "What happened?" Several boatmen hastily dashed to the railing and looked down before exclaiming with an odd expression, "Seventh young master." Seventh young master fell into the water. "Quick! Quickly bring a net over and pull seventh young master up." Seventh young Master Qin naturally didn't need something as embarrassing as a net. He took a deep breath and jumped out of the water with a splash, landing lightly on the ship's railing and landing with a leap. Eldest young Master Qin leisurely turned to glance at him and feigned confusion as he asked, "The weather is so cold." "Seventh brother, why did you go into the water?" Qin Chong knew that he had been tricked by that stoic face again. With a dark face, he clutched his half-broken nose and ran back to his cabin while groaning. Eldest young Master Qin chuckled and shook his head. "Young master, young master, young master." Lingu hastily ran over while holding a light purple crystal ball in both hands. The spirit testing ball reacted again. "There's a ship following us 70 nautical miles away, and it looks like the target is here. This ship has been following us since yesterday. It looks like the target is indeed our ship." The fatty brandished his purple gold hammer and harumphed. "Young master, how about we let this fatty go meet them first?" Eldest young Master Qin stared intently at that crystal ball before his gaze landed on that ship. The scene was somewhat indistinct, and he could only vaguely make out several slender and elegant figures standing at the ship's bow. Eldest young Master Qin stared intently for a good while before his lips curled into a smile. "Ah, they came rather quickly." Young master, could it be that you know who they are?" Lingo asked curiously. "Fatty, present, come with this young master to meet them." A faint light flashed through the corners of eldest young Master Qin's eyes, and he turned to instruct fifth young Master Qin, "Xiao, order people to speed up and change the course. Go to the nearby Great Jubilee City and wait for us." "No, we're not returning to the headquarters," Lingu called out. Fifth young Master Qin didn't say anything else and nodded. "Got it, big brother. Be careful. Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Eldest young Sir Qin nodded with a grin. With a leap, he led Fatty and the others towards the pursuing ship at top speed. Lingu asked blankly, "Young master, does eldest young master know the people on that ship?" "You know him too." The Zither cultivator frowned and said in a low voice, "I know him too." Linga looked curious as she scratched her ears and cheeks and asked, "Young master, I am very stupid. I didn't manage to guess who it was." "Song Prefecture's monarch is here." Arbor was fiddling with a mechanical arm, its small hand supporting its chin, occasionally glancing at the window. Why couldn't he be sent flying with a single punch? It was so boring. She had punched him. Logically speaking, shouldn't he have fought back after all the setbacks? She had already prepared all kinds of poisons and was just waiting for someone to come in Arbor, touch the basin of powder on the table. She had placed the powdery items in the same basin, but they were clearly separated. There were 5 colors inside, and each color of powder stayed in its own territory obediently, not mixing with the powders of other colors. The 5 colors bloomed perfectly. "What a pity," the little fellow muttered quietly. Chapter 49-30. She had researched and developed her 5 young intense poison for so long, but she still hadn't found a suitable person to use it on. It had to be a cultivator with a strong body. Otherwise, ordinary small cultivators in the profound realm and spirit realm would probably die if they inhaled just a little bit of the poison powder. What was the point of a trial then? Why didn't that brain-damaged seventh young Master Qin come? That blow just now had at most broken his nose. With his personality, shouldn't he have quickly jumped out to retaliate against Sir Jojo? Why was there no sound? Outrageous. You can't even persevere in a fight. It'll be hard for you to achieve anything great in this lifetime. Bam! After a huge quake, Arbor's cabin door suddenly collapsed from the outside to the inside, smashing heavily onto the ground. Seventh young Master Qin, who had entered against the light, had a wicked smile on his face. He looked at her smugly and said, "Now no one can save you? If you kneel down and beg for this young master's forgiveness." Arbor's eyes brightened, and she picked up the basin on the table without a second word. With a splash, she scattered half of the basin's powder on a seventh young Master Qin. Midway, she thought that this half basin's powder might be too effective. This seventh young Master Qin might die in less than 3 seconds after being covered in this powder. Forget it, forget it. Hurry up and catch some more." The little girl hastily hopped over and pressed the basin on the table with both hands. She flew over and repeatedly swept her sleeves, collecting more than half of the obedient powder. Even so, the dumbfounded seventh young Master Qin was still splashed in the face by the 5-colored powder. He raised his hand to wipe his face and roared at Arbor in exasperation. "Are you freaking sick? What kind of lousy thing did you throw at me?" "Ah ha ha!" Seventh young Sir Qin rubbed his nose as he glared furiously at Xiao Mu. His originally handsome face was now severely contorted. "Little bitch, no one can save you today." "Seventh younger brother, what are you doing?" Fifth young master rushed over in exasperation with his men. "Stop!" Seventh young Master Qin humped coldly and turned to sweep a disdainful glance at the fifth young master. "Now that eldest brother and second brother aren't here, do you think you alone can stop this young master? A piece of trash like you dares to clamor in front of this young master. I really don't know where you got the guts." Qin Chong turned around and sneered at Arbor. "Are you scared now?" Arbor was stunned for a moment before he received an important message. Kodo and Omega Kitoku were not on the ship. "That's really great. Men, tie her up with the spirit binding rope. This young master is going to properly teach this bitch a lesson today." Seventh young Master Qin extended 4 fingers forward with a sinister smile on his face. "She's clearly a criminal, yet she's always acting like a pampered missy. Who spoiled her?" Several extremely vicious subordinates of Seventh Qin crept in from the entrance with several spirit-binding ropes in their hands. Many pairs of eyes stared at Arbor in front of them, trying to use the spirit-binding rope in their hands to restrain her. Seventh young Master Qin couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed when he saw their furtive appearances. He roared at his subordinates. "What are you afraid of? There are so many of you, yet you're worried you can't deal with a small spiritual realm? Hurry up and go." He strode forward and was just about to punch Arbor's head with his fist when someone forcefully grabbed his arm midway. Seventh Qin was startled and turned to look at fifth young Master Qin like he was looking at a ghost. Chapter 49:31. Qin Chong dazedly lowered his head and glanced at the fifth young master's hand that was twisting his arm. He widened his eyes in astonishment, and an egg could be stuffed into his mouth. Old Fifth's grip was so strong that he clearly didn't look like a weakling. All right? What was going on? Since when did Old Fifth's hands that played the zither and Plum Blossom change so much? He truly was a cunning guy. He had actually been kept in the dark the entire time and didn't know anything at all. "Seventh brother, do you know the consequences of today's matter?" "What consequences?" "I'm eliminating this woman for the organization and for the sake of the heavenly fortune." Qin Chong hooted. "Don't you know? This woman has united the strongest factions in the upper 3 provinces and conspired against us in every possible way. You're stopping me from killing her? You're betraying our heavenly fortune." Qin Chong hooted loudly. "Think about it. If this matter is exposed to the ancestor, how will the ancestor punish you? At that time, not to mention you, even eldest brother and second brother might be implicated by this matter. The more Qin Chong spoke, the more he felt that he was extremely reasonable. Wasn't that so? It was like this to begin with. He didn't choose to attack the little stoic because of personal grudges. He was completely doing this for the organization's great cause, for the sake of the entire Heavenly Fortune's future. Qin Chong glanced disdainfully at the fifth young master and snorted. Why aren't you moving aside? Do you think you can stop me with your skills? Actually, he was truly curious on the inside. Why did Old Fifth have this strength? He carefully sized up Old Fifth and couldn't detect any spiritual energy fluctuations on him at all. He was dying of curiosity, but now didn't seem to be a good time to ask. Moreover, his relationship with Old Fifth had never been good. Even if he asked, the other party might not be willing to tell him the whole story. Move aside. With this in mind, Qin Chong didn't dwell on anything else and forcefully shook off fifth young master Qin's palm. Ah, seventh young master. A servant on the side shrieked. This person's cry was short and unpleasant, as though someone was strangling him. Qin Chong was very impatient with being interrupted, and he shouted angrily, "Speak later if you have anything to say." Didn't he see that he was currently disciplining Fifth Qin, that ignorant fellow? What kind of expression was that? Why was Fifth Qin glaring at her with such astonishment? Just as this thought surfaced in the seventh young master Qin's mind, he saw the two servants at the side stumble back a few steps and repeatedly exclaim, while pointing at him, "Seventh young master, your head. Qin Shi's heart inexplicably thumped, and he hurriedly raised his hand to touch his head, muttering, "What's wrong with my head?" The burning sensation on his hand gave Qin Chong a fright. He quickly turned around and happened to see a mirror in the cabin. In the mirror, his head was completely enveloped by a layer of crimson flames, making him look extremely strange. Fire! Fire! Seventh Qin repeatedly stomped his feet. He pointed at his own head and said to the dumbstruck servant beside him, "What are you standing there for? Quick! Quick!" The servant came back to his senses and immediately nodded in understanding. She pressed her hands together and hurriedly released a thin stream of water, helping seventh young master Qin's burning head. She poured the spiritual water on seventh young master's head and helped him wash it, however. No matter how that servant poured the spiritual water, seventh young master's head was still enveloped by that ball of fire. From his neck up, seventh young master's large head was completely enveloped in a fireball. Chapter 49:32. He even discovered to his horror that his hair was emitting faint beep, 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 beep sounds. Inch by inch, his hair was being burned to ashes by an unknown raging flame. Fire, fire, fire. Da-da. Can't. The servant staggered in fright and fell to the ground, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. His teeth chattered, and he even stuttered a bit when speaking. "Old Fifth, save me." Seventh young master was truly panicking this time. He finally remembered his fifth brother and promptly pleaded bitterly, Fifth brother, save me. Fifth young master glanced coldly at Qin Chong. He truly didn't know how this person could so shamelessly beg him. Back then in Phoenix Woods, when he broke his arms and legs, did he think of the slightest bit of kinship? Completely not, all right. Their relationship was already like fire and water long ago. But when it came to a matter of life and death, even someone as haughty as seventh young master Qin still had no choice but to submit and beg for mercy. He lowered his noble head to ask for help from this fifth brother, whom he had never taken seriously. Fifth young master Qin only found it somewhat funny. Eldest brother and second brother had already warned him many times not to provoke the little stoic. Yet he refused to listen. Eldest brother and second brother weren't here today, so how could he save him with his abilities? Fifth young master coldly lowered his eyes and took a step back. This action instantly chilled Qin Chang's heart, and he glared at him furiously. "Fifth Qin, you oofed." Sparks abruptly emerged from his outstretched left fist, and his entire left arm was immediately surrounded by flames of another color. Qin Chang's expression was extremely colorful, and he shouted in alarm, Use ice. Condense water into ice, hurry." The servants standing to the side gritted their teeth and charged forward with all their might. They raised their hands to release 2 or 3 water spirits, trying their best to stabilize the water flow and strenuously condense ice. In this world, not all cultivators could condense water into ice at will and transform the 5 spirits into any form. Evidently, these heavenly providence disciples weren't particularly talented. After struggling for less than a quarter of an hour, they couldn't continue condensing water into ice, and each of them collapsed on the ground with pale faces. At this moment, 7th young master's entire body was enveloped by 5 different colored flames. The 7th young master fearfully looked at the little stoic in front of him, whose expression didn't change in the slightest, and shouted in alarm, "You! What did you do? That poisonous powder?" Qin Chang's voice couldn't help but tremble as he recalled the half-basin of poisonous powder that was heading his way. You better stop now. If you dare to kill me, the ancestor will definitely not let you off." The little stoic swept him a chilly glance. "Who in this world dares to stop me from killing someone I want to kill? The 5 young intense poison tasted pretty good, right? You were the one who planned to poison Jojo first." Arbor coldly interrupted Qin Chang. Daring to do it, but not daring to admit it? Didn't Qin Chang want to blow poisonous smoke into the cabin? What infuriated her was that the poisonous smoke that Qin Chang wanted to release was very unfriendly to the unborn child. Whoever dared to harm her child would have to pay with their life. If you're not as skilled as others, then just wait for death here. Arbor coldly threw down this sentence and turned to walk out the door. Slut! A trace of hatred flitted through Qin Chang's eyes. His entire body was like 5 balls of raging fire, and he charged straight at Arbor without another word. Since she had to make him die, then he would take her down with him. Chapter 49:33. After a light sound, Qin Chang abruptly felt pain in the back of his waist. His eyes widened in disbelief as his figure stiffened stiffly in midair. He was still 5 steps away from Arbor, and the person standing behind him with the greatest opportunity to attack him was a layer of icy coldness spread over his heart. He truly didn't expect that a weakling, who didn't have any presence in the clan, would actually suddenly kill him behind his back. Chi! A faint sound rang out. The 5th young master's sharp fingers pierced into his back. They actually pierced through his stomach. His arm was like a piece of jade, so sturdy that one could only feel a chilly intent akin to ice. Qin Chang only felt dizzy, and the blood at the corner of his mouth couldn't stop dripping down. The 5 balls of flames that were originally enveloping his body slowly extinguished, as if they had lost all signs of life. Qin Chang turned his neck very stiffly, wanted to turn his head back to look at 5th Qin's handsome face that was always calm and indifferent. But when he turned his neck halfway, he could only watch helplessly as a spotless hand reached over and snapped his neck. A crisp crack sounded, as if a chicken's neck was being strangled. Qin Chang's head rolled down from his neck and landed on the ground. Blood spurted out from his head, and it rolled all the way to the servants' feet. Those servants were truly scared silly, and their eyes could only stare foolishly at the 5th young master, whose upper body was drenched in blood. They had never seen such a young master before. He had clearly always been a gentle and elegant young master, but today it was as if he had become a completely different person. When he killed someone, there wasn't the slightest bit of change in his eyes, which were as indifferent as colored glass. One of the servants finally reacted, and he scrambled to his feet on all 4s to run towards the other side of the ship. The 5th young master didn't seem to move much, but his upright and jade-like figure had already arrived in front of that fleeing servant. Reaching out 10 slender, jade-like fingers, Qin Xiu grabbed that servant's neck and twisted it lightly. Crack! 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 A few minutes later, all of Qin Chang's servants were decapitated without exception. A few pairs of eyes stared straight in horror before they died. It seemed that even in death, they did not understand why the 5th young master, who had never fought for anything and was neither happy nor angry, would suddenly kill. Arbor was also dumbfounded. He subconsciously took a step back and looked at the fifth young master in front of him with vigilance and confusion. It was still that elegant and handsome young master, but his white robes were now stained red with blood. His pale face was somewhat transparent. When he saw the little stoic's unconscious retreat, more than half of the light in his eyes extinguished at once. Fifth young Master Chin lowered his head to look at his 10 slender fingers, muttering to himself, "I'm not a monster." He took a sudden step forward, trying to get closer to Arbor. Arbor hurriedly took 2 steps back and yelled at him, "Don't come any closer." The fifth young master froze in place, and then he put his hands behind his back and rubbed them against his clothes. I won't harm you." Arbor was stunned for a long while before he finally found his voice. You drank the improved medicinal liquid? You accepted the heavenly fate's improvement? You. Chapter 49:34. She didn't know what she should say. Although he normally looked like a weakling, his brain could still be considered smart. How could he be this stupid? Didn't he know clearly what kind of good outcome would come from accepting the heavenly fortune's modifications? Didn't he know the outcomes of those modified test subjects? I just want to become a bit stronger. Little Fifth Chin said softly and walked 2 more steps forward, feeling ill at ease. Don't be scared. I won't harm you." Arbor didn't retreat any further, but her almond-shaped eyes were round as she glared at fifth young Master Chin in utter disapproval. She truly hated iron for not becoming steel. She had never seen such a stupid person. Just for the sake of becoming stronger, he unconditionally accepted the heavenly fortune's modifications? Wasn't he a young master of the Chin estate's direct line of descent? Just what kind of perverted organization was the heavenly fortune? For the sake of a successful experiment, they were even willing to harm their own direct line of descent. Although little Fifth Chin's consciousness was still present, there was no guarantee that he would gradually degenerate into a killing tool in the future. Like a zombie, he would completely lose his consciousness and be without a sense of self. Could it be that he was willing to become stronger in such a meaningless manner? Don't worry, I won't become that kind of thing. The zither cultivator hastily waved his hand and took another step forward. He said uneasily, You should leave. Here, I'll take care of the aftermath." Arbor was a bit shocked. Earlier, she was planning to take advantage of the fact that Eldest Chin and Omega Kitoku, these 2 troublesome fellows, weren't on the ship to escape. She didn't expect that little Fifth Chin would actually be willing to help her escape from here. The little stoic dazedly followed up, "Then, I'll leave? What will you do?" The fifth young master's eyes brightened, and a peculiar expression seemed to ripple through his black pupils. "Don't worry, I have a way. You leave behind a few Thunderfire bullets." Arbor took out a dozen or so Thunderfire bullets and handed them to him. The fifth young master took the Thunderfire bullets and looked up at her. After you leave, find a place to hide for a while. You mustn't linger on the surface of the river of forgetfulness. Eldest brother, second brother, and the others will definitely find you." Arbor had mixed feelings. He nodded and strode away. When she walked out of the dark cabin corridor, she stood at the end and couldn't help but turn around to take a look. She saw little Fifth Chin standing there far away. Half of his face cast a shadow over his handsome face, and his eyes looked exceptionally bright. It wasn't until the little stoic's figure disappeared from the ship's corridor that little Fifth Chin reluctantly retracted his gaze and lowered his head to look at the decapitated corpses strewn across the floor. Suddenly, he took out a dagger from his sleeve and stabbed himself. Boom! Large patches of fiery light spread out from the surface of the sea, dyeing this part of the sea red. Sparks of fire drifted along with the sea breeze, and the fire burned for an entire day and night. By the time Duan Yu's group ship arrived, they could only see a small hole in the ship's hull. Under the flickering sparks, the ship's hull crackled in the wind. Duan Yu's expression instantly turned extremely grave. "Search. On the surface and underwater, expand the search area for me. You must bring her back in one piece." He could sense Jojo's presence lingering here. This meant that she should have stayed on this ship for a period of time. His insides were burning, but there wasn't the slightest change on his face. However, those who understood this monarch knew that His Majesty's current mood was terrible, terrible to the extreme. Chapter 49:35. Young Sir. The maidservants standing guard outside, the muslin canopy curtsied towards eldest young Sir Cheen in unison. The eldest young Sir waved his hand and insipidly said, "Withdraw, all of you." He walked to the side of the bed and peered through the dark green canopy for a while, until the fifth young Sir's feeble voice was heard from inside. "Eldest brother." Only then did eldest young Sir Cheen stretch out a hand to lift the canopy and slowly walk over. "Are you feeling better?" He sat down on the edge of the bed and reached out to take the soup bowl that a young maidservant handed over. He opened the lid and lightly stirred the soup with a spoon. His eyes were calm, without the slightest ripple. Leaning against the head of the bed, fifth young Sir Cheen's gaze quickly swept over his face. He hastily nodded and assumed the appearance of listening to an elder brother's admonishment. Eldest young Sir Cheen smiled faintly. "Little fifth, why didn't you tell eldest brother that you took the improved liquid?" I was worried that eldest brother would object. The fifth young Sir probably didn't expect his eldest brother to be so blunt and direct. The words that had been lingering in his heart for a long time became stammering as soon as they left his mouth, and he only gave this dry reply. Clang! The spoon smashed into the soup bowl, and a few drops of soup splashed out. Eldest young Sir Cheen set down the bowl and gazed coldly at this younger brother of his. He scoffed and said, "You knew that I would object, so you deliberately hid it from me and took the original liquid on your own?" I'm sorry, eldest brother. You aren't sorry to me. You are sorry to yourself." Eldest young Sir Cheen said coldly, "You chose the path yourself, so you must bear the consequences of the future alone. No one can walk down this path for you." He really didn't expect that his fifth brother, who had always been indecisive, would actually choose such a path. Not everyone had the courage to take Heavenly Fortune's improved liquid. This improved liquid was even more abnormally dangerous than the original improved liquid. 8 or 9 out of 10 people who ingested it would mutate. This was gambling with their lives. Fifth young Sir Cheen stole a glance at the eldest young Sir again and stammered, Eldest brother, don't be angry. Actually, my luck is quite good. There is a 90% chance of turning into a walking corpse and a 10% chance of developing a powerful special ability." Hadn't he gambled correctly? He had obtained a great power that he had never dreamed of before. In terms of strength and agility, they had all received an abnormal increase in all aspects. Now, even if he were to face an extremely vicious person, he would still have the strength to fight. Eldest young Sir Cheen couldn't help but be angered into laughter. "You really are a reckless gambler. Our luck isn't bad." Fifth young Master Cheen muttered softly. Cheen Xian looked at him deeply and suddenly changed the topic. "Your second brother brought people out to look for her. This little guy's divine sense hasn't fully recovered yet. He shouldn't be able to run too far." Fifth young Master Cheen's heart jolted slightly, but he nodded very indifferently on the surface. "Have a good rest." Eldest young Sir Cheen handed the bowl of snow lotus soup to him before standing up and parting the floor-length muslin curtain to slowly walk outside. When he reached the door, he slowly turned his head and glanced at fifth young Master Cheen. "I've already helped you erase the traces you left on the ship. You need to be more careful in the future." Fifth young Sir's heart froze, and he abruptly turned his head to look at his eldest brother. However, he saw eldest young Sir Cheen leave without looking back after throwing down this sentence, leaving behind only his slender back view. Chapter 49:36. Omega Kitoku originally thought that he would be able to catch that troublesome little thing in less than 3 days. Who knew the group searched the sea for a total of 15 days, but still could not find a single hair of that little fellow. It was not until 10 days later that second young master admitted that his search for Arbor had failed. Jojo had already escaped without a trace. That mischievous girl did not set foot in the Forgetful River Clan's territory, nor did she go to the great Jubilee City at the heart of the Forgetful River's economy. That little fellow had completely disappeared from the Forgetful River's territory as if she had evaporated into thin air. There was no sign of her presence at all. Omega Kitoku had reason to suspect that she had already recovered her divine sense and was probably hiding in her own star domain. Since this little girl intended to hide, it would be very difficult to dig her out. Even though Second Young Master was extremely intelligent, he had to admit that this little rascal had slipped away right under his nose. No matter how intelligent those two from the Qin estate were, they would never have thought that Arbor would travel over 1,000 miles in one night and sneak into a small fishing village. For the past half a month, Arbor had settled down in this fishing village. During the day, she would cultivate and read books to recover her divine sense. When night fell, she would conceal her presence and quietly float back to the abyss of the sacrificial sea. The little fellow had been pacing back and forth at the entrance of the abyss of the sacrificial sea. Omega Kitoku still did not understand her character well enough. If he really understood Arbor's character like JoJo's Lotus, it would be impossible for him to not see her for such a long time. Just like that, Arbor hid during the day and came out at night. For the past half a month, she had been waiting for JoJo's Lotus at the entrance of the abyss of the sacrificial sea. The more she waited, the more anxious and disappointed she became. Occasionally, she would take out the condensed soul orb to take a look. When she saw the faint shadow of the ancient Mo Lien curled up in the soul orb and sleeping soundly, her heart could not stop beating wildly. Something had happened. Something had definitely happened. If it was not for her rationality that firmly restrained her, she might have already jumped into the abyss of the sacrificial sea to find out what had happened. There were only about 100 families in this small fishing village. From one end of the village to the other, every family was very familiar with each other. These fishermen usually went out to the sea to catch fish before dawn. They had to return to the village before sunset. Otherwise, at night, the dangers on the surface of the sea would be unknown. At the crack of dawn, Xiao Mu returned to the fishing village. Mrs. Feng was already very familiar with her habits these days. In the first few days, Sister Feng was worried for a long time and persuaded her not to go out to sea at night. However, he soon discovered that this seemingly young girl was a very capable person. There was no need for him to worry about her at all. Thus, he gradually relaxed. Arbor walked into the village expressionlessly with a big-headed fish in his hand. When the fishermen saw her, they all smiled and greeted her out of habit. "Little doctor, you're back. Little doctor, you've caught another big fish today." This little doctor was really a strange person. Every day, he would go out to sea in the middle of the night and come back with a fish in his hand. It was not much, just one fish. However, there were only 4 or 5 people in Feng Qi's family. Such a big fish was definitely enough to eat for a day. Everyone could not help but envy Feng Qi. Back then, when the couple took in this young madam of unknown origin, they had secretly laughed at her. The world was so difficult. Who didn't hide some food in the cellar? How could they have extra food to entertain guests? Chapter 49:37. Only Feng Qi and his wife were foolish enough to take in this pregnant woman of unknown origins. But now, it seemed that Feng Qi and his wife weren't foolish at all. They were simply too shrewd. After interacting with her for a while, everyone in the small fishing village knew. Not only was this young madam exceptionally exquisite and good-looking, but her medical skills were also superb. She read and practiced during the day and wandered out to sea at night. At daybreak, she would bring some food back to Feng Qi's family. Sometimes it was a large fish, and sometimes it was some sea shrimp and crabs. Feng Qi's family's simple life was getting better and better. When Arbor entered, Madame Feng was standing up with her 3-year-old son, Mao Mao, in her arms. When Mao Mao hazily saw the little stoic enter, he scampered over and raised his small hand to rub Arbor's stomach. "Good morning, wife." "Arbor." Madame Feng's mouth twitched, and she laughingly scolded him for being a brat. She walked up and carried her son to wash up. "Little physician, don't mind them." The day before yesterday, old Uncle Wong from next door was teasing Mao Mao, saying that if the little physician was pregnant with a girl, Mao Mao would have a wife in the future. I didn't expect this child to remember it and still think about it even now. Madame Fong was laughing uncontrollably. Arbor expressionlessly glanced at Madame Fong and her son before hanging the big-headed fish on the rack. Sister-in-law, I'm going to sleep. After all these days, Madame Fong had long figured out the little stoic's work and rest habits. She hastily nodded and replied, Okay, I'll call you for lunch. Steam this fish today. It looks quite plump and delicious. After Mao Mao finished washing his hands, he scampered back to Arbor's side. He raised his small hand and pressed it against Arbor's stomach, caressing it again as he muttered, Wife. Arbor's brows suddenly creased. He felt as if a layer of energy suddenly flowed out from his stomach and was about to hit that little imp. The little stoic's eyes were sharp, and her hands were nimble. She swiftly lifted Mao Mao up with a flick of her slender hand and pressed down a layer of divine energy, completely blocking out that sudden attack. Boom! The opposite wooden shelf suddenly fell apart, and the big-headed fish that was originally hanging on the shelf also fell to the ground with a dong sound. Her voice attracted Mrs. Feng's attention. He looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. What? What's wrong? I'm fine. Arbor put down the adorable Mao Mao and said with a wooden face. The wooden frame suddenly fell down just now. Fortunately, it didn't hit anyone. Madame Fong was startled. She reached out to take Mao Mao, hugged him, and patted him gently. She muttered, Last time, I told him to strengthen the wooden utensils at home. It's fine. Don't be scared. Arbor turned around and glanced at the mother and daughter. Then, he turned around and entered his cubicle. His expression suddenly became very serious. The little stoic placed her small hand on her stomach and stroked it before saying seriously, Baby Mo, Mom is telling you, you can't bully other children in the future. Furthermore, you can't use such a powerful force recklessly. Xiao Xiao was also astonished. As expected, this little brat of hers was precocious. He could unleash his power, even through her stomach. If she hadn't reacted quickly just now and snatched Mao Mao away to block that powerful force, the consequences would have been unthinkable. How could Mao Mao end up well after being hit so harshly by her own brat? Chapter 49:38. If other children say things you don't like to hear, you can reason with them. Arbor felt her stomach heat up slightly, and she raised her hand to rub it. She was baffled but also inexplicably amused. The previous few times, her stomach would react from time to time. At that time, she thought it was her imagination. She didn't expect this little brat's precognitive awareness to be so strong that he could even perceive the outside world now. Even Arbor couldn't estimate how powerful his divine sense was. Actually, this feeling of having someone by her side really wasn't bad. She originally thought that after Jojo's Lotus left, Jojo would be all alone. But now, she discovered that the one in her stomach would occasionally react strangely, of course. This fellow's ideology hadn't fully formed yet, so his actions would sometimes be a bit out of line. However, Jojo was still very happy. Be good and don't randomly beat other children in the future. After you come out, Mother will take you to eat all the rare delicacies in the world and see all the mountains and rivers. The little stoic prattled as she raised her hand to rub her stomach to appease him. Strangely enough, this little fellow seemed to understand her words and slowly calmed down. After that slight heat disappeared, Arbor checked the pulses of both her hands worriedly. Everything was so normal that it was a bit comical. It was said that a woman's first trimester needed constant attention, so it definitely wouldn't be too smooth. What Arbor wanted to say was that she didn't feel anything at all. She ate, slept, and did whatever she needed to do. She never vomited like other people during their first trimester, and there wasn't anything she could or couldn't eat. She seemed to be able to eat everything. The key was whether she liked to eat or not. Baby Mo was definitely an excellent little fellow, Arbor thought to herself. She rubbed her stomach and was about to lie down on the bed. Then she heard the sound of a door being kicked open. Little physician, where is little physician? Little physician, quickly ask little physician to save him. Brother Fong encountered a sea shark and was bitten. Just as Arbor sat up, her black pupils couldn't help but contract. She reached out to pick up a small black butterfly that had flown in through the wooden window, and her figure abruptly disappeared into the air. Madame Fong came with the messenger and knocked on Arbor's door. After patting for a long time without any response, the person who came flew up and kicked the door open. The two of them rushed in and took a look. They couldn't help but be stunned. There was no one in the room. The young doctor was nowhere to be found. He was here just now, Madame Fong muttered to herself. Arbor's figure flashed to the west of the fishing village and jumped toward the beach. Just now, the poison-tailed butterfly had sent a message saying that the Omega Kotoku was here. She didn't know if Omega Kotoku was lucky or if Arbor was unlucky. The two young masters of the Qin estate were already planning to return to shore, so they passed by this small, shabby fishing village on the way. Second young master suddenly had a thought and wanted to come up and take a look. He did not know why he had such a strong thought. At this moment, he just wanted to enter the fishing village and take a look. More than a dozen ships of heavenly fate were docked near the fishing village. A group of people was disembarking from the ships when they suddenly paused. Omega Kotoku narrowed her eyes and looked up at a large flying spirit tool in the air. Eldest young Master Qin shook his head with a smile. This Tsangzhou's emperor is truly a lingering spirit. Duan Yu, this guy, chased after them again. Was he crazy? They already said that the Stoic was not with them. So why did he keep chasing after them and be an eyesore? Second young master's expression abruptly changed, and he abruptly flew out. The little Stoic was definitely here. Chapter 49-39. Eldest Qin glanced at his departing younger brother and calmly waited for the group of people to disembark from the flying spirit tool, while fanning himself with an ink-painted mountain and river fan. Duan Yu had just landed with several hidden guard from the secret pavilion when he saw Eldest Qin walking up to them with a grin. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I didn't expect to be so fated to meet your majesty again in this kind of obscure fishing village. Eldest young sir was grinning on the surface, but he inwardly cursed all 18 generations of Duan Yu's ancestors. Scoundrel idiot. He must have used some despicable method to plant some strange item on Duan Yu's body to track their footsteps here. Duan Yu expressionlessly glanced at him and raised his hand, causing several shadows to scuttle in all directions of the fishing village. You think we will fall for your trap just because you obstructed us and said some useless nonsense? Eldest young sir rolled his eyes several times and said with a fake smile, Your Majesty is overthinking. Qian didn't mean that. Scram. Eldest young sir. Why the heck didn't he want to talk to the person in front of him? After Duan Little Fourth freaking became the emperor, he was becoming less and less human. Duan Yu couldn't be bothered with him and directly bypassed Qin Xian, who was blocking him, to direct the group of hidden guards. Turn over every inch. Turn over every inch of land. Just kill whoever dares to obstruct us. Eldest young Sir Qin harumphed inwardly and slowly paced behind Duan Yu, nagging along the way. Your Majesty, don't distrust people. I'm telling you, the little Stoic really wouldn't stay in this kind of ghastly place. She's such an active person. How could she stay in this kind of lousy village that doesn't even have a snack street? Duan Yu silently glanced back at eldest young Sir Qin before moving toward the back of the village. Eldest young Sir Qin's eyes flashed, and he also shot over like a bolt of lightning. He cursed in his mind. It looks like today's battle is unavoidable. He didn't know how many people Duan Yu brought over, and he didn't know what the odds of Heavenly Fate's disciples winning were. At the same time, young Sir Omega Kotoku had already rushed to the west side of the village, near the beach. Jojo, I see you. Stop hiding. Second young master said coldly, Come out. Let's have a good talk. It was quiet all around. The only response that second young Master Qin received was the sound of waves crashing against the shore as they pushed forward layer by layer. Qin Xian looked around and suddenly raised her hand to release a Saint Power Barrier. The four walls formed an invisible cage, firmly confining the area. However, even after a long while, the sealed area was still empty. Nothing had appeared. Omega Kotoku took a deep breath and quickly moved to the seaside. A trace of lightning spirit energy shot out from his fingertips. As soon as the thunder spirit entered the water, it slithered forward like an electric snake, emitting sizzling sounds along the way. Arbor was hiding in the depths of the sea. Naturally, she saw that the electric current released by the second young master was chasing after her through the ripples. Bastard! Still not giving up on trying to catch Jojo. Infuriated, Lady Jojo drew talisman projections in the water, completely concealing her presence and hiding in the sea. 36 void concealment talismans completely concealed her figure. No matter how the electric snake shuttled back and forth in the water, it still didn't discover Arbor, who was just inches away. Lady Jojo was inwardly smug. Lady Jojo has entered the water, yet you still want to catch me? Simply a fantasy. Chapter 4940. He was just about to stealthily dive another 10,000 kilometers so that Omega Kitoku wouldn't be able to find him. Suddenly, he heard eldest young Sir Chin's chuckling voice. Your Majesty, I said there's no one here, but you didn't believe me. Look, it's empty all around. How could there be anyone here? Duan Yu cast a sidelong glance at the eldest young Sir before his gaze landed on the water. He was still musing in his mind. It's true that Charles Send is here, which means that this little fellow definitely came here before. Besides, she's good at swimming. So could she be hiding underwater? Go. Don't dilly-dally. Go. Urging voices rang out one after another, interspersed with the wails and cries of the village women and children. Duan Yu turned around and saw a short and stout wintermelon wielding a purple gold melon hammer, leading a dozen or so disciples of the Heavenly Fate Academy. They were ferociously reprimanding the villagers from one end of the village to another, as if they were herding ducks. The villagers' wails shook the heavens. Arbor could hear them vaguely from underwater, but she couldn't help but be enraged. As expected, this scoundrel Omega Kitoku was using the villagers to threaten her to show herself again. Duan Yu coldly glanced at eldest young Sir Chin and bluntly reprimanded. Your methods are extremely despicable. Anger flashed in eldest young Sir Chin's eyes, and he turned to glare at that short and stout wintermelon. Why did you escort so many villagers over? This subordinate felt that since that little stoic wasn't willing to show herself, then acting on your own initiative. Eldest young Sir Omega Kitoku sternly reprimanded. Duan Yu snorted. Don't be pretentious. If it weren't for one of their orders, why would this short and stout wintermelon man act on his own initiative and escort so many villagers over? The second youngster sent a look at Duguling beside him. The latter chuckled and suddenly threw a fire net at the two hidden guards of the secret pavilion with a flip of his hand. With a whoosh, the fire net that had suddenly formed suddenly covered the heads of the two shadow guards, firmly imprisoning the two of them. Although the two secret guards who were caught in the fire net were shocked, their expressions did not change at all. One of them held a dagger and used one hand to draw the fire net, while the other used the water spirit energy in his hand to attack the net. Duguling's cultivation was above the two of them. With their strength alone, there was no way they could break free from the net. At the critical moment, a silver-white flame suddenly landed on the layer of fire net, directly engulfing the fire net, releasing the two secret guards. At the same time, a harsh glint flashed across Duan Yu's eyes, and he raised his hand. With a bang sound, dazzling fireworks scattered in the sky, forming the word song. Eldest young Sir Chin couldn't help but smile wryly on the inside as he grumbled inwardly about his second brother's eagerness for success and instant benefits. He just knew that ever since Duan Yu became Tsang Prefecture's monarch, he could no longer treat him as a person, just look at his bad temper. Without saying a word, he asked for reinforcements. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. In less than a moment, dozens of giant air transportation spiritual tools flew over from nearby. From the looks of it, each air transportation spiritual tool could accommodate at least 300 people. In this way, the number of people on Tsang Prefecture's side perfectly overwhelmed Tianyin's side. Gathering firepower and starting a gang fight at the slightest disagreement simply suited 4th Duan's personality too well. Haha. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, the air transportation spiritual tools stopped above their heads. Immediately, people opened the spiritual tool cabins and rapidly descended from the sky. Chapter 49-41. Duan Si gathered 5,000 helpers in minutes, and a dense mass of heads gathered in front of Omega Kitoku and Eldest Qin, causing them to frown incessantly. When they saw the other side expressionlessly taking out divine stone cannons from storage talismans, they were stupefied. Everything before them shouldn't be real, right? Duan Si, this fraud was quite a fraud. Did he already prepare to start a war with their Qin estate beforehand? That's why he gathered so many divine stone cannons and planned to fire a big shot at them. Du Guling's grinning expression couldn't help but change, and he inwardly cursed pervert as he swiftly retreated to Omega Kitoku's side. Fire! Duan Yu decisively threw down this word. Eldest young Sir Qin twitched his mouth. When he saw the dozens of divine stone cannons, he turned the cannons and fired at them in unison. This guy didn't care about his image anymore and immediately tossed aside his fan to scamper away. The villagers screamed in panic under the bombardment of the divine stone cannons. They hugged their heads and squatted on the side, praying for the blessings of the gods and Buddhas. Eldest young Sir Omega Kitoku sneered as he dodged a cannonball fired at him. Duan Si, you're becoming more and more ruthless nowadays. You don't even care about the lives of these little villagers? Hypocrite. Duan Yu's expression was icy as he interrupted him. I already felt that you were very suspicious when we were in Phoenix Grove. Sure enough, you're a bunch of people harboring evil intentions. Didn't these people from the Qin estate want to use these villagers' lives to threaten Jojo just now? Now, they were pretending to be benevolent, righteous, and virtuous people, and they even put on an expression of crying injustice for the common people. The feeling of being bombarded by divine stone cannons isn't bad, right? Second brother, eldest young Sir Qin shouted from afar. What were they waiting for, if not to run now? Duan Si, this guy, clearly came prepared. Look at how many people he brought, and there were even divine stone cannons as a backup. That definitely wouldn't end well if they stayed. However, Omega Kitoku was unwilling to resign to this. He could clearly sense that the little stoic was nearby, but he had to give up now. Boom! Omega Kitoku's expression turned ugly as he dodged a few godstones. His eyes narrowed slightly. He would remember what Duan Si had done. Second brother, aren't you leaving yet? After running for a while, eldest young Sir Qin couldn't resist looking back. At this moment, he saw another large group of air transportation spiritual artifacts flying over from afar. It was clear how much of a scam Duan Yu, this black-hearted guy, was. There must be a lot of Sangzhou disciples in the nearby sea area. After Duan Yu released the signal, they all swiftly gathered and rushed over. This was the second batch of Sangzhou dark arts. Perhaps there would be a third and fourth batch after that go. At eldest young Master Qin's command, all the heavenly fate disciples hastily put away their weapons and hastily turned to run towards the beach on the east side of the village. Their ship was docked there, so they should quickly board the ship and escape. After all, even if he couldn't afford to offend them, he could still avoid them. A trace of fury flitted through Omega Kitoku's pitch-black eyes. After running for a while, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head back. With this glance, he saw a figure burrowing out of the water with a splash. Like a lively little mermaid, the figure swayed its legs as if it couldn't withstand the water pressure around it at all and easily swam up from the depths of the sea. A head emerged from the water. As soon as Omega Kitoku stopped, the dozen or so divine stone cannons behind him fired at his feet. Chapter 49-42. As he cursed in his mind, he had already leaped into the air, having no choice but to scramble upwards. When he turned back to look, he saw Duan Si, that swindler, flying to Jojo's side in a flash. He took out a thin blanket from his inner world and wrapped it around the little stoic who was looking up at him. He picked her up at once and heaved a long sigh of relief. Fury flitted through Omega Kitoku's eyes as he cursed inwardly. Why do I find this Duan Si more and more annoying the more I look at him? Afterwards, he couldn't continue watching, and a series of divine stone cannons blasted second young Master Qin away with a series of booms. When he returned to the ship in a huff, he saw Qin Xian looking at him with a spurious smile. "What are you laughing at? Don't think that you're smart. The others aren't easy to deal with either. Look at Duan Yu, this swindler. He had both men and cannons. How thoroughly prepared he was, waiting for them here." Omega Katoku was furious. He fiercely glared at Qin Xian, feeling abnormally uncomfortable in his heart. She was so close. Even at such a close distance, he still couldn't catch her. He still let her slip away right before his eyes. Simply utterly abominable. Eldest young master, second young master, the people from Cangzhou are chasing us with sacred stone cannons. Fuck this bunch of lunatics. Eldest young Master Qin rolled his eyes at the sky and hastily said, "Now isn't the time to shed all pretense of cordiality with them. Hurry and leave. Don't just stand there. Set sail, leave. Go, go, go." Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. The sacred stone cannons fire nonstop. Young Master Omega Katoku and his men's ships were all blasted out of the sea and fled for their lives from ashore. On the other side, Duan Yu looked down at the little stoic's expressionless face and reflexively rubbed her head. It was only when he saw that the little stoic was safe and sound that his heart finally set at ease. The emotions that had been burning for so many days finally stabilized. He reached out and wrapped her in the thin blanket, wiping her wet hair as he did so. The silver flame in his palm flickered faintly, and in the blink of an eye, he dried the little stoic's clothes under the blanket. "Duan Yu." The little stoic glanced at him aggrievedly. "Jojo's Lien is missing." Duan Yu's heart sank. "What happened? Come up first." He pulled her to the shore and looked down at her. Jojo's lotus and rotten peach blossom were tricked into the abyss of the sacrificial sea. Jojo has been waiting for them at the entrance, but they didn't show up. The little stoic became downcast as she spoke. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his recent days were incomparably miserable. He couldn't open his star domain, couldn't find his friends, and couldn't wait for Mo Lien and Rotten Peach Blossom. He didn't even know where they were. Most importantly, he was being chased by that perverted Omega Katoku. "Don't be afraid," Duan Yu said in a low voice. "No matter which corner of the world this swindler scampers to, I can help you dig him out." Arbor nodded, and his heart instantly felt a bit more at ease. "Do you think something will happen to him?" The little stoic tried to find a topic to talk about. Actually, how would Duan Yu know even if he asked? At that time, she had at least seen Jojo's lotus through the phantom image of ancient Emolian soul. Duan Yu was thousands of miles away, so it was even more impossible for him to know the situation. The little stoic lowered her head. Suddenly, a warm hand caressed her head. "Silly or not, no matter who gets into trouble, nothing can happen to Emolian." "What? Huh, haven't you heard? Scourges last for 10,000 years. Chapter 49-43. Arbor blinked, feeling that Duan Yu's words made sense. After all, Jojo's lotus was a person of great fortune no matter how one looked at it. She couldn't be paranoid and scare herself. She had to firmly believe that Jojo's lotus would definitely return. But no matter how she comforted herself, her anxious and uneasy emotions didn't diminish in the slightest. It had already been so long, so Jojo was very worried. A shadow flashed, and the dull-witted Mo abruptly popped out from Arbor's side. During this period of time, Jojo's mood was uneasy as ancient Emolian was in a deep slumber inside the Soul Pearl. Mo would come out from the storage talisman every day. She didn't speak much and just quietly sat there with the little stoic. Sometimes, she would follow the little stoic around the village to treat patients. Other people couldn't see her half-wisp of soul form, so she would walk around the stoic. She watched the little stoic administer acupuncture and medicine, watched the little stoic treat patients. After watching too much, this dull-witted fellow would occasionally ask a few questions. When Arbor saw her swaying out, he reflexively raised his hand to rub her head. Mo was also a lonely person. Sometimes, when the little stoic looked at her, she would occasionally feel a bit of heartache. When she thought of how she once wandered alone in that isolated river of time and space for so long, she would deeply feel heartache for her. In the past, she was also like this. She had no friends, no family, and even nothing. Medicine. Mo dazedly followed beside her and spat out a word. Duan Yu glanced sideways at her. Jojo, this faintly discernible soul body seemed to be very unstable, as if it would dissipate into the air at any moment. My good friend Mo. Arbor grabbed Mo's hand and asked placatingly, "What medicine?" Medicine. And Mo tilted her head, seemingly trying to express something with great effort, but unable to. Thus, she kept wandering around Arbor like a headless fly. "Were you feeling unwell?" When Arbor asked this, he couldn't resist rolling his eyes at himself. Mo was a soul body, so how could she feel unwell? It was simply hilarious. "What are you trying to express?" "Don't worry, think slowly. It won't be too late to tell me when you can express it." Mo understood Arbor's words and nodded seriously. His expression was a little funny. "Jojo." Duan Yu smiled at her. Right now, halfway through his words, he glanced coldly to the left. Mrs. Feng hugged Mao Mao and took a few steps back in fright from the man's cold gaze. She hurriedly hugged Mao Mao tightly in her arms and shrunk her neck. With a face full of fear, she stammered, Little doctor." When the noble young man beside the young doctor gave the order to use the Godstone cannons to attack those young masters, he didn't care about what the others would do. The terrifying aura of a superior being assaulted him. Mrs. Feng muttered in her heart, "When I first picked up this young doctor, I already felt that she wasn't an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person have such an exquisite little face that was made of snow?" "It's okay, sister-in-law. It's okay now." Arbor stepped forward and comforted the mother and son. "What happened to Mao Mao's hand?" "I tripped when I was running earlier. It's nothing serious. You'll be fine soon after washing it and applying some medicine." Arbor raised his hand to wash the child and apply medicine, but Mrs. Feng seemed to be frightened and hastily took another step back. Chapter 49-44. Arbor's small hand paused in midair, and he paused for a moment before handing a small porcelain bottle to Madame Feng. Then, wash the child and apply the medicine. Madame Feng knew that her distant action just now was a bit hurtful, so she smiled at Arbor in embarrassment. Thank you, little physician." Xiao Mu nodded, her expression calm and indifferent. "We will leave immediately. Thank you for your care this past half a month, Madame Feng. I'll leave some rice for you guys. I hope you don't dislike it." After saying this, Arbor nodded at Madame Feng before turning to walk to Duan Yu and whispering, "Let's go." "Okay." Duan Yu turned around and gestured to the hidden guards nearby. Everyone quickly regrouped and leaped up, heading for the air transportation spirit tools parked in midair. Arbor pulled the dazed Mo Bingyun and flew onto the first air transportation spirit tool with Duan Yu. It was not until the dozens of air transportation spirit tools were far away that the other villagers dared to gather at the beach. They all sighed for a long time before talking all at once. "Who exactly is this little physician? Wow, look at her aura. She should be a noble daughter from some large patrician family, right? Madame Feng, eh?" Some villagers called Madame Feng several times, but she ignored them and ran toward her house with the child in her arms. The villagers pursed their lips. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Aya, that little physician left. So who will treat Brother Fong's injury?" Brother Fong is still lying on the beach at the east side of the village, right? When they were fleeing for their lives earlier, none of them cared about Brother Fong, who was bitten by a sea shark and couldn't move his lower limbs. Now that the crisis was resolved, they remembered that Brother Fong was still lying on the beach. "That's right, oh my, this old leg of mine," the little physician said it would be completely fine after 5 injections. But it's only been 3 injections. Who are going to find for the other 2 injections? This little physician, seriously, Madame Feng didn't listen to the villagers' complaints. She carried Mao Mao and sprinted home, pushing open the door to her house with a bang. He ran into the small courtyard and took a look. The rice jar was filled with shining white rice, and there were a few strips of bacon and some vegetables beside it. She stood blankly in the courtyard with the child in her arms for a long time, her heart filled with regret. She had been with the little doctor for almost a month. How could she not know what kind of person she was? Just now, why would she hurt people like this? How could a young doctor harm innocent villagers like them? The dull-witted Mo initially sat next to Xiao Mu. Afterwards, she stood up and circled around Xiao Mu. All the secret guards who were above the god realm could see that this soul was walking around the little crown princess as if he had ADHD. He seemed to want to express something, but couldn't find the words to express it. Ciao, ciao. Mo's voice was slow and dragged out. It's not worth it. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what this half-soul was talking about. Arbor looked at her, blinked, and suddenly smiled at her. She suddenly understood what this blockhead wanted to say. Mo wanted to tell Arbor that those villagers weren't worth her trouble, and she didn't need to be in a bad mood. Although this fellow was blockhead, he wasn't an idiot. After being by Arbor's side for so long, Mo saw that the villagers only wanted to get some benefits from Jojo. Chapter 49-45. Because Jojo's medical skills were superb and she provided free treatment, the villagers naturally did their best to curry favor with her. They were even quite envious of Sister Feng's family for being able to pick up Jojo first. Mo wanted to tell Jojo that it wasn't worth it to sulk over these people, but she just couldn't express herself. After trying for a long time, she could only spit out 3 words with great difficulty. It was so strenuous that she was so anxious that she paced back and forth around Jojo. Arbor suddenly wanted to laugh and pulled the pacing Mo to sit down beside her. She said softly, "I'm not angry." She was indeed in a bad mood just now. After all, she had lived in a fishing village for close to a month. Sister Feng's fearful appearance earlier made her feel a little uncomfortable. But forget it. Not everyone in this world could like Jojo. There would always be people who liked her and people who hated her. This was a very normal phenomenon. It was fine as long as she got over it. She wasn't a morning glory that faced the sun and had to make everyone like her. There was no need for this and no need to be conflicted. The fishing village was equivalent to a small stop in her life journey. She wouldn't come back once she passed it. Jojo, freshly baked roasted sweet potatoes. It's very sweet. Come and try it. While she was pondering, she heard Duan Yu's voice. She looked up and saw this guy's moon-white clothes fluttering past her. He was holding a plate of roasted sweet potatoes with both hands and was smiling at her with curved eyes. Those rippling peach blossom eyes seemed to faintly flicker with the light of shattered stars. Eat. This was a huge headache. One had to look forward in life, so they naturally had to eat. Let's go take a look at the entrance to the sacrificial seas abyss later. We have to dig 3 feet into the ground to dig those 2 idiots out. Okay. Arbor nibbled on the roasted sweet potato in her hand, a hint of sweetness in her mouth. She was different from her mother. She definitely wasn't destined to be alone. Even if their kinship was extremely thin, Jojo had a lover, a sect, and so many friends. There was nothing that Jojo couldn't face. Half a month ago, I followed your aura and found the wreckage of a ship. After that, I sent people to search the surface of the sea. They didn't find you, but they did find many people from various aristocratic families. Your Mu family is safe and sound. I've already sent people to send them back to Dragonflame City. Xiao Mu's fair fingers twitched as she recalled little Fifth Qin, whose complexion was a bit pale. When he let her go, he said that he would take care of everything over there. Therefore, the Mu clan's Tung Yun Yunji, Murong Yen, and the others were also released by the Zither cultivator. Xiao Mu had mixed feelings, and she didn't know what to say. The Qin family is the mastermind behind the heavenly fate. Arbor looked up at Duan Yu with a listless expression. Jojo is too stupid and has been kept in the dark by them. Nonsense. Duan Yu peeled another sweet potato for her and fed it to the little stoic. They hid themselves so well that no one noticed. You're not the only one who was fooled. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the true terror of these people from the Qin estate. Now that I've seen through their identities, do you think they'll still return to Dragonflame City? Duan Yu nodded. They naturally won't stay in the Qin estate in Dragonflame City anymore. They'll probably move to a secret location and continue hiding. They can gather a lot of information while hiding in Dragonflame City. Most likely, not all of them will withdraw. Arbor thought about it and agreed. Chapter 49-46. If she were the Qin Estate's patriarch, she naturally wouldn't give up the connections she had painstakingly built up in the capital of the Divine Province for so many years. All right, don't think too much. Go and sleep first, all right? Duan Yu felt a bit stifled as he looked at the little stoic's small face. She seemed to be thinner than a palm, and he felt even more stifled. When Prince Mo, that scoundrel, saw that his wife had lost so much weight, he might even shamelessly chase after him and beat him up. There was no reasoning with that guy. He wasn't someone who could reason with others. Arbor was indeed a bit sleepy. She had been on tenterhooks these past few days and couldn't eat or sleep well. Now that she saw Duan Yu, she relaxed a lot. After eating 2 fist-sized sweet potatoes, her body was warm and her stomach was full. She took out a sleeping bag from her inner world, and Sir Jojo crawled inside. This spirit artifact cabin was quite spacious. Other than Wui and Xiaoi, who were by Duan Yu's side, the other hidden guards were arranged to be on other flying spirit artifacts. After Jojo installed a sleeping bag on the spacious seat in the spirit artifact cabin, Duan Yu's lips curled. He raised his hand to set up a soundproof defensive wall near the seat to prevent her from rolling down from her seat with the sleeping bag. Moe swayed back and forth outside the defensive wall. He looked up at Duan Yu before swaying to his seat and sitting down. He obediently and expressionlessly continued to stare blankly. Duan Yu looked back at Jojo, who had burrowed into the sleeping bag, and thought, "Jojo, I wish you a good night's sleep. Don't worry about anything because I'm here." Ming Province's Great Young City, Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Estate. Ming Yasi coldly gazed at the people before him. His gaze landed on a graceful woman with a white veil covering her face. "Your Honorable Highness the Crown Prince of Ming Province." The leader, a middle-aged man, placed a hand across his chest and bowed to Ming Yasi. "It will be better for you to personally inspect this precious gift." Ming Yasi coldly stared at them and ordered coldly, "Woman, remove the veil on your face and let me see who exactly you are." These uninvited guests from the grassland had tried every possible means to see him, saying that they wanted to present him with a treasure. Was it this woman in front of him who smelled like a prostitute? A trace of disgust flashed through Ming Yasi's eyes. Did he look like such a stupid person? Would he casually accept a woman of unknown origin? At this thought, the woman in the white veil gracefully reached out and took off her veil, revealing an exquisite face the size of a palm. She smiled at the dumbfounded Ming Yasi with her big, watery eyes. She bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." Dark Yas glared at the familiar face in front of him, his eyes revealing traces of ferocity. What a beauty! Who substituted the plum for the peach? Do they think that anything in this world can be replaced? What a joke! He finally understood what was going on. The cold light in his eyes turned into a substantial killing intent. "You've looked for the Emperor of Song Prefecture before, right? No wonder Duan Yu, that guy, seemed to have gone mad recently and dispatched an extremely powerful army to the Pingjin Prairie to hunt down the people of the state of Luo. So that's how it was. When the leader of the envoy from the state of Luo saw Ming Yasi's reaction, his heart sank. It couldn't be right. Could it be that this Ming Prefecture's crown prince was as eccentric as the Song Prefecture's emperor? That couldn't be right. Chapter 49-47. It's hard for you to cover such an ugly fake face with a veil. Ming Yas's cold words caused the woman's expression to stiffen. What? Ever since she was perfectly transformed by the transformation potion, although she couldn't compare to the other candidates, she, Lily, in number 5, could already be considered a mid-tier product. It was definitely not something that Lily, on number 9 and 8, could compare to. Every day when she looked in the mirror, she would be mesmerized by her own face. It was simply too perfect, okay? His Highness, the Underworld Crown Prince, must be blind. Yes, if he wasn't blind, how could he not see how good she was? That man's cold gaze looked through her face as if he was looking at an ancient place. This kind of gaze that disregarded her made Lily, a number 5, feels suffocated and embarrassed. The woman held the white veil in her hand and twisted it tightly. The stifling feeling in her chest was about to make her explode. You really shouldn't have taken off the veil to scare people. Hurry up and put it back. Student Ollie, who was standing behind his elder brother, felt like he was struck by lightning. Sometimes Big Brother's words were really too hurtful. Cough, cough. Lily, and number 5, clutched her chest that was about to explode and panted heavily. She nervously tilted her head and glared at Ming Yas in front of her with hatred and anger. You back down. The head envoy of Doruo coldly reprimanded. The woman trembled and didn't dare to act rashly. She hurriedly took a few steps back, but her eyes were still filled with resentment and anger. She glared at the expressionless Ming Yas, who was sitting on the high seat. This arrogant underworld crown prince made her feel a strong sense of defeat, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Your Highness, the underworld crown prince. The head envoy placed his hand across his chest and respectfully bowed to Ming Yas. Our country of Daluo has come here with great sincerity to propose cooperation with you. Doruo is willing to help Your Highness the Crown Prince become the true overlord of the upper 3 provinces. Ming Yas couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. How dare a small grassland country talk big and shamelessly point out the world? A faint trace of anger flashed across the face of the head envoy from the country of Doruo, but he quickly suppressed it, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "You have to believe me. The key lies in the crown princess of the Divine Land. The crown prince of the Divine Land is absurd and incompetent. He is a complete slave to his wife. Don't you think so?" The corners of Ming Yasi's mouth twitched as he felt an inexplicable urge to burst into laughter. Fuck, he was in the underworld province, and the rumors he heard about the crown prince of the Divine Land were often such as the city wall turned into ashes as he talked and laughed. He was as calm and unruffled as the wind and moon. He was extraordinarily heroic and handsome, and so on. He had really never heard of anyone who would use the words incompetent on this guy. As long as we control the crown princess of the Divine Land, it will be the same as controlling the crown prince of the Divine Land. Ming Yasi raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, Mo Yin loves his wife like his life and protect her like food. That's true. We'll swap Lily and the little crown princess of the Divine Land for the real crown princess by your side. Ming Yasi silently looked at the head envoy who was spouting nonsense in front of him. The head envoy became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke. He even took a step forward, intending to get closer to him. Chapter 49-48. This way, not only will you get what you want, we can also control the lifeline of the Divine Land's crown prince. From there, we can firmly control the future of the Divine Land. Ha ha. This person seemed to have seen a bright future, as if he had already unified the 3 continents. He put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly at Ming Yas. Ming Yas waved his hand expressionlessly. Drag them out and kill them. The head envoy looked at Ming Yas, who sat motionless on the throne and did not even raise his eyebrows. What? Could it be that he had misheard? This crown prince said, "Drag them out and kill them all." Ming Yas ordered indifferently. The head envoy took a step back. Lily, number 5, who was standing behind him, opened her mouth wide. She was so shocked that an egg could be stuffed into her mouth. This underworld crown prince actually gave the order to kill them so casually. What did he take them for? Were they livestock that could be killed wantonly? Damn it. Lily, number 5, clenched her teeth and twisted the white veil in her hand. She screamed sharply, 3 state advisors, what are we waiting for? Kill them all. Kill them all. This underworld crown prince who doesn't know what's good for him should pay the price in blood and go to hell. Without waiting for the head envoy's order, Lily, number 5, impatiently took out a pair of sharp, triangular awls from her waist. She screamed angrily and rushed toward Ming Yas on the throne. Ollie waved his hand, and dozens of secret guards jumped down from the hall. They quickly surrounded and attacked the group of Doruo ambassadors. In the blink of an eye, Lily, number 5, had already rushed in front of Dark Yas with a pair of triangular awls in her hands. Without any explanation, She pushed the sharp awls in her hands towards his chest. Ming Yasi snorted coldly and sneered. Woman who overestimates herself. He shot out his hand like lightning and grabbed his opponent's wrist. Lily, number 5, felt her wrist being pinched by a pair of pliers. The pain was unbearable. However, she only gritted her teeth and tried to twist her wrist, but to no avail. She stabbed the triangular awl in her other hand at the back of Ming Yas's hand. You can't even withstand a single blow. With a backhand, Yas slapped the woman's face. After Lily and number 5's tender and fair face took a heavy blow, a faint crack sound could be heard. It was the sound of something cracking. This subtle sound stimulated her heart to thump heavily, and she let out an incomparably sharp cry. Lily hurriedly waved her arm and erected a water spirit defense wall around her body. She then took out a mirror from her sleeve in a panic. Seeing this, he almost fainted from anger. At this moment, Maya stood up and walked down the long steps. His gaze coldly landed on Lily, a number 5's face, and he couldn't help but sneer. Look at that fake face of yours. It's cracked now. Looking at you like this is truly disgusting. When had the little stoic ever revealed such a charming expression? Number 101's stoic face hadn't changed at all from beginning to end. When she occasionally cracked open her small mouth and smiled, it was as if red rain was about to fall from the sky. Since you don't want your face, someone peel off the skin of her face for this prince and give it to that whimsical king of Doruo. Let him take it back and admire it for himself. Ha ha ha. Ming Yas spread his legs and stood ramrod straight as he sneered. Chapter 49. No. Lily, a number 5, widened her eyes in horror when she was suddenly startled by a bestial roar. She felt a sudden pain in her chest. When she raised her head to look, she was actually being stepped on by a vigorous calf. That pair of calf eyes flickered with a cold light as they stared fixedly at her, scaring Lily, on number 5, into shrieking uncontrollably. Her entire body trembled as she tried to turn around. State Preceptor, Shintu, save me. At this moment, a shadow guard holding a thin lancet expressionlessly walked to her side. Lily, on number 5, felt a trace of fear that she had never felt before. Her entire body trembled violently as she begged in panic. Your Highness, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Your Highness, please spare me. Spare my life. Stiasai sneered. What use do I have for your life? Lily, and number 5, widened her eyes in horror. Her hands tightly covered her cheeks as she screamed. No, you can't take away my face, you can't. Stiasai's sneer interrupted the woman's screams. You think you're worthy of looking like the crown princess? You lowly woman, you shameless thing. You're only worthy of hiding in a dark ditch, forever being a dirty and ugly smelly rat. Aha! 15 minutes later, Lily, on number 5, was thrown to the ground. Her hands were stained with blood as she trembled and covered her face. Her body was curled up in pain as she gasped for breath. You son of a bitch, ah! Her curses were stopped abruptly by the shadow guard's whip on her back. Your Highness, that head envoy fled in a panic with injuries. The rest were killed on the spot. Oh, Stiasai smiled as he glanced at Lily, on number 5, who was curled up on the ground. Looks like he's not weak. Stiasai's smile disappeared as he coldly ordered. Close all the city gates and arrest this person. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Yes, Your Highness. Arbor crawled out of the sleeping bag with a head full of disheveled hair. He looked at the smooth blue sky above his head and was momentarily at a loss. She flipped over and sat up. Only then did she remember that she was currently in a spirit artifact cabin in the Tsang province. They had already left the barren fishing village, which was short of supplies. Why didn't you sleep a bit longer? We haven't arrived yet. Duan Yu slowly walked over and smiled at her. I slept for a long time. It wasn't that long. Duan Yu walked to her side. Only a little over 2 hours. Oh. Arbor felt that he was in good spirits. Although he didn't sleep for a long time, it was still a good sleep. He didn't have any of those messy dreams. We should be able to reach the entrance of the sacrificial sea by 10 o'clock in the evening. Jojo, I'll bring some people down to take a look. You stay up here. Arbor reached out and touched his belly. He thought for a few seconds and nodded obediently. Okay. Duan Yu smiled. Oh right, you're divine conscious. At the mention of this, Arbor became a bit angry. She pursed her lips and said, I take soul-soothing pills every few days. I still have to wait for my divine conscious to fully recover before I can open the star domain. I estimated that there's still about 6 to 7 days. Duan Yu nodded. Don't worry, take it slow. Chapter 4950. Arbor thought that this was the only way. It wasn't a matter of a day or two that her soul was unstable. Previously, in the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm, she had already stabilized her soul by withdrawing a fragment of her soul. If it weren't for the help of that soul fragment, it would probably take even longer to recover. Arbor reflexively stroked her left palm. Sometimes she seemed to be able to feel the Fushi great sword in her body, impatiently wanting to jump out. Soon, old friend, I'll be able to properly meet you very soon. Your Majesty. A hidden guard hastily walked into the spirit tool cabin and stood at the door, bowing respectfully. Jojo, dinner has already been prepared for you. Go eat first. I'll go see what's going on. Arbor glanced at him and nodded as she climbed out of the sleeping bag. You have to tell me if there's anything. People like them always like to hide everything from Jojo, which was especially annoying. Okay. Duan Yu nodded with a smile and turned to leave with a muttering hidden guard. Sir Jojo rolled out of the sleeping bag with a grumble. His eyes suddenly brightened as he rubbed his slightly warm stomach. It was very strange. She could almost grasp the baby's rhythm now. When it was mealtime, he would definitely remind her to eat. 3 meals a day plus 2 snacks were enough. When it was time, her stomach would heat up slightly. This was the master inside, reminding her to eat quickly. This child was definitely a foodie, the little stoic inwardly thought expressionlessly. He was definitely like his dad. There were 6 dishes and 1 soup for dinner. The little stoic ate quite well. He sat on a stool on the side and dazedly watched her eat. After the little stoic finished eating, she put down her chopsticks and felt her stomach heat up slightly. Mother can't eat anymore. It's not good for indigestion, she muttered to herself and rubbed her stomach. When she looked up, she saw Duan Yu walking in with a plate of delicious roasted fish. Jojo, this colorful divine fish. Xiao Mu stood up abruptly and jogged to his side with her little legs, considerately taking the plate from his hands. Strange, my stomach seems to be craving this colorful divine fish even though I can't eat anymore. What's wrong, Jojo? Nothing. Arbor picked up the chopsticks and tried to pick up the ordinary braised fish with soy sauce at the side. His stomach was still, and there was no reaction at all. She turned to pick up the colorful divine fish, and her stomach instantly warmed up. It was as if baby Mo was urging her to hurry. Through her stomach, Arbor tried a few more dishes thoughtfully before he put down his chopsticks in realization. Her child seemed to be more interested in food that contained divine power. Whenever her chopsticks touched food that contained divine or spiritual power, her stomach would heat up to varying degrees. Was this a signal from Wa? Jojo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had the urge to roll his eyes. This child hasn't even been born yet. How old is he? He's already taking care of his mother's daily needs. However, she ate too much ordinary food today and didn't want to eat food that contained divine power anymore. Forget it. She'll try again tomorrow. Duan Yu sat next to her and watched her move her chopsticks from east to west. His gaze followed her back and forth. Not eating anymore. I'm stuffed. Then get up and walk. I'll help you digest. Duan Yu's gaze shifted to her stomach, and he asked softly, Does he know? He doesn't. Arbor was dejected. What a pig head. Chapter 4951. Don't worry. The next time we meet, I'll beat him up on Jojo's behalf. Jojo should be beaten to death for making Jojo worry about him for so long. Arbor sniffed. Last time in the Mystic Realm, I finally managed to use the projection of ancient Emolien's soul to speak to him. But later on, I don't know what happened, but the image was abruptly cut off. Jojo didn't even have time to tell her husband about baby Duan Yu looked down at Sir Jojo. What a pig head, so stupid. It's fine. I'll beat him to death for you later to vent your anger. Arbor glanced at him and thought, you're the one who came up with an excuse to beat him up, right? Just now, why did that person confine you? It's nothing major. I can resolve it easily. Duan Yu casually brushed it off with a smile. As if I believe you. Arbor glared at him and grumpily harumphed. This person had the same personality as JoJo's Lotus. He would usually sneak around and pretend to be calm in front of her. No matter how big the issue was, it would become a trivial matter in their mouths. Duan Yu smiled innocently at her and walked several rounds around the spirit artifact cabin with her. JoJo, have you gained weight? You're the one who's gained weight. Duan Yu reflexively pinched his chin. Compared to when we first met, I have gained quite a bit of weight. That's right. When I first saw you, you looked like a monkey. Not only was he ugly, but he also had a wicked heart. He kept trying to trick JoJo. So he deserved to be beaten up by JoJo? Duan Yu. He was such an exquisite and handsome man in the capital, but there wasn't anything good coming out of this little fellow's mouth. You still dare to say that back then? You even broke my bones. Who told you to trick JoJo? Was Sir JoJo so easy to trick? Duan Yu pursed his lips, and his footsteps paused as he looked at Xiaoi, who was walking towards him. Go do your thing. Arbor knew that she must have something to do, but he didn't want to tell her and make her upset. All right, if you're tired, you can sleep a little longer. Arbor nodded. She was in good spirits now. She planned to take out the crystal core of the sacred beast Ichthyosaur and study it. If only he could get in touch with his friends in the Starfield. He could let the three little puppies see if the crystal core of the sacred beast Ichthyosaur was effective on them. After Duan Yu hurriedly left with Xiaoi, Arbor strolled around the spirit artifact cabin a few times before sitting down to rest. With a flip of his hand, he took out the Ichthyosaur crystal core from his storage talisman and squinted his eyes at the light. This crystal core was filled with boundless saint energy. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, one would feel that the saint energy within it was like a raging wave. He wondered if the three little puppies, with their small bodies, could withstand the saint power. After studying it for a while, Arbor put it away again. Seeing that the sky outside was gradually turning dark, Sir JoJo didn't feel sleepy at all, so she simply closed her eyes and regulated her breathing for a while. When she opened her eyes again, she discovered that the air transportation spirit artifact had already stopped in midair. She stood up and called for a hidden guard to inquire. It was only then that she found out that they had already arrived at the entrance to the abyss of the sacrificial sea an hour ago. Duan Yu had already let some people down by now. Sir JoJo knitted her brows in displeasure when this person didn't call for her even after arriving. That hidden guard lowered his head and said, His Majesty, please wait inside the cabin for a while. There's no need to go down. Arbor was silent for a moment as she paced back and forth inside the spirit artifact cabin. Chapter 49:52. She kept feeling uneasy and uneasy. I'll go take a look. She walked to the spirit artifact cabin door and said to the hidden guard, Take a look at the situation. I'll come back immediately. But His Majesty instructed, I'm just going to take a look at the surface of the sea. I won't go to the cave entrance. Even now, she still had some psychological trauma from that bottomless pit in the sacrificial sea abyss. When she recalled how she fumbled about in the darkness, unable to see her fingers in front of her, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Staying in that kind of place for too long would really drive one crazy. The hidden guard couldn't persuade the little stoic, but he also didn't dare to offend her, so he could only meekly open the spirit artifact cabin door and accompany her down. The surface of the sea was illuminated quite brightly by the illumination pearls. Xiaoi was currently hovering near the entrance to the sacrificial sea abyss with a group of hidden guards. When he looked up and saw a young hidden guard leading the little stoic down, he couldn't help but frown and glare fiercely at that young hidden guard. What's going on? Sir Xiaoi, this subordinate couldn't dissuade Mississippi. Xiaoi hovered above the sea and took a step forward in Arbor's direction. He bowed and said, Miss, it's not appropriate for you to go down with your health condition. Arbor nodded expressionlessly at him. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. I promised Duan Yu that I wouldn't go down, so I won't go back on my word. Xiaoyi sighed in relief and nodded with a smile. All right then. You still need to be careful at the cave entrance. Arbor had actually paced back and forth near the sacrificial sea abyss countless times. In the past, when she was alone, she would swim here from the small fishing village every night and sit at the cave entrance pitifully waiting for Jojo's lotus. Everyone always said she was a person with great fortune. In the end, she waited for a full month and didn't see her husband. What good fortune? She had nothing. Sir Jojo took out a furry cloak from his inner world and wrapped himself in it before summoning an eggshell defensive barrier to encircle himself. Xiaoyi's mouth twitched. He then saw the little girl roll around like a small round egg until she reached the entrance to the sacrificial sea abyss and sat there motionlessly with her chin propped up. The little stoic's movements were especially adept. It probably wasn't her first time activating her eggshell defensive barrier and sitting at the cave entrance, anxiously waiting. Xiaoyi originally wanted to persuade her to return to the spirit artifact cabin, but she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. This kind of silent waiting should be very understandable. Although she didn't say a word of worry, in reality the little stoic's heart was extremely anxious and restless. In the latter half of the night, it started to drizzle. Xiaoyi couldn't help but step forward to persuade him. Arbor was getting more and more worried. Why didn't you come back after so long? Don't worry, nothing will happen. Look at the rain, it seems to be getting heavier. Xiaoyi advised softly. Miss, you should return to the spirit artifact cabin first. Xiaomu turned around to look at that pitch-black pit, feeling her heart sink. Suddenly, a luminous pearl was thrown up from the entrance of the cave. It quickly leaped into the air, making the surrounding luminous pearls even brighter. Arbor's eyes brightened, and she quickly looked down. Duanyu led a group of people and swiftly leaped to the surface of the sea. He couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw Arbor wrapped in an eggshell. It's so late. Why aren't you resting? Duanyu irritably flicked her outer eggshell. Didn't you promise me to obediently stay in the spirit artifact cabin and not come down? Chapter 49:53. Sir Jojo glanced at him guiltily and murmured, worried. Duanyu's heart softened, and he gazed at her gently. He patted her head through the defensive barrier. What's there to worry about? You're truly a little fool. Hurry, let's go. The rain is getting heavier. Let's talk inside the cabin. Arbor couldn't resist pursing her lips. He made it sound like the heavy rain would affect him. In reality, when those raindrops and mist were a few feet away from him, they were evaporated by his sacred power. Not a single drop could touch him. Arbor gazed at Duanyu, who was happily eating a bowl of noodles with an indescribable gaze. Jojo, your 100 treasures food box is really congee, rice noodles, and all kinds of food. When he came up earlier, he grumbled, I'm hungry. It would be great if there was a bowl of piping hot noodles right now. In the end, the little girl expressionlessly took out a food box and immediately placed a bowl of mushroom, vegetable, and shredded pork noodles for him for the rest of the day. Mother will not eat anything else. The little stoic raised her hand to rub her stomach, dispersing the restless heat from the child in her belly. She didn't want to eat until she was full and then digest. From her doctor's point of view, she had indeed eaten a bit too much today. You can speak now. When the little stoic saw him put down his bowl and chopsticks, she immediately pressed him with a serious expression. What's the situation inside the abyss of the sacrificial sea? The entrance is completely blocked. From the looks of it, there should have been a fierce battle inside. If we want to dig open the entrance, it will take at least half a month to do it bit by bit with manpower. We need to use a spiritual energy bead to blast it open. That could be even worse. Duanyu sternly said to her, the path below is completely sealed off by the glacier. The layer of ice is very thick. If we use a spiritual energy bead to blast it open, I'm afraid the cave entrance won't be preserved. At that time, the entire entrance to the sacrificial sea abyss will collapse, and it will be even more troublesome. Arbor thought about it and agreed. After a moment of silence, he said, then tell me, what should we do? Dig. Since they couldn't use external forces to open the passage, they could only use manpower to dig. Therefore, we may have to spend some time here. But your body, I'm fine. Arbor quickly straightened his back. You don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. After a few days, when his divine sense was restored, there should be no problem. Duan Yu glanced at her. All right then. If you feel any discomfort, you must tell me as soon as possible. Okay. Arbor nodded. For the next 5 to 6 days, Duan Yu led Xiaoyi and the others to dive into the abyss of the sacrificial sea every day to excavate the passage entrance. Arbor spent most of his time sitting in the eggshell defensive shield, anxiously looking at the bottomless pit. When they came up, he would sit there for most of the day. On this day, Arbor sat at the entrance of the cave, as usual, staring blankly at the bottomless pit. Suddenly, she heard a familiar and excited voice. Master Silver, Master Silver, Master Silver. Arbor instantly perked up. At first, she thought she was hearing things. Soon after, she saw the little tray ant and the little water droplet abruptly jump out of the star domain and on her head, one on the left and one on the right. Master Silver, what happened? You worried us to death. That's right, that's right. What happened to your conscience? Chapter 49-54. Arbor was also very excited. Previously, I used the Fushi Greatsword twice in a row, causing my soul to become unstable and my consciousness to be damaged. The star domain automatically became silent and sealed. I made you guys worry. I was really worried to death. The little tray ant smacked its lips. When I think of Master fighting so many bad people outside alone, my heart almost hurts to death. Seeing this, the little water child punched the Trent's head. I see you eating and sleeping every day, but I don't see you being that worried about Master. The little tray ant flailed its arms and legs and said angrily, What do you know? You usually see me as calm on the surface, but my heart is already fluctuating. Arbor, these two little things, as soon as they came out, they started fighting like dogs. It really made one feel very helpless. Master, the little monkey is trying to come out, the little tray ant suddenly said. Arbor was slightly startled, then quickly nodded. Hurry and let her out. The little monkey must have sensed Mo's aura. When Xiao Mu turned around to look, she saw Mo Li sitting beside her in a daze with her head lowered. She was racking her brains over something. Big sister. The little monkey was released and quickly pounced on Mo, who was sitting beside Arbor. With this pounce, half of her body pounced out from Mo's transparent figure. Arbor raised her hand to her forehead and quickly pulled this impetuous girl back. After a period of treatment, the little monkey's fur on her body and face had already faded by 70 to 80%, and she gradually transformed into a delicate and pretty little girl. She looked at Mo excitedly, then glanced at Arbor. Little big sister, my big sister, she's back, right? This is a fragment of Mo's soul that I found in the pond Lotus Sacred Realm. It shouldn't be complete. Arbor nodded and said, but I can be sure that Mo definitely didn't disappear from this world. She can definitely recover. The little monkey's eyes immediately turned red. She nodded and choked with sobs as she said, Yes, that's great. Yes, that's great. Arbor thought, that lonely soul that drifted in the void for 3,000 years finally preserved a part of her soul. As long as he slowly recovered, he would be able to get better. Big sister, big sister. The little monkey circled around Mo. When it saw him raise his head and look at it blankly, it couldn't help but cry out anxiously. Little monkey. Arbor brought the little brat to his side and patted her head. Don't worry. Sister's soul is drifting around. She must be quite stupid right now. It's normal that I don't know you. After all, this half of her god, soul, shouldn't have the memories of the host soul. Even if it does, it's just some memory fragments. Little sister, what should we do? We can only wait. Arbor sighed and patted the child's shoulder. In the future, if he could concoct some medicinal pills that could stabilize one's divine soul, they should be of help to Mo-chan. Wait, hearing this word, the little monkey's body trembled slightly. Young female benefactor, waiting is not in vain. You should be glad that there's someone in this world who's worth waiting for. The little monk had stepped out of the star field at some point in time. At this moment, he was holding a box with both hands and lecturing with a solemn expression. Stinky monk, you talk nonsense all day long. She was already several hundred years old, yet she had to lecture this chubby little monk every other day. It was infuriating. Young female benefactor, she hit this little monk's head. The little monk puffed up his chubby cheeks and shouted angrily. Wasn't it normal to get beaten up all day long? Chapter 49:55. Arbor lowered her head and glanced at the little monk. She lifted him to the side, giving the little monkey and Mo some space to interact. All right. The little monk, who was always talking nonsense, would get beaten up no matter where he went. Arbor carried him away. The little monkey and Mo definitely had a lot of things they wanted to talk about. The rest of the people shouldn't disturb them. Benefactress. The little monk puffed up his cheeks and tried to look up. He tilted his head and looked at her. You seem to have gained weight again. Benefactress really wants to beat you up right now. Arbor glared at the little monk. Shut up. You don't need to speak right now. The little monk smacked his lips and snorted. Then when will this little monk need to speak? The people in the star domain were all very strange. Every time the little monk opened his mouth, they would either tell him to shut up or find him naggy. Actually, he wasn't naggy at all. He just spoke a few more words. Arbor took out a carrot from her inner world and stuffed it into the little monk's mouth. Is it sweet? It's sweet. The little monk took the carrot and took a bite out of it. Kong, have you made any progress in controlling the fire spirit recently? Kong nodded. Yes. The small fireball has already become a large fireball. Arbor lowered her head and glanced at him. She was surprised. Kong, your cultivation level has increased. Umipa, this little monk hasn't worked hard enough. The little monk puffed up his cheeks and took a few bites of the carrot. This little rascal was only 5 years old, but his cultivation level had already surpassed most people. Looking at his small arms and legs, it was hard to imagine that he was already a level 13 spiritual master. His innate talent seemed to be even better than hers, if not better. Benefactress, the little fatty said in a childish voice. You haven't come to see this little monk for so long. This little monk misses you very much. Arbor wanted to laugh. She reached out and poked his white and tender double chin. Do you miss me or the peaches I gave you? The little monk thought for 3 seconds and nodded heavily. Both. He missed the peaches mainly. Liar. Arbor flicked him on the forehead. Liar. The little monk hurriedly covered his forehead with his hand. No, I'm not lying to you. All right. Arbor carried him to the door of the spirit artifact cabin. Sister is going to the surface of the sea now. Are you going to enter the star field or don't enter the star field? Don't enter the star field. The little monk repeatedly protested. He had been cooped up in the star field all day long. If he wasn't cultivating, he would be eating melons. It wasn't easy for him to get some fresh air. He had to stay by the female benefactor's side. Benefactress, this little monk has recently recited a new scripture to calm the mind. Do you want to hear it? Arbor looked at him silently. Not for now. That's really a pity. The small monk curled his lips and said, This little monk has already memorized it thoroughly. I can even recite it backwards. Originally, I thought that since Benefactress has a strong, evil aura, I could read it to Benefactress when I have nothing to do. Arbor, thank you to your whole family. Since Benefactress so? Oh. Arbor pressed the little monk's nagging mouth with one hand and quickly jumped down from the spirit artifact cabin with him. Her ears suddenly became much quieter, and Arbor let out a slight sigh of relief. Little tree, bring Kong back to the star field. The little monk hugged her arm. Oh, little tree waved its branches, and its voice rippled. Forget it, mistress. Chapter 49:56. When you weren't here, Kong talked about you every day. I missed you so much. Most importantly, it was very annoying to talk about it all day long. Now that the star field finally had some peace, it was better to let Master Silver worry about it alone. Master Silver, if there's nothing else, will go back first. While you were away, many people went into seclusion. Who are you looking for? I'll call him for you. Arbor was expressionless. I'm looking for Xiao. I'll find her myself later. She had been on the sea for so long. Where on earth did little Tai Sui go? He was nowhere to be seen in the mystic realm or in the Forgetting River. Could it be he went back to the imperial capital alone? Now that the star field was open, the poison-tailed butterfly queen could send out a large number of little butterflies to search for him. Arbor was a bit worried. Little Tai Sui had been missing for long enough. He was a child cough, a child who looked no more than 10 years old. It was very worrying to see him drifting on the sea alone for so long. Master Silver, do you have any other instructions? Bring out those 3 little puppies for me. Little Tree said expressionlessly, I can't. Master Silver, go catch them yourself. Those 3 idiots had now openly settled down on the main planet. How infuriating. Master Silver wasn't here, but they could run to the main planet on their own. Even Little Tree Chio didn't have such an honor. It couldn't even enter the main planet. Just thinking about it was infuriating. Master Silver, this time you have to give me permission to let Chio go to the main planet too. Chio was despised by those 3 silly puppies. Arbor nodded. Got it. After Little Tree left with Dian, Arbor first communicated with the poison-tailed butterfly Queen Xiao with his divine sense. Xiao immediately patted her chest and promised that she would bring the little butterflies back to find little Tai Sui. She hadn't come out for a long time. Leading tens of thousands of butterflies, she flew out of the star field and scattered on the sea. Xiaomu looked at their thin and small bodies and was quite worried for them. The sea wind was so strong. He didn't know if he could find little Tai Sui. He hoped that they were all safe. Benefactress, this little monk is not full yet. Arbor subconsciously took out a carrot and stuffed it into the little monk's mouth. Crunch! The small monk bit down, producing a crisp sound. Why don't I see Benefactress's husband? It was rare for that big bad guy to not appear by Benefactress's side for such a long time. If he was here, he would definitely not allow the Benefactress to hug him. Humph! He would definitely take the little monk with one hand and swing him back and forth like he was a bag of oranges. He's at the bottom of the cave. Fell in? The little monk cried out in his childish voice. With a face full of disbelief, he said, I didn't expect him to be so stupid. You're already so old, yet you don't even look where you're going. Arbor's mouth twitched. He suddenly felt like he didn't know what to say. Will he climb up? Wow, it's a little dark down there. I can't see what's down there. The little monk said again and looked into the bottomless abyss. Arbor sighed. It's been a long time. The little monk followed suit and sighed. He raised his hand and patted Arbor's back. Benefactress, don't worry. Although he's stupid, his luck is pretty good. He'll definitely climb up by himself. Someone's coming up. Benefactress. The little monk suddenly stretched out his chubby hand and pointed at the bottomless abyss. A beam of light suddenly leaped out of the cave. Following that, a shadow guard jumped up and shouted, Quick, help lift him up. Chapter 49:57. Arbor hastily stepped forward with the little monk in her arms. What is it? Jojo. Duan leaped up and landed in front of her. He stared at the little monk and exclaimed, This imp came out. The little monk chewed on a carrot and asked in a childish voice, Benefactress's Duan Yu. You also fell into the hole? Duan Yu's mouth twitched as he looked at him, both amused and exasperated. He then turned to look at Arbor. Jojo, has your star domain recovered? Arbor nodded repeatedly. Duan Yu, before she could finish speaking, her gaze suddenly landed behind him, and she exclaimed, Xiao, little Tai Sui. Little Tai Sui's eyes were tightly shut, and his small face was ghastly pale as he was gently carried out of the hole by 2 hidden guards. Arbor quickly stuffed the little monk in her hands into Duan Yu's hands before floating forward. She took out a needle pouch from her sleeve and pricked little Tai Sui twice. When the frost entered his body, his blood was about to solidify. Arbor's expression instantly turned extremely grave. It was truly strange that little Tai Sui would be frozen to this extent by the frost that entered his body despite being at the transcendent divine realm. Duan Yu quietly said, When I cut open the ice, I saw him fall into a hole in the ice. From the looks of it, it should have been quite a while. Arbor clenched her fists as she mused. Could it be that this guy searched for her on the sea and mistakenly thought that she jumped into the abyss to find him Lian? So he also jumped into the abyss of the sacrificial sea to find her? So the 2 of them didn't meet near the pond Lotus Sacred Realm at all. You mean to say that this layer of ice only broke recently? At least, it was only after little Tai Sui jumped down to find her that the ice layer completely collapsed and blocked the passage. Duan Yu nodded. Yes. In reality, he deeply suspected that the reason this abyss collapsed was probably related to Mo Lian's wanton destruction inside. However, to prevent Jojo from overthinking things, he didn't mention this in front of Jojo. I need to use a strong medicinal pill to expel the frost inside his body, Arbor said seriously. It will probably take half a day. Duan Yu hummed in response before turning to Xiao Yi and ordering, send them to the flying spirit artifact. Yes, benefactresses Duan Yu, don't lift this young monk. The little monk protested in a timely manner. Everyone quickly leaped onto their air transportation spirit tools, and Arbor instructed his subordinates to lay down the little Tai Sui before administering acupuncture treatments. Little Monkey and Mo, who had just finished catching up with each other, ran over. Although it was called reminiscing, it was actually just Little Monkey rambling on by himself. Moze listened in a daze. Even after listening for a long time, he still wasn't able to give Little Monkey a response. But even so, the Little Monkey was already very happy. After all, his sister was now standing in front of him alive. Although it was only a half-soul body, it was still better than nothing. Mo saw Arbor performing acupuncture and circled around Arbor, as usual, to watch. Arbor only took half an incense stick to burn from the acupuncture to the pill. After feeding it the strong medicinal pill, Arbor touched little Tai Sui's icy forehead and muttered to himself, "There's finally some warmth." He just needed to wait for little Tai Sui to slowly wake up. At that time, he could ask him about the situation. Arbor was filled with anticipation as he sat down next to the unconscious little Tai Sui. When Moze saw this, she also obediently sat down next to Arbor. Little Monkey then sat down next to Moze, sitting close to her. After Duan Yu finished speaking with the hidden guard, he turned around and saw 3 heads of different sizes sitting in a row. Duan Yu couldn't help laughing on the inside. Chapter 4958. Duan Yu's lips involuntarily curled into a faint smile. Jojo, how is little Tai Sui? He's about to wake up. Looking at this progress, we should be able to open up the underground passage in 2 days. Jojo, don't be anxious. Arbor looked up at Duan Yu, his eyes brightening. Mo and the little monkey also raised their heads one after another, their expressions identical as they looked at Duan Yu. Duan Yu was speechless. These two's movements were simply in sync with Jojo's. It was a bit comical for the 3 little fellows to stick together in a row. However, it was rare for Jojo to find someone he could chat with so well. Of course, most of the time, Jojo and Mo were together in silence, so they basically didn't speak much. However, the atmosphere between the 2 of them was quite harmonious. Jojo was finally a child with friends. Back then, she had said, "I don't have any friends for a long time." When he thought of this, the smile on Duan Yu's face deepened. Arbor glanced at him and was about to poke him when he noticed little Tai Sui's finger twitching. Arbor quickly propped up his head and placed a soft pillow under his head. Little Tai Sui slowly opened his large, beautiful eyes and stared blankly at Arbor, his gaze drifting erratically. Arbor quickly waved his hand in front of him and asked seriously, "How many fingers is this?" Little Tai Sui grumpily grabbed her small hand and exclaimed weakly, "Where did you run off to?" Arbor instantly felt guilty. "Little Tai Sui, didn't we agree to meet at the Pool Lotus Sacred Realm? Why did you run off to the undersea abyss?" At the mention of this, little Tai Sui flared up. "When did we agree to meet? I mentioned the Pool Lotus Sacred Realm back then, but you didn't say you would definitely go. I kept looking for you on the sea, but I couldn't find you at first, so I went to the undersea abyss entrance to wait for you. I thought that with your personality, you would definitely go to the undersea abyss entrance to wait for Lian every day. Who knew you wouldn't follow the routine?" At this point, little Tai Sui couldn't help but roll its eyes. "I thought to myself, could it be that you jumped into the abyss on a whim?" Arbor, Duan Yu interjected in amusement. "So you dug your own grave and jumped down to find Jojo? What are you thinking? Is Jojo that stupid? Jojo nodded and stared at the little Tai Sui in disbelief. This child was so stupid. Little Tai Sui was so humiliated that he flew into a rage. He coughed, struggled to get up, and immediately changed the subject. Do you know? I encountered the super sacred beast, Primal Chaos. This guy, when he talked about the things he had done, he immediately skipped the topic. When I saw this super holy beast, it was rolling back and forth in the depths of the ocean as if it was constipated. It stomped its legs and roared, crushing the entire country below it into pieces. I didn't even have time to see what happened before he spat out a mouthful of cold air. Actually, I could still move at that time, but unfortunately, that icy mist was extremely tyrannical and froze me to death in a matter of minutes. Primal Chaos? Duan Yu's expression instantly turned grave. In the undersea abyss? Yes, there's a natural formation in the depths of the undersea abyss. Little Tai Sui took a deep breath and said, when I rushed there, I didn't see a single person. It was just that super holy beast that spat ice water all over my face. When I fled upwards in a panic, I was struck by its tail, and I lost consciousness at that time. Chapter 49:59. I didn't see you until I woke up just now. During this time, the thing that left the deepest impression on little Tai Sui was that six-legged, four-winged, chaos, ferocious beast that was as red as fire. Six-legged, four-winged, and as red as fire. Its entire body was enveloped in a layer of blazing light. But did you know, this chaos, ferocious beast doesn't spit fire when it opens its mouth. Instead, it spat out a large mouthful of ice mist that froze him stiff. If he hadn't cleverly mobilized all the sacred energy in his body to swiftly thaw and stagger away from the scene, he would have probably been smashed into minced meat by the chaos, ferocious beast. Even though he escaped quickly, he was still sent flying by the chaos, ferocious beast tail and fell into the ice cavern. He was mostly lucky to be able to preserve his life on this trip. After being sent flying by the chaos, ferocious beast tail, he fell into that ice cavern. Thankfully, the chaos, ferocious beast didn't chase after him, which saved his life. Of course, little Tai Sui himself was a bit baffled. Judging from the chaos, ferocious beast's appearance at that time, it had clearly gone berserk, so why didn't it chase after him and kill him? Upon hearing little Tai Sui's words, Arbor's heart instantly clenched. Chaos, ferocious beast? Could it be that the thing that suddenly interrupted the water ripple illusion was this ferocious beast's doing? Jojo's lotus and rotten peach blossom wouldn't be in any danger, right? Don't let your imagination run wild. Jojo. Duan Yu hastily interrupted her drifting thoughts and turned her small head back with one hand. He looked at this little stoic whose eyes were drifting erratically. It was obvious that her thoughts were a bit chaotic. The more she thought about this and that, the more she thought about it, the more scared she became. It'll be fine. How could a little reptile pose a threat to Mo Yin's rotten peach blossom? Little Tai Sui secretly rolled his eyes on the side. Little reptile, why don't you freaking find a little reptile the size of a mountain for me to see? Be good and rest first. I promise you, we'll definitely be able to smoothly enter the undersea abyss by tomorrow night at the latest. We'll explore it then. Little Tai Sui pursed his lips again, thinking, what's there to see in the undersea abyss when all that's left are ruins? But when she received Duan Yu's warning gaze, she could only shut her mouth. That night, Arbor didn't enter the star domain to rest. Instead, he crawled into his sleeping bag in the spirit artifact cabin and tossed and turned all night. At noon the next day, after eating a tasteless lunch, Duan Yu indeed brought Xiaoi and the others upstairs. Jojo. Arbor's eyes lit up. Can we go now? Duan Yu nodded. Come. Arbor turned around and patted Little Monkey's and Mo's heads. Little Monkey, you stay up there with your sister and Little Monk. I'll go down and see what's going on. The Little Monkey nodded obediently. And Mo and the Little Monk nodded as well. Benefactress, you should put on a few more defensive shells. That way you'll be safer. This little monk can rest assured that you can go down. Arbor, this little fatty monk was so small, but his words were so eloquent. Arbor expressionlessly waved his hand at the little monk. The little monk also quickly waved his small paws and blinked his large, watery eyes as he watched Arbor go down. He prattled, "Benefactress, come back quickly. This little monk will wait for you." Duan Yu, why was this little fatty monk so asking for a beating? The two of them jumped into the undersea abyss one after the other. Arbor instantly felt his vision darken. Soon, their surroundings lit up again. Duan Yu stuffed an illumination pearl into her hand and pulled her along, sliding down the undersea abyss at lightning speed. Chapter 4960. This place is a bit different from the last time I came in. She remembered that her conscience was very uncomfortable the last time she entered the seabed abyss. Not only did this place have a natural suction force, but it also attacked her conscience. But now, everything no longer existed. It was as if the splitting headache she felt the last time she came in was just her own hallucination. There's a sinkhole below. It was originally an ancient array, but it's been destroyed by humans. Duan Yu let her down and paused before saying, "It's especially similar to Mo Yin and Rotten Peach Blossom's violent destruction methods." Arbor's eyes brightened, and she saw a very abrupt prism of ice on the ice wall further down. Previously, this area was completely enveloped by the venerable Peach Blossom Immortals with spirit energy. Although Duan Yu and his men had already destroyed it, there were still a few wisps of wood spirit energy drifting back and forth in the air. Arbor followed Duan Yu and entered the ice cave below. This ice cave originally appeared to be endlessly deep, but after the ancient array was destroyed, the space also lost its effectiveness, revealing its original appearance. Arbor and Duan Yu smoothly reached the bottom of the cave and saw piles of white bones covering the ground, extending all the way forward. The two of them floated slightly in the air and floated forward for a distance. When they looked up, they saw a half-collapsed earthen wall. There was a tattered sign hanging in front of the earthen archway. For large, crooked words were written on it, "Nation of Sin." The handwriting was simply too horrible to look at. It was obvious that it wasn't written by a cultured person. Arbor and Duan Yu looked at each other, bewildered. Duan Yu said, "The array is behind a pile of broken earthen walls. I'll bring you over to take a look." The two of them circled around to the back. Sure enough, Arbor saw a collapsed array with many messy totems and pictograms drawn on it. Arbor looked away after a glance. She couldn't understand it anyway, so she just looked at Duan Yu. Duan Yu squatted next to that damaged array and observed it for a while before saying, "This should be an isolation and sealing array. This ancient array should be sealing something." Arbor blinked. "Now that the array has been destroyed, you mean the thing inside the array ran out? Your Majesty." Xiao He quickly walked in front of him and bowed respectfully. "There are discoveries below." Jojo. Duan Yu called Sir Jojo, and the two of them followed Xiaoyi around to the back of a broken wall. A huge crater in the shape of a beast collapsed and extended all the way down. From the looks of it, the giant beast had rolled all the way here. Arbor estimated that the beast's body was about 3 meters tall. This shouldn't be the most primitive form of a holy beast. Wu Yi stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, your subordinates speculate that this holy beast has already left the seabed abyss." Duan Yu was startled, and he quickly jumped into the crater created by the giant beast with several hidden guards. They followed the craters of varying depths forward. The terrain became lower and lower until a fault appeared in front of them. Under the fault, the glacier stood tall and shimmering. A layer of blue seawater flowed slowly around the glacier. Wu Yi pointed at the fault and said, "Look, Your Majesty, this holy beast should have directly crashed down from here." Arbor stuck her head out to take a look, and half of her body was almost out of the platform. Duan Yu quickly pulled her back and whispered with a frown, "Jojo, stay here and don't move. I'll bring people down to take a look." Chapter 4961. Arbor hastily shook her head. "I'll also go take a look." No, Duan Yu naturally wouldn't let her run down and take risks, so he quickly dissuaded her. "It'll be quick. I'll be back in 5 minutes." Xiaomu lowered her head to look at her stomach before reluctantly nodding in agreement. After Duan Yu went down, the little stoic paced back and forth in front of the fault. Xiaoyi was a bit alarmed by this and quickly advised, "Crown Princess, don't stand on the edge of that cliff while you're still here. Perhaps that damn fault would suddenly snap. If even a strand of hair on the Crown Princess' head was harmed, who knew how His Majesty would go berserk?" Arbor glanced at the ice platform beneath her feet before turning to look at Xiaoyi. She expressionlessly walked to his side and stood still. "Does that ancient Great Ceiling Array have an array core? Let me see it." Xiaoyi quickly shook his head. "There isn't an array core. We've already checked inside and out. There's only an empty hole in the array. There's nothing else." Xiaomu was puzzled. This is strange. Logically speaking, for such a large ancient matrix to seal something, it must have a corresponding matrix core. While she was muttering to herself, Duanyu leaped up from below the ice and hurried to her side. "It's connected to the sea below. That sacred beast should have entered the sea." Arbor looked at Duanyu in astonishment and quietly asked, "Then what about Mo Lien and Rotten Peach Blossom? Why are they missing?" "Not only that," Duanyu said seriously. "Jojo, Xiaoyi, and the others have already searched inside and out. There are many artifacts left behind by the aboriginals here. This means there should have been many people living here. Then where are they now?" Duanyu looked down at Arbor. Arbor only felt her heart beating abnormally fast. That little heart seemed about to jump out of her chest. Where could they be? Duanyu's heart clenched when he saw her inexplicably nervous expression and the abnormally pale complexion on her petite face. He hurriedly said, "They probably fought with that sacred beast all the way out?" Saying this was indeed very far-fetched. After all, it seemed that only the footprints of the Chaos Behemoth could be found in the pits of different depths. There was no trace of Mo Lien and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal. "Don't worry, Jojo. Let's keep looking. We'll find that guy eventually." Duanyu couldn't bear to see the little stoic on the verge of tears the most, so he repeatedly pacified her. "Let's summon more people and search every nook and cranny of the River of Forgetfulness. We'll definitely find him." The little stoic glanced at him listlessly. "But you have to return to Sangzhou." Duanyu was taken aback, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although this little fellow usually doesn't say anything, she sees everything clearly. Duanyu was indeed busy with affairs in Sangzhou. He had already received more than a dozen letters from Prime Minister Wu earnestly requesting him to quickly return to Sangzhou. "In any case, I've already come out." Duanyu winked at the little fellow. "Who cares? I'll stay for a while longer before going back." Sir Jojo peered at him and said solemnly, "Duanyu, thank you." Duanyu sighed softly. "There's no need for thanks between us." Arbor pondered before saying, "We'll set a deadline of 5 days. If we still can't find him, I won't look anymore." Sir Jojo was angry, humph. Chapter 4962. "Jojo, there's no need to be in such a hurry." Duanyu hastily persuaded, "Wait 2 more days. I'll transfer more people over to search." "No, it's settled then." Arbor turned around and pattered away after saying this. Her little stoic face was puffed up with anger, and she couldn't muster the energy to speak for a long time. Duanyu couldn't help but feel helpless. He naturally understood Jojo's thoughts. The little fellow didn't want to make things difficult for him. After all, with his current status, his actions during this period of time were truly too willful and reckless for him to directly abandon the state affairs and wander back and forth in the River of Forgetfulness. "Jojo," Duanyu quickly chased after her. "Then let's return to Sangzhou together after a while. I won't leave until you agree." He naturally wouldn't be reassured to leave her all alone on this boundless sea again. Moreover, she was pregnant now, so she needed to rest and recuperate even more. The little fellow had truly suffered too much during this period of time. Look at her little face. It had lost a whole size. He must take her back and properly nourish her. She probably wouldn't be able to recover in 2 or 3 days. Truly pitiful. "Don't worry, leave more people here. As long as there's news about that swindler, they'll definitely notify us immediately." Arbor pursed her lips and didn't say anything. In reality, she was still planning to have Duanyu return first to handle matters while she stayed behind to continue waiting for Jojo's lotus. However, She also understood that Duan Yu absolutely wouldn't approve of her plan. He's not in the seabed abyss right now, and I don't know where he's fighting with that sacred beast. If we can't receive his message, it's not a good idea to just sit and wait for him. Duan Yu continued to persuade. Listen to me, don't be exposed to the wind and sun on the sea all the time. We'll return to the city first. When we receive definite news, you can use the transportation talisman matrix to send it. Isn't it just a matter of minutes? Arbor couldn't resist pursing her lips. She looked back at Duan Yu, who kept nagging behind her, and couldn't resist rolling her eyes. Why are you acting like you're possessed by a little monk? How can it be that simple? There's a limit to the distance of a directional transportation talisman matrix. However, as long as they grasped the general direction, they could still reach their destination after a few more teleportations. Thinking about it this way, Duan Yu's words were quite reasonable. Hey, look, what's that thing floating over there? Duan Yu and Arbor had just leaped out of the underwater abyss one after the other when they heard the hidden guard shout. The two of them looked toward the surface of the sea and saw a person being swept up in the sea. He was struggling to stretch out an arm and flop on the water surface with great effort. Arbor took a glance and retracted his gaze. There was not much reaction on his face. Duan Yu, on the other hand, raised his brows slightly as he stood with Jojo at the entrance of the undersea abyss. They also looked in that direction from a considerable distance away. They saw that the unknown person was being swept up and down by the seawater, floating towards them. When they got closer, the two of them could see clearly that it was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s. Arbor sniffed. It's the aura of talisman power. Oh, this person is a great talisman master? They must have used something like a teleportation array. He was probably tricked by the non-directional transportation talisman matrix and didn't expect to land in the river of forgetfulness, so he directly fell into the sea. Duan Yu, this troublemaker, nodded and said, "Let's capture him first." Arbor, are you serious about doing this? We don't know who he is either. Let's interrogate him first. Chapter 4963. Duan Yu pulled Arbor onto the small boat that Xiaoyi and the others had prepared in advance and ordered aloofly, "Go, capture him first and interrogate him thoroughly." "Yes, Your Majesty." After receiving the order, Xiaoyi nimbly led his men forward and pulled out a net used for fishing, dragging the man out of the sea. They were very nimble and swiftly dragged the man to the bow of the boat. One of them flipped the middle-aged man over while the other used a spirit binding rope to tie his hands behind his back. Xiaoyi heavily slapped that man's back. After a wah sound, the man coughed and spat out 2 mouthfuls of water before turning to look at Xiaoyi and the others in a daze. Duan Yu glanced over, and Xiaoyi immediately pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and pressed it against the man's neck. He asked in a chilly tone, "Speak. Who are you and where did you teleport over from, punk?" A trace of panic flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes, and he hastily cried out, "Heroes and warriors, spare me, spare me. This lowly one is a merchant who encountered a robbery while sailing. He's lying." Arbor dryly interrupted the man's explanation. On the side, he didn't say anything and smashed a fist into that man's chin. The middle-aged man grunted, and Wu Yi's stern reprimand rang in his ears. "Speak honestly." Cough, cough, cough." The middle-aged man repeatedly coughed and panted as he looked at the people before him in horror. You guys, who are you? What do you want to do?" You used a transportation talisman matrix, so talisman energy is still flowing around your body. How could you be a simple merchant? This person was full of flaws, yet he still wanted to pretend. Although the middle-aged man's expression remained calm, his black pupils contracted slightly. From the little girl's voice, she didn't seem old, but her eyesight was astonishing. She actually saw that he used a transportation talisman matrix with a glance. The middle-aged man's arms were tied behind his back as he knelt there, so he could only try his best to turn his head to see which expert little girl exposed his origins. "Behave yourself." Wu Yi gave him a push. That middle-aged man took advantage of this to lie on his side. He rolled his eyes and strenuously turned his head to look in Xiao Mu's direction. Although he was already trying very hard to control his facial expression, Chiao Mu still saw a trace of shock and astonishment in the depths of his stormy eyes. Chiao Mu exclaimed in surprise and walked forward a few steps. The middle-aged man crawled backward as if he had seen a monster attacking him. His eyes hurriedly avoided Arbor's sharp gaze, not daring to look him in the eye. How rare, Arbor thought to himself. She had clearly never met this middle-aged man before, so why did he reveal such a guilty expression when he saw her? She was secretly curious and couldn't help but take a few steps closer to the middle-aged man. Duan Yu quickly chased after her and pulled her to his side. He warned with knitted brows, "This person's origins are unknown. Be careful." Arbor nodded and exclaimed in surprise. He tilted his head to look at that middle-aged man before turning to Duan Yu and saying, "Very strange." "What?" "His face is a bit strange." The middle-aged man's heart was about to jump out of his chest. His panicked expression revealed the fear in his heart at this moment. Arbor was curious and took a few steps closer to him. A small glass bottle suddenly slid out of her sleeve. Chapter 4964. The brownish-yellow color of the bottle shimmered under the faint sunlight, and it was very beautiful. The middle-aged man shuddered for no reason, and he couldn't help but tense up. You, what do you want to do?" he shouted harshly. At this moment, even he himself didn't notice that his voice was trembling slightly. He was truly extremely afraid of this little great ant in front of him. Seeing this little great ant walking closer and closer to him, the middle-aged man's heart couldn't stop pounding violently. He kept feeling that something bad was about to happen. But the middle-aged man couldn't tell what it was. It wasn't until he saw this little great ant open the glass bottle's cork that a faint, strange fragrance wafted into his nose. The middle-aged man's body stiffened, and he couldn't stop shuddering. He was very familiar with this medicinal fragrance. He was too familiar with it. This was impossible. How could this little great ant know the usage of this medicine? Impossible. This was the one and only antidote to the directional, shape-shifting medicinal liquid in the world. As long as he consumed it, he would immediately revert to his original form and reveal his original appearance. The middle-aged man was already panicking. He didn't expect that all the unlucky things would be piled together and happen one after another. Damn it. Jojo. Duan Yu pulled her back and looked down at the small glass bottle in her hand. What is this? Feed it to him. Feed it all down. Arbor disdainfully glanced at the ghastly pale, middle-aged man on the ground before stuffing the glass bottle to Duan Yu. On the side, Xiaoyi quickly walked over and reached out to take the bottle from His Majesty. She walked up to the middle-aged man and looked at him with a strange expression. What was wrong with this middle-aged man? His expression looked like he had eaten feces. His face was yellow and ugly. Wasn't it just a bottle of medicinal liquid? Look at how frightened he was. Could it be that the little crown princess's bottle of medicinal liquid was extraordinary in some way? Go away. Don't grab me. The middle-aged man bellowed with reddened eyes under the suppression of several hidden guards. Duan Yu narrowed his eyes and sized up the man before him. He muttered to himself, "Have I seen him somewhere before? You know this ugly freak?" Sir Jojo glanced at Duan Yu in disdain. Duan Yu couldn't help curling his lips in amusement. "I keep feeling that you're a bit familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen you before." His memory wasn't bad. If he had seen someone once, he should be able to remember them. However, he couldn't recall the face of the middle-aged man in front of him, but he felt that he was vaguely familiar. She disguised herself. "Ugly freak," Arbor said coldly. He took a kind of directional transformation liquid that can completely change his appearance in 3 days. No one knows about it. Duan Yu abruptly reacted, and his handsome face promptly chilled. Directional transformation medicinal fluid? He knew why the middle-aged man in front of him felt so familiar. Because he had seen this person before. At this very moment, the middle-aged man who had been forced to drink a small bottle of antidote was undergoing a complete transformation. Her originally flat body was gradually becoming curvaceous. She was still wearing the gray robe of an ordinary merchant, but her exquisite figure was wrapped in it. Even though she was wearing the same gray robe, she looked much better now. She sprawled on the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment and indignation. Chapter 4965. With a complicated expression, the woman coldly swept her gaze towards Arbor. You are the state of Doruo's third state preceptor, Shinajing, right? Duan Yu exposed the incomer's identity with a chilling glint in his eyes. Long time no see. How have you been, state preceptor? Arbor detected a strong hostility in Duan Yu's voice. The little stoic immediately turned her head and sized up state preceptor Shintu. The state of Doruo? She seemed to have never heard of it. Also, this woman looked to be around 26 or 27 years old. Her rosy cheeks were tinged with spring, and her dark brows were deeply furrowed. She looked to be an out-and-out beauty. She didn't expect her to be some state preceptor. Shinta Jing glared hatefully at the man and woman in front of her before her gaze finally landed on Arbor's face. She shouted coldly, "Even if you kill me, you can't stop the implementation of Lily Er's plan." Arbor was dumbfounded. What the hell? What Lily Er's plan? Arbor turned to look at the enraged Duan Yu in confusion. Judging from Duan Yu's reaction, he seemed to know about the transformation medicinal liquid in Lily Er's plan. You're courting death. Duan Yu's icy voice reached Shinta Jing's ears, and the latter shuddered abruptly. However, this woman insisted on suffering for her pride. She stiffened her neck and revealed a fearless expression. Kill me or torture me as you wish. But I just want to tell you, too, that Lily Er's plan won't be interrupted because of my death. Duan Yu raised his hand, and a silvery white flame scuttled out from his fingers. Just as it was about to land on Shinta Jing, Arbor quickly grabbed him and asked, "What's going on?" Jojo actually didn't understand. What Lily Er's plan? This strange conversation between the two of them made her feel as if she was being kept in the dark about something. Nothing. Duan Yu took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress the surging rage in his eyes. There must be something. Arbor tugged at his sleeve, unwilling to give up. Hurry and tell me. You're not allowed to deceive Jojo. Duan Yu glanced at her and saw that the little stoic was staring fixedly at him with a pair of round eyes. He couldn't help but find it amusing. Okay, I'll tell you, but don't be angry. Arbor nodded. Go ahead. I won't be angry. You know, my mental endurance is pretty good. A moment later, Duan Yu told Sir Jojo everything he knew about Lily Er's incident. Jojo's expressionless face was taut. Her eyes were burning with rage. Without another word, she pulled out a black ferrule and smashed it down toward Shinta Jing's head. Bang! Bang bang! Xiaoyi and the other secret guards couldn't help but cover their faces with their hands and laugh in their hearts. Oh my God, this is the crown princess with good psychological endurance. Without another word, the little crown princess smacked Shinta Jing's head with her ferrule until it bled. Her bright eyes were tainted with a trace of fury, and she kicked Shinta Jing from time to time as she fought. These people actually dared to backstab her and imitate her? They must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall to create a large batch of imitations of Sir Jojo. Unlike the 100 or so Golem Jajas that old fellow Tian Tuzi created, they were cute and harmless and could even command them to work at will. These lilies were all things that had been forcibly distorted and created by someone. According to Duan Yu, once Lily completely died, the puppeteer behind her would use a secret puppet technique to continue controlling her. Arbor pulled up Shinta Jing, who was sprawled on the ground. Chapter 4966. Just thinking about it made her feel extremely disgusted. These people from a state of Daluo who indulged in the wildest fantasies actually concocted a scheme where one person substituted the other for the other. Unfortunately, their intelligence didn't seem to be enough. Otherwise, this state preceptor, Shinta, wouldn't have foolishly bumped into her, the person in question. No wonder she looked constipated and guilty when she saw her just now. It turned out that she discovered the subject of the experiment had appeared in front of her. How could Shinta Jing know that the little stoic was silently cursing? If she knew, she would definitely cry out for injustice. She was simply unlucky to the extreme during this period of time. Speaking of which, her unlucky experience started when she found Songzhou's ruler. First, she destroyed one of her doppelgangers in the hands of Songzhou's ruler. Then, Ming Province's crown prince closed the door and beat her like a dog, hunting her down in the entire city. Shinta Jing was utterly helpless and could only use the fraudulent transportation talisman matrix to transport herself out of the sealed Great Young City. In the end, something even more fraudulent happened. The transportation talisman matrix almost failed. She didn't know what method that Ming Province's crown prince used. After several failed transmissions, she was so desperate that she used up all the transportation talisman matrices around her. And so something even more ridiculous was about to happen. This non-directional transportation talisman matrix transported her to the Sea of Forgetfulness. As soon as she came out of the transportation talisman matrix, she encountered a large corpse-devouring shark. After a desperate struggle, Shintu Jing, who barely escaped death, fainted in the Sea of Forgetfulness due to exhaustion. Thus, she floated up and down, floated to the subject of the experiment, Arbor. She didn't know if she should say that her luck was good or bad. She had been unconscious for more than 2 hours. Although she had already used a defensive talisman matrix on herself before she fainted, fortunately, she still didn't encounter that corpse-devouring shark. Otherwise, who knew if she would be in the shark's stomach right now? Arbor gazed coldly at third state preceptor Shintu Jing in front of him. This beautiful state preceptor of the state of Daluo was currently staring back at him stubbornly with a stiff neck. Arbor felt incredibly vexed when he saw her and directly slapped her face with his ferrule. He shouted coldly, "Keep looking and I'll gouge out your eyeballs." Shintu Jing let out a miserable cry. At this moment, her face was already incomparably wretched. After going through the little stoic's rough beating, what bullshit beautiful preceptor her face was completely different from the word beauty. "Speak. Where are the rest of those disgusting imitations that you guys collected?" Upon hearing Duan use words, these replicas did not seem to have the slightest intention of refuting. Instead, they were very proud and even quite happy to become such a substitute. Wherever that scumbag went, he would be a scumbag. Arbor pulled Shinta Jing up and grabbed her by the neck. "Don't think I'll look up to you if you don't say anything. That won't work on me," Arbor coldly said. "Search her soul. My knockoff tower of punishment will allow her to slowly enjoy the rest of her life." Arbor spoke word by word in a leisurely manner. However, Shinta Jing could not help but tremble all over as she looked at her in terror. In reality, she didn't understand what Arbor meant by the knockoff tower of punishment, but she just couldn't help being abnormally alarmed. It's useless even if you search my soul. Once my soul suffers from external pressure, it'll become an autonomous soul and explode. So you won't be able to obtain any useful information. Duan Yu raised his hand to suppress her. Then explode. Chapter 49-67. Shintu Jing's eyes widened in horror, and she turned to Duan Yu in shock. This man actually sentenced her, Shintu Jing, to death without a second word? No, you can't search my soul. Please stop. Shintu Jing couldn't resist begging for mercy. I can say anything. I will say everything I know. There are many things that can't be learned through a soul search. Duan Yu pressed his hand on Shintu Jing's head and asked apathetically, "Oh, there are things that can't be learned through a soul search?" Yes. I don't dare to deceive your excellency." Shintu Jing hastily shouted. This one's divine sense was once blocked by a defensive barrier set up by the state preceptor. Although it won't cause a soul explosion, but once that defensive barrier detects an external force invading my conscious, it will directly destroy my consciousness. At this point, Shintu Jing couldn't help but shudder violently. Before your excellency completes the soul search, I will become an idiot. You won't be able to obtain any useful information. This was truly a bit interesting. Duan Yu swept an icy glance at Shintu Jing and slowly put his hand down. He said with a smile, "I'll believe you for the time being. Tell me everything you know." Shintu Jing hastily exhaled deeply and nodded repeatedly. "I don't dare to deceive your excellency. This Lily project has already been in operation for more than half a year. Lily 0 is the most perfect imitation that the state preceptor created." At this point, Shinta Jing couldn't help but glance at the young crown princess with a complicated expression. Seeing the latter's extremely indifferent expression, Shinta Jing sighed and said, I originally thought that Lily Zero was truly a flawless creation. Who knew after seeing the crown princess with my own eyes? Only then did I realize that no one in this world could possibly replace you. No one would be able to keep up with this #1 paralyzed face of yours. As you know, Your Majesty, Lily Nine has already been personally executed by you. As for Lily Earth 5, she was also executed by the Crown Prince of Ming Province in Great Yong City. The remaining lilies, except for Zero, should all be in the Pingjin Prairies territory of the Kingdom of Daluo. Didn't His Majesty already send people to clean them up? Shinta Jing stole a glance at Duan Yu before taking a deep breath and saying, That perfect work of art, Lily and #0, reportedly also came to the River of Forgetfulness a while ago. Second State Preceptor Shen Nangue brought her along with him. As for where they're going, I truly don't know the specifics. The surroundings of the state of Luo's territory are all man-eating black swamps. How did you pass through these black swamps? Duan Yu asked coldly. Shinta Jing answered honestly. Our tribe has a large mechanical turtle that can pass through the black swamp unimpeded. Even if an ordinary person were to use a defensive shield, it would be very difficult for them to stay in the black swamp for more than an hour without being disturbed by the poison bugs and poison ants. Arbor's eyes lit up. He stroked his slightly warm abdomen and asked, Is it fun? Strangely, while Sir Jojo was interested, he could feel that baby Mo seemed to be interested in this mechanical turtle as well. This must be the connection between mother and son. Sir Jojo thought. If Jojo's Lotus knew about this, she would definitely be jealous. Lily, #0 came to the River of Forgetfulness? Duan Yu's lips were tinged with an extremely faint sneer. Oh, still not giving up on finding a partner? Chapter 4968. What? This time, the one you want to collaborate with is the current master of the Forgetful River tribe? That demonic cult master Dingyan? Shinta Jing shook her head frantically and hastily said, I don't know. I truly don't know where Second State Preceptor Shenangue will take Lily and #02. Your Majesty, please judge clearly. Shinta Jing said in a fluster. This humble one's every word is the truth. I have absolutely no intention of deceiving Your Majesty. She had only interacted with Duan Yu once. But this time, she had buried one of her clones, and even Lily, a #9, was completely destroyed. She shouldn't continue courting death in front of such a vicious and merciless person. Otherwise, she would probably die without a burial ground. Shinta Jing took a deep breath and did her best to look at Arbor and Duan Yu with eyes full of sincerity. Arbor swept her a glance. Throw her into the knockoff pagoda of punishments. Duan Yu's mouth twitched, and he turned back to secretly glance at the little stoic. Even when the little stoic was angry, she was still a bit adorable, especially when she kept talking about the knockoff pagoda of punishments. Two slender tree branches poked out from under her sleeves and coiled around the horrified Shinta Jing's arm. I really have to say everything. I already told you everything I know. What else do you want? Shinta Jing shrieked in terror. I swear I dare to swear an unbreakable heavenly Tao blood oath. Everything I said is true. Absolutely not a single word of falsehood. Arbor expressionlessly glanced at Shinta Jing and allowed the sapling Chiochio to drag her into the knockoff pagoda of punishments. Chiochio called out crisply, Master, can you not say knockoff next time? Although their pagoda of punishments was indeed a knockoff, it was fine as long as it was easy to use. The authentic pagoda of punishments has 17 floors, but yours has 12 floors. If you don't make a knockoff, who will? Arbor pursed his lips and muttered softly. Master, Chiochio's voice reverberated in her ears. They can also strengthen the Tower of Punishment and make it taller. It can be repaired to the height of 17 floors. Don't waste your energy. A replica would always be a replica, no matter how much it was repaired. It would never become the real Tower of Punishment. Qiuqiu angrily threw Shinta Jing into the first level of the knockoff Tower of Punishment. Shinta Jing had just entered when she felt her entire body being pulled over uncontrollably by a force. She immediately let out a shriek. Suddenly, several iron chains fell from above her head and bound her tightly. "Jojo, you think she's lying?" Duan Yu asked in confusion. Arbor shook his head. "I don't think he's lying. Whether a person was telling the truth or not, one could tell by looking at her eyes and subtle expressions. Just now, Shinta Jing had dared to look back at her while speaking, and she hadn't spoken slowly either. She didn't seem to be thinking as she spoke. Basically, as she had said, she would tell him everything she knew. The corner of Duan Yu's eyes silently twitched. He coughed lightly and asked, "Then why did you drag her into the Tower of Punishment?" "Oh, that tower has been empty for a while, and no one could throw it in. Let her try." Duan Yu was speechless. It seemed like this Shinta Jing was merely an unlucky person trying out the tower. Sir Jojo didn't expect him to remember that there was such a character in the Tower of Punishment after throwing her in now. Chapter 4969. Duan Yu didn't want to say anything more about this unlucky Shinta Jing. But since this was Sir Jojo's decision, Duan Yu naturally supported it to the end. "Let's see if we can dig out any useful information from this Shinta Jing," Arbor said seriously. "What the heck is this kingdom of Daluo up to?" Arbor said coldly with a frown. "I want to make a trip to the Pingjin Prairie and meet that king of the kingdom of Daluo." Duan Yu hastily shook his head. "With your current condition, it's not suitable for you to go to a place like the Pingjin Prairie where the terrain and environment are extremely vile." Arbor thought about it and agreed. She quickly nodded and said, "All right, then help me capture their state preceptor and whatnot." She wanted to properly investigate just who dared to be so audacious as to create so many Liliers to trap her. Oh wait, it should be to trap Lien. Humph. Jojo's Lien was truly a pig's head. Jojo was about to be drowned in counterfeits, yet he was still busy counting mushrooms in some nook and cranny. Duan Yu nodded while holding back his laughter. He said helplessly, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Obediently return to Tsang province with me in a few days. We'll talk about the rest later. This matter is very fishy and needs to be thoroughly investigated. Look at this little fellow. She was so restless even when she was pregnant. She kept moving around and jumping around all day, which made him a bit flustered." Arbor put on an unperturbed expression and patted his arm. "Don't worry, my body is very healthy." What a joke. She was a great pill alchemist. It would be hilarious if she couldn't even take care of her own body. She was most aware of her own body's condition. If it weren't for her little stoic face that was always expressionless, she might have been grinning from ear to ear already. This baby in her belly was very likely to be a peerless oddball. When she was pregnant, she didn't feel anything. She didn't feel sleepy or nauseous. She didn't feel dizzy or hot or anything. He would only give her guidance when he was picky about food. In addition, when he encountered something good, he probably would also give her guidance. For example, when she encountered the light congealing mirror last time, she clearly felt baby's abnormal movements. This little weirdo probably took after his father, Arbor thought. He was a foodie and liked to collect all kinds of good things. In the future, when he grew up, he would not be taken advantage of. He was a shrewd character. As Lady Xiao thought about this, her small hand couldn't help but rub her belly. As if he could feel her caress, his stomach started to heat up. "Jojo." Duan Yu couldn't resist glancing at her when he saw her in a daze. Chow Mu coughed lightly and patted her stomach in all seriousness. It's fine. Duan Yu, don't worry for nothing, my body is fine." After eating and sleeping well, he felt as if his entire body was filled with inexhaustible strength. With a single punch, it wouldn't be surprising if he could split mountains and rivers. Who else could be as strong as her when they were pregnant? Jojo, Sama was indeed different. Duan Yu curled his lips. "Jojo, are you praising yourself in your mind?" "Ooh, who said that?" Chow Mu cast Duan Yu a sidelong glance and harumphed. She then pattered forward with small steps. "If you walk any further, you'll fall into the sea." Duan Yu couldn't help but follow from the bow of the ship. I've deployed an extra 1,000 men. We'll search the nearby waters for another 2 days. Arbor turned his head away with a huff. You're the one who's looking for him. Okay, I miss him. Duan Yu sighed helplessly. Chapter 4970. Jojo was truly too tsundere. Just looking at him gave people a headache. Arbor snuck a glance at Duan Yu and harumphed. All right then, I'll search for him for 2 more days on your account. Duan Yu nodded in exasperation. MHM. After searching for so long without any sign of Mo Yin, the little emperor was unhappy. Of course, it was more likely that he was worried. Don't look at how this little thing's face was stoic and unperturbed. Perhaps her mind was full of twists and turns, simulating all kinds of bad things and secretly worrying herself to death. She really was a silly girl. Did she think that he wouldn't know her thoughts if she didn't say anything? Duan Yu sighed softly and shook his head. I'm not busy. Actually, it's fine to search more. Behind him, Shaoi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Left Prime Minister Wu Yong had sent dozens of urgent letters, but His Majesty turned a blind eye to them and said he wasn't busy. Seriously enough, in comparison, the Crown Princess, the little stoic, seemed to be more reliable than His Majesty. At least she set a deadline, unlike His Majesty, who was unreliable. For the sake of the divine province's crown prince wait. Could it be that His Majesty was so persistent in searching for the divine province's crown prince because Duan Yu turned around and saw Shaoi's constipated expression. He was currently looking at him strangely, and his handsome face was a bit red from holding back his words. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you holding it in? Duan Yu was speechless. Presumably, he didn't have anything to say. He was just helping Prime Minister Wu urge him to hurry back to the capital. Did he have to hold it in like that? Your Majesty, you don't have improper thoughts about the divine province's crown prince, right? After Shaoi said this, Wu felt something fly past his eyes. It perfectly rose into the air with a whoosh before landing back into the sea with an extremely dashing bang. Duan Yu pulled back a leg and expressionlessly flicked his sleeve. He pulled over the dumbfounded Jojo and coughed lightly. Ignore him. His brain isn't working well. However, it was as if Arbor had a new train of thought. He looked at Duan Yu strangely before glancing at the hidden guards who were like wooden stakes prodding him. I feel that Shaoi is a warrior who dares to speak the truth. Everyone was speechless. You shouldn't have kicked him. Instead, you should have greatly praised him. Arbor said with a straight face. These days, there aren't many people who dare to be so impudent and outspoken in front of their superiors. That's right, people who were impudent and outspoken were basically buried with grass half the height of a person. Duan Yu looked in shock at Sir Jojo, who had leaped onto the air transportation spirit artifact. He turned to ask Wui, who was standing upright beside him, what does Jojo mean by this? It's exactly what your Majesty is thinking. Wu resisted the urge to burst into laughter and said with a serious expression, Duan Yu, Jojo, come back. It's not what you think. Fuck, how could he have any thoughts about him, Mo Yin? It was enough for him to see that guy. 2 days later, Duan Yu's group rode the air transportation spirit artifact in the direction of Tsang province. Sir Jojo couldn't conceal the disappointment on his face, but he tried his best to restrain himself and not show it. No matter how the eloquent little servants tried to coax him into talking, Jojo was dispirited. An hour after the group left, the tranquil seawater suddenly seemed to be boiling, and a whirlpool started to swirl from the bottom. Crash! After a loud sound, a huge wave rolled down and almost overturned a merchant ship that was coming towards them. Chapter 4971. Someone on the boat suddenly screamed. A young woman, who was sitting at the bow of the boat and sipping tea, couldn't help but scream. She was just sitting there, admiring the beautiful scenery of the sea. In the end, she was drenched by the huge waves. Her face immediately darkened. Be careful. A strong man with a short black beard suddenly rushed out from the side and blocked the young woman with his sword. He quickly rushed toward the strange beast opposite him with divine power. It had 6 legs and 4 wings, and its whole body was wrapped in flames. The giant beast's body was as strong as a small hill, towering in front of everyone. This frightening size was enough to make one shiver in fear. The strong man's face showed a trace of shock. He muttered something and waved his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. He swung his sword horizontally. The sword light carried divine power and rushed toward the giant beast that was charging toward him. However, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. This little bit of power was insignificant in front of the giant beast. The giant beast flipped up from the water and tore the waves in front of it with its claws. With a splash, the water split from the middle, and the whole boat was torn apart by its claws. The woman in the green gauze couldn't help but scream again. She was slapped into the water by the huge waves. The strong man with a short black beard opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Miss!" He quickly jumped into the water to save the young woman, who knew that the giant beast would flip back and forth in the water, and huge waves would roll over. The splashing sound of the water was abnormal. The boatmen who fell into the water screamed in fear. They hurriedly climbed into the water, trying to get away from the giant beast as soon as possible. However, they were so weak. The moment the giant beast flipped in the water, it opened its mouth and sucked several boatmen to its mouth and tore them apart effortlessly with its claws. The woman in the green gauze was soaked in the water, and her face was a little distorted from fear. She panicked and slapped the water surface, kicking her legs like a dog. She repeatedly screamed, "Mr. Shun, Mr. Shun." The robust man with a short black beard became a little anxious. He jumped out of the water in a hurry. Then he took a few steps in the air and arrived beside the green-robed woman. Then he pulled her out of the water. The man brought the girl up into the air and quickly bounced up. However, in the next second, a huge wave came crashing down on them again, slamming them back into the sea. The angry roar of the giant beast echoed in his ears. The green-robed woman turned her head to take a look and was so shocked that her jaw almost fell to the ground. He was almost within reach of the giant beast. As soon as she looked up, she could see the giant beast's huge face wrapped in flames. Its face was ferocious, and its eyes were like copper bells. The green-robed woman shuddered. She couldn't help but shiver. "Let's go." The man made a prompt decision and pulled the girl out of the water again. "Mr. Shun, we crash." A few huge waves slammed heavily on the top of their heads. The two unlucky ones had no way to resist this overwhelming force, and were heavily smashed into the bottom of the water by the huge waves. The green-robed woman even gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. She suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. "Damn it!" The robust man cursed in a low voice, and his face became abnormally ugly. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a crisis on this trip to the Sea of Forgetfulness. He looked up and saw that several boatmen had died in this disaster. Chapter 4972. The dozen or so bodyguards he brought with him were either dead or injured at this time. Almost all of them were consumed by this giant beast. The man with a short black beard grits his teeth and takes out a small, exquisite pagoda from his sleeve. He says in a deep voice, "Let's hide in this defensive artifact first." The woman in green muslin hurriedly nods and urges, "Mr. Shun, hurry, hurry." As long as they enter this defensive artifact, they can resist one or two attacks. The woman in green muslin raises her head and looks at the man in front of her with a pair of beautiful almond eyes full of expectation. Shenangue can't help but reach out and touch the woman's delicate and white cheeks. He smiles slightly and says, "Don't be afraid. We won't whoosh. The surging waves make Shenangue completely shut up." He hurriedly throws out the small pagoda in his hand. The two figures suddenly disappear in the sea. In the rippling sea, a small, exquisite pagoda the size of a palm is bobbing up and down along with the waves. Suddenly, it is heavily slapped into the blue sea by a giant beast's claw. Ayo, ayo, ayo. The giant beast roars angrily twice. Using its two claws, it tosses the small pagoda that is emitting a faint halo back and forth as if playing with it. One moment it is tossed into the air, the next moment it is slapped into the bottom of the sea. It goes back and forth many times, making Shenangue and the exquisite pagoda feel very uncomfortable. Although this exquisite pagoda is a defensive artifact, the space inside is extremely small. The two of them are standing close to each other. At this moment, they are miserable. The saint beast outside was treating it like a toy, using its claws to pull it around. The entire small pagoda would shake and fall from time to time. The two of them were stuck in this pagoda, and following the constant shaking back and forth, they were about to vomit from it. Huh! The palm-sized face of the woman in green muslin hangs a trace of panic and fear. You hear something? What sound? Shenangui's face changes again and again. He naturally heard it too. This subtle sound seems to be the sound of the defensive artifact cracking. The two of them look up. Sure enough, they see a trace of light coming in from the outside. The top of the pagoda seems to have a tiny crack, and now this crack seems to be expanding infinitely after being slapped by the beast's claws. Shenangue cried bitterly in his heart. In his entire life, he had never seen a giant beast with such great strength. With his bare hands, no, with his bare claws, he was able to destroy a defensive divine artifact that he had painstakingly built with a lot of manpower, energy, and refining materials that he had painstakingly built for months. Shenangui's heart ached so much that he almost wanted to vomit blood. However, at this moment, he could only hide in this small pagoda with his tail between his legs. I'm fine. Shenangue, who was once again flipped upside down by the beast's claws, comforted the pale girl in green gauze in his arms. We'll be fine. This defensive divine artifact won't shatter so easily. It will take at least 2 to 4 hours for this defensive divine artifact to completely break apart. All we have to do is wait for this beast to get impatient and continue to slap it. Then we'll be saved. Don't worry. Shenangue comforted the woman in green. He didn't know if he was comforting her or comforting himself. As soon as he finished speaking, a few extremely frightening ka-ka-ka sounds came from the top of the tower. The two of them's face turned very pale. They looked at each other and saw a trace of panic in each other's eyes. Chapter 4973. Shenangue was speechless. He did not expect to be slapped in the face by the gigantic beast as soon as he finished speaking. He had just assured the lady in green that this defensive divine weapon could last for another 2 hours. Who knew now? It seemed that it could not even last 3 minutes. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of something breaking was touching the two people's twitching nerves. In a flash, the entire pagoda suddenly cracked. 4 to 5 rays of light penetrated the pagoda from above and around the pagoda. The entire exquisite pagoda had completely cracked open. At the same time, the gigantic beast seemed to be unable to bear the unusual torment in its stomach. It suddenly opened its mouth and roared. A few shining light balls flew out of its mouth. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a few people wrapped in a defensive divine weapon that flew out from within. Quick! The venerable peach blossom immortal hurriedly urged. Emolienne, whose expression was cold, turned around and took out a small mirror that was filled with an ancient aura from her sleeve. She shone the mirror at the gigantic beast opposite her. Blinding rays of light converged into innumerable invisible threads that violently flung onto the gigantic beast's body. Seeing that the light-congealing mirror had jumped out to trap him again, Hun Dun gritted his teeth in hatred. He could not help but roar angrily as he shook his body, trying to get rid of the threads on his body. The rays of light converged by the light-congealing mirror wound around Hun Dun's body and bound him tightly. No matter how much Hun Dun roared, he could not break free from the bindings. Emolienne suddenly turned around and raised her hand. The fragments of the exquisite pagoda flew into her palm piece by piece. She kept all of them in a storage talisman. She did not expect to pick up so many excellent god-level crafting materials on the first day she came out. She had to admit that her luck was really superb. Prince Emo felt a little elated, but he quickly focused all his attention on the gigantic beast of Hun Dun. This gigantic beast's willpower was really stubborn. They had been punching and kicking in its stomach for so long before it could not bear the pain and let them out. Even with the light congealing mirror, it was very troublesome to completely seal it. No wonder the heavenly axiom wanted to seal it in the abyss at all costs. Releasing it would be a great disaster indeed. Mo Yin raised her hand and wiped her finger. A line of blood spilled out. The light-congealing mirror suddenly emitted a dazzling light that was comparable to the brilliance of the sun and the moon. With a whoosh, it leaped into the air. The entire mirror suddenly expanded by dozens of feet and became 3 to 5 times fatter. The power of the light completely suppressed the chaos beast. Soon, Mo Yin and He Chen's Saint energy landed on the giant beast and bounced the condensing light mirror over. With the help of the powerful holy light emitted by the condensing mirror, Mo Yin quickly sealed the chaos beast. But even so, Prince Mo's eyes were not calm and relaxed. He frowned slightly and looked down at the condensing light mirror in his hand. How long can this power be sealed? Clearly, the condensing mirror's holy light had a natural suppressive effect on chaos sacred beasts. However, the chaos beast was simply too powerful. It would be difficult for it not to charge out of the light condensing mirror again. Even if Mo Yin had placed a few more confinement seals on the condensing mirror, there was still no guarantee that the chaos beast would not be able to charge out. He Chen sighed softly. It seems that this seal is only temporary. If they could not think of a good way to get the best of both worlds, the chaos beast might come out to harm the world again after a while. At this moment, a bald little boy with a photon brain jumped out from the side. Chapter 4974. Don't kill it. Hundun isn't usually this anxious and violent. It's mainly because it has been locked up for too long, so it's a little irritable. This is easy to understand, isn't it? Yuan Shurchin chuckled. Understand my ass. An irritable and violent creature opened its mouth and swallowed them all. Fortunately, he and Mo Yin's group were tough, so they weren't chewed up. Otherwise, who could they find to reason with at this moment? It's definitely not like this usually, Congealing Mirror said to Mo Yin and the rest with a straight face. You guys were already too much when you destroyed everything in its stomach. Now that it's been sealed, don't hit it anymore, okay? Yuan Shurchin couldn't help but roll his eyes. He thought, I didn't expect this small congealing mirror to be such a compassionate Virgin Mary. Mo Yin didn't say anything and stuck several sealing talismans on the surface of congealing mirror. Then, she turned to Yuan Shurchin and said, set up an array and seal it in the abyss of the sea. Stop! Shenwu suddenly blocked GC and the rest who were trying to sneak away with his sword. The natives of Sin Kingdom were only left with 3 melons and 2 dates. Other than GC, who had lost her ears, there were 3 middle-aged and old men. All of them looked emaciated. When a sea breeze blew, they couldn't help but shiver. What else do you want? GC let out a shriek, her face contorted in anger. Although the people in front of her all revealed their original handsome faces. In GC's eyes, they were simply like ferocious-looking devils. How could a man who could cut off her ears for no reason be a kind person? Moreover, they could even seal a chaos beast again. How could a few repulsive people from Sin Kingdom be their match? They were not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Nothing. The venerable peach blossom immortal smiled coldly. Hand over a strand of your life, soul. I'll consider sparing your lives. GC and the other 3 men from Sin Kingdom widened their eyes at the same time. They shook their heads and took a few steps back. Unfortunately, their backs were soon covered by a thick, transparent barrier. It was only then that he realized that at some point in time, someone had set up a barrier around him, trapping him completely. GC and the others had nowhere to run, and a bad premonition arose in their hearts. What are you going to do? GC found that her voice was trembling when she opened her mouth. Mo Yin ignored her. She turned to Yi Chun and said, let them go to the undersea abyss and continue watching the chaos. The faces of GC and the others instantly turned pale. All right, go and contact Jojo. Leave these people to me. Just as the venerable peach blossom immortal finished speaking, a few thuds could be heard. GC and the others trembled as they kneeled on the broken deck of the ship, their faces pale. Sirs, please don't do this. On the other side, The bald 3-year-old child was also crying loudly as he hung from the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's leg like a pendant. He shouted loudly, "No, don't throw Lord Guangguang into the pit at the bottom of the sea again. What are you trying to do? Master Guangguang finally came out, and you want to throw Master Guangguang again? No, no, no." Chapter 4975. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal shook his long leg, wanting to throw away the pendant clinging to his leg. Unfortunately, little congealing mirror's short limbs had great strength. This little fellow clung to his leg tightly and refused to let go. It was as if it had grown on his leg and could not be moved at all. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal twitched his mouth speechlessly. All right. Come down first and we'll talk." "I won't. You bad people want to throw Lord Guangguang heartlessly into the seabed abyss. That lousy place where birds don't shit and chickens don't lay eggs. You want Lord Guangguang to continue lying at the bottom of the cold sea for millions of years. Do you think I'm stupid? I won't let go even if I die." On the other side, Mo Yin ignored the others and floated above the river of forgetfulness. She took out a communication jade talisman from her sleeve and frowned as she stared at it for a while. What was going on? There was no response from the communication jade talisman. He turned his head and looked at the speechless He-chun. "Try using your communication jade talisman." "You don't have to try." Lord Guangguang pouted and said weakly, "Earlier when you ganged up on Dun Dun, I blocked all of your divine senses. I'm afraid you won't be able to open your inner worlds for a while." Mo Yin, He-chun, and the others all glared at this little brat. I didn't do it on purpose." Lord Guangguang shouted stubbornly. How would I know? I thought you were going to kill Dun Dun. Although Dun Dun and I don't have much of friendship, but we've been together for more than 1,000 years. No feelings, but there are feelings of companionship." Lord Guangguang hung pitifully on He-chun's leg and clung to his robe tightly. It wailed, "Don't throw us into the seabed abyss. We don't want to stay in the seabed abyss anymore. What do you know? If Dun Dun breaks out of the seal again, can you still suppress it?" Mo Yin said coldly. "No, it won't. It won't." Congealing Mirror shook its bald head vigorously and shouted, I swear in the name of the heavenly Tao. Dun Dun's nature is still very kind. It's just that sometimes it's too lonely. That's why it wants to come out." Zhualanshan couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his snake tail and rolled his eyes. It's not like he didn't notice how many people it bit to death when it came out. But those people from the evil kingdom aren't good people either. Sir Guangguang weakly defended himself. "Moreover, my Dun Dun can be taught slowly. It's still young. It'll be sensible after being taught." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal had already taken out his communication jade talisman. He frowned and said, "Even if my spiritual consciousness is blocked, what does this have to do with the communication jade talisman? Why can't I even send a message?" Lord Guangguang pursed his lips and smacked his lips as he said, "Don't you know? Lord Guangguang, whom can block everything. That's right, including spatial teleportation. You're by Lord Guangguang's side. You can't even use teleportation talismans. The message talisman is also useless." He-chun glared angrily. He really wanted to beat this child to death. "You are the artifact spirit of the ancient sacred artifact, Congealing Mirror. Legend has it that you have the ability to unlock the Great Godlock Array. Why can't you unlock the shield?" Seeing that the masters beside him were so angry that they were about to beat the child, Shenwu hurriedly went forward and asked, wanting to help Lord Guangguang out of this predicament. Congealing Mirror had a weak expression on its face. Chapter 4976. Prince Mo's expression froze. "How can we break it?" Seven days later, it will naturally be broken." Mo Yin waved her hand, and Congealing Mirror hugged Yuan Shurchen's thigh, crying out with a strong desire to live. Lord Light didn't do it on purpose. It's you fierce people who suddenly came here shouting to kill. Lord Light only wanted to protect himself. That was why he secretly set up the spirit lock shield. Was it his fault? He didn't want to do this, but these people in front of him didn't look like they were to be trifled with. It was scary. Yuan Shichan was speechless. He raised his hand to persuade Mo Lien. It's useless even if you throw him into the sea now. How about this? Let's bring Congealing Mirror to Jojo. Let Jojo bring them into the star domain. Yuan Shichan winked at Mo Lien. Mo Lien instantly understood. No matter how powerful chaos was, as long as it entered Jojo's star domain, it would have to acknowledge Jojo as its master. It wouldn't be able to do much. That seemed to be good, too, looking at Congealing Mirror's lack of intelligence. It was definitely not Jojo's match. When the time came, wouldn't it be easy for Lord Jojo to capture it? Who is Jojo? Where are you taking us? Congealing Mirror asked in a daze. Mo Lien glanced at it coldly. Congealing Mirror quivered. It was so scared that it crawled onto Yuan Shichan's thigh, hugging his leg and crying out. I was just asking. Can I just ask? Humph. Mo Lien turned her head, her gaze landing coldly on GC and the rest. At this moment, GC, Elder Zhou, and the other 3 citizens of Sin Kingdom had already pulled out a strand of their soul, trembling as they offered it. Master, please spare our lives. If you have any orders in the future, we will not disobey. Sirs, please don't drive us back into the bottomless abyss. After saying this, Old Zhou and the other 2 subjects of the Kingdom of Sin, along with great suzerain GC, repeatedly kowtowed to Mo Lien, Zhichun, and the others, earnestly begging for mercy. Now, they were really scared to death. Was there really such a cold and heartless person in this world? With great difficulty, they were finally able to climb out of the gloomy and narrow underwater abyss, only to see the sunlight for a few minutes. These people wanted to chase them down to the bottom of the abyss again, to guard the cold bottom of the abyss, to guard the darkness. What a cruel heart. Mo Lien looked at them coldly. After thinking for a while, she frowned and looked at Shichan. Zhualanshan couldn't help but interrupt. Actually, their kung fu is so-so. It's fine to keep them to run errands or something. Humph, Mo Lien sneered. I didn't expect that a cowardly little snake like you, who ran away at the sight of danger, would have compassion overflowing one day. Well, what? Zhualanshan glared angrily, smoke coming out of his nostrils. Who's a coward? You, Junior. Don't speak if you don't know how to speak. Go to the underwater abyss. What? The faces of the small, condensing mirror and the people of Sin Kingdom instantly turned pale. They had already begged for mercy to this extent. This heartless man. Could it be that he still wants to seal them in the underwater abyss? Seeing their bitter and sorrowful expressions, Yuan Shichan could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth and explain, Let's go and see if Qiao Qiao is still here. Chapter 4977. Previously, they were sucked into the Chaos Bee's stomach and rushed out of the abyss. They didn't know how many nautical miles they had traveled in the deep sea. Now, they were no longer near the abyss. Returning to the abyss wasn't to throw them in, but to see if the little stoic was still guarding there and hadn't left. Hu Jinshan patted Mo Lien. We'll wait another 7 days at most. As long as they received news of Jojo, they would rush over even if they had to travel day and night. The holy spirit of the condensing mirror patted its chest and muttered to itself, As long as we don't throw Sir Guang Guang into the abyss. Huala, huala. After several sounds of water splashing, several disheveled people scuttled out of the sea. The woman in green gauze sighed in relief when she saw the tranquil surface of the sea. On the other hand, Shen Nangwi's expression was very unsightly. He looked around and said coldly, Friends, shouldn't you return something that belongs to someone else? Where's that large beast the size of a small mountain? The woman in green gauze looked around and asked in terror, Could it be that that thing is your mount? If it was really their mounts, then they should really be made to pay for it. Not only did this large beast destroy their entire ship, but also gave her such a huge fright. Before the woman could finish retorting, her voice gradually lowered. Her eyes were practically shining as she looked in the direction of Mo Lien, Hu Jinshan, and the others. The young sirs were all as handsome as gods. They were simply celestial beings at first sight. Mo Lien swept an indifferent glance over. and her gaze suddenly froze. The venerable peach blossom immortal was just about to say with a smile, "Who goes there?" when his voice suddenly paused, and he looked at the woman in green gauze with knitted brows. The woman in green gauze didn't think that death was imminent. She revealed an innocent smile and giggled. "This is our kingdom of Doruo's second state preceptor, Shunangue." The woman had just finished speaking when she felt a tremendous force assault her. She instantly cried out in alarm, and her feet were suspended in the air as she flew forward involuntarily. Shunangui's hand was as fast as lightning. He reached out and grabbed her shoulder, firmly anchoring her body to a dilapidated plank of a ship. Who would have thought that another wooden vine would attack from the side and suddenly wrap around his wrist? With a forceful tug, Shunangue could only retract his hand in pain. He could only watch helplessly as the woman he had pressed against the deck of the boat cried out in alarm. Her body was lifted into the air, and she couldn't help but fall to the opposite side. Bang! The woman fell into the sea and swallowed 2 mouthfuls of salty seawater. Helplessly, she poked her head out of the sea and looked at Yin, who was standing above her, with a look of inexplicable horror. She was a little confused and did not understand what was going on. Speaking of which, she had never met these handsome men before. Why would they? Attacking a weak girl like her as soon as they met? What kind of thing are you? Yin's voice was as if he had been fished out from an ice cellar, so cold that there wasn't the slightest bit of warmth. He could tell at a glance that this woman's appearance was very similar to her JoJo. No, it couldn't be said that they were similar. Such a lowly wretch wasn't even fit to carry his JoJo's shoes. Although this woman in front of him looked somewhat similar to JoJo, her entire face looked rather uncoordinated. It gave people the feeling that it was a fake face. It was as if her original face was covered with a seamless and well-made human skin mask. At first glance, she really could be intimidated. Chapter 4978. The venerable peach blossom immortal looked at the girl coldly and said with some doubt in his eyes, "She doesn't look like a human skin mask." What was going on? Why would a girl who deliberately put on a fake face and pretend to be JoJo appear in the sea of forgetfulness? There was definitely something fishy about this. He had to take these people down and interrogate them. "Who are you? Why are you suddenly attacking others?" Shunangue was furious and could not help but curse. "You and I don't know each other and have never met before. Why are you suddenly attacking? Why?" When he was pulled by the wooden vines, his palm was almost broken. The pain was unbearable, and he could not help but let go of Lily Zero. Now that he saw Lily Zero fall into the sea in a sorry state, Shunangue was furious. These young people were too presumptuous. Why did they attack them the moment they arrived? Previously, it was clearly the giant beast that they had attracted to harm them. They had even destroyed their ships for no reason. Now, they actually dared to attack them first. This was outrageous. The more Shunangue thought about it, the angrier he became. He glared at Yin and the others. However, they did not give him any explanation. One of the young men in a black shirt raised his hand and said, "Capture them first." Immediately, 3 burly men and a woman wrapped in a flowery headscarf pounced in their direction. Shunangue was shocked and quickly activated his defensive shield. Several attacks had already landed on his body with a loud bang. The 4 people who attacked him were very strong. They were all above Divine Realm level 10 and were almost on par with Shunangue. Therefore, Shunangue, who was outnumbered, was unlucky. The girl with the flowery headscarf was GC. After she lost her ears, she did not look beautiful. She could only take a piece of flowery headscarf and wrap herself up. Now, the sound seemed to be coming from afar. She could hear it, but it was not clear. She saw Old Joe and the other 2 move, so she quickly followed to help capture them. After all, she had just recognized Yin as her master. Naturally, she had to perform well in front of her master. In less than a few minutes, Shunangue was pressed down by Ol Zhou on his shoulder, and he knelt on one knee on the deck. With this press, the wooden board sank into the water. Half of Shunangui's leg was submerged in the water, making him look extremely miserable. At this time, Lily Zero, who had fallen into the sea, was pulled over by Shun Wu and Snake Man again and thrown onto another broken wooden board. The plank sank, and Lilier Zero almost slipped off the plank and fell into the salty sea again. She widened her eyes in horror and looked at Mo Yin, He Chun, and the others with a sorrowful expression. Her voice trembled with a trace of fear. Sirs, your skills are extraordinary. Why must you make things difficult for a weak woman like me? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was enraged. He raised his hand and slapped her across the face. Because she used too much force, the woman's neck bone was almost broken. She could even hear the sound of her neck bone cracking. Damn wretch! How dare he use a face that resembles JoJo's to make such a disgusting expression? It was too painful to look at. Drag him over. Emolien's voice was extremely cold, and a trace of coldness flashed through her phoenix eyes. Lily Zero couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 49-79. She widened her eyes in horror and exclaimed, what are you doing? What are you doing? Let go of me, you Lily Zero was rudely thrown over and fell on the wooden board in a sorry state. Her legs were dragged in the water, and her hands could only desperately hold on to the wooden board. Her face was filled with anxiety, and she was completely confused. Are these people mentally ill? Otherwise, why would he suddenly deal such a fatal blow to her without distinguishing between right and wrong, beating and scolding her as soon as he saw her? Who did she offend? Speak, who are you? Mo Yin's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with a thick layer of killing intent. Congealing Mirror shrank to the side and did not dare to step forward. The low pressure emitted by this human was too intimidating. Even he, Lord Congealing Mirror, did not dare to make a sound and challenge that man's nerves that were on the verge of exploding. It was imaginable how miserable it was for Shan Nangue and Lily Zero to face this man's immense pressure. What a terrifying man. Lord Guangguang chose to keep his mouth shut and obediently squatted on the side to count mushrooms. He did not dare to make a ruckus. Lily Zero hastily looked up and just so happened to meet Mo Yin's phoenix eyes that were as serene as a cold pond. Her entire body shuddered involuntarily. This man's gaze was too eerie and terrifying. In that brief moment of eye contact, Lily Zero felt as if her heart had been frozen. That feeling of panic came from the bottom of her heart, making it impossible for her to escape. You already said it before. We're the kingdom of Daluo. Before Lily Zero could finish her sentence, she was slapped twice by Mo Lien. Her whole face was inexplicably slapped on the wooden board and soaked in the sea with gravity. She felt as if there was a heavy stone pressing down on her head. She suddenly felt that it was difficult to breathe. She struggled on the wooden plank with her arms and legs in a panic. Ugh. Lily Zero suddenly felt sad. Ever since she accepted the plan and was made into the most perfect Lily, she had always been raised like a princess. She had never suffered such pain and humiliation. She originally thought that such a beautiful face would bring her endless glory and hope. Who knew after half a year of transformation, she, who walked out of the kingdom of Daluo's territory, would be humiliated like this today? Lily Zero choked and coughed violently while crying. When she finally felt the pressure on her head lighten, her messy hair was lifted up by a force. She finally felt fresh air again. She desperately gasped for air and coughed until her lungs were about to explode. The man's cold voice rang in her ears. How disgusting. Turn your face away. Don't use that face to look at me again. Because of her anger, Lily Zero's eyes immediately turned red. Big drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. She didn't know what was going on. These people seemed to be complaining about her beautiful face. Why? This Lily Zero's IQ was obviously very low. Compared to her stupidity, Second State Preceptor Shinangue was the first to understand. His rat eyes could not help but flicker slightly. He arched his body and asked in a deep voice, "May I know your identity?" Impudent. Chapter 49-80. Who allowed a bug like you to get up? A middle-aged man from the Kingdom of Sin slapped Shinangui's head without any explanation. Shin Nangui's legs went soft from the slap, and he fell back to his knees on the broken wooden board. Compared to Lily, Shin Nangui was in no way inferior. The two of them did not look at the almanac before they went out, and now they ran into Mo Lien and He-chun. They were really unlucky. After they entered the river of forgetfulness, they had yet to find their true master, and they had already encountered these people in front of them who were completely unreasonable. As soon as they came up, they beat them to death. This was truly the case of dying before they could even begin their journey. They had 18 lifetimes of bad luck. Shenangue was so angry that he bit out a mouthful of blood. He opened his mouth, but could not make a sound for a long time. Lily Zero, who was beside him, was already trembling in fear. She could not help but crawl on the wooden board, trying to pull her legs out of the water. However, no matter how hard she tried, half of her body was still submerged in the water. Her wet body was very sticky and uncomfortable. Look who's here. I was wondering why it was so lively here. So it's the Crown Prince of the Divine Province. TSK. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. A mocking laughter came from afar and was carried by the wind into everyone's ears. Everyone was looking serious. When they heard the sound, they turned around and saw more than a dozen small ships breaking through the wind and waves. They were moving very fast. Standing at the bow of the first ship was a tall and handsome young master in a green bamboo robe. His eyes were smiling as he looked in their direction, and the corners of his mouth held a faint sneer. When his gaze fell on Mo Lien, there was a hint of sharpness and a hint of mockery. He-chun was slightly taken aback and whispered to Mo Lien, "Why is that kid here?" Mo Lien also shook her head in confusion. In just half a month, Ding Yin seemed to be getting more arrogant and domineering, and he was even more of an eyesore. Look at his bluff. He's really a good-for-nothing. Those who come have bad intentions, and those who are kind won't come. He-chun whispered with a smile. I feel that the way this kid looks at you is like looking at a dead person. He really wants to kill you. It's not like he's only been thinking about killing me for a day or two. Mo Lien snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Let's see how capable he is. There's no need to say anything else." TSK, what is your highness doing? Ding Yun asked with a smile as he glanced at the disheveled woman sprawled on the wooden plank. At that time, the woman was lying on the wooden plank and had not turned her head, so he naturally could not see her face clearly. On the other hand, the robust man with the short black beard was forced to kneel on the wooden plank. Both of his legs were submerged in the water, and he looked even more embarrassed. Ding Yun curled his lips into a smile. Who is so bold as to provoke His Highness the Crown Prince's anger? Prince Mo looked at him coldly. Instead of answering, he asked, "Why are you here?" A short and thin elder stepped out from behind Ding Yun. His hawk-like gaze swept across the Crown Prince and the others, and he smiled sinisterly. Sect Master is already the master of the entire Forgetfulness River. Crown Prince of the Divine Prefecture, you'd better be more respectful when speaking to our master. When she said this, Mo Lien and He-chun couldn't help but be taken aback. What was going on? They had only stayed in the undersea abyss for a month, and the Forgetfulness River's sky had changed? Ding Yun waved his hand with a smile. Leave. Chapter 4981. His eyes flashed as he stared at Prince Mo for a while. Finally, he couldn't help but laugh. The Crown Prince and the Venerable Immortal entered the abyss at the bottom of the sea. They came out so quickly. Look at how jealous you are. Before Mo Lien could say anything, the Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't help but mock her. Why? Do you feel bad seeing us climb up from the bottom of the sea? You can't wait for us to live at the bottom of the sea forever. Ding Yun glanced at the Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal with a grin. I can't wait for you to live together and never come out. What's with that look? The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at Mo Lien. Why are you talking to him? Mo Lien said expressionlessly. Take those two from the state of Daluo, and let's go. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was speechless. Big brother, can I ask how we're going to leave now? In this vast sea, there are no boats, and we can't enter the inner world. Are we supposed to swim to the shore or cough cough fly all the way back. Fuck, this is too much of a scam. Mo Yin threw him a look that said, "Are you stupid?" and silently took out a storage talisman from her pocket. "There's a boat." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's eyes instantly lit up. He looked at Prince Mo as if he was looking at his own brother. It had to be said, when Mo Yin became reliable, he really was especially reliable. "Last time in the Karst Cave, didn't you say that you wanted to learn from me and put more storage talismans and space containers on you?" The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal coughed. "I really don't have that habit." He was used to staying in JoJo's galaxy. He would wander around when he had nothing to do. Anyway, someone would take care of everything for him. Wasn't he just going out to fight? Mo Yin threw him a humph and took out a small boat from the storage talisman. Although the boat wasn't big, it was more than enough to carry the two of them and the 4 people from the City of Sin. Without another word, Guangguang Darren stepped forward and hugged Ma Shurchen's thigh, determined to be a leg accessory. He must not be thrown into the sea by them. Lord Guangguang finally came out, so he naturally wanted to go out and play. Not only did he want to play, but he also wanted to eat all the delicacies in the world. According to Dun Dun, the human delicacies were very good. It wasn't easy for him to escape from the ceiling formation, jump out of the abyss, and leave this broken place surrounded by water. How could he not enjoy his future life? "It's all your fault." Hu Shurchun unhappily picked up the bald 3-year-old child and shook him a few times. If it weren't for the light congealing mirror's shielding seal, how could they not even be able to use the communication Jade Talisman? In 7 days, he can recover naturally. Master Guangguang didn't want to either. The little fellow muttered and raised his hand to hug Hu Jinshin's arm tightly. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't help but sigh. He wondered how the little stoic was doing. When he tossed her up, the little fellow looked like she was about to cry. She looked so pitiful that his heart ached for her. He really had to wait a few more days before he could contact her. How worrying. "Let's go." Emolian and Hu Jinshan boarded the boat at the same time and turned to look at the 4 people from the City of Sin. GC nodded in understanding and said to the other 3, "Take these 2 with us." Lying in the water, Lily Zero couldn't help but shudder. However, she heard Ding Yun say with a smile, "Wait a moment. Prince Mo, you are the crown prince of the Divine Province, the most honorable person in the 3 provinces. But this is the river of forgetfulness." Chapter 4982. This young master still has the final say in the river of forgetfulness, Cult Master Ding said with a smile and gave a look to his subordinates. The short, skinny old man suddenly dashed forward and reached out with a sinister face to grab Shen Nangui's head. GC naturally wouldn't let him do it. She dragged Shen Nangui away and, together with old Joe and the other 2, struck out a palm at the thin old man. The thin old man chuckled coldly without any change in his expression. A pair of old hands that looked like chicken claws suddenly came out of his sleeves and viciously clawed at old Joe in front of him. Old Joe retracted his hand very quickly, but his sleeve was caught by the thin old man's claws. With a ripping sound, he looked down and saw 2 faint bruises on his arm. It was obvious that this old man's hands were dipped in poison. Seeing that the thin old man had already grabbed Shen Nangui's collar, GC kicked him with a gloomy face. If this kick landed, the old man would definitely spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. This thin old man was only skilled in the art of poison, but his actual cultivation might be below them. The old man let out a strange laugh, then took out his hand and sprinkled a cloud of poisonous powder, throwing it in front of GC and the other 3. GC and the other 3 hurriedly held their breaths and quickly took a step back. However, GC's eyes were sharp and her hands were fast. She jumped back with Shen Nangui and flew to Emolian's ship. At the same time, Lily Zero saw an opening and hurriedly jumped into the water. She flipped a few times like a dog. Emolian looked on coldly and didn't stop her. Lily Zero crawled to the feet of Ding Yun and the others in a sorry state and repeatedly shouted, "Save! Save me, young master! Save me! I don't know them." I don't know why Lily Zero's voice suddenly stopped, and she felt her body become light. Someone had wrapped a spirit-binding rope around her neck and lifted her up in the air. She hurriedly stretched out her hands and grabbed the spirit-binding rope around her neck. Her face was pale, and she coughed a few times. Heh, no wonder His Highness the Crown Prince is so angry. Cult Master Ding's eyes flickered as he carefully sized up the woman in front of him. A faint sneer appeared on his lips. She looks between her eyebrows. There is a 60% to 70% resemblance. However, her demeanor and behavior are too different. Cult Master Ding sized up Lily Zero from head to toe and shook his head repeatedly. Where did you get the courage to imitate her? Lily Zero instantly felt a chill run down her spine. She could hear her heart thumping nonstop. She suddenly understood. Could it be that the reason why the two young masters were so angry at her was because they knew the owner of her face? Actually, she had no idea who her face belonged to at all. He only knew that the state preceptor had said that the closer one could get to this face, the more honorable and wealthy one would be able to obtain a life of honor and wealth. She did it. She worked hard and stood out from the rest of Lily. But why? What if her life instantly collapses the moment she leaves the Doro Kingdom's ancestral land? Wasn't this face beautiful? Wasn't it lovable? That was impossible. Lily Zero hurriedly struggled and cried out in shock. Young master, what were you saying? In the vast thousand realms, there were people who looked somewhat similar to each other, but there were some. How can you say that I'm imitating her? Oh, Ding glanced at her with a smile. You're not imitating her? And no. Lily Zero hurriedly shook her head and insisted that she didn't have any ill intentions of imitating others. Chapter 4983. Cult Master Ding could not help but sneer. He tightened the spirit-binding rope in his hand. Lily Zero suddenly felt her breathing tighten. She choked and coughed a few times. Her face was as pale as paper. No, kill, cough, cough, cough. Lily Zero felt an abnormal sense of panic. She felt like she had just climbed out of a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's den. This was definitely not her illusion. Lily Zero raised her head, trying hard to see the face of the man in front of her. However, she only saw a cold glint in the man's eyes, without the slightest bit of pity. Fear overflowed in Lily Zero's heart. She muttered to herself and shook her head. No. She cannot be so unlucky, right? She had just come out of the Doro Kingdom's ancestral land. She had not even had a few days of comfortable and happy days. Was she going to die on the surface of the river of forgetfulness? Elder Deercry, this subordinate is here. The thin and short old man quickly retreated to Ding Yun's side and bowed respectfully with cupped fists. This cult master heard that you are best at the human face drum. Hearing this, the skinny old man's eyes lit up. He sized up Lily Zero, who was shivering all over, and cupped his hands with a smile. Sect Master, do you want me to make a beauty drum? It's a pity that this woman's face was soaked in potion before. The lines on her face are all destroyed. Even if you make a beauty drum, it won't look good. The perverted old man, named Deercry, licked the corner of his mouth and revealed a wretched smile. Oh, Cult Master Ding looked at Lily Zero with disdain. Then what's the use of keeping her? Lily Zero was so frightened that her entire body twitched in fear. She pulled her hands and screamed, Don't kill me, don't kill, I have use. My face, that fake face of yours really is ugly to death. Cult Master Ding scoffed as he directly flung the person towards Mo Yin with a wave of his hand. The woman was about to crash into the boat. Under such gravity, she might even smash a hole in the boat under her feet. GC took a step forward and punched Lily Zero in the chest. Lily Zero sucked in a breath of cold air. She could clearly hear the sound of her sternum breaking. That sudden force sent her flying. With a splash, she fell heavily into the water. Young Master Ding chuckled and said, What an unromantic crown prince of Shenzhou. You don't even want a soft and warm body? TSK. Cult Master Ding sized him up a few times and said with a smile, Wow, why do you look so pale? Mo Yin glanced at him coldly. She was too lazy to talk nonsense with this person. He wanted to return to the abyss of the sacrificial sea to take a look. So how could he have the time to continue arguing with others? Unfortunately, this cult leader Ding's brain was probably not working well. Just a moment ago, he was still smiling in the clear sky, but in the blink of an eye, his face was clouded with clouds and thunderclaps. Let me guess, how many people are serving the crown prince of the divine land? Is it just these few people? TSK, Cult Master Ding muttered to himself. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed across his black eyes. If that's the case, then your highness, please stay for a chat. Mo Yin finally looked Ding Yun in the eye. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, and her phoenix eyes revealed a murderous intent. You're courting death. Chapter 4984. His cold words fell into Cult Master Ding's ears one by one. The anger in the latter's heart instantly erupted like a volcano, burning fiercely. Why was this person always acting like he was looking down on the common people, looking down on everyone from high position? This was too disgusting. He knew that if he didn't kill this guy immediately in the lower star region, he would definitely cause trouble for him in the future. If that was the case, how hateful! Mo Yin narrowed his eyes at Ding Yun and became alert. Sure enough, Sect Master Ding raised his hand and waved it. Then, several tens of figures came out from behind him and rushed forward. He chin-teased with a faint smile. He still wants to stay for dinner, Crown Prince. Mo Yin pursed his lips and didn't say anything. The cold expression on his face had already revealed his terrible mood. This Ding Yun always thought that if he killed him, he would have a chance. However, the truth was that even if he deliberately planned to kill him, the result wouldn't be satisfactory. Seeing dozens of figures pouncing on him, GC nervously clenched the weapon in her hand and looked like she was ready to fight to the death. She had no choice. Even if she regretted it so much that her intestines turned green, her lifeline was in the hands of that crown prince. If she dared to betray him and turn to the enemy, then she would definitely die without a burial place. Right now, the enemy had a lot of people, while she only had a few people here. She, Old Zhou, and the other two were already exhausted. She could only fight them head-on. GC had just thought of this when she saw the crown prince of the divine province standing at the bow of the ship suddenly raise his hands. A large number of squeaking things came out from his sleeves. Everyone took a closer look and couldn't help but show a bit of surprise. It turned out that the things that came out from Prince Mo's sleeves were hundreds of thousands of mechanical wooden birds. They crashed into the dozens of people rushing from the opposite side. Even Ding Yun was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Get out of the way." But how could he make it in time? Ding Yun's dozens of subordinates were rushing toward Mo Yin's ship and just happened to meet the hundreds of thousands of mechanical wooden birds. When the two sides collided, the mechanical wooden birds spat out black lines of fire and suddenly fell on them. His speed was incomparably fast, leaving no time for anyone to react. As a result, the crowd saw black flames ignite on the bodies of the dozen or so people who had rushed over. The flames quickly spread throughout their bodies and wrapped them up in a ball. Black flames burned on their bodies silently and oppressively. The dozen or so people didn't even have time to shout before they turned into ashes and disappeared under the pitch-black flames. Lily, number 0 shuddered and looked at Second State Preceptor Shun Nanguwei for help. How unlucky must she be to run into the crown prince of the divine land as soon as she left the clan grounds? With just a few words, he burned the person to ashes. After spitting out the black flames, the mechanical wooden bird continued to flap its wings and rose high into the air. Pairs of mechanical eyes suddenly turned around and stared coldly in Ding Yun's direction. The latter shuddered in his heart, and without another word, he ordered, "Fire!" There were at least 300 archers on the dozen or so ships he had brought with him today. Once the order was given, the archers immediately got into position and shot hundreds of arrows at the mechanical birds in the sky. Dang, 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 dang. After a few clangs, the arrows that were released fell to the ground one after another, as if they had hit an iron plate. They fell into the sea in disorder and made a series of splashes. Chapter 4985. Cult Master Ding cursed trash in his heart and suppressed the anger in his heart. He couldn't even kill a row of mechanical birds released by others. So how could he create Yin? This Yin was getting more and more abominable. Don't bother about those birds. Activate the defensive shield and rush over, Ding Yun said in a low voice with a cold face. No matter what, he had to make that guy stay here today. He had waited so long for this guy to be alone. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. If he didn't seize this perfect opportunity, when would he? While thinking, Ding Yun waved his hand, and Elder Looming rushed over with a dozen devil cult disciples. A cold smile hung on his gloomy old face. He raised his hand and sprinkled a handful of fine powder over her. Yin didn't even frown. He looked coldly at Looming and the others who were rushing over to court death. He raised his hand to block He Chun, who was rubbing his fists and preparing to go forward. In a flash, Yin formed a seal with his fingers. Several ink-colored lotuses floated around him and gathered to form death lotus seals. He threw them at Elder Looming and the others without any explanation. Looming's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly stepped back to avoid them. He didn't even need to touch the death lotus seal. He could feel the majestic power from a distance. It wasn't something a small poison master like him could withstand. Bang, 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 bang. The lotus seals landed in the crowd, causing them to vomit blood and fall to the ground. Instantly, they were crushed by a heavy force, and their bones were broken. Their bodies cracked like broken bones. Crown Prince Mo's methods were ruthless. Even when he was indiscriminately killing people, his countenance was still serene, without the slightest ripple. It was so calm that it was as if he was looking at a group of weak ants. In fact, to him, these people were indeed insignificant. They dared to block his path and provoke him time and time again. They were already prepared to die. Ding Yun's eyes flickered, and a trace of emotion flashed past his eyes. Compared to a month ago, Yin's cultivation seemed to have inexplicably improved by leaps and bounds. What was going on? Could it be that he and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal had a fortuitous encounter in the undersea abyss? Hu Shurchin blinked and revealed a curious expression. Your strength seems to have increased by quite a bit. Could this person be a monster? Other people would only advance by small level or half a level. He, on the other hand, had advanced to a new level with a single leap. However, it must have something to do with the ancient Yin soul that Jojo had found. Yin was really lucky. It was mainly because he had found a very good wife. His luck was super good, and this guy had also risen to the heavens with her. Every time he thought of this, it made his teeth ache. No wonder young Master Ding always thought of ways to kill him every time he saw him. Jealousy, pure jealousy. It was indeed very infuriating. Let's go. Yin turned around and shouted at GC, Old Joe, and the others, who were stunned into a few blocks of wood. Only then did GC and the others come back to their senses, their eyes carrying traces of reverence. Their master was too powerful. They had never seen such a powerful person when they were in the undersea abyss. With one move of the Lotus Mark, the all-encompassing pitch-black lotus fire annihilated so many people in a matter of minutes. Super powerful. Just now, GC and the others were still muttering in their hearts, wondering if they had recognized him as their master too early and did not look at the situation. Chapter 4986. At this moment, they were incomparably glad that they had followed GC's prompt decision to cast aside their pride and acknowledge Yin as their master. Judging from the divine province's crown prince's appearance, if they had hesitated just a little bit more, they might have lost their lives long ago. To them, what dignity and what honor and disgrace were truly too insignificant compared to their own lives. They had lived in the underwater abyss for so long and been imprisoned for so long. Day and night, they couldn't see the light and had no future. After finally escaping from that ghastly place with great difficulty and starting anew, there truly wasn't anything to be particular about. They just wanted to continue living. Now, it seemed that acknowledging this powerful master wasn't a loss at all. Cough, 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 cough. Several demonic cult disciples waved their hands to disperse the smell of smoke and fire, saying, Cult master, they cough, cough. Cult Master Ding gloomily stared in the direction of the ship's departure. He stared for a long while before looking up at the sky. The flock of mechanical birds in the air had already chased after the crown prince with a flurry of noises. The remains of several mechanical birds were scattered on the deck, and there was still a faint wisp of black fire lingering around them. "Don't touch it," Cult Master Ding abruptly reprimanded when he saw a disciple reaching out to grab the remains, inwardly cursing idiot. If he directly used his hand to grab the remains of the mechanical birds, the faint wisp of black fire could follow his fingers up his arm and climb all the way up until it swallowed him whole. Emol Yin, this fellow, was just this kind of malicious person. Even though he abandoned the remains of these mechanical birds and left, he still harbored malicious intentions. The enemy was becoming more and more difficult to deal with. How should they deal with it? Cult Master Ding's face was grim as he turned to look at Elder Deercry, standing next to him, and instructed him in a low voice. "Achoo!" Sir Jojo rubbed his nose and tugged at the furry cloak covering his body. Putting down the medical book in his hand and looking outside the pavilion, the little stoic muttered to herself, "Who's scolding me?" "Third Mississippi. Third Mississippi." The palace servant's soft calls entered Arbor's ears, and the little stoic looked up. Outside the pavilion, a slender woman walked in from afar. When she was still a few dozen meters away, she bowed to her. The young crown prince Consort opened her mouth and yawned absent-mindedly. "Who is it?" These past few days, Yuan Jun had been serving this little stoic crown princess by her side, so she was somewhat familiar with her temperament. Every time she spoke in such a casual manner, there would be a hint of impatience hidden in her voice. This was the displeasure of being disturbed. The lady outside the pavilion is the third daughter of the Talisman aristocratic family, the chief family, Miss Chi Liren. Does the crown princess want to meet him? "She's here to compete with me in charms?" Arbor asked. Yuan Jin coughed and shook his head. "That's not it. Third Miss should be here to greet you." The Chi family is indeed the largest Talisman aristocratic family in our Zhangzhou, and this third Miss is also a black-level great Talisman practitioner. But in fact, many of the young ladies in large patrician families didn't care that much about cultivation and strength. Who would be in a hurry to compete with others? Ultimately, they had to get married. As long as a woman could maintain her beautiful appearance and prolong her life to accompany her husband in the future, that was enough. Not everyone was as exotic as you. The crown princess, who had to keep pace with men in everything, coughed. The little crown princess was expressionless. "Since she's not here to compete, then there's no point in meeting her. I won't see her." Yuan Jun. Chapter 4987. And was simply a bit speechless. Normally, when His Majesty interacted with the little lady, they were always chatting and laughing, as if they got along very well. Who knew that when it was her turn to be alone with the little lady, she would feel like breaking down before she could even say 3 sentences? She really didn't know how His Majesty could tolerate this oddball little stoic's brain. Arbor glanced at Yuan Jun beside him. "Do you have anything else to say?" This servant was actually speechless. "Then should we drive her away?" Yuan Jun probed the little crown princess. The little stoic hastily nodded and picked up that medical book again. "Drive her away. She can come if she wants to compete. Drive her away if she doesn't want to compete." She didn't have the free time to chat with these orioles and swallows everywhere she went. If she had the time, she might as well take an afternoon nap to make up for it. Yuan Jun somewhat sympathized with the third young lady. This third miss of the Qi estate had probably never seen such an oddball little crown princess, and quickly walked out of the gazebo and stopped in front of the third young lady, who was standing with downcast eyes. Qi Liren curtsied, and the maidservant Xiaoju behind her hastily stepped forward and also curtsied before retreating behind her miss. Yuan Jun returned a half curtsy and coughed lightly, saying, "It's like this. If third miss doesn't have anything else to say, please return first. The crown princess is busy right now." Qi Liren couldn't help but be startled, and she slightly raised her eyes to look at the figure inside the gazebo. "Busy?" The little crown princess was currently sitting there leisurely flipping through a book. Yuan Jun said with a serious expression, "Emisham, the crown princess is busy. She said that if third miss is free, you can take a stroll in the nearby garden." How could the crown princess say something so courteous? Aunt Yuan-jun lowered her eyes to hide her tired expression. This was all for the sake of the Qi family. The best strategy was to say a few soft words to the third young lady and send her away as soon as possible. Qi Liren was startled, and she politely curtsied to Yuan-jun. Thank you for your trouble, Aunt. Since the crown princess isn't free, then Liren will take her leave first. Third miss, please. Yuan-jun praised her in her heart, as expected of a well-educated young lady from a great aristocratic family. She didn't continue to pester her endlessly and went forward to cause trouble. Otherwise, it wouldn't look good for both sides. How should she put it? With such a willful little crown princess, her aunt was at her wits' end. Seeing that he had tactfully left, the little stoic nodded in a good mood. She picked up a plate of fruits and forked a piece into her mouth. As long as no one was blind enough to provoke Jojo-sama was usually an easygoing person. Yuan-jun bowed slightly. Crown Princess, would you like me to bring you a bed so that you can bask in the sun and take a nap? The young Crown Prince Consort nodded expressionlessly. That's fine too. Yuan-jun was speechless. She obviously agreed with this idea, but she had to put on its just SOSO expression. She really lost to this little Crown Princess. As Qi Liren walked past the long corridor across from them, she glanced at the gazebo from the corner of her eye. She saw the palace maids hurriedly bringing over a carved bed from who knew where this Crown Princess is putting on too much airs. The maidservant Xiaoju couldn't resist pursing her lips. She really thinks that our Phoenix Empress City's imperial palace is her family's back garden. Qi Liren knitted her brows and said aloofly, Xiaoju, don't speak carelessly. She mainly came today to see this crown princess of the divine province and didn't plan to strain her relationship with her. Since the crown princess wasn't willing to see her, she also didn't need to approach her. Chapter 4988. In any case, there would always be a chance for them to meet in the future. There was no hurry. Qi Liren made up her mind and warned Xiaoju, you always like to blabber. If you go to His Majesty, you're not allowed to speak carelessly. Xiaoju stuck out her tongue and hurriedly nodded, indicating that she definitely wouldn't speak carelessly. The master and servant duo hadn't walked far along the palace wall when they saw Wu Ruomei dressed in a red robe with short sleeves. She was riding a large dog that was half the height of a person and was currently running towards them. Xiaoju cried out in alarm and hurriedly stood in front of her miss. Her small face was ashen and then white as she shrieked, You, what are you doing? Wu Ruomei hurriedly tightened the noose around the dog's neck and uttered a shoo. The large dog stuck out its tongue and panted heavily before stopping in front of the master and servant duo. Qi Liren took several steps back, her pretty face changing slightly. Wu Ruomei was too outrageous. How could she ride a large dog and run amok in the imperial palace's inner court? Relying on His Majesty's trust in her father, she was so impudent. She simply didn't have the slightest bit of etiquette and demeanor of a noble family's young miss. Outrageous! Seeing that it was Qi Liren, Wu Ruomei hurriedly smiled and said, I didn't scare Miss Qi, did I? Miss Wu, this dog of yours? Oh, this large dog. I bought it the day before yesterday when I was visiting a newly opened spirit beast garden. Doesn't it look very majestic and domineering? Wu Ruomei smiled and patted the dog's head. I really like it too much. Hearing this, Qi Liren couldn't help but inwardly roll her eyes. Like hell, I believe you. She didn't even know if half of this Miss Wu's 3 senses were true. Not to mention that there had never been a spirit beast garden at the foot of the imperial palace. Even if there was one, a person could only form a contract with one beast in their lifetime. Wu Ruomei already had a spirit beast by her side, so it definitely wasn't this large dog. It was also impossible to say that she only treated this large dog as a mount. This large dog was clearly a low-level spirit dog. Logically speaking, a beast that had already developed intelligence definitely wouldn't sully itself as a mount. Miss Wu swiftly jumped to the ground and cupped her hands towards the green-faced Miss Qi. She said with a forthright smile, Miss Qi, you aren't angry, right? I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't hit you, did I? Don't touch our young miss. Xiaoju was like a mother hen protecting her chicks. She hurriedly stood in front of third young lady with her chest puffed out, as if Miss Wu's outstretched left hand was infected with some sort of virus. She had a look of disdain on her face. Wu Ruomei was rebuffed. Embarrassed, she retracted her hand and coughed. Then if there's nothing else, I'll go first. Since others already despised her so much, there was no need for her to suck up to them and befriend them, right? She, Wu Ruomei, had her own backbone humph. Qi Li Run rolled her eyes and suddenly said, Miss Wu, you were riding a dog and running around in the inner court. It's not a big deal if you bumped into me. But if you offend that noble crown princess, I'm afraid His Majesty will be the first to punish you. Wu Ruomei was stunned. She quickly turned around to look at Qi Liren. Oh right. I heard from my father that the crown princess of Shenzhou is here, right? Then I really have to meet her properly. Qi Liren frowned. Wu Ruomei's reaction was somewhat different from what she had expected. It seemed that this woman was rather shrewd. Chapter 4989. Miss. A skinny servant girl, carrying a quiver of arrows on her back, chased after her, almost bumping into Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju exclaimed and hurriedly pushed her away. How dare you? What's wrong with you, little girl? How dare you bump into my miss so recklessly? Although this servant girl's body was skinny, her strength wasn't small. She didn't budge at all after being pushed by Xiao Ju. Dali, Wu Ruomei hurriedly pulled the servant girl to her side. Didn't I tell you to slow down? I'm very familiar with this place, Miss Wu. Qi Li Ren frowned and said in a low voice, This is the inner court of the Imperial Palace. It's not like our ordinary household. It's really inappropriate for you to allow your servant girl to run around and yell at the palace walls. It's better to teach her more on a daily basis. Wu Ruomei turned her head to look, only to see Qi Li Ren leave with Xiao Ju and her servant girl after leaving these lecturing words. So serious. The maidservant beside young Miss Wu curled her lips and said. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough to fall into the ears of the master and servant who were leaving. Miss, Prime Minister Wu's daughter, is too rude. Even a servant girl beside her is unbearably vulgar. She has a good life. Prime Minister Wu had always regarded this daughter as the apple of his eye. Now that the Prime Minister was highly valued by His Majesty and had a meteoric rise, the entire Prime Minister's estate would rise with him. Miss Wu's impetuous temperament. Do you think she'll have a conflict with that person? Qi Li Run pursed her lips, a faint smile appearing on her lips. It's hard to say. However, thinking of Wu Ruomei's strange reaction just now, Qi Li Ren couldn't help but frown again. Let's wait and see on the other side. Wu Ruomei rode the big dog to the vicinity of the garden. She hurriedly put away the big dog and quickly ran towards the pavilion. Before she could get close, she was stopped by a few palace servants. Shoo, lower your voice. Wu Ruomei couldn't help but lower her voice, her eyes darting towards the pavilion. The crown princess is resting there. The palace servants nodded in unison. Although they hadn't taken care of the crown princess for long, the little crown princess's temperament seemed to be very easy to control. She liked peace and quiet. Don't provoke her for no reason. Even if you did, don't provoke her too much. Otherwise, once she retaliated, there was a 99% chance that you would die. For example, yesterday, there was a courting palace maid who poisoned the little crown princess. The first 2 times, the little crown princess ignored her, but the 3rd time, she smacked her to death. Even her family was executed by His Majesty in a fit of anger. She was really unlucky. Now, His Majesty wanted to investigate further to find out who was the one who could not tolerate the little crown princess. I reckon that another batch of people will die if they find out. Wu Ruomei giggled and said, Hey, I'll sneak over. I won't disturb her, and I won't make things difficult for you, okay? No, Miss Wu. A palace maid hurriedly waved her hand and said, If the little crown princess is woken up by someone, she will be angry for the whole afternoon. The corner of Wu Ruomei's mouth twitched. Then I'll wait for her here. Hey, bring me a chair. I'll sit here for a while and wait for her to wake up. The palace servants looked at her speechlessly. In the end, they couldn't dissuade the Prime Minister's daughter. They brought her an old-fashioned wooden armchair and placed it opposite the pavilion. Miss Wu sat down on the old-fashioned wooden armchair with a golden knife. Unfortunately, this was a shady place, and there was always a chilly wind blowing behind her neck. It was really not as good as the little Crown Princess Pavilion. It was sunny and warm, and there were curtains hanging around to block the wind. Chapter 4990. Wu Ruomei sat there for more than 2 hours and sneezed several times in a row. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the royal servants who rushed up to cover her nose. The young crown princess didn't wake up until the end of the afternoon. At that time, the sun was gradually setting in the west, but the sunlight inside the pavilion had also dimmed considerably. Wu Ruomei quickly jumped up and moved her frozen hands and feet. She was truly miserable. After sitting here, those junior royal servants had been squatting around her. Whenever she made the slightest noise, someone would immediately come up to cover her mouth cough. Yuanjin coughed and bowed to whisper, "Crown Princess, are you awake?" The young Crown Prince Consort was a little confused. She flipped over and sat down on the couch, a hint of bewilderment on her face. Yuanjin's mouth twitched. According to her understanding of the young Crown Princess, it would take about 7 to 8 minutes for the Crown Princess to return to her senses. Arbor yawned and looked up at Yuanjin. "Why hasn't Duan Yu returned yet? His Majesty is receiving the envoys from the barbarian tribes today, so he might come back a bit later." The young crown princess weakly replied with an "oh" and rubbed her stomach. Unexpectedly, when he raised his eyes, he saw a young girl dressed in a red robe with short sleeves tied up. She had an excited look on her face as she ran and hopped in front of him. You're that crown princess of the Divine Province, right?" Wu Ruomei reflexively wiped her hands on her gown and excitedly shook Arbor's hands. "I was fortunate enough to see you up close. Sure enough, you're identical to the person in the painting. Fakes don't have half of your charm." Arbor blinked and looked down at her little paws that were being held. She asked expressionlessly, "Who are you?" Yuanjin couldn't help but facepalm and hastily stepped forward to introduce, "Crown Princess, this is Prime Minister Wu's daughter, Miss Wu Ruomei." Oh, Arbor had heard of Prime Minister Wu's name before. As Duan Yu's right and left arm, a trusted aide, he should naturally be a good person. The young crown princess raised her eyebrows and understood the meaning behind Wu Ruomei's words. "You've seen imitations before?" "That's right. Not long ago, there was a fake mixed in with the messengers from the kingdom of Daluo. You didn't see that woman. She's really ugly. Her fake face made me want to vomit." The young crown princess moved to the side, and Wu Ruomei very naturally sat down next to her. The two of them started chatting like this. Yuanjin was speechless. Although they were chatting, it seemed like Miss Wu was the only one chattering nonstop. From the many countries where the fake Luo came to visit His Majesty, to how His Majesty searched the entire city for the 3 state teachers, to how His Majesty received the news and chased after Wang Chuan. The young crown Prince Consort sat there and listened the entire time as she spoke vividly and vividly. When Duan Yu came over in the evening, he saw the two of them chatting while sitting side by side on a couch. How strange. Jojo didn't get along with just anyone. Duan Yu raised his eyebrows and allowed the palace servants to roll up the pavilion's curtain for him. He slowly walked in with a smile in his eyes. Arbor asked when he saw him enter, "Duan Yu, are you done?" "I chatted with little Maisie the entire afternoon and almost finished the pastries." Aunt Yuanjin couldn't help rolling her eyes. The crown princess's "oh, is that so?" didn't exceed 20 words, and she even said that she chatted with someone the entire afternoon. What a joke. Duan Yu's gloomy mood instantly brightened, and he quickly walked up. Chapter 4991. Don't eat so many pastries. It'll be dinner soon, Duan Yu said with a chuckle. Every time Jojo was gluttonous, she would reveal an expression of "this thing is just so-so," or "I only eat a bit occasionally." Her earnest little face looked comical. She was clearly a foodie, yet she was unwilling to admit it. Arbor looked down at the pastry she was holding and then glanced at the disapproving Duan Yu. She silently tossed the pastry onto the plate and retracted her paw to pat off the pastry crumbs on her fingers. "I didn't eat much. Crown Prince Consort, you ate several pieces of pastries while listening to Miss Wu's story." Aunt Yuan Jun hurriedly said, "This servant has already reminded you 3 times. If you eat too much, you won't be able to eat dinner and will easily suffer from indigestion." The little crown princess glared at this person who was undermining her and then angrily checked her pulse. "I'm very well." Duan Yu curled his lips and couldn't help laughing when he saw her small movements. His gaze swept over Wu Ruomei, and she hastily bowed and said, "Your Majesty, Ruomei should return home for dinner, so I'll take my leave first." Duan Yu nodded indifferently. Wu Ruomei had just turned around and walked 2 steps when she suddenly turned around and ran up to Qiao Mu in high spirits again. "Crown Prince Consort, tomorrow's weather is pretty good. How about we go for a walk together? I want to hear the Crown Princess talk about my idol, Commandery Princess Wu Shuang. I heard that Commandery Princess Wu Shuang established a Tiger Wolf battalion that is especially invincible and incomparably powerful." Duan Yu expressionlessly looked at this Miss Wu. This fellow opened her mouth and seemed to want to continue chatting with Jojo on the side. Sir Jojo nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. When she heard Wu Ruomei talk about Commandery Princess Wu Shuang, she also hummed several times in agreement. Duan Yu was speechless and quietly asked Aunt Yuan Jun, who was standing on the side, "The Crown Princess has been chatting with Miss Wu like this entire afternoon?" Yuan Jun nodded decisively. He stretched out his palms and flipped them back and forth. "It definitely won't exceed 20 words. Miss Wu has made 3 pots of tea. This servant thinks that she won't be able to eat dinner." Duan Yu's mouth twitched. Escort Miss Wu out. Wasn't he a chatterbox? When he thought of this, Duan Yu couldn't help but grit his teeth. He had miscalculated to the extreme. In fact, it was easy for a chatterbox to get close to Jojo. For example, Mo Yin was shameless and clingy. Her sweet words and honeyed words seeped into Jojo's life bit by bit. Before Jojo even realized it, she had already been tricked by Mo Yin. Bah, shameless bastard. Look at Wu Ruomei. As soon as she started talking to Jojo, it was as if she had opened up a chatterbox. There was no stopping her. If things went on like this, how were they going to eat dinner? How baffling. Yuan Jun suppressed the smile on her lips and quickly walked up. She curtsied at Miss Wu and said gently, "This servant will escort Miss Wu out." Wu Ruomei quickly waved her small hands and stammered, No need. There's no need to trouble Annie to escort me out. Ruomei will take her leave now." Strange. Why did His Majesty's expression look so volatile? Could it be that she spoke too much with the Crown Princess and provoked His Majesty's displeasure? Wu Ruomei quickly left. She turned back every 2 steps and waved at Arbor while calling out, "Crown Princess, Ruomei will come find you tomorrow." The little Crown Princess expressionlessly waved her paw. Chapter 4992. Splash. After the sound of water splashing, a few corpse fish that were half hanging on the boat were kicked into the water. The water source near the River of Forgetfulness is severely polluted, Shun Wu said with a serious expression. "Looks like we don't have to wait another 3 years for this place to be eliminated due to the harsh environment." After getting rid of the corpse fish at the entrance of the abyss of the sacrificial sea, Ji Chun said solemnly, "Jojo's aura is faintly discernible. It looks like he came here before, but left a day or 2 ago. Could he have returned to Dragon Flame City first?" Mo Yin pondered for a moment and nodded indifferently. "It's very possible. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go back immediately," the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal said hurriedly. Mo Yin had long been impatient to return home and wanted to rush back immediately. He didn't know how Qiao Qiao was doing right now. He must be scolding him every day. There's no time to lose. "Let's go back immediately," the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal urged. His gaze fell on the man and woman tied to the bow of the boat. "How do they handle it? Since we've asked clearly, there's no need to keep them." Mo Yin responded apathetically, and after sweeping a glance at Shun Nangui and the others, he shifted his gaze back to where he came from. Shun Nangui was startled. He stammered and hurriedly made sound. GC impolitely glared at him and lifted her hand to remove the ball of cloth from his mouth. Your Highness, we've already told you everything we know. We'll tell you everything we know. Please, Please let the two of us live." When Crown Prince Mo heard this, he turned around and swept them a cold glance. Such a bone-chilling gaze caused Shenandoah and Lily to shut their mouths, no longer daring to speak carelessly. The Crown Prince in front of them had a cold and threatening gaze. It was as if his entire body was emitting a frosty aura. He was so magnificent and dazzling that no one dared to look at him directly. "Your Highness, I also know that the Kingdom of Daluo is planning to secretly attack Dragon Flame City," Lily Zero said, her body trembling uncontrollably. Lily Shenandoah turned pale with fright and tried to get up to cover Lily Zero's mouth. However, GC's movements were too fast. She pushed his hand back and said, "Behave yourself. Don't get touchy, as you please." Mo Lien gloomily stared at that woman in ragged clothes, who cut a sorry figure from head to toe, and who was covered in bloodstains. This woman had fallen into the sea several times before, and her head had even knocked against the deck of the boat several times. Although the wound on her head had already scabbed over, the dirty, unidentifiable bloody scar was extremely unpleasant to look at. Lily Zero had a tactful expression on her face as she cried out, "I overheard it. When the Grand Imperial Preceptor was discussing with the monarch, I just happened to hear a few words. They're secretly plotting to attack Dragon Flame City. I'm not lying. Bastard." Mo Lien's cold gaze swept past the emaciated Shenandoah. She suddenly raised her hand and sucked him under her feet. Shenandoah only felt an irresistible force pull him over. His body was involuntarily pulled over by the suction force. "Oh, why you guys?" Shenandoah could not help but exclaim. When he felt his head being grabbed, his face turned pale. Mo Lien did not want to search his soul at first. There was something strange in this person's consciousness. Chapter 4993. However, she couldn't be bothered with that right now and directly pulled him up into the air. Halfway through the soul-searching, Mo Lien sensed that this guy's soul was about to explode, so she directly sent him flying with a kick, tossing him far into the sea. After the tremor subsided, huge waves crashed towards their small boat. Fortunately, Hu Shurchin was prepared and blocked all the splashes outside the defensive barrier. When Mo Lien returned with a grim expression, Hu Shurchin asked, "How was it? We only searched half of it. That restriction is very strong, so we were lucky to be able to search half of it. Then what should we do now?" "Go find Duan Yu first." Hu Shurchin thought he misheard and stared at Mo Lien dumbfoundedly. "Find Duan Yu? Are you sure?" Mo Lien nodded expressionlessly. Hu Shurchin glanced at Mo Lien strangely and silently criticized in his mind. What kind of feelings does Mo Lien have for Duan Yu? The enemy was already about to reach his hometown in Dragon Flame City, yet he still leisurely said to go find Duan Yu first. That's right, with Duan Yu's friendship with him, he would probably send reinforcements. This place is closer to Tsang Province, and we can't summon flying beasts or use transportation talisman matrices right now. Let's go ashore first. They had to find Duan Yu first. It would be faster if he used a flying spirit beast to send them back. Moreover, his Dragon Flame City's defenses weren't that easy to break through. With 30,000 elites gathered in the city, unless the Kingdom of Daluo sent 1,000,000 soldiers to attack, Dragon Flame City should be able to handle it. How could a mere small grassland kingdom gather 1,000,000 soldiers? In any case, Mo Lien didn't believe it. Hu Shurchin nodded and coughed lightly. "That's true. Finding Duan Yu for help seems more reliable. All right then, let's quickly depart for Phoenix Emperor City. How many days do you think it will take?" "Within 2 days," Mo Lien replied calmly. It was precisely because it was fast that they should hurry to Tsang Province to find Duan Yu. Otherwise, with the speed of the ship, it would take more than 10 days to swim back to the Divine Land slowly. He-chan patted Mo Lien's shoulder and said with a "MHM, Brother Duan, you will definitely help us." Mo Lien nodded. When she turned around, her eyes coldly swept over GC. For some reason, GC felt a flash of inspiration, and she instantly understood the meaning behind her master's gaze. She hurriedly raised her hand, and a cold dagger appeared between her fingers. Before Lily or Zero could figure out what was going on, she felt an incomparably cold sensation in her throat. When he lowered his head to look, the dagger had already slit his throat, drawing out an incomparably magnificent line of blood. Lily Zero's eyes widened as she made a sound from her throat. Her expression was one of disbelief as she struggled to speak. Why? Why did he kill her? She had already explained everything about the kingdom of Daluo, so why did he still want to kill her? Unwilling to accept this, Lily Zero collapsed heavily on the ground with a sorrowful expression. Her neck was slightly arched, as though she wanted to see what color the haze in the sky could reveal. After all, she had just undergone plastic surgery, and her beautiful life had probably just begun. It was needless to say how miserable it was for her to die in this sea of forgetfulness. Lily Zero's corpse was thrown into the sea to feed the zombie fish, so no one would care about her life or death. On the other side, Duan Yu, who was currently serving food to Sir Jojo, paused in his actions. His nose itched as though he was yearning for something. Your Majesty, the East Mountain King requests an audience. Chapter 4994. Jojo, you eat first. I'll be right back. Arbor replied with an "oh," and was currently using his chopsticks to poke at a piece of tomato fish, battling with it. Yuan Jun expressionlessly stood on the side, occasionally refilling the little crown princess soup and reminding her to drink more nourishing soup. Arbor secretly peeked at Yuan Jun. "Aunt, you should also go eat." In reality, she really wasn't that particular about her meals. She simply didn't need someone to stand on the side and serve her with this and that. Yuan Jun curtsied. Yes. Thus, she led several junior palace maids out of the door. Seeing that there was no one else in the hall, the little crown princess immediately tossed her chopsticks aside and walked to the other end of the long table. She picked up a large soup spoon and ate 2 mouthfuls of corn shrimp. When Duan Yu entered, he saw the little stoic pacing back and forth around the table while holding a small silver bowl in her hand. She moved the spoon from side to side as if she was pointing at the mountains while muttering, "Eat this? I don't like it. Eat that. This corn shrimp tastes pretty good. Why are you so picky? Mother knows. You're too annoying. You can only make your own decisions after you come out. Listen to Mother for now." Duan Yu couldn't resist twitching his mouth, and he quickly walked up to pull her back. "Who are you talking to?" This little fellow was rambling on, looking a bit comical. Arbor rubbed his stomach and said in all seriousness, "Baby likes to eat food with divine energy, but food with spiritual energy is a bit disdainful." As for ordinary ingredients, he seemed even more disdainful. Duan Yu pursed his lips and said, "He's as picky as his father." Right. Arbor's eyes brightened, and he immediately said to Duan Yu, "He's like his father. He's picky and especially annoying." Duan Yu couldn't help nodding in amusement. "Yes, especially annoying. Jojo, this is for you." He casually stuffed a small piece of exquisite spice into her hands. "Light it to sleep at night. You'll sleep better and won't wake up in the middle of the night." Arbor was taken aback and muttered to himself, "You know, for the past 2 days, whenever she closed her eyes, she would feel as if she was floating and struggling on the sea. Her sleep was very restless. Don't think too much about it. If our people have any news about them, they will naturally report back." Duan Yu paused and looked at her with a grin. "You're overthinking things. Don't tell me you think they're already dead?" "Bah." Arbor rolled his eyes. Duan Yu couldn't help being amused. "There's nothing wrong with their life lantern miniatures, so you don't need to worry. Perhaps they don't have a boat or a paddle right now. They can only hold onto a broken wooden board and float on the sea. They float for a while, 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 float for a while." Sir Jojo glanced at him, and his tense little face suddenly relaxed. He laughed and said, "Liar, what happened just now? It's nothing, just some trivial matters." Duan Yu pulled her to sit down. "Eat some more." Achoo. The venerable peach blossom immortal looked up at the clear sky. "Didn't you say we could reach in a day or 2? GC and the others were rowing the boat with all their might. When they heard his voice, they turned back to look. My lord, we're going against the wind, so we're rowing slower. We can reach the shore at the earliest tomorrow morning. Hurry up. These conditions are simply too terrible. There's not even a shelter. Thankfully, it's not raining, or else we wouldn't even have shelter. Don't. Just shut up. Mo Yin glared at him. Whatever he said came out of his mouth. Chapter 4995. That night, as they wished, they welcomed a violent storm. Prince Mo was in awe of the venerable peach blossom immortal's mouth. Whatever he said came true without any hesitation. The few of them faced the wind and rain, working together in the same boat. In the pouring rain, they drifted along with the waves, bobbing up and down, swaying endlessly. GC and the other three took off their outer robes and sat on the boat. They held a jar in one hand and quickly filled it with water with the other. They hurriedly poured the water out of the boat. Mo Yin and Ji Chen each held an umbrella and sat expressionlessly at the side. They looked at each other wordlessly. Crown Prince Mo's heart was on the verge of collapse, and he was also very speechless. The venerable peach blossom immortal was indeed a born jinx. He was used to tricking his teammates and himself. Look at this torrential downpour. Our small boat probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. MMPH. Before Ji Chun could finish speaking, Mo Yin abruptly stretched out a hand to cover her mouth. You rascal, do you want this boat to be completely scrapped? As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous boom was heard from the horizon. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bull's mouth suddenly struck down, coincidentally landing on their boat. As a result, how could the entire ship withstand such a blow? In just a matter of minutes, the ship fell apart and scattered into the sea in pieces. The venerable peach blossom immortal squatted on a wooden plank and looked at Prince Mo with a dumbfounded expression. Ji Chun. Mo Yin was so angry that she shouted his full name. Will you die if you don't talk nonsense? Me? What? The venerable peach blossom immortal looked at the sky, speechless. How could his words be so divine? How could he communicate with the heavens and summon the wind and rain with just one sentence? She wasn't his chow. Huh? Mo Yin glanced at him. From now on, don't talk. Ji Chun glared at Mo Yin angrily. The two of them were now standing on a broken wooden plank, drifting forward in the wind and rain. Although they had activated their defensive barriers to keep the water vapor outside, the current situation was simply too comical. Moreover, when had the two of them ever been so miserable? The boat had been torn apart, and they had to use a plank as a stepping stone. Mo Yin glared at Ma Shurchen again. Don't talk. I didn't say anything, Yuan Shurchen said innocently. Mo Yin, what should we do now? GC and the others beside him were also lying on half of the wooden planks with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. They were still holding the jugs that they used to scoop water from before, and it seemed that they still hadn't recovered from the shock of the lightning flash just now. Mo Yin said expressionlessly. Fortunately, this place is not far from the shore. I plan to use the flying talisman to fly ashore. What do you say? Of course I'm with you. Hichin quickly said, So, you're going to abandon the ship and leave? What a joke. The ship had already been struck by lightning and thunder. If it didn't fly, would it really drift on the sea? And Mo Yin really wanted to rush over and give him a good kick. Didn't he know why he would abandon the ship? Whatever that jinx said came true. At this moment, Mo Yin felt angry just looking at him. I didn't do it on purpose. The venerable peach blossom immortal said sullenly, I was just saying. Who would have thought that the weather on the sea would change so suddenly? It suddenly started raining. Mo Yin was expressionless. She took out a few flying talismans from her sleeve and threw them to the others. Keep up. He couldn't be bothered to talk to Yuan Shurchen anymore. If he ignored him and left him hanging, he would definitely complain to his wife when he saw his wife later. Notice, it's almost 11 o'clock when I'm back from working overtime today. I'll catch up on sleep first and catch up on the third watch tomorrow morning. I reckon that this month at the end of the year will be very busy. Chapter 4996. Chun hastily said to GC and the others with a grin. All right, don't lie motionlessly on the wooden plank. Everyone has a flight talisman. Keep up. GC and GC were overjoyed and hastily caught the flight talismans Mo Lien tossed over. They swiftly slapped them on their bodies and soared into the sky. They originally thought that they would have to expend their divine energy to fly, but now that they used flight talismans, they realized that it was a great fortune amidst misfortune. As they floated in the sky above the river of forgetfulness amidst the wind and rain, everyone's hearts ached a bit. Wasn't this too bitter? On the other side, Arbor slept until the middle of the night when she was suddenly jolted awake by a nightmare. She hastily sat up and curled up her legs while hugging her quilt. Her delicate brows involuntarily knitted together. Inexplicably, she actually dreamed that her husband was asking for help at sea just now. She must have dreamed of what she thought about during the day. How could her husband be hugging her thigh and sobbing pitifully? Misconception, definitely. The little stoic cracked her small lips. This fellow lay down again and tossed and turned on the bed for a while. She heard the rustling of the rain outside the window accompanied by the whistling of the wind, so noisy that she couldn't calm down. The little stoic abruptly sat up. She couldn't sleep again. They couldn't have really met with great misfortune at sea, as Duanyu predicted, right? The little stoic muttered to herself before jumping off the bed and putting on her brocade shoes before heading outside. The rain outside was rather heavy, and the faint sound of a flute was faintly transmitted into the wind, sounding like weeping and complaining, drawn out and continuous. Arbor soundlessly left the room and took out an ink-painted umbrella from her inner world, following the sound of the flute forward. Pausing in the pitter-patter of rain, Arbor gazed at the figure in plain clothes inside the pavilion. She felt that his back was bleak, as if it contained endless sorrow. Arbor hesitated slightly, but she still couldn't resist walking into the pavilion with heavy footsteps. That person suddenly turned around, a pair of watery peach blossom eyes staring fixedly at her. His clothes were very thin, and as he stood in the wind, his surroundings were silent and still, as if he was the only person left in the world. His figure was slender and tall, with long black hair, and he tightly gripped a green bamboo flute in his hand. When he looked at Arbor, his pitch-black pupils involuntarily made her heart tighten. "Did I wake you up?" He smiled apologetically at her. After 3 seconds of silence, the two people said, "I couldn't sleep." Hence, they looked at each other with a smile. Mother's 100th day, the day she left, it was just like today. It was raining cats and dogs, and it didn't stop. A whole hole pierced through the sky. It's your own heart that's been stabbed, right? Xiao Mu thought to herself. Duanyu gently raised his hand and swept his sleeve across the round table in the pavilion. His fingers slowly caressed the icy surface of the table. Yai, she was only a normal person. There will come a day when she will leave before me. Life is like this. From the day you are born, you will experience loss, 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 until there is nothing left for you to lose. However, your obsession is too heavy. You will always wonder if I could have redeemed everything if I had arrived a bit earlier that day. However, we don't have ifs. The little stoic stood behind him and listened silently. Her small hands involuntarily clenched. Who didn't have an obsession? Everyone had one. It depended on how you faced it. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, no one is willing to be alone. Chapter 4997. Duanyu, she didn't know how to comfort him. She only felt that all words of comfort were empty and weak. How could she empathize without experiencing it personally? Just like when the holy water sect left her back then, she was in so much pain that she couldn't breathe and couldn't easily say, "I can let it go." In reality, it was simply hard to let it go. There were only ordinary people in the world, not those aloof and resolute people who could see the world clearly. There were 8 great sufferings in life. Love, separation, and hatred were difficult to obtain. No one could help her. She could only walk out on her own and release her emotions. Duanyu. The little stoic called out to him. Like a kitten's paw, she lightly scratched the lake in his heart and parted the layers of ripples. Duanyu suddenly turned around and strode forward. He abruptly pulled her into his arms and tightly hugged her. This hug had nothing to do with romance, only a sense of disappointment and loss. The little stoic was startled and subconsciously wanted to pry his arms away and break free from his embrace. However, she heard him lower his head next to her ear and murmur vaguely, "Don't move, just a hug is enough." He would only hug her once in this lifetime, and it would also be his impudence tonight in reality. He already knew that if he missed it for a moment, he would miss it for a lifetime. Even if time turned back, even if water was spilled, a missed opportunity was a missed opportunity. He couldn't force it in this lifetime. When the little stoic returned to the room, it was already late at night. The light inside the room was dim, and a figure was indistinct outside the door. The shadows of the trees outside the window swayed, and the rustling of the rain, accompanied by the sound of the wind, made one's heart endlessly vexed. Xiao Mu sat on the edge of the bed for a long time before abruptly slapping her own leg. "Who asked you to go out of curiosity? Who asked you to be unable to control your legs?" She abruptly threw herself onto the bed, allowing herself to sink into the soft brocade quilt. What to do? After going out for a walk, she became even more unable to sleep. The little stoic tossed and turned on the bed, inwardly vexed. She felt that she wouldn't be able to face him tomorrow at all after that hug. Even the stoic face understood how deep and heavy this man's feelings for her were. The little fellow rolled around in the soft brocade quilt for most of the night. Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer. She flipped open the blanket and jumped off the bed. After taking out pen and paper from her inner world, the little stoic sat down at the table. She hesitated for a very, very long time before writing a few words and rolling them out. She wrote a few more words and rolling them out again. Just like that, an hour passed. Looking at the sky, it was almost bright. In the end, he couldn't dawdle any longer. The little crown princess took a deep breath and wrote a line of words on the paper. Then, she covered the paper and walked out quickly. Outside the window, the morning breeze blew in. Under the paperweight was a thin piece of paper with 4 words written on it. "Go home. Don't miss me." When he went out, the rain had already stopped. The puddles on the ground had yet to dry up. He raised his head to look at the sky. It was all gray, and there was no sunlight at all. The little stoic didn't close her eyes for the entire night, so she was a bit listless and dispirited. They followed the hollow flower hairpin corridor all the way to the east, intending to release the flying beast after they left the palace gate. However, she unexpectedly paused after turning a corner. She looked at the figure standing under the tree in the atrium, and an inexplicable sense of guilt arose in her heart. That's right, she was a coward who fled in defeat. She never expected that this person had already seen through everything about her and had been waiting for her here. The little stoic's footsteps faltered, and she paced behind the pillar like a mushroom, unable to think of what to say. Chapter 4998. Yet she heard that person call out loudly, "Jojo, good morning." With a radiant smile, he quickly walked toward her. The little stoic hid behind the pillar, pondering what she should say without hurting his heart in reality. If she didn't truly care, with the little stoic's personality, she wouldn't have taken this matter to heart at all. She didn't want to treat him cruelly and inexplicably give him hope, but also disappoint him. She also didn't want to be irresolute and make a mess of things. This person was one of the most important people in her life. He was her close friend, her confidant, and someone she would inevitably worry about for the rest of her life. But there was only one heart that loved hubby, and it couldn't be increased or decreased by a single bit. Hubby treats me wholeheartedly, and I also cherish him dearly. He is my lifelong dependence, and I will never leave or abandon him, and I will never forget him. It is only my heart. Why not tell Duan Yu everything clearly from the beginning? If it was impossible, then it was impossible. But the little stoic felt that 2 strands of hair on her head were about to turn white from thinking about how to speak. Her heart was tormented and conflicted. On the other hand, Duan Yu had already strode forward and pulled her out from behind the pillar with one hand. I don't want to make you suffer, and I don't want to make things difficult for you or disappoint you. I don't want to give you any hope because I especially cherish you. You're also a very, very important friend of mine. I just wanted to tell you. There's only one Lien in this world. Wherever Jojo's Lien goes, Jojo will go. If he ascends to heaven, I will also ascend to heaven. If he enters the Yellow Springs, I will also follow him. The little stoic only felt that her words were incoherent and unclear. She looked at him anxiously and asked, do you understand what I mean? Duanyu suddenly chuckled and flicked her forehead. What are you thinking about? You're always so thoughtful and love to think about all sorts of things at such a young age. Your thoughts are boundless. It can't be because I hugged you last night, so you feel that my heart is attached to you? You fierce girl, other than that stupid Emolien, who would dare to like you. Do you still remember how you beat me up when we first met? I'm not a fool. Why would I like to be abused by you? You won't give up until you hit a wall? That's not me. The little stoic pursed her lips and stole a glance at him. What's wrong with this person? How many years had it been? Why was she still harping on the matter of beating him up when they first met? Stingy. I'm just helping that idiot take care of you for a while. When he comes back, I'll immediately hand you over to him without any hesitation. Do you think you're easy to raise? Let me tell you, you're so annoying. All right. You don't have to say anything more. Hurry up and follow me to have breakfast. After you're done eating, go back to your room and get some sleep. Don't let your imagination run wild. The little stoic opened her small mouth, but her words were stuffed back down her throat by his string of words. Her footsteps involuntarily followed him. Breakfast was like a battle. This guy kept stuffing food into her mouth. The little stoic rubbed her round belly and followed him back to her bedchamber. If you leave without saying goodbye, I won't forgive you for the rest of my life, he suddenly said in a low voice. Arbor stole a glance at him before stiffening his neck and turning around. I just went for a stroll. Tell me what do you mean by leaving without saying goodbye? Duan, you chuckled. Little heartless. All right, you can go in. I still have things to do. Chapter 4999. Arbor replied with an "oh" and slowly walked forward. His gaze remained on her from beginning to end, and the playful smile on his face dissipated bit by bit as she left. It was as if the starlight had dissipated, leaving behind a long river of serenity that seemed endless and unending. In the end, he only watched her walk in with a serene gaze before closing the palace doors behind her. The heavy sound of the doors closing weighed heavily on his heart. He stared at those two tightly shut palace doors for a long time before turning around to leave. Today, he was no longer in the mood for court matters and didn't want to think about anything. He had accurately predicted that she would flee far away in defeat, but he still didn't predict that his heart would still be so unbearable in the end. He entered the study, closed the doors, and opened the windows. With a wooden expression, he picked up the brush and wrote a vigorous and forceful Jing character on the unfolded paper. If his heart wasn't calm, how could he calm his heart? Jojo said that she didn't want to give him the slightest bit of hope, afraid that he would feel unbearable. But how could she have known that perhaps, as long as there was the slightest bit of hope, it would make him happy instead? Even if he would still be disappointed or even despairing in the future, at least he once had that slightest bit of hope. He threw down the brush and dampened the Jing character on the paper. Like the ripples in his heart, they spread outwards. I'm sorry, Jojo. I lied to you. I only didn't want you to leave. I purely didn't want you to leave me at this time. I was worried. I was afraid. I was afraid that once I left, we would meet again as strangers in the future. I lied to you that I didn't have the slightest bit of feelings for you. Those are lies. I can't speak of the 10,000 points of affection I have for you in my heart. I only wish to bury them deeply and not give you the slightest chance to see through them. I like you. My heart is pleased with you, and I can't help but want to get close to you. Even if it's just watching you silently, my heart is enough, and this life is enough. Arbor slept until nighttime before waking up, and he was actually a bit groggy when he got up. The little stoic pulled a taut face and brushed open the window in passing. She then heard indistinct, fragmented words. Did you hear? The ninth princess got into a fight with two women in the rear garden. Aya, lower your voice. Ever since the ninth princess married the prince of the barbarian tribe, she has been coming back to complain to his majesty every few days. This is not a matter of a day or two. A little palace maid with a sharp voice snickered and said, "Why would His Majesty care about her? They all say that a married daughter is like spilled water. Not to mention that His Majesty is not even her biological brother. Even if he was, who would care about the life and death of an unfavored princess? Do you know who those two women are? Who knows? Prince Dewa has so many concubines. These two must have been taken in recently. Can the ninth princess beat him? Is the crown princess awake?" Yuan Zhen's voice came from outside the door. "Come in." The young crown prince consort's voice was completely emotionless. Yuan Zhen entered the door and bowed. Before she could open her mouth, she heard the little crown princess say, "Auntie, there are 3 gossips outside. How someone dragged them in." Yuan Zhen was taken aback, and she quickly turned around to give her 2 personal royal maids a look. Those 2 nimble royal maids hastily strode out the door and dragged in the 3 wailing junior palace maids in a short while, kicking them to the ground. The 3 junior palace maids were all quite young, and their eyes were flustered. They shrunk their heads back and didn't dare to meet the little crown princess's eyes. How could Yuan Zhen not understand? Her face darkened, and she shouted angrily, "How dare you? Crown princess, spare my life. Crown princess, spare my life." Chapter 5000. The 3 little palace maids panicked in fright, repeatedly kowtowing and apologizing to Arbor, loudly begging for mercy. Arbor sat there expressionlessly, coldly looking at the 3 people kneeling on the ground. Yuan Zhen gave a meaningful look to the palace maid beside her. That palace maid quickly stepped forward, picking up a crying little palace maid on the ground, and coldly asking, "Speak, who ordered you to come here and spread rumors? What is your purpose?" "Aunt, spare us. Crown princess, spare us. Crown princess, spare us. We don't know." The little crown princess coldly glanced at them. With a wave of her hand, 3 dictum talismans flew into the 3 people's bodies. "Speak, who ordered you to come here?" It's eunuch Yang. He gave us some mystic coins and food, told us to come here and pass on a few words." Yuan Zhen's face instantly became very ugly. She naturally knew about this eunuch Yang. He used to be a respectable person by Empress Lu's side, and now he was one of the most capable great eunuchs by the Empress Dowager's side. But he was properly on duty at Renchuan Palace. So why did he come to provoke the little crown princess for no reason? Didn't he know that the little crown princess was not someone to be provoked? He simply didn't know how stupid he was to do this. Send someone to inform His Majesty. "Where is that eunuch Yang?" the little crown princess coldly asked. Yuan Zhen only felt that things were not good, and her heart couldn't help but slightly sink. She quickly replied, "Eunuch Yang is the Empress Dowager's Renchuan Palace's eunuch." Arbor stood up with an indifferent expression, walking outside. "Go to Renchuan Palace." "Crown princess, do you want to go there personally?" Although His Majesty had never had any interaction with this Empress Dowager Lu after ascending the throne, and never liked her. But if the crown princess just went there like this, then Yuan Zhen repeatedly signaled to the palace maid behind her with her eyes. That person understood, quickly and quietly retreated, quickly running towards the front hall. Today's matter was probably not over. "Bring them along," the young crown princess ordered coldly, her face expressionless. From the first day she entered the Azure Palace, the days had never stopped. Previously, there was a palace maid who tried to poison her again and again. She couldn't take it anymore and killed her. Now, someone else had come to provoke them. Could it be that Jojo gave others the impression that he was a soft persimmon that anyone could step on? When a persimmon gets angry, it can also choke people to death. Arbor walked out of the palace doors with a stoic expression and headed for Queen Dowager Lu's Renchuan Palace under the guidance of a group of people. The 3 little palace maids cried until their eyes were crooked and their mouths were slanted. Snot and tears flowed down their faces. They were tied up with ropes and dragged away. All the way, they couldn't help but let out faint sobbing sounds. "What are you crying for?" Arbor shouted impatiently. These people were really sick. They didn't have the ability, but they liked to go around provoking people. When they were caught red-handed, they always liked to act pitiful and pitiful, making it seem like she was so cruel. If it weren't for people always coming to provoke her, she wouldn't have bothered with them for 100 years. Stuff their mouths first. Yuan Jun kept thinking about the little grand aunt in her heart, hoping that His Majesty would quickly appear. Looking at this situation, it probably wasn't just that eunuch Yang who was unlucky. Empress Dowager Lu would also be implicated. The three little palace maids trembled incessantly. After their mouths were stuffed, they could only let out fragmented whimpers. Xiao Mu's mood only improved slightly after the ringing in her ears became much quieter. Chapter 5001. However, when the group of people turned to the back garden, they heard heart-wrenching cries before they had even taken a few steps. Several tumbling figures punched and kicked, tearing and pulling from one end of the path to the other. Unable to control their bodies, they fell and rolled into the flowers. Everyone could only stop in their tracks and look at each other. They saw three women with disheveled clothes and hairpins, as if they had gone mad, fighting in a chaotic mess. However, it was mainly two against one. Grabbing the ends of one of the women's hair, they pulled and tore, tearing off half of her sleeve. On his bare arms, there were a few obvious scratches made by fingernails. This time, Aunt Yuan Jun's expression became even more unsightly, because she had already recognized who was being dragged and beaten by the two foreign women. It was the 9th princess, Rong Yu, who had married into the barbarian tribe not long ago. This was simply too outrageous. Why aren't you pulling them away? You're all dead. Yuan Jun angrily berated. The small palace servants who were secretly watching this farce from the side hurriedly went forward to pull the three women. After separating them with great difficulty, Rong Yu screamed and wanted to go forward to fight back, but Yuan Jun blocked her with one hand. Prince Consort, you'd better think thrice before you act, Yuan Jun said with a sullen face. It's fine if those uncivilized shrews don't know etiquette. However, Prince Consort has received the best education in our Zhangzhou. Don't lose the demeanor a mistress of the household should have. Rong Yu stood there with disheveled hair. Her entire body was in pain, and her head was about to explode. Zhangzhou's imperial family is only SOSO. One of the foreign women who had been scolded by Yuan Jun said with a face full of mockery. The daughter they taught is even worse than us uncivilized shrews. Impudent, Yuan Jun angrily rebuked. These two concubines of Prince Yuhua were too ignorant of etiquette and impudent. What did they think they were? This was the inner court of the Azure Palace. They actually dared to be so impudent and bite the 9th princess in the back garden. It was simply Yuan Jun was so angry that her face turned green. The two exotic women both had the bloodline of the grassland. Their eye sockets were deep, and their noses were high. They were indeed beautiful, but their coquettish and rude appearance greatly reduced their beauty. We're not from Tsang Prefecture. You're just a servant in the palace. How dare you scold a guest like this? What a joke. Hurry up and get out of the way. We sisters still have to rush back to serve the prince. Isn't that so? The prince is still waiting for us in the bedroom. If we disturb the prince's mood, I don't think any of you can afford to take responsibility. The two girls really dared to say anything unrestrained. Yuan Jun's face turned ashen when he heard that. Arbor stood expressionlessly on the side. At first, he didn't want to interrupt, but when he heard the two women provoking the crowd, he couldn't help but frown. You're too noisy, the little crown princess said coldly. Even a pheasant sounds better than the two of you. The two women had been giggling, but when they heard the little crown princess's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Their laughter abruptly stopped. One of them shouted in exasperation, "Damned girl, do you want to die?" Yuan Jun was so angry that his heart was in turmoil. He angrily shouted, "Impudent! A concubine of a prince from a tiny barbarian tribe dares to be so rude in the inner court of the Azure Palace. Take them down." Immediately, 3 to 5 tall and sturdy female servants rushed over, just as they were about to reach out and grab the two women. Chapter 5002. Who would have thought that the two women would suddenly attack, 2 daggers coming out of their sleeves, aiming for the young crown princess' neck? Yuan Zhen's heart tightens, and even the voice that comes out of his mouth trembles. Quick! Someone come quickly. Take down these two female assassins. If they hurt this little ancestor, in His Majesty's rage, he would most likely implicate everyone present. After following by this person's side for a few days, how could Yuan Zhen not understand? His Majesty, protected the young crown princess like she was his treasure. He absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to touch a single strand of her hair. Whoever dares to touch her can only wait for bad luck. But Arbor doesn't even spare the two women a glance. She directly reaches out a slender jade hand and grabs the dagger that's coming for her neck with her bare hands. Crown Princess! Yuan Zhen is so frightened that he almost kneels down in front of the Crown Princess. How could such a small hand that's like white tofu so casually grab the other party's dagger? Only to hear a dang sound. The young Crown Princess jade hand is like a diamond drill, directly cutting off half of the dagger. The concubine's face is filled with disbelief. Yuan Zhen and the others' ashen complexions also slightly relax. Before they can even take a deep breath, they see the young crown princess fly straight up like a nimble leopard and send a flying kick out. She stupidly kicks one of the concubines in the face. Bang! That person is sent flying, her back heavily smashing into an evergreen tree. Her entire person rolls down from the tree in a very sorry state, groaning twice. How could she still get up? The other concubine is completely stunned, the dagger in her hand momentarily not being able to hold it steady, and it falls to the ground with a clang sound. Arbor knits her brows. The person behind the scenes went through so much trouble, reaching into the palace and making all sorts of arrangements, only to arrange such a joke? First, he bribed Eunuch Yang by Empress Dowager Lu's side, and then let him use some resources to lure 3 palace maids to do his bidding. In the end, he just wanted to lure her into the back garden and let 2 concubines with low cultivation to kill her. It was completely unreasonable for them to go through so much trouble and only send out 2 low-level assassins. There was something fishy about this matter. Arbor took a step forward, and the pale-faced concubine couldn't help but cry out, "Prince, your highness! Help! Help!" The concubine only managed to utter a few words before she was pressed down by a group of guards. Her face touched the ground, and her entire body was pressed to the ground. She struggled bitterly, but was unable to move. "Tu Langyu, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for them to kill me? If we sisters die, the prince will definitely not let you go." Suddenly, the treetops moved, and a huge gust of wind blew down from the sky. Crown Princess! Yuan Zhen and the others only felt the ground tremble. When they looked up, they saw a strange thing with a wolf head and a human body that was 2.5 meters long appear in the Imperial Garden. His fist was as big as a giant alms bowl. When he punched towards the little crown princess's head, Yuan Zhen and the others' hearts couldn't help but clench. In front of this tall giant, the petite crown princess was simply like a little child. She could be crushed with a single finger. So the main character was waiting for her here. Arbor's lips curled into a cold smile. She leaned to the side and quickly dodged the big fist that was like a copper alms bowl. Everyone only heard a loud bang. Chapter 5003. At the same time, at the north gate of the Phoenix Emperor City, a carriage with a blue canopy passed by the long line of people moving forward as fast as lightning. The wheels of the carriage rolled over the bluestone road, making a series of sounds. The pedestrians in front of the line couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the person who cut the line. Marquis Xingho is ordered to leave the capital. He has something to do. A fast horse came forward, holding a round token in his hand, and waved it at the guards. The 2 guards immediately saluted respectfully, glanced at the token, and hurriedly asked the pedestrians to move to the side. "Marquis, thank you. Please." Marquis Xingho's carriage was about to pass through the arched bridge of the city gate. Just then, he heard a series of rumbling horse hooves coming from behind, followed by a cold shout. "Everyone, listen to my order. Take down Xingho." Hundreds of soldiers with spears and swords swarmed forward. In just a few seconds, Xingho's carriage was completely surrounded. The curtain of the carriage was gently lifted, and Xingho's thin old face appeared at the window. He smiled at a middle-aged, bearded general who was chasing after him on a horse. "East Mountain King, why have you led your men here? I've been summoned to do something. Marquis, please. His Majesty wants to see you." And Xingho's thin face showed a faint smile. He laughed dryly and said, "I don't know why His Majesty summons me." East Mountain King Wu Hong said expressionlessly, "Marquis, you must be joking. Since His Majesty summons you, it's your duty as a minister. How can you inquire so many people before meeting His Majesty?" And Xingho's smiling face turned gloomy little by little. The corners of his mouth moved, and he said coldly, "I'm not feeling well these days. I'm afraid His Majesty is sick. Why don't East Mountain King report to His Majesty? Marquis, do you want to defy the edict?" East Mountain King Wu Hong glanced at Xingho with a faint smile, fiddling with a sharpened dagger in his hand. East Mountain King said with a smile, "I'm afraid Marquis has no room to refuse." And Xingho's face turned green and white, and his palms on his knees were tightly clenched into fists. Guards, escort, and Xingho back to the palace to see His Majesty. Yes, hundreds of soldiers surrounded the carriage. Two of them even straddled the coachman's seat and kicked the trembling coachman off the carriage. And Xingho was silent for 2 seconds. Then he sneered and said, "East Mountain King, you don't have to do this. If Marquis is willing to cooperate with this prince, then this prince naturally does not want to force my own colleagues." Humph! And Xingho gritted his teeth, slammed down the curtain, and sat in the carriage. However, in just a moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted again. Wu Hong, the East Mountain King, jumped up with a smile and sat in the same carriage as in Xingho. Xingho was furious. "What is the meaning of this, Wang Ye? This prince is a little tired today. Let me borrow the Marquis's carriage." "Ha! Your Highness doesn't need to be like this. Since this Marquis has already agreed to go with you to see His Majesty, I naturally can't do anything else. You don't have to monitor me so closely." The Eastern Mountain King, Wu Hong, shook his head and smiled. "That's hard to say. There's no guarantee that the Marquis doesn't have some talismans or treasures that can teleport. Since this prince is following orders, I naturally have to take precautions. East Mountain King is really loyal." East Mountain King Wu Hong didn't mind the sarcasm in his words. He smiled and said, "It's my duty to share His Majesty's worries. There's no such thing as loyalty." And Xingho closed his eyes and said nothing. Chapter 5004. This East Mountain King Wu Hong was indeed a character. Originally, this king with a different surname had a withered number of talents in the king's mansion and was gradually declining. He didn't expect that because of his unique vision and meritorious service in supporting the new emperor, the entire East Mountain King's mansion was now being used again. And Xingho sighed in his heart. He was indeed too anxious and hadn't made sufficient preparations. His rash action had indeed exposed him. However, the desire to avenge his daughter was like an ant gnawing on a fire, tormenting him day and night. He had no choice but to do this. East Mountain King Wu Hong saw that he closed his eyes and didn't speak. Seeing that they had been officials for many years, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "Why do you have to do this?" And Xingho opened his eyes and couldn't help but sneer. "It's easy for you to say. If your daughter was humiliated and killed like this, I'll see if you can face it easily." Bam! Tu Lang's fist smashed heavily on the ground. The cobblestone ground of the small path had completely cracked under his heavy punch. Everyone couldn't help but feel terrified. This person's external martial arts were like a meat shield and were quite sturdy and durable. Several guards rushed up and pierced their swords with spiritual power, but they couldn't cut through his external defense. On the other hand, this man with great strength swung his arm and flung the guard away, causing them to fall into the surrounding grass and flowers. Arbor leaned to the side to avoid his heavy punch and turned to glare at this person. "Heh, being fat means you can fight? What a big joke." She raised her hand and slapped several defense talismans and gravity talismans on her body, wrapping herself properly. Then she stood to the side. She hooked her finger at the strange, wolf-headed man. "Today, if you can shake me even a little bit, I'll surrender." When Yuan Jun and the others heard this, their faces turned even paler. They couldn't help but cry out in grief in their hearts. "Crown Princess, can you not court death? This wolf-headed monster looks extremely strong. If he gets close to you, even if your divine skills are unparalleled, I'm afraid you'll be at a disadvantage. Moreover, this little crown princess is too boastful." What did it mean to be slightly shaken? In other words, as long as this strange man pushed the little crown princess even half a step away, the crown princess would be at his mercy? "Come." The little stoic raised her hand and beckoned at that howling werewolf. The two concubines looked at each other, supported each other, and stood up in a sorry state. They were just looking for an opportunity to sneak away, but unexpectedly, Yuan Jun signaled with her eyes and sent a few old nannies forward to block their way. "Two guests, before this matter is completely resolved, please stay here." The two women's faces alternated between green and red. One of them couldn't help but scold in a low voice. "Since you know we are guests, why are you blocking our way?" Yuan Jun sneered. "Let's wait for your prince to come over and report this matter to him face to face." As he spoke, the werewolf waved his hands, and a dozen punches flew towards the young crown princess's face. Gusts of wind blew, and the shadows of his fists overlapped. Those dozen punches were about to land on the young crown princess. Suddenly, Duan Yu heard a group of people hurrying over from outside the garden. He saw this heart-wrenching scene from afar. With an angry shout of "You dare," he had already rushed forward. The Devil Emperor's sword abruptly appeared in his palm, and he slashed at the werewolf's neck without another word. "Your Majesty, please don't attack. This is my barbarian tribe's brave warrior, Tu Lang, this prince's personal guard." Duan Yu couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. Chapter 5005. The Devil Emperor's sword in his hand had already swiftly brushed past that werewolf's neck. With a swish, a silvery white flame emerged on his neck, burning a bloody hole. Everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Tu Lang's skin was as tough as copper and iron, and it was impossible to easily penetrate his impenetrable defense. At the same time, Tu Lang's dozen punches had already landed on the little stoic's defensive talismans. Everyone's eyelids twitched incessantly as they heard several thump, 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 thump sounds. They watched as Tu Lang's attacks broke through the defensive barrier layer by layer. Seeing that the little crown princess's last defensive barrier was about to be penetrated, the crown princess seemed to be in imminent danger. Unexpectedly, the expressionless little crown princess took out another handful of talismans from her pocket and pasted them all on her body with several smack, 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 smack sounds. Layer after layer of defensive barriers appeared around her once again. Meanwhile, the gales that Tu Lang sent out were already exhausted and had no more strength to break through the little crown princess's defenses. Everyone couldn't resist twitching their mouths as they silently glanced at the silent crown princess. As expected, such a powerful wave of attacks from Tu Lang couldn't shake the little crown princess in the slightest. It couldn't even make her move a single toe. It was as if the little crown princess had grown out of the ground and was rooted there motionlessly. Her posture was as straight as a pine tree, and only the hem of her clothes and strands of hair fluttered in the wind. "You've lost." After a long time, the stupefied crowd finally heard the crown princess say this. What to do? They inexplicably felt this was a bit comical. "It's my turn to hit you now." The little crown princess expressionlessly rolled up her sleeves. "Everyone, did we miss here, or did we not notice it earlier? What did the crown prince consort say that she would fight with Tu Lang once each? I'll beat you to death." As the little crown princess said this, she continued to paste several dozen acceleration talismans on her body with smack, smack, smack. Multi-attack talismans. Multi-attack talismans. Multi-defense talismans. Multi-defense talismans. Multiple speed talismans. The little crown princess had put over 100 talismans on her body, and everyone's expression was almost numb. She suddenly moved. She leaped into the air and punched towards the werewolf's head without hesitation. The gravity talisman made her feel very heavy. With a ferocious strike, the wind from the fist carried a whistling force as it heavily smashed into the werewolf's head. Puffed. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled forward a dozen steps. His body swayed a few times. In the end, he couldn't support himself and collapsed to the ground with a boom. In the huge imperial garden, it was completely silent. Duan Yu's lips involuntarily twitched, and it was quite a while before he coughed lightly. Ahem, Jojo. He walked forward and wanted to pull her to his side, but when he pulled, he realized that the little crown princess was rooted to the ground and did not move at all. He actually couldn't budge her. Duan Yu couldn't resist face-palming. How many talismans did this fool paste on her body? Wasn't this cheating and bullying? Prince Yuhua, who walked over with Duan Yu, felt his jaw nearly drop. He looked dumbfoundedly at the little crown princess and suddenly pointed at her and exclaimed, It's you. He had an impression of this person, the crown princess of the divine province. Why are you here? He truly had an impression of this stoic-faced woman. Chapter 5006. Treacherous and vicious, utterly unreasonable. When they first met at the academy, she kicked him squarely in the chest. No one else could do that, right? His brother, Prince Zulu, also died at the hands of this unkind little butcher. In reality, their barbarian tribe had yet to settle the score with her, but this woman was unsatisfied. She dared to do anything brazenly, kicking him the moment they met, and now severely injuring his bodyguard. Quick, take a look. Prince Daiwa quickly waved his hand, ordering people to check guard Tu Lang's injuries. Tu Lang was directly sprawled on the ground from the young crown princess's punch. Two of Prince Daiwa's royal guards hastily rushed up, but they were unable to turn Tu Lang's massive body around even after exerting all their strength. The two awkwardly reached out to check his pulse before quickly turning around to report, reporting to Your Highness the Prince, Guard Tu Lang is already not breathing. What? Prince Daiwa's head was throbbing in anger, and he glared fixedly at Arbor as he shouted furiously, What are you shouting for? Duan Yu irritably interrupted Prince Daiwa's roar and swept a displeased glance at the prince. You dare to scare Jojo? You must be tired of living. Duan Yu's handsome face darkened as he impatiently retorted, Daiwa, you better give us a clear explanation. Why did you assign your bodyguard to attack the crown princess? And what's up with those two royal concubines of yours? Prince Daiwa looked at him in bewilderment, his nose huffing and puffing. Your Majesty of Sangzhou, this prince still wants you to give me an explanation. Why is this crown princess of the divine province in your palace? What improper relationship do you two have? Why did she attack this prince's bodyguard for no reason? Don't think you're in the right just because you're loud. This prince is telling you, if you don't give me an explanation, we won't let this matter rest. This prince still wants to spread this news and smear you too. The Emperor of Sangzhou, the crown princess of the divine land, Prince Kuohua, don't bully the crown princess for not being good with words. Don't think that you can slander others just because the crown princess doesn't say anything. Yuan Jun said angrily. It was your two concubines who started this. When we were passing by with the crown prince consort, for some reason, those two concubines of yours suddenly attacked the crown prince consort. Nonsense. A trace of anger flashed across Prince Wa's tanned face. He turned back to look at the two disheveled concubines and said angrily, You beat my two beloved concubines to such a state, and now you dare to accuse others? My two beloved concubines are just low-level cultivators. Would they be so stupid as to provoke the crown princess of the divine land? It's not like he has nothing better to do. Yuan Jinjin was so angry that she laughed. They're just that brainless. What evidence do you have? Prince Wa roared angrily, looking like his intelligence had been insulted by Yuan Jun. Little crown princess took out a jade image talisman from her pocket and threw it into the air. Everyone's mouth twitched silently. Don't you think this fellow is sinister? She actually recorded the entire battle scene just now. She didn't argue with you, much less argue with you. She just threw out the evidence directly. The image projection was clear at a glance. From the moment the crown princess stood here, she hadn't said much. After she finished speaking, she was immediately rebuked by the two concubines. The two women were even very bold. They took out daggers from their sleeves and slashed at the crown princess' neck. It was clear that there was no room for argument. Prince Dewa looked like he had eaten shit. Chapter 5007. After stammering for half a beat, Prince Dewa finally found his voice and turned to glance at Duan Yu. Your Majesty, this must be a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. This short and stout dark-skinned prince strode to the two trembling concubines and rewarded them with a slap, each with a wave of his hand. You two must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, right? You even dare to provoke the crown princess of the divine province? You don't know that the crown princess of the divine province's peerless martial prowess is unrivaled in this world. Even this prince can only concede defeat in front of the crown princess. Why aren't you scramming over and apologizing to the crown princess? Do you still need this prince to teach you? Duan Yu knitted his brows when he heard his sour words. His sarcastic tone seemed to be praising Xiao Xiao, but in fact, it was full of sarcasm. Those two concubines promptly prostrated themselves on the ground and cried out timidly. We were blind and didn't know it was the crown princess who had graced us with her presence. The young crown princess flicked her finger, and two ebony talismans flew to the concubines and hit their foreheads with two smacks. Prince Dewa's eyes flared with anger, and he was about to shout when he heard the young crown princess's cold voice slowly rise. Who instigated you two to detain me here? The faces of the two concubines were muddle-headed. They only felt that the cold voice was echoing in their heads. They couldn't help but answer. We were entrusted by our fellow villagers to create trouble in the Imperial Garden today. As long as we can detain a noble who is passing by, we don't need to do anything else. Tu Lang can handle the rest. Impossible. Prince Dewa shouted angrily. How could Tu Lang attack the crown princess without my orders? The two concubines' eyes were lifeless, but they said in unison, Did Prince forget? It was you who told Tu Lang to protect us well. Once we encounter danger in the noble's hands, Tu Lang will naturally save us from danger. Prince Dewa's face turned even uglier. His face was yellow as shit. He opened his mouth, but was unable to refute. The order was indeed given by him. This lustful prince of a barbarian tribe changed women as quickly as he changed clothes. Often, because he doted on his concubines, he wished that he could give them all the good things in the world. When he no longer doted on them, he would abandon them. The reason why he left Tu Lang with the two concubines this time was because 2 days ago, the two concubines came to him and cried, saying that the main wife made things difficult for them, and their days were difficult. Therefore, he left Tu Lang by their side to protect them. Who would have thought that this would spoil things? What benefits did you two take from your fellow countrymen? Hand it over. The two of them were expressionless. They took out several bags of spirit coins from their inner worlds and placed them in front of the crowd along with 2 spirit tools. They were still kneeling on the ground, motionless. Prince Nava, the facts are here, and the goods are there, and the bribe is here. What else do you have to say? Prince Nuwa's face flickered back and forth like a rainbow. Arbor asked expressionlessly, One last question. Why did you have to attack here? Why did you have to lure her to the royal garden and prevent her from leaving? Was it just to have Tu Lang fight with her? Or did you have other motives? Sir Jojo turned around and met Duan Yu's eyes. Let's go. The two of them had just flown up nimbly when they suddenly felt a heavy gravity envelop them from midair. There was a huge bang under their feet, and the entire ground caved in instantly. Chapter 5008. The two dumbfounded concubines were the first to fall. Before he could even react, his body had already been pierced by several sharp knives from the ground with a poochie sound. The two of them widened their eyes in horror and died before they could even cry out. Prince Dewa was more agile. Although he immediately levitated into the air, the gravity above his head caused his body to sink down. He stabilized his sinking body with great difficulty and barely managed to stay afloat in the air. When he looked down, he saw rows upon rows of gleaming snow-white blades aimed at him uniformly. If he really fell down just now, he probably wouldn't have ended up well even if he had a defensive barrier. When Prince Delwa thought of this, he involuntarily shuddered, and his eyes swiftly looked in Duan Yu and Arbor's direction. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Where are they? His Majesty Tsang Zhou and the Crown Princess of the Divine Province were both gone. Not only were those two people gone, but those royal maids and guards beside them were also gone. It seemed like only their barbarian tribes group was affected by the gravity at the scene. What the heck was going on? Where are they? Prince Nua roared, but his body suddenly sank down. This guy paled, and he hastily stabilized his body. The guard were currently channeling all the energy in their bodies to resist that gravity with bitter expressions. So how would they dare to speak rashly? When Prince Dewa saw that the guards were ignoring him, his face turned green with anger. He barely stabilized his body and roared, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and clean up the blades below." Since the gravity couldn't be removed for the time being, what else could they do? They could only first destroy or fill up this pit of blades below. However, when Prince Dewa gave his order, everyone around him remained motionless with bitter expressions. It wasn't that they didn't want to clean up this pit of blades below, but that they couldn't move at all right now. Even speaking would affect the leakage of divine energy, let alone having them free up their hands to fill up the pit below. They were already having a hard time resisting the pressure and were struggling to hold on. So how could they have any other power to use? On the other side, the pitiful Prince Kawa felt the air in his chest dissipate a little after he finished roaring. His entire body was about to sink. He hurriedly placed his left foot on top of his right foot and gently stepped on it. He thought that he could go up 2 inches, but who would have thought he fell down a short distance again? Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to those sharp blades, his hair stood on end. How could the Emperor of Tsangzhou and the Crown Princess of the Divine Land disappear in the blink of an eye? They must have escaped when they saw that the situation was not good. How could they leave their guests in such a dangerous place? Prince Dewa of the barbarian tribe. A cold voice came from above. Prince Kawa forced himself to raise his head. After a long time, he finally saw the 2 figures hovering not far away. Weren't they the cunning Emperor of Tsangzhou and the Crown Princess of the Divine Land? He didn't see when these 2 people disappeared, and he didn't know when they appeared here again. Now that he was begging for help, his tone softened. "Your Majesty of Tsangzhou, Crown Princess of the Divine Land, you 2 are finally here. Quick, give me a hand. Help is at the next stage. Crown Princess, please be clear. I definitely didn't do this matter of hunting you down. I have no enmity with you. So how could I bear to attack you? Right?" Chapter 5009. Prince Hua. Yes. Crown Princess, please tell me. Prince Dua said hurriedly. "Are you convinced?" Prince Nua was dumbfounded. "Fuck, what do I have to submit to? This Crown Prince Consort is probably a lunatic. I'm asking you if you're convinced." I submit. Prince Kawa cursed inwardly. However, since he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head. Now that he had to rely on someone else to save him, he could only accept whatever they said. Compensation? Duan Yu's mouth twitched as a memory suddenly surfaced. Compensation. Otherwise, I will kill him. Go ahead and kill him. He's so stupid. He deserves to die. Hey, wait, what kind of compensation do you want? Fixed price, 100 pieces of low-grade magnetite for this dog's life. It was strange that he had heard the word compensation so many times. After not hearing it for so long, he actually missed it. Now that he heard it again, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As expected of a person, he would be so calm after receiving compensation. Just like him, when he heard the word compensation, he was completely unaffected if Prince Dewa knew what this Tsang Prefecture Emperor was thinking right now. He would definitely spit in his face. Of course you wouldn't feel anything. It's not like I'm asking you to compensate me. The list of compensation is here. You just need to sign it. The faces of the guards from the barbarian tribe were all slightly distorted. Their prince was sinking lower and lower than they were. When they looked down, they saw that their prince had fallen to the level of their waists. His legs were dangling, and he was only a hair away from a sword in the pit. The most important thing was that they were suffocating under the weight of the gravity. They were holding back their strength, and were unable to free up their hands to help. Were you still considering? The little stoic said with a taut face, this place is restricted by gravity and space. Someone set up a triple strength talisman matrix. If I don't help you, all of you will die. If we die in the Tsangzhou Imperial Palace, I'm afraid that His Majesty, won't be able to answer to the barbarian tribe. Jojo, go ahead and do what you need to do. I'll handle whether you hand it over or not. Duan Yu immediately retorted. You. Prince Niwa only felt that he could not take even half a breath in his heart. His whole body suddenly fell down. His face turned pale as he screamed in his heart, "It's over." In the end, he suddenly felt his left arm being grabbed by something, and his body suddenly stopped. When he looked up, he was sweating profusely. It turned out that he had been entangled by a wooden vine. Beneath his feet, there was a gust of dense sword chi that was about to pierce through the soles of his feet. Prince Chao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Cold sweat also appeared on his head. The little stoic expressionlessly asked again, "Compensation? Compensation? Compensation? Compensate?" Prince Kawa was on the verge of breaking down. Why the fuck should I compensate? Who did I offend? Today's play had nothing to do with him at all. It was all those two concubines' fault for being greedy and not giving up on their evil intentions, causing him to be in this state. Sign it. The young crown princess tossed a scroll of compensation to Prince Kawa. With a curl, he dragged it from the air all the way to the ground. Prince Kawa's arm was held by the wooden vine, and he could barely move. He held back his tears and signed the form with trembling hands. He stamped his handprint and closed his eyes, unable to look at what was written on the paper. This was a prelude to emptying his little treasury. Arbor put away that scroll of paper and muttered to Duan Yu, "We'll be waging war with the Heavenly Fate Empire later on. Stockpile more supplies and money for the army's provisions." Chapter 5010. Phoenix Dark City is quite lively, huh? Zhichun looked left and right, his gaze sweeping the streets several times. While he was looking at other people were also looking at them. The sudden appearance of two peerless beauties on the street was like a scenic sight, instantly attracting the gazes of all the passers-by. Hee. Suddenly, a woman with gaudy features swayed her hips as she walked past the two people. She daringly threw a coquettish glance at Mo Lien and even threw her floral handkerchief embroidered with peonies in front of the two people. The venerable peach blossom immortal walked over without looking sideways and stepped on the handkerchief in passing. "Pick it up, Mo Lien. I threw it to you." Mo Lien followed suit and stepped on it before leaving, her phoenix eyes chilly. "Keep it if you like it." "Humph. I'll definitely tell my Jojo later that another woman is winking at you." "That's for you." "Ha ha." The venerable peach blossom immortal gave a very fake chuckle and rolled his eyes. "It's not funny at all." Mo Yin looked at him exasperatedly. She suddenly missed Duan Yu a bit. Compared to this unreliable guy, Duan Yu seemed to be more reliable in every aspect, and his brain was also more normal. Clang! The sound of a gong suddenly came from the side of the street, accompanied by a loud voice. "Debt collection by imperial decree." Mo Yin's ears twitched, and a trace of suspicion flitted through her mind. Why did these four words sound strangely familiar? Could it be a misconception? Clang. Debt collection by imperial decree. The debt collection team is now on a mission to the barbarian tribe to collect debts. The loud voice continued. 100 million spirit coins, 100 northern sea luminous pearls, 10,000 sets of special armor, 10,000 special spears. Chun twitched his mouth as he looked in confusion at the small team walking past them. These people looked like Sangzhou guards. Each of them was in high spirits, and their cultivation levels were truly not low. High cultivation did not equate to high IQ. This operation team looked like they were retarded. Zillian, don't you think this routine is a bit familiar? Mo Lien expressionlessly twitched his mouth. MHM, it's Jojo's trick. Pfft. Yuan Shurchun was immediately amused. That's great. We've really found the right path by accident. Jojo is here. Here. Mo Lien's phoenix eyes also lit up. It's with Duan Yu. Let's go. Where to? Naturally, I'm going to the Azure Palace, and Mo Yin's voice was still there, but she had already drifted far away. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal waved his fan with a smile and quickly chased after her. Who is this person? Arbor knitted his brows and turned to look at Duan Yu, who was sitting beside him. There was a person kneeling at the bottom of the steps. He was thin and didn't look very old, but because of his wrinkled skin, he looked very old. The palace maid who poisoned you time and time again was sent by him. Arbor turned to look at the man kneeling before him. So the incident in the Imperial Garden was also his doing? Crown Princess, Crown Princess. I just said that I was wronged, Prince Niwa exclaimed with a mournful face. Earlier, he had carefully flipped through that 8-meter-long list and almost fainted after reading it. This little Crown Princess was truly a vicious person. She wanted to empty out their entire barbarian tribe. What are you wronged for? Weren't those 2 concubines who attacked your people? Yes, they were my people, but who are you? Chapter 5011. The little Crown Princess didn't want to pay attention to this Prince Yuhua with his low IQ and directly shouted at the gaunt man at the bottom of the steps. Prince Yuhua shrank back and very unwillingly sat back down in his seat. His shifty eyes glanced at Aunt Yuan Zhen's group. Earlier in the royal garden, Yuan Zhen, those palace maids, and ordinary royal guards were somehow rescued in that critical situation. They all disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Speaking of which, it was strange that the Zhangzhou Emperor and the Crown Princess of the Divine Province also appeared and disappeared mysteriously, disappearing one moment and reappearing the next. He simply didn't notice what was going on with them. Yuan naturally didn't know that the instant they were trapped in the gravity-binding talisman matrix, Arbor promptly made a decision and immediately brought Duan Yu back to the Star Domain. She also swiftly stored Yuan Zhen and the others into a storage talisman. So how could Yuan detect her movements? Moreover, the situation was critical at the time, and Yuan and the others were struggling against that gravity at the first moment. So how could they have the time to notice them? By the time they noticed, the little stoic and the others had long disappeared. The little stoic definitely didn't come out later to save people, but to ruthlessly extort Prince Yuan. Yuan was too displeasing to the eye. Although he didn't participate in this matter, he had to take the blame for his 2 beloved concubines. Prince Yuan was currently angrily glaring at the gaunt man at the bottom of the steps. He couldn't resist asking, "Who are you? Why aren't you replying? What methods did you use to bribe those 2 concubines of mine?" Go in. Following this reprimand, another person was shoved inside by the royal guards. He knelt down next to the gaunt man with a plop, his head and face covered in blood. He was probably beaten up when he was resisting just now. The gaunt and elderly man looked back at him and continued to remain silent. Meanwhile, the Duke of East Mountain, Wu Hong, walked in with a group of royal guards. He cupped his hands at Duan Yu, who was sitting at the head of the table, and then led his men to retreat to the side. Duan Yu said dryly, "Marquis and Xingho, you've been exposed for plotting against the Crown Princess twice in a row, so it's useless even if you don't say a word." Duan Yu beckoned Yuan Zhen to the side. The latter, with a stiff face, slowly walked forward with a tray and put it in front of Xingho. He lowered his head and saw 2 small porcelain bottles on the tray. His eyelids twitched. "Don't blame us for not giving you a chance to argue," Duan Yu coldly stated. "There are only 2 paths before you right now. The first option was to tell the truth and commit suicide by taking poison. The second is to say nothing and let your 9 clans accompany you to the Yellow Springs. Don't think that you can fool people by sending all your siblings out of the city to the countryside." And Xingho suddenly raised his head and looked at the young emperor with a trace of disbelief in his eyes. "You caught them?" It had only been a short while. It was 3 days ago that he ordered the palace maids to poison him. It had been 3 days since his family left the imperial capital. Who would have thought that this heartless man would capture his sister-in-law's entire family? The corners of Xingho's mouth twitched slightly. This old man didn't do anything wrong. It's only right and proper to avenge my daughter. Arbor knitted his brows and sized him up. "Do I know you?" He had never seen this person before. What did he mean by avenging his daughter? What nonsense was this? What did this have to do with anything? Chapter 5012. just as Duan Yu was about to remind Jojo, and Xingho shouted angrily, "Does the crown princess still remember Xiangchang?" The young crown princess was pondering where she had seen this person before, so she reflexively rubbed her stomach after being yelled at. She also retorted angrily, "What are you shouting for? Do you think you're in the right just because you have a loud voice?" Sir Jojo jumped in fright. "What a lunatic. That daughter of yours. I've never seen her before. You're crazy, right?" Duan Yu's mouth twitched. He really wanted to interrupt and tell the indignant Marquis and Xingho, "You only talk about Xiangchang, but the young crown prince consort really can't remember who they were. You have to talk about what happened between the two of them in order to evoke the young crown prince consort's memories most of the time. The young crown princess couldn't match a person's face to a person's name. She was face blind since she was young, so she improved a bit after she grew up, but her memory was truly terrible. So from another perspective, it was really not easy for the young crown prince consort to remember someone who was fortunate enough to be able to match their name cough. The young crown princess glanced back at Duan Yu in confusion. Why did this guy have such an indescribable expression? How couldn't Xingho understand the little stoic? He only thought she was refusing to admit to harming Xiangchang in front of His Majesty. Tears streamed down his face as he shouted, "Arbor, you're actually so shameless. You dare to do something, but don't dare to admit it? You and my daughter, Xiangchang, only had a small dispute during the experiential learning, but you had a fight to the point that you wouldn't stop until one of us dies. On Xiangchang's way back to Tsangzhou, you intercepted her and even cruelly murdered her. You deranged woman. Do you know that when my daughter was transported back to the estate, there wasn't a single piece of unharmed flesh on her body?" And Xingho's eyes emitted a cold glint. "I'm avenging my daughter, so shouldn't I kill you? When I complained to the late emperor, he wasn't willing to help me seek justice. So now I can only deal with you myself." Duan Yu couldn't resist ridiculing and Xingho. How could the late emperor help you deal with the crown princess? That would be strange. Could the hand of the former emperor reach to the divine land to stir up trouble? Just for Xiangchang, Sangzhou had to go to war with Shenzhou. Only your daughter's life was important. But what about the thousands of ordinary people suffering from the war? Forget it. I can't be bothered to ridicule him. I don't have long to live anyway. And Xingho repeatedly talked about the interceptions on the way back to Tsangzhou. Finally, the little crown princess's broken string was connected. She frowned and looked him up and down. The alchemist from the Royal Academy? The young crown princess's eyes grew cold as she said, "When Feng Mulan was training, he summoned the three-colored spirit magpies to attack us as soon as he recovered his spiritual power. He injured the little fatty and tried to take my life." Anqing Marquis said angrily, "My daughter has already paid the price for her willful actions. Hadn't she already been expelled from the academy? Why do you still refuse to let her go? What's wrong with me getting rid of those who have evil intentions towards me? If I let her go, who will let me go? Are you sure she won't go back and complain to you? Won't she cry and beg you for help? Will she turn over a new leaf and not cause trouble for me?" The little stoic asked coldly. "I originally didn't have any enmity with her, but she was muddle-headed and insisted on causing trouble for me everywhere. She didn't have the ability and was dealt with by me, yet you come to cry injustice. Indeed, she has you, her father, standing up for her. You can tolerate her, love her, and indulge her in whatever she does." Chapter 50:13. My arbor doesn't have a father that I can rely on. My father is only an ordinary cultivator. Normally, he would never teach me to stir up trouble for no reason or scheme against anyone I don't like. My father isn't as resourceful as you, Lord Marquis. To be able to do as you please in a place like Azure Palace's inner court and meticulously plan and arrange such a big play. I was bullied for no reason, so I shouldn't cry out for injustice. I should accept it. I shouldn't retaliate. I deserve to be unlucky, right? Once I retaliated, all of you said that I retaliated too much, that I didn't handle it well, that I'm vicious, scheming, and filled with evil intentions. Yes, I'm a vile person who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. Nonsense. Duan Yu was furious and couldn't resist tugging at her, while shaking his head in disapproval. No need to waste words with this person. He's standing on his side and protecting the person he wants to protect, so he naturally feels that you're wrong and an eyesore. Marquis and Xingho. Duan Yu coldly looked at the thin man below the steps. That day, when we were training in Phoenix Grove, our cultivation and divine senses were temporarily blocked, so we needed to rely on pills to recover. Do you know what the first thing Xiang Chong did when she recovered her strength was? She killed Jojo and her companions. There wasn't any blood feud in the first place. Xiang Chong wanted to kill her own schoolmate because of some trivial matters, completely disregarding the Academy's friendship. Is there a problem with the Academy expelling her? This matter was caused by her own actions, so shouldn't she bear the consequences herself? Marquis and Xingho's face twitched, and he opened his mouth to refute when Xiao Kezi announced loudly from outside, "Her Majesty the Empress Dowager has arrived." Duan Yu's brows involuntarily knitted together. This fake Empress Dowager Ne Wang had been well-behaved ever since she ascended the throne and never stirred up any trouble. Her Wang family had long died out, and she didn't have any power behind her. She was also very clear that if she wanted to continue this prosperous and peaceful life, she had to build a good relationship with the emperor. Relying on His Majesty to live was her best choice right now. Wang Shi ordered people to escort in a middle-aged eunuch with disheveled hair and covered in blood. When he saw the emperor, he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, Ija's people found this shifty-eyed eunuch in the backyard and wanted to escape. After asking, I found out that something big had happened to you." So, he quickly sent someone to escort him over. At the same time, the three little palace maids who were kneeling at the bottom of the steps saw the eunuch who was beaten beyond recognition. They were so scared that they didn't dare to look closely. Still not kneeling? A strong old mama stepped forward and kicked the eunuch's knees, causing him to kneel on the ground with a thud. Duan Yu looked meaningfully at this fake Empress Dowager. Although the fake Empress Dowager had not been in the palace for a long time, she was a smart person. She received the news so quickly and quickly found Eunuch Yang and brought him here. Not only could she quickly distance herself from him, but she could also put on a righteous front. It was a pretty good calculation. "Speak, did you accept Marquis and Xingho's bribe and instigate the three palace maids to lure the crown princess to the imperial garden?" Xiao Kezi immediately berated Eunuch Yang after Duan Yu signaled with his eyes. That Eunuch Yang couldn't help but tremble as he looked pleadingly at an elderly man kneeling behind Marquis and Xingho. "It was I who asked Eunuch Yang for help," the elderly man said calmly with an indifferent expression. Chapter 50:14. Duan Yu was puzzled. "You guys were able to set up an invisible gravity talisman matrix in the Imperial Garden. Not only that, but they also hollowed out the ground, buried sharp blades, and smeared lethal poison on them. As long as someone fell in, they would have a slim chance of survival. Since when did the head eunuch of Benevolence Palace have such great power? These things couldn't have been done in a day or two in the Imperial Garden." When the fake Empress Dowager saw the emperor's puzzled gaze sweep over, she knew that he was still doubting her. She quickly smiled calmly and said, "Your Majesty may not know, but although this Eunuch Yang is only a level 10 mystic cultivator, he has a contracted mystic beast, a groundhog. It can dig holes abnormally fast, and it doesn't even take an hour to dig a large hole in ordinary soft ground." When she said this, Eunuch Yang immediately collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball. The elderly man's earlier words actually completely confirmed that he had accepted a bribe and had selfishly helped outsiders dig holes in the Imperial Garden. The fake Empress Dowager's words were merely an additional explanation. "Lord Marquis, I help you so sincerely, but you actually..." Eunuch Yang truly wanted to cry, but had no tears. He didn't expect that the Marquis and his personal guards would bite him to death when things came to a head. Your Majesty, please spare my life." Eunuch Yang sprawled on the ground with tears streaming down his face as he wailed sorrowfully. This servant was momentarily blinded by greed and was blinded by greed. If it weren't for Lord Marquis tempting this servant with hundreds of millions of spirit coins, this servant wouldn't have, wouldn't have Marquis and Xingho is truly generous. Who would be able to resist being bribed with more than 100 million spirit coins? So this matter made sense. Marquis and Xingho probably found the one surnamed Yang because he fancied that groundhog. It had a miraculous effect in digging holes and could coordinate with his own people to set up a formation. May I know this sir's name? You should be a fellow villager of Prince Nuwa's two beloved concubines, right? Duan Yu's eyes coldly swept over the elderly man behind Marquis and Xingho. This elderly man's face was still stained with blood, but it had already congealed into patches of dark red. Sir is a transcendent god realm cultivator, so why pretend to have been beaten and abused? Are you waiting for an opportunity? When Duan Yu said this, the fake Empress Dowager, who was originally standing next to Xingho, couldn't help but jump in fright. She promptly made a decision to hide behind the royal guards, her reaction very quick-witted. At this moment, the silent elderly man who had been kneeling on the ground the whole time slowly raised his head, and his lightning-like gaze flitted past Duan Yu and Arbor. Ma Wu killed them. The elderly man's figure abruptly dashed toward Xiao Mu, and his firm and powerful claw swiped at her shoulder. No wonder, and Xingho didn't panic at all from the beginning to the end. Duan Yu couldn't help but curl his lips mockingly. So it turned out that he had brought a Transcendence realm expert with him. Bang! Duan Yu's palm collided with his opponent's, and the latter was pushed back 3 steps. The elderly man, named Ma Wu, glanced at Duan Yu in astonishment, and his figure suddenly split into 2. It was so fast that Duan Yu only had time to change his expression. This old man actually had a corporeal clone. Jojo dodged quickly. Duan Yu blocked the old man's attack, but he didn't have the time to care about the other clone. Duan Yu watched as the old man smiled sinisterly and his hand was about to grab Arbor's neck. A streak of black fire poured down from the sky. Chapter 50:15. It was so fast that no one had time to react. With a loud boom, it hit the old man's clone. Old man Ma Wu probably did not expect such a variable to appear in the air. Caught off guard, he was hit in 1 hit. The clone retreated dozens of steps with a grunt. He retreated from the long, wide steps to the flat ground. The old man stomped on the ground. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. He lifted his head and stared at the figure with a sharp gaze. A black figure tore open the space in front of him in an instant and stepped out. His phoenix-like eyes were filled with coldness. The man's face was covered in a layer of cold frost. He exuded an intimidating aura. The pressure coming at him made old man Ma Wu widen his eyes in shock. Ma Wu had only uttered 1 word when the other party did not give him a chance to speak. He raised his hand and shot out 5 balls of black fire. They went straight for his face. The speed was so fast that the old man could not react in time. The 5 balls of black fire were already in front of him. Ma Wu took a deep breath. He spread his hands and released a burst of saint power. The whirlpool-like power was like a tornado that swept away the clouds, blowing in all directions. The 5 balls of black fire were not affected at all. They were not blown away by him at all. Instead, they landed on his body. The black flames burned on Ma Wu's body in a low-key yet luxurious manner. Ma Wu froze. He quickly brushed his outer robe aside and threw it on the ground. At the same time, the 5 balls of black fire burned his outer robe to ashes. "What are you?" Ma Wu clenched his fists and was about to question him when he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest. When he lowered his head to take a look, his expression immediately changed, and he couldn't help but shudder. He did not know when a ball of black fire had started burning on his chest. It had burned the front of his robe. The black fire danced on his pale skin. The black light flickered faintly. Old man Ma Wu was dumbfounded. Didn't he just activate the saint energy in his body and completely separate the 5 balls of black fire? Why was it would still be the same? The black flames were burning his skin and slowly spreading across his body in an unbridled manner. This was his materialized avatar. Seeing that it was about to be roasted into pieces by the black fire, Ma Wu naturally could not watch as his avatar was destroyed. Just as he was about to pounce, a light green vine shot out from the side and landed on his shoulder with a thud. A moon-white figure flashed and suddenly appeared beside him. A cold light flashed through her smiling eyes. "What? You want to win with numbers?" From beginning to end, Arbor, who hadn't moved an inch, was now staring unblinkingly at the two people at the bottom of the stairs. Now he glanced at him, then at the other. She looked at this and that, and after a while, she suddenly pinched Duan Yu's arm. "What did you see?" Duan Yu twitched his mouth in bewilderment. He coughed lightly and said, "You didn't see wrong. Emol Yin and Rotten Peach Blossom came out of the sacrificial sea abyss. Not only did these two people come out, but they were also very lively. It could be seen that they scared the transcendent realm elderly into a corner as soon as they came out." Arbor's small, expressionless face was taut as he stared at the two people below with his pitch-black eyes. The little emperor looked down at the two people with pursed lips and did not make a sound. Chapter 5016. Duan Yu couldn't resist glancing at her and grumbling in his mind. How strange. Why doesn't Jojo have any reaction at all? Arbor suddenly turned her head and extended a small paw to smack his hand. "You're still in a dream. No need to lie to me. Duan Yu, accept reality, Jojo. Those two swindlers have returned." On the other side, Emol Yin, who was using the black fire to entangle the old man's clone, turned her head and saw that the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal had already taken control of the old man's main body, so she ignored that Ma Wu. He quickly looked up at his expressionless wifey. His expression immediately turned bewildered with this look. Why did his wifey turn around and leave? At this time, the little stoic had already turned around, leaving him with the back of her head. Emol Yin hastily chased after her. When she passed by Duan Yu, she turned her head to glare fiercely at this guy. Duan Yu was baffled. "What did I do? Why did Emol Yin glare at me just now? Is Emol Yin crazy?" Jojo ignored him. "So why did he glare at me?" "Serves you right for Jojo ignoring you for 100 years. Who told you to dawdle, to be stupid, to be silly, to be stupid? You only have yourself to blame." Emol Yin hastily dashed to Arbor's side and hastily grabbed her sleeve. "Wifey, Jojo." Xiao Mu was pulled around by him, and her pair of pitch-black almond-shaped eyes stared fixedly at him like this. She didn't move at all for a while. "Jojo?" Arbor suddenly extended a small fist and smacked Emol Yin's chin with a bang. Duan Yu was shocked and took pleasure in her misfortune. "Good hit." Mai Chin was stunned and beamed with joy. "Ha! Emol Yin actually got beaten up one day. It simply couldn't get any better." The little fellow suddenly pounced on him, pouncing on his body. Her little hand pinched his face a few times as she muttered, "You still want to turn into a nightmare to deceive people. See if I don't beat you to death." It felt real to the touch. It felt like skin to the touch. In addition, her husband's indescribable face was so close to her that it felt too real. "Don't try to lie to me." Arbor kicked him a few times. Over the past few days, there had been a lot of nightmares trying to grab her. In her dreams, they kept screaming at her. Sometimes, they even pretended to be Mo Yin's death to scare her. They made use of every opportunity during the day and night. Even if she sat there in a daze for a while, it was very likely that she would be tortured. It was simply abominable. Did he think Jojo was an idiot? Kill this nightmare impersonator who pretended to be Lotus. Dong 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 dong. Emol Yin was first hit on the chin, followed by 2 kicks to his body. At this moment, the little fellow's fists were like raindrops, repeatedly punching him back and forth. Emol Yin's heart instantly sank. He quickly reached out and hugged her tightly. He put on an expression that said, "Wife, go ahead and hit me. This husband can take it." He stared at her pitifully and said, "Wife, stop when you're satisfied. My hands will hurt." Arbor was stunned. He stopped and looked at him. Suddenly, he pinched his chin. Emol Yin hissed and looked at his wife pitifully. "My chin is going to swell, Jojo." Arbor kicked him. This nightmare impersonator can even talk. Emol Yin, Jojo, it's your husband. Open your eyes and look carefully. Look at your husband. He can run, jump, and kiss. What kind of nightmare impersonator can be so smart? Dong! Sir Jojo's fist landed on someone's head. Mo Yin's mouth twitched inwardly, and he felt like weeping but had no tears. Chapter 5017. It's real. It's not a nightmare. It's a real person, Jojo. You beat me up for a long time just now. Don't you realize the difference between a nightmare and me? I'm alive and well. Do you think I'll let you off just because you're so handsome and act cute? Sir Jojo looked at him expressionlessly and did not speak for a long time. Mo Yin panicked. She turned to look at He Shichin, who was floating over quickly. She pointed at him and said, "Look, the rotten peach blossom is here. You're right. We both jumped out of the abyss of the sacrificial sea unscathed. Jojo, look. My husband is fine. The rotten peach blossom is also very good." As she spoke, the venerable peach blossom immortal floated over with a smile. He glanced at Mo Yin, who was acting cute and spinning in circles. Did she need to act cute to coax Jojo? Jojo hated cute things. The more she acted this way, the more counterproductive it would be. Look at him. He leaned forward and said with a grin, "Jojo, long time no see. Did you miss me?" Boom. Lady Jojo unhesitatingly gave him a punch, which landed squarely on his face. The latter's handsome face was instantly filled with confusion. Huh, I'm peerless and unparalleled. How'd I get beaten up before my good looks could be used? Strange. Wasn't he supposed to beat up Mo Yin? Why did he get implicated? This was not right. It wasn't easy for them to reunite. Shouldn't Xiao be pitifully leaning over and crying to them? This? What kind of trick was this? Sir Jojo expressionlessly pulled out a pitch-black ferrule from his sleeve. Mo Yin's eyelids twitched. She hurriedly grabbed his wrist. "Jojo, your husband is here." Who are you hitting? You're lying to Jojo." Arbor shouted angrily and swung his ferrule at the venerable peach blossom immortal. Jojo's hand hurt from the beating just now. Suddenly, he remembered that he should use a ruler to beat people. It wouldn't hurt his hand, and it would make him feel more comfortable. The venerable peach blossom immortal's mouth twitched, and he hopped toward Duan Yu in a panic. He kept shouting, "Jojo, that was merely a stopgap measure. I didn't intend to trick you into abandoning you." Io, Arbor swung his ferrule at him. The pitiful, venerable peach blossom immortal could only raise his paw and accept the blow obediently. Then he shouted, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." She tricked Jojo into going down with her, but in the end, she abandoned Jojo halfway. Throw Jojo up there and use the barrier to block the way. Every single one of these things was their doing. Stinky liar. The venerable peach blossom immortal dashed to Duan Yu's side in a panic and hastily shoved Duan Yu in front of Arbor. "If I could do it all over again, I would still do the same. Your safety is the most important, so I can't abandon you." Compared to Mo Yin, what is Mo Yin? At this critical juncture of life and death, I must prioritize saving you. Mo Yin glared at him and retorted without a second thought. "Then why did you generously sacrifice yourself for a cause at the bottom of the abyss of the sacrificial sea? Why did you have to die for us? You even died for him?" Sir Jojo roared angrily. Duan Yu's mouth twitched. "Can't you, too, stop courting death?" At this critical juncture, would it kill you to go along with her and say a few soft words as expected? Sir Jojo was enraged and swung his ferrule at the two of them. Poor Duan Yu was merely trying to stop the fight, but he ended up getting beaten up more than the venerable peach blossom immortal. There was simply no one else like him. If Sir Jojo attacked in anger, would you be scared? Chapter 5018. The three of them instantly felt a bit desolate, especially when Ma Shichin and Mo Yin looked at each other, feeling like they had courted death. If they hadn't foolishly spilled the beans just now, perhaps Jojo wouldn't have gotten so angry now that Jojo already knew that the two of them had encountered a life and death crisis in the abyss of the sacrificial sea. They probably had to confess honestly. Duan Yu wanted to cry. He was too baffled. After being scammed by these two frauds, Jojo was now beating up anyone he saw, including him. Retaliate? That was impossible even in their next life. If they didn't retaliate, The little fellow was quite ruthless. If they dodged quickly, they would even incur the little stoic's furious glare, accusing them of dodging. You, hurry up and say something. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was just short of directly telling Emolian, Bro, why are you being so reserved? Hurry and kneel down to beg for mercy, and we won't laugh at you. If Jojo says you're wrong, then you're naturally wrong. Hurry and admit your mistake. Admit your mistake. Arbor suddenly paused and expressionlessly rubbed her stomach. When Duan Yu saw this, he quickly asked, Did you use too much force earlier and your stomach hurts? Arbor shook her head and coldly said, Baby Mo said that when he comes out, he'll beat you guys up for me. He told me not to do it now because it's too tiring. Everyone looked at him in bewilderment. No, Baby Mo, who is it? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal secretly winked at Mo Lien. Shit, judging from Jojo's tone, she was quite familiar with this Baby Mo. Why did another weirdo appear by her side after not seeing her for more than a month? Mo Lien quickly walked up and grabbed Arbor's small hand. Jojo, Baby Mo. Mo Lien's gaze followed her small hand down and landed on her stomach. Suddenly, a light bulb lit up in his mind, and he became excited. He grasped Xiao Mu's hand tightly in his palm as his gaze swept back and forth across her stomach. Xiao, is this Baby Mo, is it? Our children? Arbor remained calm and asked with a straight face, What do you think? I'm naturally overjoyed, Xiao. In his excitement, Mo Lien actually stuttered, Xiao, I'm really going to be a dad? Arbor was still expressionless as he said stiffly, Indeed. The corners of the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's mouth twitched. She felt that the conversation between the couple was so serious that it was a little funny. Happiness came too suddenly. Prince Mo beamed with joy. Just as he was about to reach out and pick up his wife, he saw the little fellow slap the back of his hand. She said coldly, You and I haven't reconciled yet. Don't come over and hug me. Mo Lien, everyone says that husband and wife fight at the head of the bed and reconcile at the end of the bed. Yet I insist on letting you know. The little stoic said solemnly, Me and you, the two of us, if you fight at the head of the bed, you won't be able to reconcile at the end of the bed. Mo Lien, I suddenly have a bleak feeling that I might have to sleep in the living room for several nights. Uffed. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal turned his back and couldn't resist bursting into laughter. Fuck, as expected, he still liked to stay with the little stoic. There was always something to laugh at, enjoy at every moment. Even if he just looked at her like this, he was still very happy. He watched as his wifey suddenly turned and left after saying this, leaving the three people with the back of her head. Emolian couldn't resist reaching out and called out aggrievedly, Wifey, don't go. Can't this husband accept his punishment? Chapter 50:19. Jojo. Emolian hastily leaped up and swiftly flashed to his wife's side. However, he saw that the little stoic had already stopped and turned back to meet his eyes. Humph! Xiaomu harshly harumphed at him before trotting past him in a trot. Strange. Why did you want to run away? The one who should run away, be guilty, reflect, and apologize was Emolian. It was the rotten peach blossoms. It was the two of them. Sir Jojo shouldn't run away. The little stoic stomped down the steps with a cold and solemn expression. Ma Wu, who had coincidentally fallen to the ground, was already struggling to crawl halfway up. Just as he opened his mouth to say, the little stoic effortlessly stepped on his head. The little stoic treated him as a stepping stone and stepped over him without even looking at him. She walked to Xingho, who had collapsed on the ground. You're called Xingho, the little crown princess asked coldly. Everyone couldn't help exasperatedly looking at each other. And Xingho was merely a title, right? How could his name be called Xingho? However, forget it. Whatever the little stoic said was the truth. Why didn't you answer when I asked you a question? The little crown princess impatiently circled Xingho and paused to look down at him. And Xingho snorted and collapsed on the ground dejectedly. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. This old man overestimated himself. He didn't expect that the Transcendence Realm elderly Ma Wu would have no chance of victory in front of his majesty. No, If those two hadn't suddenly arrived, perhaps Ma Wu and His Majesty would still have a chance. But now, the situation was hopeless, and Xingho closed his eyes, completely unable to see any hope. He could only bury his daughter's grudge like this. He was unwilling, indignant, and resentful. The little stoic said, "Hey," and looked down at Xingho's fluctuating expression. She impatiently said, "Didn't you want to avenge your daughter?" "I'll give you a chance to avenge your daughter," Arbor said dryly. She didn't think that she was wrong to give the order to kill Xiangchang. After all, if someone offended her, she had to fight back. The other party's skills were not as good as hers, so he could only admit that he was unlucky. But looking at Xingho's tearful appearance, he felt that he couldn't erase his old father's sincerity. Thus, he said, "How about this? I'll have a fair fight with you. Life and death are up to fate. What do you think?" Ma Wu moved his body and stumbled forward a few steps. Before he could get close to the little stoic, he was swatted away by Zhi Chun, who suddenly flashed in front of him. The old man had been suppressing a mouthful of blood for a long time. At this moment, he could not help but spit it out. "Little girl, you're going too far." She clearly knew that with so many helpers around her, it was impossible to achieve a fair competition. As long as she was injured in the slightest, would the three people in front of them let them go? Anger flashed through Ma Wu's eyes. The Marquis's cultivation is not high. Naturally, he is no match for the Crown Princess. Crown Princess, if you want to compete, there is no harm in competing with this old man. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't resist snickering. "What are you saying? You're a transcending divinity realm who concealed your presence and hid in Sangzhou. You still have the face to ask to compete with Jojo? You're a damn old man who lived for over 100 years, yet you still have a nerve to ask? Do you think you'll gain face by winning by picking a little girl to compete with?" Mo Yin felt that, as her husband, it was time for him to work hard to perform. Chapter 50:20. Therefore, he hurriedly floated to his wife's side and smiled fawningly at her. "Wife, your husband will beat him for you. Your husband will definitely beat this old man in front of you into a pig's head." Ma Wu stood with his hands behind his back in a huff. Flames of anger danced in his old, dim eyes. "Marquis and Xingho is my benefactor. I am willing to give up my life for the Marquis. If you insist on interfering, then this old man has nothing to say about the grudges between others." Mo Yin laughed in anger when she heard this. "Others? Grudges between others? Old man, not only is your brain not good, there is something wrong with your eyes. This is my wife. I took over my wife's business and helped my wife beat people up. How did it become someone else's business? Your brain is not clear. I don't want to waste my breath on you." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was speechless. Mo Yin's words seemed to make sense, but Xingho and Ma Wu's disdainful gazes felt as if they were looking at an idiot. What a sanctimonious person repaying a debt of gratitude. Arbor sneered coldly as his gaze swept across their faces. Ma Wu frowned and covered his chest with one hand. "What? To put it bluntly, isn't this matter caused by you, the Crown Princess? If you were magnanimous enough and not so vicious, you would not have sent people to kill Princess Xiangchang on her way back to Sangzhou and let her die an unnatural death. If the princess had not died, the Marquis would not have come to find trouble with you, and I would not have made you my enemy." Arbor could not help but laugh. They seemed to have all the logic in the world. "This, Mr. Ma Wu, you guys truly have double standards." Xiao Mu coldly curled her lips at the two people. "When you accuse others of being vicious, why don't you think about yourself? When you were killing people in the Imperial Garden, did you think about sparing the lives of those two concubines? No. You bribed the two concubines and gave them some money and assets in exchange for their lives. You planned to kill both them and me in the gravity restraint rune array since the very beginning. You didn't intend to let any of the innocent people here go, and now you're telling me that you're vicious? Tell me, one must be broad-minded when dealing with matters?" Arbor sneered. It turns out that the words broad-minded have been used to demand others from the beginning to the end. Us. Ma Wu was at a loss for words. Indeed, there was no way to refute it, because it was the truth. When they attacked, they didn't intend to let anyone live. The old man hurriedly glanced at his master, and Xingho. At this time, and Xingho was sitting on the ground, as if all his bones and strength had been sucked out. He couldn't see any hope in front of him. He had lost. He had lost everything from head to toe. Whether it was a plot or an assassination, he had tried both, but he was no match for the little crown princess in front of him. It seemed that the little crown princess in front of him was not an existence that could be defeated by a few people he randomly assigned. Marquis. Ma Wu saw that he was in a daze and hurriedly called out to him. Old and Xingho came back to his senses, and a trace of coldness hung on his hazy face. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a series of strange laughter rolled out from his throat. He sat on the ground in a daze and did not move at all. Chapter 5021. What are you laughing at? The atmosphere in the main hall was not pleasant. When Arbor saw in Xingho, that old geezer, sitting motionlessly on the ground and playing dead after his challenge, he became even more displeased. Was he going to fight or not? Why was he just sitting there and laughing like an idiot? Arbor was about to roar at Xingho when he heard the clanging of weapons from outside the hall. Mo Yin frowned and seemed to have recalled something. She quickly turned to Duan Yu and said, "Tell your men to stop. There are 4 servants outside that I took in from the abyss of the sacrificial sea. There's also a human snake and Chichuan from the Shen residence. Tell them to stop fighting." If it weren't for the sudden sounds of fighting, Mo Yin might have already thrown Shun Wu and the others to the back of her mind and completely forgotten about them. It couldn't be helped. Ever since he saw his wife for the first time, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Right now, there was only his daughter-in-law in his eyes, heart, and mind. At this moment, his small eyes kept glancing at his wife's small belly. His heart was filled with joy, apprehension, anticipation, and melancholy. All kinds of emotions came one after another. That gaze was so intense that it was impossible for Lord Xiao Qiao to ignore him. Humph! Sir Jojo proudly turned his head away. Mo Lien quickly shuffled up and stealthily moved to his wife's side. He tugged at her sleeve. "Jojo, hubby missed you so much. These days and nights, hubby has been thinking about you and worrying about you. I didn't have any appetite for food or drink. My heart is especially miserable." Arbor harumphed with a stiff expression on his face, resolutely refusing to give him any response. The little crown princess pursed her lips, and her gaze shifted to the entrance. She saw the first person to enter, dragging a 2-meter-long snake tail behind him as he slithered across the floor. The little crown princess was startled, and her eyes abruptly widened. Wasn't this the berserk sage Beastman snake? Why was he tailing Jojo's Lien the entire time? From the looks of it, this group of people seemed to be very familiar with each other. Where was the appearance of those who fought with their lives on the line? Xiao Mu was puzzled as she looked at the human snake in bewilderment. She remembered this stinky snake all too well. Back then, at the entrance of the sacrificial sea, he had fought with it. It was a huge battle, and the berserk Saint Beast was almost invincible. Zhualanshan's gaze couldn't help but shrink. He didn't know why, but when he saw the little girl's gaze sweep over, he only felt his tail stiffen. The scales on his tail that had been cut by the Fushi greatsword previously seemed to be reflexively hurting at this moment. Zhualanshan instinctively hid behind Mo Lien and muttered softly, "Take care of your wife. Look, isn't she glaring at me?" This little girl's eyes were sharp, and she was not an ordinary person. Zhualanshan would never admit defeat. He felt that he could not meet the little girl's sharp eyes. With the pressure that he imperceptibly released, it was impossible for it to not affect this stoic-faced little girl in front of him in the slightest. Zhualanshan's eyes flickered, and he nodded slightly at the little stoic from a distance. Truly, one can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. "We meet again, little girl." Originally, he wanted to say, "What a coincidence, little girl. It's a small world, and we meet again." However, the words that came out of his mouth were completely wrong. The little stoic even took out 100 attack talismans without another word and directly threw them at him. Chapter 5022. Zhuo was a bit stupefied, and his slight smile froze on his face. And no, that wasn't it. Fuck, was the little stoic sick? He greeted her with a smile. He had already expressed such friendly intentions to her, so why the heck did she attack him? Was there still justice in this world? Where did justice exist? Where is justice? Zhuo hurriedly sent Mo Lien a pleading look for help. The latter couldn't resist covering her face with her hand and twitching her mouth. She had just called out Charles when the 100 or so attack talismans crashed towards Zhuo without any regard for their lives, making whooshing noises. They formed a circle of talismans in front of Zhuo and fluttered up and down. Stay your hand. This old man didn't come here today to fight with a junior like you. You're very good. I've already remembered you. Shenwu hastily went up to persuade him. Senior, you should speak less. Really, your words are exceptionally infuriating and grating on anyone's ears. Zhuo originally wanted to curry favor with Charles and say that her cultivation was excellent at such a young age. But the moment he spoke, his tone changed. Arbor glowered at him and thought, "You stinking snake, I haven't settled the score with you for last time's matter, yet you actually dare to remember me? You want to settle the score with me in the future, right? I'll kill you." Once the little stoic's vicious thoughts arose, the 100 or so attack talismans flying around the snake instantly cracked at the same time, and the power of the attack talismans surged out and rushed straight for his face. This was a sign that she was going to blow up the snake's head. Zhuo expression darkened, and he repeatedly stomped his foot to summon Mo Lien. Mo punk, what's wrong with your wife? I've already said so many nice things, so why is she still hitting me? He didn't forget that this fellow used an ancient holy weapon at the entrance of the undersea abyss and almost severed his snake tail. Mo Lien glanced at him speechlessly. You said a string of nice things? Are you kidding me? Crown Prince Mo stealthily rolled his eyes and very consciously moved to the side to give way. If his wife wanted to beat up a human snake, then he had to let her beat him to her heart's content. At the crucial moment, he had to make a move. Helping his wife beat up the human snake until even his parents couldn't recognize him was a perfectly justified action. Bradamo, why don't you say it Io? The snake man shouted, You Io. He hastily put on a godly armor helmet and glared at the little stoic in exasperation through the layer of godly armor. Arbor waved his hand and summoned a thunder flash. He clenched his fists and was about to leap forward. Snake Man hastily shouted, facial paralysis. We are on the same side, on the same side. At that time, the little stoic had already rushed in front of the human snake, and the thunderclap sword in her hand emitted wisps of lightning. Wearing his helmet, Snake Rider shrank his neck and hurriedly shouted, Stop! I admit my mistake. The little stoic's thunderclap sword was held horizontally above his head. She glanced at him blankly and stopped her slashing motion with an odd expression. What did you say? Snake Man coughed and shouted irritably. This old man admits his mistake. I regret that I was tricked into going berserk. Now, we're considered on the same side, so don't hit this old man again. Sir Jojo was puzzled. He didn't put away his thunderclap sword, but his eyes glanced in the direction of his husband and rotten peach blossom. What was going on? Was this coward before him still the sacred beast that displayed invincible might and swept away all the members of the dragon clan with a flick of its tail? Chapter 5023. Arbor put away the thunderclap sword and silently glanced at the human snake. She called out in confusion and asked crisply, What's your name? Zhuo reflexively replied, Zhuo. After saying that, he couldn't resist glaring at the little lady. He was actually unable to resist the little stoic's shout. GGC, Shenwu Zhou Datong. Several feeble voices immediately popped up one after another. The venerable peach blossom immortal couldn't help but cover his face with his hands. Xiao Xiao's roar had intimidated the others, and they all reported their names together. Speaking of which, this was truly hilarious when Arbor heard those feeble cries. She turned to look in Shun Wu's direction. GC, Old Zhou, and the other three were very tactful and quickly jogged forward to respectfully salute Arbor. Greetings, mistress. Arbor peeked at Emolian. Emolian quickly leaned over with a joyful expression. Jojo, these are hubby's new subordinates. Arbor glanced at him with mixed feelings before turning to leave. She clasped her hands behind her back, pursed her lips, and trotted away. Emolian turned to look dumbfoundedly at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, who was rejoicing in her misfortune. Rotten Peach Blossom, what's wrong with Jojo? Isn't it obvious? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal didn't conceal his sympathy and disdain. Jojo doesn't want to talk to you, and Jojo doesn't like you. Jojo is angry at you. When he said the last sentence, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal even guffawed loudly. That gloating expression made Emolian's fists itch. On the other side, Duan Yu quietly instructed the personal guards to handcuff the limp and Xingho and Ma Wu with special shackles before transferring them to the dungeon. After he finished speaking, Duan Yu turned around and looked at Emolian seriously. Come out. Prince Emo strolled over with a puzzled expression. Before he could speak, he heard the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal calling out from behind them. Duan Yu, don't leave yet. Have someone bring 2 pots of good wine over. I'm a little hungry. Quick, treat us well. Duan Yu walked out of the hall and stood still. Emolian followed him out and whispered, If you have anything to say, you can't say it inside. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly saw Duan Yu turn around and pull out a 3-foot-long sword, stabbing at Prince Emo without a second word. With a flash of silver light, the crown prince moved quickly and leaped onto the roof. Duan Yu pursed his lips and remained silent. With a flick of his sleeves, he leaped onto the eaves and attacked Emolian with the sword in his hand with increasing ferocity. Clang, clang, clang. The long swords clanged and clanged. This sound immediately attracted the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal from inside the hall. When he looked up and saw this scene of swords clashing, his jaw nearly dropped. He hastily followed behind and shouted as he ran, Hey, you two, I told you to get wine. Why did you start fighting? Although the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal didn't understand the situation, he could see that although their attacks were fierce, they didn't show any killing intent. Clearly, they were just playing around with each other. Therefore, he wasn't particularly nervous and merely followed the 2 people flying back and forth on the roof. He ran and ran all the way into another court. Through the long lattice window in the bedchamber, he saw the little stoic lying against the window. She had wrapped herself up like a small cocoon and was expressionlessly sleeping soundly. Chapter 5024. The 2 of them flew back and forth on the eaves outside the hall and fought for nearly 4 hours. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was about to doze off from boredom and could only sit aggrievedly under the little stoic's window. He couldn't resist rolling his eyes as he watched the 2 of them fight. He would occasionally call out, Stop fighting, but he knew that the 2 of them wouldn't hear him at all. What was going on with these 2 fellows? They had just met, yet they were already fighting. Finicky, annoying, mentally ill. How did Jojo fall in love with this kind of Emolian? He really couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. She didn't seem to be any better. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at the 2 of them on the roof and couldn't resist rolling his eyes while propping up his chin. Stop acting. Jojo fell asleep long ago and can't see. The 2 of them exchanged several hundred moves before swiftly flying to another eve. Soon after, they stopped and silently looked at each other. You slashed me 8,972 times with your sword just now. Shameless. You didn't lose out either. Duan Yu expressionlessly said, You attacked 9,103 times, and your attack speed far surpasses mine. Heh! Emolian directly threw Raven Moon in his hand onto the eaves, allowing it to dangle unsteadily between the cracks between the tiles. On the other side, Duan Yu also did the same and threw his sword. The 2 of them rested for less than a minute before simultaneously flying forward and punching each other with their fists. You. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't resist jumping up and widening his beautiful eyes as he muttered to himself, Can you 2 be a bit more mature? They fought from sunset until the dead of the night. I'm freaking so hungry. Most importantly, He simply didn't know why these two lunatics were fighting each other to vent their frustrations. Taking a deep breath, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal tried his best to put on a perfect smile. He raised his voice and roared at the two of them. "You two idiots, stop!" When Arbor woke up, she was a bit dazed. She flipped over and thought for a few seconds, and a hint of panic gradually appeared on her face. She hastily got off the bed and stomped on her shoes in a flurry. With her head full of disheveled hair, she was about to run toward the door. The door to the hall creaked as someone suddenly pushed open a crack from the outside. Mo Yin's face, accompanied by a faint ray of morning light, suddenly entered her sight. The little stoic's eyes abruptly brightened. It seemed like she wasn't dreaming yesterday. Mo Yin and Rotten Peach really did return. When she woke up just now, her mind couldn't quite wrap itself around it. She thought that she had been dreaming in a daze last night, and she was even flustered about whether the Mo Yin she saw last night was real or an illusion. "I won't go anywhere in the future and will stay with wifey." The little stoic expressionlessly looked at him, her pitch-black eyes staring fixedly at him for a long while. Slap! Prince Mo twitched his mouth. He felt that his wifey's slap was quite painful, and he looked down at his pitiful hand. Sir Jojo harumphed. "Don't think that you can reconcile with me just by acting cute." She dug around in her sleeves and suddenly pulled out a handmade booklet. She slapped it on Mo Lien's hand. "Copy." Mo Lien's mouth twitched. "I came back too late from working overtime today. I'm sleepy, so I'll sleep first. I'll wake up tomorrow morning to catch up on 2 chapters. Chapter 5025. At this time, the little stoic had already put on her coat and expressionlessly went to wash up. She left behind her husband, who was dazedly holding a handwritten manuscript with an inexplicably disheveled expression. He stood by the bed and glanced aggrievedly at her departing figure. It was only after Arbor walked past him that she curled her lips, revealing a secret smile. Jojo's small stoic face almost couldn't remain taut earlier. If she laughed out loud in front of that guy now, he would definitely take advantage of her. He would definitely take advantage of every opportunity to make up and ask for hugs. Humph. Jojo wouldn't fall for his trick, and he definitely wouldn't be tricked by Jojo's lotus. While Arbor was washing up and wiping her face, she secretly peeked at Emolien. This guy was like a pitiful little thing as he walked to the table with the handwritten manuscript she gave him and also secretly peeked at her. The two of them just happened to meet each other's eyes while sneaking back and forth. Prince Mo's spirits immediately roused, and he burst into laughter. He quickly ran to her and said, "Wife, you were peeking at me." Arbor rolled his eyes at him. "Misconception." "No, there's no misconception. You were peeking at your husband just now. Go copy it." Sir Jojo grumpily roared at him. "Oh." Prince Mo drooped his head listlessly and strode toward the table, but he couldn't stop turning back to glance at his wife. "Jojo, can your husband copy it once?" "Once? Huh. In your dreams. Copy it 100 times. The little fellow gave the final word, not caring about her husband's bitter expression at all. Serve him right. Who asked him to lie to Jojo all day long? Who asked him to cheat his father all day long? This was the punishment he deserved. Prince Mo flipped open the first page of the handbook, and there were 5 large words on it. Quotes from the little emperor. The Crown Prince. On the second page, there were only a few words. Everything Jojo says must be obeyed. As the Crown Prince copied, he thought, I listen to everything my wife says. How can I not listen? The more he copied, the more Crown Prince Mo smiled faintly. What was written in the book? When there was a conflict between Jojo's wishes and his own, he had to listen to Jojo. What do you mean? Climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire? Bring your Joe with you wherever you go. He even said that if you ever leave Jojo behind again, you won't be able to speak to Jojo for 100 years. This is too cruel, Mo Lien thought to herself. How many 100 years can a person have? Not being able to talk to Joe for 100 years was such a sad thing. When the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal knocked on the door and entered, the miserable Crown Prince was only at the 58th copy. Sheets of white paper floated on the ground. Lines of words were written on them like floating clouds, and the strokes were like dragons and snakes. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was stunned. He did not know what was going on in this room. He bent down to pick up a piece of paper and looked at it. Immediately, he burst out laughing. Heavens, this scene, coupled with His Highness the Crown Prince's embarrassed handsome face, was so comical and hilarious. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal shuffled through the door. He walked around the several sheets of white paper on the ground and walked to Arbor with a grin. "Good morning, Jojo. Let Mo Lien copy here. Let's go eat breakfast." Prince Mo glared at him accusingly. "You rotten Peach Blossom, who hit me while I'm down? You actually dared to slander me in front of my wife and in front of me." Arbor expressionlessly glanced at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and suddenly made a move that Mo Lien found familiar. He pulled out a small booklet from his sleeve. He directly slapped it on the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's hands. The little stoic roared at him energetically. "Copy." Chapter 5026. The background music instantly turned into Mo Lien's ha-ha-ha laughter. Her gloating laughter nearly overturned the roof. What was this called? This was called being happy to see someone unlucky. In any case, she was already unlucky, so there was no harm in dragging someone down with her. Ha-ha. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glared at Mo Lien exasperatedly, only to hear the little stoic roar at him. "Copy it 100 times. She then abandoned the two and pattered out of the door, minding her own business to find breakfast. Lord Venerable Immortal's current mood was fuck. He didn't expect that when he ran over to call his Charles for breakfast, the heartless Charles would leave him here and copy it along with His Highness the Crown Prince. What the heck was this? Once Arbor walked out of the hall, she scanned her surroundings. She then waved at the two little royal maids who were passing by. What happened? Why was it that the surrounding vegetation seemed to have been flattened by someone overnight? Everywhere was a barren expanse. She remembered that there used to be a patch of small pomegranate flowers blooming here. The two little royal maids opened their mouths uneasily, but they didn't dare to speak casually. Instead, they looked at each other. "Speak the truth." Replying Crown Princess, last night His Majesty and the Crown Prince of the Divine Province had a big fight here. The little stoic was taken aback. She then responded with an "oh," and swiftly ended the topic. She waved at the two. "Lead the way." The two little royal maids. One of the rather quick-witted royal maids immediately felt that the little crown princess probably wanted them to lead the way to find His Majesty. Right, she was just that quick-witted. Even though the crown princess was expressionless, the two of them inexplicably felt that His Majesty might be in trouble. When Arbor found Duan Yu under the two little royal maids' lead, Duan Yu was currently talking to the dispirited Prince of Dawa. Arbor only pretended not to see Prince of Dawa's bitter and unlucky appearance. She walked over on her own. Duan Yu's eyes involuntarily brightened when he saw her, and he said with a smile, "Jojo, there's breakfast." He noticed that Jojo paused in the middle of taking something out of his sleeve. He stopped talking involuntarily. Arbor stuffed the book back into his sleeve and glanced at Prince Kawa, who was looking at him with a bitter expression. "What else do you want?" "Crown Princess, about the compensation. Can we discuss it again?" He was so worried that he couldn't sleep well that night. He got up early in the morning and went to Sangzhou's emperor to cry and beg for mercy. She really hoped that what happened yesterday was just a dream. The little crown princess' 8-meter-long list had the intention of emptying the entire barbarian tribe. "Sop, sop, sop." The little crown princess waved her small hand and shouted angrily at Chao Hua. "Let's talk about this later. You can leave now." Prince of Dawa was taken aback, but he quickly nodded and bowed. Yes, then this humble prince will take his leave first." The little stoic pursed her lips after shooing Chao Hua away. Duan Yu asked with a smile, "Why did you change your mind?" The little stoic ignored him and took out the little emperor's book of sayings from her sleeve, stuffing it into his hand. "Copy 30 times. As a precaution." Duan Yu looked at her in bewilderment, but the little stoic ignored him and ran off to enjoy the sumptuous breakfast that had already been placed there. Duan Yu flipped open the first page of the book. The little emperor's book of sayings. Chapter 5027. Thankfully, Jojo was quick-witted. When she was writing the Little Emperor's quotations, she repeatedly copied 5 copies. In the future, whoever didn't listen to Jojo would copy it 1,800 times, copying it until they were drunk and begging their grandparents. Arbor puffed up his cheeks and ate the pastries after eating the porridge. After eating the pastries, he scooped a bowl of porridge less than an hour later. The pitiful Prince Mo and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal came over. When they saw the white paper spread out on the ground inside the pavilion, they both excitedly leaped forward. After glancing at the expressionless Duan Yu, they looked at each other and couldn't resist teasing. What is this? There's so many pieces of white paper on the ground. Could it be that Duan Yu was punished to copy? They each copied it 100 times. The little emperor, who was sitting upright and drinking tea, exposed the two when he heard this. You still want to mock Duan Yu? You two are in the same boat, but each of you copied 70 times more than Duan Yu. Mock your sister. Prince Mo and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal both showed bitter expressions. Duan Yu snorted and glanced at them. I thought you two didn't copy. It turns out that you copied more than twice as much as me. The Crown Prince, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, twitched his mouth and coughed lightly before forcefully changing the topic. Oh, right, we picked up a light coagulation mirror in the seabed abyss earlier. As he spoke, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal hastily sent Emolian a look. The latter immediately understood and reached out to summon a storage talisman, pulling out a bald-headed photon brain brat. The moment the light coagulation mirror Holy Spirit appeared, Arbor sensed his stomach heating up in response. Baby Mo had a reaction to the light coagulation mirror, so Arbor sensed it. At this time, the light coagulation mirror Holy Spirit also sensed it and turned around. After sizing up Arbor, its round eyes were stern as it declared righteously, "Woman, Lord Guangguang has never been one to be bewitched by lust. Don't use your beauty to try and tempt Lord Guangguang to contract with you." Bam! Just as it finished speaking, someone knocked its head. The light coagulation mirror Holy Spirit clutched its head in exasperation and turned around to glare at Emolian. Insolent! A junior like you is being so rude to Lord Guangguang again. Emolian was too lazy to listen to his tone. She directly picked him up and brought the light congealing mirror Holy Spirit, whose 2 short legs were swaying left and right, to Arbor. Jojo, wait a minute. Before Emolian could finish speaking, he was hastily interrupted by the light condensing mirror. Hurry up and let Master Guang get off the ground. The light congealing mirror Holy Spirit hurriedly swung its legs and kicked in the air. The corners of Emolian's mouth twitched. She exchanged a glance with the expressionless Charles and loosened her grip, throwing the light congealing mirror Holy Spirit away. The sacred spirit of the light condensing mirror howled before pouncing over to hug Xiao Qiao's leg. It climbed up along the way and raised its small hand high up. Suddenly, it pressed itself against Xiao Qiao's stomach. Arbor was expressionless. He lowered his head and glanced at the light congealing mirror Holy Spirit. What are you doing? This strange Holy Spirit was like a retard. With one hand pressed against her stomach, its eyes were shining with a strange light. It was as if it could see through her stomach that there was some kind of treasure inside. Its dog eyes were so bright that it almost made people unable to look at it. Ha 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 ha. The sacred spirit of the light condensing mirror suddenly burst into laughter. It stroked Xiao Mu's stomach with its small hand as it muttered, "Truly, one can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by sheer luck." The ears of the saint-level orc serpent who was walking along the path suddenly twitched. He thought to himself, these words sound very familiar. Chapter 5028. Arbor glanced expressionlessly at the light congealing mirror and raised her hand to pull it away from her, tossing it to the side in passing. The light congealing mirror's Holy Spirit scrambled up from the ground and jumped up and down, shouting, "How dare you! You're not allowed to be so rude to Sir Guangguang." Arbor narrowed her eyes at this fellow, sizing it up from head to toe. Yet she saw the light congealing mirror's Holy Spirit take out a small mirror and throw it at her without a second word. "What are you doing?" Mo Yin saw it clearly and furrowed her brows. She quickly raised her hand to stop it. However, the mirror condensed into a beam of light and rushed over with incomparable speed. Like a flowing light, it passed through his open 5 fingers in an instant. It entered the depths of Arbor's forehead with a whoosh. Arbor's body swayed, and she retreated 2 steps. Startled, Crown Prince Mo hastily dodged to the side to support her. "Jojo." Mo Lien grasped her hand and stared at her, asking repeatedly, "How is it? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Did this light, congealing mirror barge into your conscious?" This abominable light, congealing mirror actually dared to be so impudent and barged straight into the depths of Jojo's conscious. At this time, Duan Yu and Hichin also hastily flashed to Arbor's side. "How is it?" This light, congealing mirror wasn't some mortal-grade mystic weapon. It was a sacred weapon passed down from ancient times. It wasn't man-made, but a natural sacred weapon that had been polished over many years and soaked in time. Once this kind of sacred weapon entered the conscious to contract, it would definitely consume a lot of mental energy and divine consciousness. If something went wrong in a moment of carelessness, it would cause the conscious to shake and become unstable. The 3 of them nervously stared at Arbor, who raised her hand to support her head and shook it. The little stoic glanced at them blankly before shaking her head again and saying, it seems fine. Take a look at your conscious again." As soon as Mo Lien finished speaking, the other 2 hurriedly nodded in agreement. Arbor quickly used his inner vision, and his expression became even stranger. She glanced at the 3 of them and muttered, "I took a look. There doesn't seem to be that mirror in my conscious." "What?" Ma Shurchin turned around and grabbed the kid who was kicking his legs and screaming. She snapped, "Tell me, what the hell did you do? You rushed into Jojo's conscious. Are you hiding and planning to secretly do something bad?" The light condensing mirror saint spirit fumed. "Nonsense. What can Sir Guangguang do?" The little rascal pushed the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's hand away and paced back and forth in front of the 4 people for a while. He turned around and smiled with his hands behind his back. "Don't be nervous, woman. Lord Guangguang won't harm you." Arbor resisted the urge to beat this little devil up and said expressionlessly, "Why can't I find you when you enter my consciousness?" "Who said I entered your conscious?" The little devil proudly raised his chin, looking down on Arbor. "Woman, I won't contract with you. It's useless even if you beg your grandparents and beg Sir Guangguang 18,000 times." The child raised his chin and smiled smugly. "This lord already has a contractor now and is stronger than any of you. With this lord's support in the future, your path will naturally be smooth and bright." Sir Guangguang paused and suddenly laughed maniacally at the sky with his hands on his hips. "Can I hit him?" Xiao Mu tried to restrain herself, but in the end, she couldn't resist gritting her teeth and asking quietly. Chapter 5029. This child looked especially deserving of a spanking. He was purely the type of person who absolutely wouldn't behave without a beating. The 3 heads next to him nodded several times in tacit agreement. The little stoic reached out and picked up that little imp. Her small hand landed on that child's butt and smacked it. "So rude." Slap. Another smack. Children shouldn't make up nonsense when adults are asking questions. Also, if you're not a woman, you have to call me Andy. After being beaten 3 times, the little imp wailed loudly. Where was that high-spirited attitude of earlier when he was laughing with his hands on his hips? Right now, he was being held in Arbor's hand, and his small hands and feet kept swaying in the air. He wiped his tears and wailed, "Fierce woman, bad woman. Just you wait. When my contractor comes, I'll definitely make you suffer until you're done." Mo Lien twitched her mouth and glanced sideways at the approaching holy beastman snake. She irritably mocked, "You're probably relatives, right?" They felt about the same in terms of cultural standards and choice of words. Zualan Shan. He inexplicably felt 10,000 points of damage as well as Prince Mo's quiet disdain. What was going on? Do you need me to help the little stoic beat up this light, condensing mirror? Zwolan Shan, who was doing his best to leave a favorable impression and sense of existence in front of the little stoic, asked. Sir Guangguang's desolate wails rippled around the gazebo. You're all a bunch of bad people. He wailed pitifully. You're all deranged, heartless, and inhumane, bullying Sir Guangguang. I'll definitely tell my contractor, wah wah. Amipa, little benefactor, don't shed tears and wail. Your voice is especially ear-piercing and unpleasant. This humble monk's ears hurt. Everyone. Arbor couldn't help but twitch his eyes. He lowered his head and glanced at the baldy who pattered over to his side. Hong Kong and Guangguang. Their names were different, yet achieved the same result. Their baldy's appearance was also very similar. However, the little monk Hong Kong was slightly older than Sir Guangguang by 3 years, so he looked just like a little adult standing next to Sir Guangguang. Pooh! The venerable peach blossom immortal couldn't help but be amused. He took the wailing Guangguang and said with a smile, Hey Guangguang, look, I didn't lie to you when I said that I would bring you to make a new friend, right? Look, he has the same bald head as you. Just like you, he likes to nag. In fact, he's even more nag than you. Aren't you very happy to be able to make such a good friend? Lord Guangguang had already stopped crying at this time, his watery eyes looking at little monk Kong Kong suspiciously. Nonsense. Lord Guangguang raised his hand to rub his little head and cried out in a childish voice. This person is clearly a monk. How can he be the same as Lord Guangguang? Lord Guangguang didn't shave his own head. He never had any hair. Since I was young, I have never had any hair. Since the beginning, not even a blade of grass can grow. As he muttered to himself, he kept rubbing his round little bald head. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, the two of you can go play somewhere else. Arbor raised his hand to rub his forehead and shook his head speechlessly. Female benefactor. Who is this little benefactor? It's not a person, it's a mirror, Mo Yin said exasperatedly. It's a very noisy mirror. Kong Kong, bring this mirror back to the stellar domain and find a place for it to stay. Chapter 50-30. This mirror was strange. Why was it nowhere to be seen, even though it had clearly charged into JoJo's conscious? She had to carefully observe this matter, and Mo Yin inwardly mused. She might as well have the sapling Chocho escort that thing into the star domain and guard it closely. As long as this thing wanted to harm his JoJo, he wouldn't let it off even if it looked like a child. A cold glint flashed through Mo Yin's eyes. Arbor coughed lightly and said, Don't be nervous. I feel nothing. This light, congealing mirror had indeed charged in her conscious earlier, but it had already disappeared without a trace when she was far away, as if it had never come or stayed there. It seemed that Sir Guangguang's words weren't completely unreliable. At the very least, its contractor should be someone else. Duan Yu couldn't help but have a strange expression. This is the first time I've seen a sacred spirit disdain JoJo. Arbor thought that wasn't the case. She was a phoenix egg, a bastard, who fought to contract with her. When had she ever been disdained by a sacred weapon like this? Just thinking about it was infuriating. The little stoic harumphed and haughtily muttered, That's because it has extremely poor taste. Everyone hastily nodded and repeatedly criticized, Right, extremely poor taste. This unlucky child. I'll beat it up every time I see it until it doesn't dare to speak carelessly. Arbor swept them a glance and did her best to keep her stoic face taut. She swiped her hand and took out a sparkling and translucent soul bead from her storage talisman. Ancient Mo Yin's half-wisp of soul suddenly turned into a soul bead for some reason that day. Arbor pushed the soul bead to Mo Yin and said seriously, I wonder if it has anything to do with the danger you encountered. The soul bead was enveloped in an aqua-blue halo and emitted a faint luster. Ancient Mo Yin really did have half a wisp of soul wandering outside? He really didn't know about it. Now that he thought about it, no wonder he felt that the inheritance was a bit fragmented. It was probably missing this piece. In the past, he had inherited an incomplete legacy, so it was no wonder that cultivating it was more exhausting. If he were to absorb this soul orb in the future, he would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort in his cultivation. He wouldn't need to spend a large amount of energy to research the inheritance, and he wouldn't need to go into seclusion for long periods of time and separate from his wife. Emollien's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. Just as her finger was about to touch the soul bead, suddenly, a furry face suddenly turned upside down and appeared between the two of them. It was actually a monkey hanging upside down from the treetop. While the two of them were stunned, they saw the monkey's hairy arm swing and snatch the soul bead, suspended in the middle with an extremely fast technique. It opened its mouth and was about to suck the soul bead in. Emollien's eyes turned cold. She immediately moved to stop him. In the blink of an eye, Jojo's startled swan dagger flew towards the monkey and nailed one of its arms to the tree trunk. Originally, this monkey had wanted to escape after snatching the soul bead. Now that it was pinned to the tree, it naturally could not go anywhere. What's that sound? The Saint Snake suddenly raised its head to look. Eagles flew in from all directions, and some of the small animals hidden in the garden were also moving. Even the surrounding vegetation was growing wildly, and branches were entwining towards them. Arbor made a prompt decision and hurriedly pulled Emollien and the others into the star domain. At the same time, two sharp-eyed goshawks descended from the sky. They raised their heads and looked around. The commotion alarmed the Imperial guards guarding the Azure Palace, and they all rushed over. Emollien held the soul bead and exchanged a glance with Arbor. Chapter 5031. Arbor waved his hand, and a swirl of light and shadow appeared in front of his eyes, displaying the scene of the outside world. They saw that a corner of the Imperial garden that had been perfectly fine was now obscured by an overwhelming amount of lush vegetation. Many small animals were desperately shuttling through the vines, as if searching for something. In the sky, there were many eagles that had gathered from all directions. One after another, they whistled in the sky above the Imperial garden. The royal guards who had heard the commotion were currently clearing away these lush vegetation and killing the eagles circling in the air. Duanyu, Hichin chuckled mischievously and turned to look at Emollien, who was holding a soul orb. TSK, once ancient Emollien appears, all living things will grow and surge crazily. It truly is super attractive. Arbor breathed a sigh of relief. He saw a little treant running over while brandishing its branches and twirling in front of them twice. Masta, the little treant Xiuqiu called out. I wanted to tell you earlier. Ancient Emollien's soul orb can't be taken out so casually. Look, haha, the surrounding vegetation has all gone crazy. These low-level animals and plants don't have any intelligence. Instead, it's that newborn calves that aren't afraid of tigers. And those mystic and spirit beasts that have gained intelligence don't dare to casually approach after smelling your scent. Arbor expressionlessly swept Xiuqiu a glance. Why are you always giving advice in hindsight? A trace of bewilderment hung on Xiuqiu's wooden face. He glanced at his little master and said aggrievedly, my memory isn't that good. I only remember some things when it happens. Arbor rolled his eyes at him, disinclined to say anything more to this guy. It wasn't that this guy's memory wasn't that good. It was that his memory was extremely bad. Xiao Mu turned around to look at the scene inside the demonic pupil's vortex. She saw the sage beast man snake looking left and right, as if trying to find where they had gone. GC, Old Zhou, Shenwu, and the others were also helping the royal guard chop down the various vegetation that had sprung up in the surroundings. Arbor turned his head and glared at his husband. At that moment, Prince Emo was looking down at the soul orb in his hand, wondering if he should find a quiet place to absorb the ancient Emollien soul orb. Abruptly sensing his wife glaring at him, Crown Prince Emo quickly looked up and returned his wife's warm smile. Xiao, what are you glaring at hubby for? Hubby has already hand-copied the little emperor's sutra 100 times just now, so he has already deeply recognized his past mistakes. He definitely won't commit them again, so you can't glare at me anymore. We've already copied and punished. It's time we reconcile. Duan Yu and He-chun both thought at the same time. And Mol Yin, this guy, he's usually aloof and incomparably proper in front of outsiders. But when he's in front of Jojo, he's like a completely different person. His words and actions are especially shameless. Then they thought. Jojo, that stoic and wooden face, had the attitude of not even bothering to speak more than a few words to you in the early years. If it weren't for the fact that Mol Yin was like a cockroach, stubbornly seizing every opportunity and shamelessly pestering her, perhaps they really wouldn't have been able to get close to her so quickly. Mol Yin walked up to his wife with a grin. Sensing gazes from both sides, he narrowed his phoenix eyes and turned to look at them. This guy glared back at Duan Yu, and he chins gazes before reaching out to hold his wife's hand and saying with a chuckle, "Jojo, your husband copied the Little Emperor's sutra the entire morning and hasn't eaten a mouthful of hot porridge yet." Xiaomu grabbed him with a backhand. Chapter 5032. He dragged Mol Yin to the main planet at once. As soon as the two of them set foot on the main planet, they immediately sensed that the surrounding divine power was much stronger than the other star zones. Mol Yin was pleasantly surprised. We can have rotten peach blossom and the others come here to cultivate in the future. The divine power here is almost on par with holy power. As far as the two of them could see, it was a stretch of fine jade dragons. The Jade River meandered and was emerald green. It looked like water, but wasn't water, like a jade river that slowly extended into the distance. A light breeze brushed past their faces, and waves of a tranquil and clean fragrance dispersed. Occasionally, a few peach blossom petals would flutter and land on the emerald jade river. With a gentle ripple, they would drift away along the jade river that resembled a dragon vein. This scene made him feel carefree and happy. The two of them looked at each other, and the little stoic harumphed with a taut face. "Just stay here and absorb the soul orbs." "Wife, I just came back." Mol Yin glanced at her aggrievedly. "Actually, there's no rush." "What did you say?" Okay, I'll go absorb right now." Mol Yin thought about it again. The first few lines of the Little Emperor's sayings were, "Everything Jojo says is right, so you must accept it obediently." After copying the Little Emperor's sayings 100 times, Mol Yin believed she could recite them backwards. Sir Jojo nodded solemnly with a pair of small paws behind his back. Then, he led her towards their small courtyard. The small courtyard was encircled by fine jade dragons, like a pearl in the vast ocean. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they immediately smelled a faint and mellow fragrance. Arbor's eyes lit up. He tugged Mol Yin's hand and pulled him to the back of the small room. Then he took out an appearance talisman again and threw it out. A palace in the distance was like a veil that had been pulled open, revealing itself before them. Bit by bit, from the sharp corners of the eaves to the painted walls and corridors, then to the blue bricks and glazed tiles, the enormous palace appeared one by one. Although this was not the first time she had seen it, Mol Yin still felt that it was visually stunning. What greeted his line of sight was a towering tree with colorful spherical flowers. One flower, after another, fell heavily on the branches. Between the fine leaves, there was occasionally a small golden peanut that was faintly discernible. Jojo's eyes lit up. He pulled Mol Yin forward and sat on a tree branch. He took out a golden peanut and waved it in front of Mol Yin. Longevity fruit. Chocho said last time that the longevity fruits had already appeared, but there weren't many of them. There were only 5 of them on the entire tree. "Jojo, it really looks like peanuts." It was only the length of a finger and looked very similar to peanut. However, this longevity fruit was golden all over and felt like ice or jade in her hand. It was cool and refreshing. When she sniffed it up close, it emitted a pleasant fragrance that seeped into her heart. It naturally couldn't be an ordinary peanut. One for you, one for me, one for Duan Yu, one for Rotten Peach Blossom, and one for Big Brother First. Arbor grinned. This fruit contained extremely powerful energy. It was guaranteed that everyone would improve more or less after eating it. "Jojo, can you eat this?" "Yes." Sir Jojo nodded repeatedly. If I can't absorb the extremely powerful energy inside, I still have Chio, Little Water, and Little Earth to help me absorb it. That was to be expected. Xiao Xiao's Dantian star domain was supported by the sacred wood, sacred water, and sacred earth. No matter how strong the power was, it was impossible for it to cause any impact to her body. Mo Yin only relaxed after thinking this. Chapter 5033. The little stoic suddenly raised her stiff little face. Don't be long-winded. Hurry up and go cultivate your cultivation. Mo Yin coughed lightly and stroked her face. Jojo, how can you change your face so quickly? Sir Jojo harumphed and brushed his hand away, roaring, Cultivate properly. Mo Yin twitched his mouth. Seeing that the little fellow was about to jump off the longevity tree, he hastily pulled her into his embrace and chuckled softly. Wife, you naughty. You didn't even hug your husband when you saw him this time. Look, your husband has hand-copied Jojo's quotes 100 times and admitted his mistake. We should make up, right? Jojo chuckled as the corners of her mouth curled downwards, her expression non-committal. Wife Jojo. Mo Yin's eyes wavered, and a faint smile surfaced on his lips. He raised his hand to rub the little stoic's stomach. It will take at least 2 to 3 days for hubby to absorb. For darling Mo's sake, please forgive hubby for swish. Mo Yin had just placed his hand on Jojo's stomach when he felt a burst of energy emanating from inside, abruptly jolting his hand several inches away. He was stupefied and looked down at his wife's stomach with a strange expression. He exclaimed in shock, Jojo, it? Arbor glanced at him and absent-mindedly stroked his stomach, pacifying the agitated baby, Mo making a fuss over nothing. The little stoic said expressionlessly, Can't you tell? Baby Mo doesn't like you very much. Mo Yin's eyes instantly widened, and he hugged his wife and shouted, Why? What did I do? Why am I not welcomed? You lied to Jojo. Mo Yin's mouth twitched, and then he hugged his little wife and swayed her back and forth, assuring repeatedly, I won't lie to Jojo again in the future, I swear. Let's forget about what happened in the undersea abyss. Jojo, answer me. Smile. Mo Yin chuckled. He lowered his head and kissed his wife on the cheek. He raised his hand and touched her belly. Jojo, now that I think about it, I'm still scared. If he dawdled in the abyss of the sacrificial sea for half a year without finding a way out, wouldn't he miss the most important moment in his wife's life, and baby Mo's birth? That's why we shouldn't let that snake off so easily. Arbor snorted and rubbed his belly angrily. If I secretly beat him up, what do you think my chances of winning are? You're alone. Arbor nodded. Mo Yin, if he said there was no chance of winning, would he suffer his wife's violent beating first? How about this? Little Water, Little Earth, Little Trant, and the others are all idle. Also, Chirpy, Phoenix, Little White, and the others, it's better to gather them and find a moonless and windy night to gang up on him. The little stoic pursed her lips. She was quite flexible and immediately said, Then we'll put on the tab first. When my Ming, Chirpy, and the others advance to mature sacred beasts, we'll find him to fight. Mo Yin smiled until his eyes turned into crescents. He nodded repeatedly and said, That's great. As he spoke, he reached out again and rubbed Jojo's belly. This time, he wasn't shaken off by the child's disdain. Jojo, have you heard of the kingdom of Daluo? Arbor couldn't help but be startled, and he turned to look at him seriously. You met Lilia? Mo Yin nodded solemnly. Chapter 5034. That number 0? Arbor blinked. Weren't these Lily years a bit unlucky? According to that state preceptor Shindajing, Lily, on number 9, was slaughtered by Duan Yu, and Lily, on number 5, was disposed of by Ming Yasi. As for this number 0, according to Shindajing, she followed the state preceptor to the river of forgetfulness and miserably encountered Jojo's lotus. Her ending definitely wouldn't be too pleasant. I encountered their state preceptor, Shenangue, and this whatever Lily, on number 0 at the river of forgetfulness. Mo Yin recounted the events with a sullen face. When she mentioned Lily, on number 0, anger flitted across her eyes. Although he had already executed this number 0, Prince Mo felt like he had eaten a fly whenever he recalled her disgusting face. Just the thought of it made him feel disgusted. Lily, when number 0 revealed a piece of information before her death. The kingdom of Daluo is planning to attack Dragon Flame City. Arbor was taken aback and then sat up straight. But I heard from Duan Yu that this is merely a tiny kingdom of the prairie. They wanted to attack the imperial capital of the Divine Province? What a joke. Yes, but since this attack has been planned for a long time, there must be something special to rely on. If we're talking about backing, could it be that they've already colluded with the Heavenly Providence? Very likely. Mo Lien nodded. Moreover, there's a type of people called puppet masters everywhere in the kingdom of Daluo. I'm afraid there's also a problem. Arbor nodded. Don't worry, you absorb ancient Mo Lien first. I'll set off for Dragon Flame City. Mo Lien made a sound of agreement and held her hand. Remember to be careful on the road. Okay. Arbor was silent for a moment before saying, the Heavenly Providence, Duan Yu already mentioned it to me. Mo Lien nodded and said, it seems that the Qin estate has a history with zombies. They probably haven't been making this zombie mutation drug for more than 1 or 2 generations. This was probably already a set of family businesses. Arbor sighed. Then he thought of something and glanced at Mo Lien. You fought with Duan Yu? Mo Lien hastily shook her head like a rattledrum. No, how could I fight with Brother Duan Yu? We haven't seen each other for a long time and missed each other, so we decided to exchange some pointers. Arbor rolled his eyes at him. You even flattened the pomegranate tree in front of my house. Really? Mo Lien hugged her and smiled. I'll plant a few hundred more for you later. You're always so talkative. Arbor pushed his face away and snorted. You stay here and cultivate. I'll go look for them first. Then he tossed the golden longevity fruit into his mouth. His eyes lit up. Delicious. Sir Jojo's figure flickered and disappeared from the main planet. Mo Lien couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. When Arbor reappeared beside Duan Yu and the others, 15 minutes had already passed. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal laughed. That guy want to cultivate? Arbor nodded and opened his palm, revealing 2 golden peanuts. The longevity fruit is ripe. 1 for each of us. It's delicious. You ate it? Duan Yu couldn't help being startled, and then he looked her up and down. Yes. Xiaomu nodded expressionlessly. I'm eating it for Qiuqiu. After Qiuqiu absorbs the longevity fruit's energy, I'll eat it. I'll go out now. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal quickly picked one up and threw it into his mouth. His expression was exactly the same as Arbor's. Delicious. Duan Yu was rather speechless. Are you here to judge if it's delicious or not? Shouldn't he be evaluating the effects of his advancement? Chapter 5035. The reason Jojo ate the longevity fruit was actually because this foodie was curious about the taste of the longevity fruit. Arbor turned to look at the duo seriously. Peach Blossom, do you want to go to the main planet to accompany Mo Lien? Hu Shichen was speechless. Why should I accompany him? I thought the 2 of you liked to hang out together. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't resist rolling his eyes. He really wanted to ask his Jojo, what exactly makes you think that I like hanging out with Mo Lien? Do I have nothing better to do than to stay at his place and watch him intentionally or unintentionally flaunt his affection all day long, calling me wifey and stabbing me in the heart with arrows every day? Bah, it's not like I'm sick. Don't the 2 of you like to go here and there and brave through fire and water together? Hu Shichen, when Jojo said this, he actually felt that he had no words to refute. It seemed that he and Mo Lien, this pair of fellow sufferers, had indeed been through water and through fire and fire. Duan Yu chuckled and coughed lightly. Peach Blossom, just go to the main planet. I think you definitely won't want to go to any other star domain. Hu Shichen's eyes lit up. In that case, that main planet is very different from the other star domains. Of course. All right then. Hu Shichen pursed his lips and said reluctantly, I think Mo Lien should also have a lot of difficulties absorbing the ancient Mo Lien soul orb, so I'll go check on him. Duan Yu and Arbor exchanged glances and couldn't resist chuckling. This guy just didn't mean what he said. He was clearly worried that something would go wrong when Mo Lien advanced, so he spoke haughtily and coquettishly. Peach Blossom Immortal, don't be greedy for the jade dragons flowing on the main planet. Arbor waved his hand and handed the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal to the main planet as he instructed him. A certain venerable immortal harumphed and muttered to himself, I'm not a foodie like you. Arbor used his demonic pupil to observe for a moment before purposely finding a deserted place and flashing out with Duanyu. As soon as the two of them revealed their auras, the holy beast serpent sensed them and came over. It looked around and said, Hey, why is it only the two of you? Where are they? Who is it? Arbor looked at him with a serious face and asked knowingly. Bradamo and Little Peach Blossom, where are they? Arbor pursed his lips. Little Mo, Little Peach Blossom, they called each other so intimately. Those who didn't know would really think that they were good brothers. Fierce girl, don't go. Where did you stuff my brother Mo and brother Peach Blossom to? It's none of your business. Arbor snapped at him before turning to look at GC and the others. GC only felt that the little girl's eyes were sharp and abnormally sharp. She hurriedly bowed and saluted. I don't know what orders Mistress has. Get ready. We'll set off tomorrow. Yes. GC and the others hurriedly cupped their hands in acknowledgement. They didn't dare to ask where to set off and why they didn't see their master. Arbor turned to look at Duanyu. I'm afraid there's a change in Dragon Flame City. I have to leave first. In about 3 months, I'll have Huang He, Senior Qin Shi, and the others bring back the 30,000 members of the Heavenly Fate Legion. I'll arrange for them to stay here with you. Okay, Duanyu nodded. Thankfully, she had set up several layers of concealment and defense talisman matrices on her private island, Snow Island, so the aftermath could be considered peaceful. She received Senior Qin Shi's message 2 days ago, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Chapter 5036. There were 30,000 elites keeping watch on the Snowy Island. Even if Heavenly Fate's people wanted to attack the Snowy Island, they had to first consider whether this deal was worth it or not. Jojo, I'll send someone to escort you back. Arbor quickly shook her head and tilted her head. I'll use a teleportation talisman matrix. As long as I don't encounter any baddies who block my divine senses on the way, we'll set off tomorrow morning and reach the outskirts of Dragon Flame City by sunset. Me. The serpent was invigorated and hastily ran over to curry favor. Fierce girl, don't worry. As long as I'm by your side, no one can block your divine senses. Except for the condensing mirror, the serpent added in his mind. However, the sacred spirit of the condensing mirror had also disappeared at this time. It was probably with the Mo Lien brothers. Just now, the serpent didn't say anything when he sensed the presence of the divine realm opening on the little stoic's body. Presumably, the sudden disappearance of the Mo Lien brothers and the Peach Blossom brothers was closely related to the divine realm. Since they didn't want to reveal it, he also didn't pursue the matter. However, the juniors nowadays really had all kinds of mysterious treasures on them. It was truly breathtaking. Duanyu glanced at the serpent and warned coldly, You must be careful in everything you do. If anything happens to Jojo, you know what will happen. Zhuo returned to his senses and inexplicably shuddered. He thought, Why do I feel like the juniors nowadays are each more ruthless than the last? He pursed his lips and said, Fierce girl, don't doubt me. I made a bet with the Peach Blossom brothers and lost a year's time. In this 1 year, I will stay by your side and protect you well. As a senior sacred beast, I naturally won't lie to a junior like you. We agreed on a year, so it's a year. In this 1 year, no matter where you go, I will accompany you. Even if you overturn the heavens, I will tidy things up properly for you. Arbor couldn't help but be startled. What bet? Speaking of this, he really shed bitter tears. Arbor didn't notice GC and the others beside her and twitched her mouth several times. The past was unbearable to recall. Zhuo snorted and waved his hand. You don't need to know that. You only need to know that I won't harm you. I will protect you and block everything for you. That's enough. Sir Jojo glanced at Snake Man a few times and suddenly felt that this guy seemed to be more pleasing to the eye. since he had already said that he would protect her for a year and be her bodyguard. Why would he do that? Then she was too embarrassed to think about revenge, nor could she gather Chio and the others to gang up on him. The snake person abruptly felt a chill drifting over his head, and he glanced at Xiao Mu in confusion. "All right then," the little stoic said aloofly with a cold expression. Since this fellow was so tactful, then she would reluctantly make peace with him for the time being. "Tomorrow morning, we will use the teleportation array to set off." Jojo and Xingho, Arbor's footsteps paused, frowning. His voice was cold and merciless. "Those who kill me will go to hell before me." Duan Yu's lips curved, and he nodded with a smile. "Okay." That night, news of Xingho's suicide by ingesting poison came from the prison. His Majesty issued a decree to confiscate the Marquis of Anxing's estate. All of the estate's wealth was used as military supplies to prepare for war. Although Xingho's family was pardoned from death, they were implicated by the Marquis and were exiled to the borders to cultivate dry land. The Marquis of Anxing's estate, which used to be incomparably glorious, declined overnight and was no longer the same as before. Chapter 5037. Early the next morning, Arbor bid farewell to Duan Yu and left by activating a transportation talisman matrix under Duan Yu's watchful gaze. Jojo's figure was far away in the blink of an eye. Duan Yu only felt as if something had been dug out of his heart, and he stood there in a daze for a long time, until Aunt Yuanjin's voice was heard. "Miss Wu, you're a step too late. The young crown princess has already left using the transportation talisman matrix." "Ah, she left in such a hurry," Wu Ruomei exclaimed. "Oh my, we agreed to go for a morning outing yesterday, so I waited outside the palace, but I didn't see the crown princess come out, so I entered the palace to take a look." Yuan Jun couldn't help twitching her mouth as she inwardly mused. "Then you really waited for nothing. The young crown princess sleeps until the sun is high in the sky every day, so going for a spring outing can only wait until the afternoon, right? Furthermore, that day when you chatted with the crown princess for the entire afternoon, I truly didn't hear you mention the words morning. Waking up in the morning was very important, but the crown princess simply couldn't wake up in the morning. I even brought her fresh pears, so why did she leave?" Wu Rumei wrung her hands as she loudly grumbled. "Oh my, I haven't heard her finish telling me about Princess Wu Shuang yet. Dolly, quickly return to the estate and pack your things." Miss, where are we going?" her personal maidservant meekly asked. "Hey, is there a need to ask?" Wu Ruomei loudly instructed. "Let's go, we're going to the Divine Province for a stroll. I hit it off with the crown princess at first sight, so how can she run away before we're done chatting? Really, quickly return home and pack your things. We're leaving immediately." "Oh, but miss, where are we going to find the crown princess in the Divine Province? You won't admit it even if I say you're stupid. Of course, it's the imperial capital. If the crown princess isn't in the imperial capital, where else could she be?" When Duan Yu returned to his senses, he heard Wu Rumei's boisterous words, and his heart skipped a beat. Wu Rumei was going to find Charles, so why couldn't he go? It was such a simple thing to meet Jojo whenever he wanted to. Once he was done with the matters at hand, he would also go to Shenzhou to meet Jojo. On the other side, the rune array flashed, and Arbor walked out with GC, Old Zhou, and the others. He held an open map in his small hand and looked at it expressionlessly. The corner of Shun Wu's mouth twitched. He coughed lightly and said, "Crown Princess, our direction shouldn't be wrong. However, the teleportation is sometimes far and sometimes near. Sometimes it appears on the mountains and rivers, and sometimes it falls into the water. It's not very reliable." The corner of GC's eyes twitched, but she didn't say anything. Shun Wu continued, "Crown Princess, why don't we take a closer look at the map in your hands?" When they came out of the teleportation portal, Old Zhou stepped on a swordfish. Everyone was caught off guard and fell into the water one after another. Thinking back on it now, the expressions on their companions' faces were truly quite fascinating. The little crown princess didn't show any expression and merely humped softly from her small nose. She flicked the talisman array in her hand, and the rune array enveloped them again. With a whoosh, Everyone's mouths twitched, and they immediately disappeared on the spot. A dozen or so breaths later, everyone stepped out of the talisman array on guard, prepared to jump into water or fire. However, after the talisman array dispersed, they discovered a small flat slope in front of them. What entered their eyes was a barren field of withered grass. The little stoic picked up that map again and looked it up and down before saying aloofly, "Take a look." Chapter 5038. Shenwu was at a loss for words. He thought to himself, why was the little crown princess looking at the map horizontally and vertically just now? She was looking all over the map, but in the end, she didn't understand it at all. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but cough. He pointed at a corner of the map and said, "Crown Princess, look. If we go any further, we should be at the 10-mile slope." According to the map, this 10-mile slope is 3 miles outside of Dragonflame City. I suggest, let's change to an air transportation spirit artifact and go there. We should be able to reach the Imperial capital before sunset. GC, Old Joe, and the others quickly nodded in agreement. What a joke. They could fly a few miles. There was no need to use that damn talisman array. The little crown princess thought for 2 seconds with her hand behind her back. Then, she nodded reluctantly. Shenwu felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He hurriedly gave Old Joe and the others a look. The latter understood and took out a pocket-sized air transportation spirit artifact. After injecting divine power, the spirit artifact rapidly expanded as though it was filled with air. Everyone entered the spirit artifact cabin one after another. After setting the route forward, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the little crown princess was sensible and didn't insist on using a transportation talisman array. Otherwise, it would really be a trap. Although this was a directional talisman array, the transportation distance was sometimes short and sometimes far. It wasn't easy to control. The little crown princess sat at the side with a stoic expression. Shenwu was just about to speak to her when he heard the little crown princess say, "There's movement up ahead." Indeed, not long after, Shenwu and the others heard the thunderous rumbling of iron hooves coming from below. Arbor drew an invisibility talisman in the air and pushed it outward. A purple talisman power flashed outside the entire spirit artifact cabin. The air transportation spirit artifact immediately disappeared from the sky. In next to no time, the dust from the 4 hooves completely covered the heavens and the earth. A large brown-furred wolf carrying a middle-aged, short-bearded man wearing a battle helmet dashed below Arbor and the other's air transportation spirit artifact. The Vanguard Battalion reports that an air transportation spirit artifact of unknown origin has appeared in front of the slope. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked around. Why is there nothing here? A young general beside him also couldn't help but look around curiously. Just now, when I was looking from afar, I seemed to have seen an air transportation spirit tool. There's no way it could fly so fast. General Hado. The young general approached the middle-aged general and said in a low voice, could it be that he panicked and abandoned his air transportation spiritual tool to escape after discovering that our wolf squad was attacking? The middle-aged general, named Haduo, snorted coldly and raised his hand. Search everywhere. Don't let go of any suspicious places. We must not let this person go to the royal manor in the outskirts and destroy our defenses. Once Grand State Preceptor Larry arrives, we'll make our move. At this moment, Xiao Mu and company were openly hiding above this Haduo general's head, openly eavesdropping on the enemy's conversation. The human snake glanced at Xiao Mu strangely, a hint of shock surreptitiously hidden in his gaze. He kept pondering in his mind. He didn't expect this fierce girl's talisman skills to be so impressive. She could casually draw an invisibility talisman in the air and hide the entire air transportation spirit artifact. Not a single one of the many good-for-nothings below them noticed their whereabouts. It was obvious how formidable this little stoic was. After Hado ordered his men to search everywhere to no avail, he could only beat the gong to withdraw his troops. Arbor coldly watched the wolf squad retreat to the outskirts of Dragonflame City and said in a low voice, "Follow them and take a look." The kingdom of Duoluo really dared to attack? How audacious! Chapter 5039. The flying spirit artifact circled in the air and quietly followed the Hajuo general back to the Wang Manor on the outskirts of the capital. This Wang Manor was basically under the control of the Duoluo army. Shenwu was puzzled. This place is so close to Dragonflame City. How come the city guards know nothing about it? He had never heard of the Duoluo country before. He didn't know which small country it was. How come they suddenly had the courage to attack the capital of the Divine Prefecture? Arbor glanced down and drew several invisibility talismans in the air. She flicked them. The talismans immediately entered everyone's bodies. Let's go down and take a look. This matter was indeed strange. Wang Manor was located on the outskirts of Dragonflame City. It was less than 3 miles away. The Duoluo army had more than 5,000 people. How come they didn't know about such a big commotion? It could be seen that the city guards had either rebelled or met with misfortune. Arbor didn't want to think of the human heart as too complicated, but in reality, the human heart was the most unreliable thing in the world. Shenwu quietly put away the flying spirit artifact and landed with Arbor and the others. The originally bustling Wang Manor was now closed in front of all the doors in a lifeless atmosphere. Arbor led Shenwu and the others from Zhualan Mountain past the decorated archway of Wang Manor and walked along the flagstone path. They walked for about 10 minutes. At the same time, Sir Jojo suddenly turned his head and met 2 gazes with a sharp gaze. A young woman was half leaning on the window and looking out. She suddenly felt a chill and hurriedly shrank her head back. Why did it feel like something ferocious had passed through the window just now? The woman patted her chest and took a deep breath. She felt that she might have been overthinking. Many unfamiliar cultivators had flooded into Wang Manor in large numbers in the wee hours of this morning. Her father-in-law was the mayor, but now he was being controlled by someone. Their entire family's lives were in the other's hands. They didn't dare to act rashly and could only obey orders. The other had the mayor order everyone to stay in their homes and not go out without orders. An entire morning had passed. Their entire family was on tenterhooks and didn't know what was going on. The room was dark and gloomy, and the 6 members of the mayor's family were huddled together at the table. Seeing the woman walk over, the mayor's wife hurriedly asked, "How is it outside?" "Nothing at all." The mayor's wife sighed. "I'm afraid this matter won't end well. If there's a chance later, you and Ah Hong will immediately take the children away." Clang! The door was kicked open, and Ha Duo and Guer walked in. Their cold aura entered the room, scaring the 2 young children. They quickly hid in the arms of the old woman. The mayor's wife tried her best to remain calm, but her heart was beating like a drum. The 2 generals were intimidating and exuded a murderous aura. It was not something that ordinary people like them could contend against. Holding a horsewhip in his hand, Guer grinned at the 2 children hypocritically. "Lord Mayor, we need you to stand out and gather all the townspeople. What exactly do you want?" The mayor braced himself and asked. "All of us in Wang Manor Town are honest and normal people. We have never made enemies. Xiozha Darren, why do you pia?" Guer's whip landed on the table and split in half. Wah! The 2 children started to cry loudly.